Chapter 1, Fellow Taoist Lu, please go back. Xiao Mo, give it to me quickly. Senior sister. No way. I'll give it to you if you ask me to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Has senior sister ever treated you unfairly over the years? No? The corners of Shen Mo's mouth rose slightly, and an intriguing expression appeared in his turbid eyes. Do you still think he is the fool he used to be? He is a time traveler. It has been more than 30 years since I came to this world of cultivating immortals. That was yesterday when he went crazy while refining the elixir and fainted unexpectedly, which awakened his memories of his previous life. As for why he wanted to make elixirs, it was all thanks to the beautiful woman in front of him, Lu Ruyan. Shen Mo was born into a poor family and lost his family when he was young. Later he was adopted by Wang Sanma from the next village. Because his memory had not yet awakened at that time, he always appeared to be stupid. Wang Sanma kept cursing and started beating people up when they disagreed. Later, Wang Sanma married Lu Ruyan and was so obsessed with the beauty of life that he had no time to care about Shen Mo. Only then did his life get better. Not long after, Wang Sanma died on a stormy night. Only this cheap sister-in-law is left to depend on him. The loss of Wang Sanma was of no importance to Shen Mo. He had thought that the uncle and sister-in-law would live such a dull life. Until that day, they saw a man flying in the air with a sword. The man saw that Lu Ruyan was pretty and became greedy for her. Unexpectedly, my sister-in-law not only did not refuse, but also took the initiative to get close to me. This also makes the other party in a good mood. In joy, he brought Shen Mo and Lu Ruyan to their current sect, Qingshan sect. Lu Ruyan has a very good affinity with immortality and has spiritual roots in water and soil. Shen Mo was not so lucky. He had all 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. From then on, Lu Ruyan's attitude towards him changed 180 degrees. The name of sister-in-law also became senior sister. Since it is impossible to cultivate immortality, Shen Mo will be forced to make elixirs. Shen Mo has been practicing this for more than 10 years. His hair turned white, his eyes turned blurry, and the skin on his face became loose. A 30-year-old guy who looks like he is in his 70s or 80s. Last night, Lu Ruyan came again and said that she was about to break through the 7th level of qi refining and asked Shen Mo to speed up the refining of a batch of spirit-gathering pills. In order to repay Lu Ruyan for raising him, he did not refuse even though he had not much time left. But due to exhaustion, something went wrong in the alchemy and the furnace exploded, which activated Shen Mo's consciousness that had been dormant for many years. Oh. As a time traveler, my life is really miserable. Thinking of this, Shen Mo couldn't help but sigh. Detection of the host regaining self-awareness, system activation in progress. Activation remaining time, 10 years. Fuck you, why don't you wait until I die before coming? Shen Mo roared in his heart. Host lifespan detected to be less than 1 year. System activation successful. This system is a super alchemy system. The host can check the perfect combination ratio of the elixir and refine it 100%. Every time you refine a new pill recipe, you will definitely get a critical hit. Can digest bond points and quickly comprehend the recipe. Different recipes require different bond points. Name, Shen Mo. Gender, male. Age, 31-32. Constitution, 5 elements mixed spiritual roots. Realm, qi refining 3rd level. Magic power, none. Recipe, spirit gathering pills 0%. Bond value, 0 obtainable through hard work. Forehead. Looking at his system panel, Shen Mo was shocked. Can you be any more deceitful? Is my life expectancy really less than 1 year? Xiao Mo, what do you think? At this moment, Lu Ruyan interrupted Shen Mo's contemplation and spoke. Shen Mo raised his head, and his eyes became clearer with the help of the system. Lu Ruyan was wearing a purple gauze dress, and her towering breasts rose and fell slowly, which was very eye-catching. Her face was lightly powdered, her eyebrows were deeply furrowed, and her every frown and stubbornness was full of the flavor of a young woman. Noticing Shen Mo's gaze, Lu Ruyan quickly turned sideways and said with an unhappy look on her face, "Didn't you promise to refine a qi-gathering pill for me last night? Why do you suddenly regret it today?" Shen Mo knew that there was someone behind her, so she didn't refuse openly. She sighed softly, "Senior sister, you don't know that my furnace exploded while I was refining the elixir last night, causing me to lose my energy and blood. I don't have much time left. Are the herbs I gave you okay?" How many more batches can you refine? Lu Ruyan asked hurriedly. Seeing this, Shen Mo's favorable impression of Lu Ruyan dropped to freezing point. Even at this time, you are still thinking about pills. Seeing his grim expression, Lu Ruyan immediately forced a look of concern. Xiao Mo, are you seriously injured? How long can you live? Oh, this woman only cares about profit. Shen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled helplessly. I guess I can live for another year or two. From now on, I won't make any more pills. I will sprint with all my strength to see if I can break through the realm and increase my lifespan. No. Lu Ruyan refused immediately, perhaps realizing that her tone was inappropriate. She soothed him. Well, Xiao Mo, you know that my sister-in-law has reached the most critical moment of her cultivation recently. Can you help me open 2 furnaces before going into seclusion? Hearing this, Shen Mo was speechless. I originally wanted to resolve the issue peacefully, persuade Lu Ruyan to retreat, and then I could hide and develop myself. I didn't expect the other party to be so aggressive. Shen Mo didn't intend to pretend anymore and directly exposed his cards and shouted, Lu Ruyan, you were afraid that I might be related to you, so you told me not to call you sister-in-law. Now you call yourself sister-in-law, just to squeeze out the last bit of my value. Do you really think I'm a fool? Lu Ruyan was in disbelief. What did you say? Hasn't what I said been clear enough? From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Senior sister Lu, please go back. Shen Mo replied. I am your eldest brother's woman, your sister-in-law. How could you do this? Damn it. Shen Mo retorted. Okay, even if I'm a bitch, don't you still remember our past? Goodbye. Shen Mo turned around and left without paying any more attention to her. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan suddenly panicked. She stretched out her trembling fingers and subconsciously wanted to scold Shen Mo. Over the years, if it weren't for Shen Mo's unreserved provision of elixirs, I wouldn't be able to do that. With her dual spiritual roots, it would be impossible for her to reach the 7th level of Qi training so quickly without resources. Seeing that Shen Mo was about to return to the room, Lu Ruyan finally lowered her posture, trotted forward, and grabbed Shen Mo's arm. Xiao Mo, I know I was wrong. I was possessed by the devil all these years. If you want to go into seclusion, then go ahead. As long as you still recognize me as your sister-in-law, that's fine. A bond point has been detected on Lu Ruyan. Please find a way to obtain it. Shen Mo turned around and looked at Lu Ruyan, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I used to be a fool and didn't know how good young women were. But now, looking at it from this perspective, my senior sister is quite charming. Since it's a watch, he doesn't have any burden. Once this line of thought came to mind, inspiration suddenly flooded in. He immediately said, Senior sister, I was also angry just now. As long as you agree to one condition, I will immediately start the furnace and refine the Qi gathering pill for you. Lu Ruyan originally wanted to give it a try, but she didn't expect Shen Mo to actually change his mind. Xiao Mo, tell me, let alone 1, even if it's 10, senior sister will agree. Shen Mo's lips curled up slightly, his eyes fixed on the other person's towering figure. Senior sister, I don't have much time left. I might be gone one day. I want to sleep with my senior sister before I leave. Chapter 2. The door is not locked, come in. You mean sleep is a noun? Lu Ruyan was afraid that she had heard it wrong, so she confirmed it. After all, Shen Mo has been an honest man for decades, but suddenly he blurted out such vicious words. Even though she had seen many storms and waves, she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. Sister-in-law, what do you think? Shen Mo said with a wicked smile. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and put his arm around Lu Ruyan's waist. This sudden action scared Lu Ruyan so much that she screamed. Looking at Shen Mo, whose face was full of wrinkles, a hint of displeasure appeared on her face. Don't want to? Forget it, please go back, fellow Taoist. Shen Mo refused verbally, but his hand did not move away from Lu Ruyan's waist. Lu Ruyan bit her teeth lightly, feeling a conflict between her conscience and her desires. She didn't want to sleep with Shen Mo, but she also didn't want to give up her resources. Shen Mo didn't give her too much time to think, his hands could no longer be restrained. One moves up and the other moves down. Lu Ruyan reacted and realized that she was already on the bed. Hiss. The purple dress was violently torn apart. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel curious. He was obviously dying, so how could he have so much strength? Snort. She turned her head, as if agreeing to Shen Mo's behavior, and hummed softly. Shen Mo buried his head and started chewing. Lu Ruyan simply closed her eyes and avoided looking at Shen Mo's old face. Click. Suddenly, the movement stopped and she opened her eyes curiously, full of confusion. Shen Mo rubbed his waist and said with an embarrassed look, Senior sister, my waist is sprained, how about you take the initiative? Can you do this? Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him. No problem. Just be gentle first, I'll give you the command. Shen Mo didn't care about Lu Ruyan's disgusted look. He held the head of the bed and slowly lay down. Lu Ruyan spat lightly and turned over and sat up. Crunch crunch. 5 minutes later. Lu Ruyan took out a new purple dress from her storage bag and put it on, then walked towards the door without looking back. When she reached the door, she stopped and said in a cold, dissatisfied tone, "Remember what you promised. I'll come to get the medicine tomorrow. Bond value plus 10. Lu Ruyan favorability 10. Shen Mo turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan. Name, Lu Ruyan. Gender, female. Age, 4150. Constitution, dual spiritual roots of water and earth. Realm, Qi refining level 7. Favorability, 50. According to the system's definition of favorability, positive numbers represent kindness and negative numbers represent disgust. The favorability level is between 0 and 50, which is just pure dislike, not to the point of drawing swords against each other. But once the value drops below 50, it means that the opponent may launch an attack at any time. Shen Mo shook his head and chuckled, so what even if it fell to 100? The Qingshan sect has strict rules and prohibits internal fighting. Unless Lu Ruyan wants to die, no one would dare to touch him. After Lu Ruyan left, Shen Mo also supported his old waist and stood up. Damn, Lu Ruyan was also cruel, she almost lost the half of her life she had left. He came to the alchemy furnace and looked at the remaining materials. Consume 10 bond points to upgrade the Qi condensation pill recipe. Spirit Heartgrass, first level spiritual grass, invigorating, cold one. Snake Eye Fruit, first level herb, Qi control, heat properties plus 3. Shen Mo's eyes lit up. The system could actually recognize the names and properties of herbs. According to the recipe for the system upgrade, you only need to put 3 spiritual heart grasses and 1 snake eye fruit into the alchemy furnace to start refining. But the recipe for the Qi gathering pill clearly states that it requires 4 lingxing grasses and 2 snake eye fruits. Is the system wrong? We will know who is right and who is wrong after trying it. Shen Mo no longer hesitated and put 3 lingxing grasses and 1 snake eye fruit into the alchemy furnace. At this moment, a few large words suddenly appeared on the furnace in front of him. Small fire, 30 seconds. Shen Mo did not dare to be careless. He quickly mobilized the tiny amount of spiritual energy in his body and performed the most basic fire control technique. As the countdown ended, the system prompted that it would change to a high fire. Grass. Shen Mo shouted loudly and activated his spiritual power again. The flames instantly covered the entire furnace. It lasted for a quarter of an hour, and a rich fragrance wafted out. Finally it worked. He panted, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the furnace nervously. If the system goes wrong, it will be a disaster. This little bit of spiritual energy of mine has been accumulated over a long period of time. Shen Mo walked forward and opened the furnace. There were 10 brown pills lying quietly in the middle of the furnace. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully refined the Qi gathering pill. This is your first attempt, and you got a critical hit x2. You have obtained a total of 10. Spirit gathering pill proficiency increased by 1%, current critical hit rate increased by 1%. As the system prompt sounded, Shen Mo breathed rapidly and hurriedly took out 10 pills. Perfect spirit gathering pill, after taking, slightly increases the spiritual energy in the body, and reduces poisoning. It's actually a perfect pill. His hands were shaking, and he could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. Based on previous memory. All medicines are poisonous. Any elixir contains elixir poison. But the higher the quality, the less erysipelas it contains. Long-term use will form buildup in the body, which will eventually lead to drug resistance. In the mildest case, the cultivation will stagnate. In the worst case, the cultivation will be corroded and the realm will regress. This is why there is a widely circulated saying in the world of immortal cultivation, although elixirs are good, don't be greedy. Every time a monk takes a pill, he will spend a lot of time to clear the pill. This also means that elixirs can only be used as a means of short-term enhancement during breakthroughs. But after refining it in this way, he not only perfectly eliminated the poison in the chi-gathering pill, but also reduced the loss of medicinal materials. Looking at the 10 chi-gathering pills in his hand, Shen Mo knew it well. Once this ability of mine gets out, it will cause the cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation to go crazy. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the 10 pills one by one. As the elixir entered his body, a surge of spiritual power instantly surged into his limbs and bones. The dantian, which had been dormant for many years, also became active at this moment, madly absorbing the remaining spiritual power. Shen Mo immediately sat down cross-legged and started practicing Qingshan sect's most basic qi-inducing technique. Several hours passed. Shen Mo opened his eyes, which were no longer cloudy, but became bright and lively. Feeling the power flowing through his body, he clenched his fists excitedly. His cultivation reached the 4th level of qi training, and his hidden illness was cured. Checking the system panel, the lifespan has also increased by 5 years. Looking at the remaining medicinal materials beside the furnace, Shen Mo immediately stood up and started another furnace. Half an hour passed. There was no critical hit this time, only 5 pills. Fortunately, proficiency increased by another 1%. It's still early. Shen Mo used the last bit of remaining medicinal materials and started the furnace again. However, this time he did not refine it according to the system's instructions. After all, this was promised to Lu Ruyan. 10 minutes later, the alchemy furnace exploded. If Shen Mo hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been seriously injured again. He walked forward and took out 2 spirit-gathering pills from the pitch-black furnace. Defective chi-gathering pill, after taking, increases spiritual energy slightly, poison level 10. Hiss. After swallowing 3 perfect chi-gathering pills, Shen Mo fell into a sweet dream. The next day. Boom boom boom. Xiao Mo, can I come in? Shen Mo's eyes lit up. Whatever I thought came true. I just had some reaction when I woke up this morning. With the help of the elixir, I have already recovered. Today, we must avenge our previous shame. The door is not locked, please come in, senior sister. Chapter 3, My Relationship with You. Lu Ruyan pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Shen Mo stayed on the bed, I couldn't help but spit. What the hell is this old fool thinking about all day? In just a moment, she recovered with a smile on her face. Xiao Mo, senior sister brought you your favorite tofu, come and try it. Lu Ruyan placed the basket on the table, picked up the teapot, and filled a cup. Drinking some tea in the morning is good for your health. If Shen Mo didn't fully understand her. Anyone who sees this scene will praise it. He stood up and walked straight forward with a clear purpose. He hugged Lu Ruyan from behind. Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled, and a hint of displeasure appeared on her face. Xiao Mo, you can't do this. She held Shen Mo's hands tightly to prevent him from moving. Shen Mo ignored it completely, his hands were locked, but his mouth was not. Shen Mo, if you do this again, I'll be angry. The spiritual power in Lu Ruyan's body exploded, knocking him back. Shen Mo rubbed his chest, a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Damn, this little bitch has no intention of holding back. If it weren't for my body's recovery and my improvement in realm. If it were me yesterday, I would have gone to heaven long ago. Seeing that Shen Mo was not injured, Lu Ruyan showed curiosity in her eyes. Then, she quickly stepped forward and asked worriedly, Xiao Mo, are you okay? Ahem. Shen Mo coughed twice, I'm fine, I just miss senior sister too much. Lu Ruyan spat lightly and got straight to the point, Xiao Mo, I wonder if the chi-gathering pill. Oh, thanks to senior sister for fulfilling my wish yesterday. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. After he finished speaking, Shen Mo took out a pitch-black pill from his arms. Lu Ruyan looked at the pill and seemed to be used to it. Of the 10 pills Shen Mo had provided her before, 7 looked like this. Occasionally, if you are extremely lucky, you will get 1 or 2 chi-gathering pills of slightly normal color. She picked up the pill, turned around and left without any regrets. Etc. How? Lu Ruyan turned her head and said coldly. Senior sister, will you stay? Don't even think about it. You were already overstepping your bounds yesterday. Remember, I'm your senior sister. Really? I was thinking of giving another pill to senior sister, but since you don't want it, forget it. Shen Mo shrugged and said regretfully. Wait. Lu Ruyan exclaimed. Senior sister, are you willing? Shen Mo said with a smile. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and glared at Shen Mo fiercely. Add another one. Forget it then. Shen Mo shook his head and directly rejected the proposal. Are you kidding? You definitely can't raise the price. If she dares to ask for one more pill today, she will dare to ask for the perfect spirit gathering pill tomorrow. Women, you can never be too satisfied. Lu Ruyan's expression changed and she called out to Shen Mo again. She really couldn't let go of this resource that was so readily available. Although the quality of this pill is not very good, but it can be exchanged in just 5 minutes. I think it is a business that is sure to make money. If you call out a few more times, it might not even take 5 minutes. But once this relationship is discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. Just when Lu Ruyan was struggling, Shen Mo walked forward and extended his hand. No. Lu Ruyan regained her composure and held Shen Mo's hand tightly, preventing him from taking any further action. Senior sister, don't you want the chi gathering pill anymore? Since the forceful approach didn't work, Shen Mo decided to use the soft approach. No, it's not. Lu Ruyan turned around with a serious expression. Then why did you reject me? Lu Ruyan held his arm tightly, struggling in her heart. Senior sister, you hurt me. If my hand gets injured, I won't be able to refine pills in the future. Shen Mo cried out in pain. Lu Ruyan was startled and immediately let go of her hands. At this moment, Shen Mo's mouth corners slightly raised, and he pulled off his belt. Without the restraint of the belt, the scenery in front of me is fully revealed. The black undergarment fits tightly against Lu Ruyan's tight body, exposing her snow-white shoulders to the air. Ah! Lu Ruyan hugged her arms, her skin slightly flushed. Shen Mo devoted himself to hard practice. 10,000 words omitted here. Half an hour later. Pills. Lu Ruyan looked at Shen Mo with a complicated expression and spread out her palms. Shen Mo's lips curled up slightly, and he took out a black pill from his arms and threw it over. Sister-in-law, next time you need pills, remember to look for me. Lu Ruyan put away the chi-gathering pill and said nothing. Bond points plus 10. Lu Ruyan favorability plus 20. Hearing the prompt sound from the system, Shen Mo was stunned. What is going on? Favorability is increasing instead of decreasing? Could it be the relationship between you and me? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ruyan hesitated. You are my most respected senior sister, and I am your most beloved brother-in-law. She nodded imperceptibly, very satisfied with Shen Mo's answer. Lu Ruyan didn't stay long. After getting the pill, she left holding the doorframe. Shen Mo also followed him out the door. Now that I know I can make the perfect elixir, then the so-called erysipelas would no longer exist. Isn't it just the 5 spiritual roots? At worst, you can take drugs, take them until you can overcome the tribulation and achieve eternal immortality. In memory. Qingshan sect is a righteous sect. The gate is divided into 2 major areas, the outer gate and the inner gate. The outer gate has a complete system, including a scripture library, a magical medicine garden, a foreign affairs hall, etc. The purpose of Shen Mo's trip was Lingfang Pavilion. You can buy an alchemy furnace there, as well as some basic spiritual herbs. As for the spiritual medicine garden, with his current identity, if he went there, not only would he not be able to pick herbs, but he would be caught and forced to do odd jobs. After walking for a while, Lingfang Pavilion appeared in his sight. After arriving at Lingfang Pavilion, he walked straight to the counter. Behind the counter, a lazy woman leaned on a recliner. The woman had her black hair tied up and fixed with a jade hairpin. Her eyes were closed and her skin was as smooth as a baby's. Even a loose black dress couldn't hide her well-defined figure. Shen Mo was stunned for a moment, until the woman's eyelids trembled slightly, as if she was waking up. He quickly lowered his head, clasped his fists, and said, "Disciple Shen Mo, greetings to elderly." Li Wanru closed her eyes slightly, glanced at Shen Mo, then closed them again and said in a cold tone, "Sell or buy?" Disciple wants to buy a first-grade alchemy furnace, as well as some alchemy recipes and spiritual herbs. Shen Mo didn't care about Li Wanru's attitude. After all, she was an elder and there was no need for her to be polite to a little karami like him. After listening to Shen Mo's plea, Li Wanru stopped pretending to be asleep. She stood up from the chair and went to the cabinet behind her to search. After a while, a tattered alchemy furnace that had obviously been used many times was thrown onto the counter. The last first-grade alchemy furnace left. 2,000 spirit stones. No bargaining. Chapter 4, Could he be poisoned? Elderly, this is a second hand. Shen Mo opened his mouth, but couldn't help but speak. Damn, isn't this bullying honest people? It's obviously a bus furnace. He asks for 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you want to grab it? Don't want? Li Wanru glanced at Shen Mo and was about to retract her gaze. Yes. Yes. How could Shen Mo let it go? After all, this was the last alchemy furnace. I don't know how long I'll have to wait for those lazy guys at the refining equipment peak to refine a new alchemy furnace. My life cannot withstand their destruction. He was so excited that he accidentally grabbed Li Wanru's slender hand. So soft. Suddenly, a murderous intent filled the air. Shen Mo quickly let go of his hand and said with a smile, Elderly, can you give me a discount? I can't change the pricing within the sect. Li Wanru said coldly. If you need it urgently, you can go to the weapon refining peak and ask them to refine it for you. Upon hearing this, Shen Mo wilted on the spot. Go to the weapon refining peak? It would be strange if you didn't get slaughtered. Maybe 20,000 spirit stones are not enough for those monks to have a snack. Thinking of this, Shen Mo immediately took out his storage bag and started searching. But even after turning the storage bag upside down, he still couldn't collect 2,000 spirit stones. Elderly, can we exchange items? Li Wanru looked at Shen Mo's miserable appearance and sighed. Yes, but what you bring out must be worth more than the alchemy furnace. After getting a positive answer, Shen Mo no longer hesitated and took out 2 perfect chi-gathering pills. Elderly, please take a look. How much are these 2 pills worth? At first Li Wanru didn't care. After all, he is just an outer disciple at the 3rd level of chi training. What good things can you come up with? It wasn't until I saw the 2 round pills that I became interested. She took one of them in her hand, looked at it carefully, put it to her nose and sniffed it gently, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Did you refine these 2? Shen Mo did not hide it and nodded. He was just an outer disciple who had never left the sect. If he made up a lie, it would only cause Li Wanru's dissatisfaction. Besides, this chi-gathering pill is not a particularly good pill. It is only useful for the chi training stage. As long as you don't take out dozens of them directly, no one will suspect you. After all, in his memory, perfect elixirs often appeared in Lingfang Pavilion. For a first-level alchemist, if he is lucky, it is very common to find one in dozens of furnaces. 2,000 each, here are the remaining 2,000 spirit stones. Li Wanru accepted the 2 perfect chi-gathering pills, and in the blink of an eye, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones appeared on the counter. Elderly, I don't want the spirit stones. Please exchange them for spirit heart grass and snake eye fruit. Okay. Li Wanru took back the spirit stone, waved her hand, and dozens of spirit herbs flew over. 15 spirit heart grasses, 1,500 spirit stones, 5 snake eye fruits, 500 spirit stones. Thank you, elderly. Shen Mo put the spiritual herbs into the storage bag and turned to leave. Just as I reached the door, Li Wanru's voice came again. Although the alchemist is noble, he still needs to live. If you don't break through, I'm afraid your life will be short. Thank you. Shen Mo turned around and bowed deeply. Until Shen Mo disappeared from sight. Only then did Li Wanru lie down again. Why did I remind you just now? She muttered to herself. Do you really think that Shen Mo can become a 2nd-level alchemist? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but chuckle. It just happened that he managed to refine 2 perfect pills. She actually had such an illusion. It seemed that the injuries in her body had worsened. Shen Mo's name is known to everyone in the outer sect. 30 years old, 80 years old body. Born with 5 spiritual roots, he has almost no chance of building a foundation. If you can't build a foundation, how can you become a 2nd-level alchemist? If Lu Ruyan wasn't her sister-in-law, others would think he was a loyal bootlicker. Shen Mo left the Foreign Affairs Hall and returned directly to his residence without delay. For him, time is money now. The earlier the breakthrough is made, the longer your life will be. Go back into the house and lock the door. He took out 20 spiritual herbs, his eyes shining. According to the ratio of qi gathering pills, 5 furnaces can be refined, and a minimum of 25 pills can be produced. Thinking of this, Shen Mo immediately sat down cross-legged and threw 3 spiritual heart grasses and a snake-eye fruit into the alchemy furnace. Time passes by every second, accompanied by a rich aroma that fills the entire room. Shen Mo suddenly opened his eyes. A critical hit. He took out 10 pills and swallowed them immediately. The spiritual power that had just been lost was replenished instantly, and the excess spiritual power was absorbed by the dantian. But a larger part of it flows out of the body and dissipates into the air. A black line appeared on Shen Mo's forehead. Is this the legendary 5 spiritual roots? Really awesome. It's just like when we were in school, knowledge passed through our brain without leaving any trace. Come again. Shen Mo seemed to be competing with him. Once again devoted himself to the alchemy career. This training lasted for several hours. His character exploded and he suffered another critical hit during this period. Once again obtained 25 perfect qi gathering pills. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the pill directly into his stomach. A huge amount of spiritual energy swept through every part of his body. Finally, it flows into the dantian and out of the body. The main goal is to not get a single leaf on you. Fortunately, the quantity was large, and when I swallowed the 23rd pill. Breakthrough! After reaching the 5th level of qi training, lifespan increased by another 5 years. Name, Shen Mo. Gender, male. Age, 31-42. Constitution, 5 elements mixed spiritual roots. Realm, 5th level of qi refining. Magic power, none. Recipe, qi gathering pill 6%. Bond value, 0 obtainable through hard work. Finally, I don't have only 1 year left to live anymore. Looking at the system panel in front of him, Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of racing against time is really unpleasant. If you want to blame someone, blame Lu Ruyan. Ha! Thinking of Lu Ruyan, Shen Mo became suspicious. Why didn't my cheap bitch sister-in-law come to get the pills today? Could he have been poisoned? That would be a lot of fun. I was hoping to gain more bond points from her. Besides, just refining medicine is too boring. I waited for half a month but still didn't see Lu Ruyan. Shen Mo decided to go to the Foreign Affairs Hall again to exchange for spiritual herbs. The reason why I waited so long to go. On the one hand, during this period, he tried to practice the Qingshan sect's qi-inducing technique. As a result, after practicing for so long, the spiritual energy absorbed was less than half of the amount of the qi-gathering pill. He just gave up. On the other hand, he took out 2 perfect qi-gathering pills only 1 day later, which could easily arouse suspicion and bring trouble to himself. At present, his strength is still very weak, so he should focus on hiding. Come to the Foreign Affairs Hall again. Li Wanru still looked lazy. This time she was wearing a white silk dress, and her pair of white legs were faintly visible. The towering peaks are about to burst the collar of my shirt. He couldn't help but compare himself with Lu Ruyan in his mind. Except for her butt, which is not as big as Lu Ruyan's, she is superior in every other aspect. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Is it beautiful? Chapter 5. Lu Ruyan stays to take care of him? Good. Shen Mo said it subconsciously and began to regret it. The air in the entire Lingfang pavilion became cold. He swallowed and quickly took out 2 perfect qi-gathering pills from his storage bag, trying to change the subject. Elderly, I'm here to sell pills. Sure enough, when Li Wanru saw the 2 perfect pills, she instantly gave up her murderous intent. She stretched out her slender hand and waved it gently, and 2 pills automatically fell into her hand. Perfect again. After checking, she couldn't help but look at Shen Mo, her eyes full of curiosity and a little expectation. You made it? It's just a coincidence. Maybe it's because the herbs Elderly gave me last time were better. Shen Mo bowed and replied. This is your own ability, it has nothing to do with me. Li Wanru was completely unimpressed by his flattery and said coldly, it's still the same old rule, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones for 1. Do you want spirit stones or herbs this time? Elderly, do you have any pill recipes for sale here? Shen Mo rubbed his hands and asked. Li Wanru narrowed her eyes and said in a deep voice, since your qi condensation pill's perfection rate is so high, why not focus on it? If you can achieve a 50% perfection rate, I'm sure the sect master will come forward and extend your life. You originally have 5 elements spiritual roots, but your comprehension is extremely poor, yet you still want a new pill formula. Will your lifespan be long enough for you to comprehend it? Facing Li Wanru's kind reminder, Shen Mo didn't dare to refute and could only explain, I just want to look at other pill recipes, learn by analogy, and increase the perfection rate of the qi gathering pill. Whatever. Li Wanru stopped trying to dissuade him. After all, Shen Mo had no relationship with her. She only reminded him because he had refined 2 perfect qi gathering pills in a short time. Since the other party doesn't appreciate it and is seeking death, let him be. These are all the recipes for the elixirs in the Foreign Affairs Hall. Li Wanru waved her hand and several wooden boxes flew out. Simple restrictions were placed on the wooden boxes. Shen Mo reached out to take it. Li Wanru slapped him on the hand. He cried out in pain and withdrew his hand, only to find that his entire palm was red and swollen. Damn! This is a personal revenge. But he didn't dare show his anger and could only look aggrieved. Seeing Shen Mo's frustration, Li Wanru's mood suddenly brightened. She chuckled and said, the sect's rules state that only those who purchase the contents can view them. But I don't know what the recipe is? Shen Mo retorted. Isn't there writing on this wooden box? Don't you know how to read? Hearing this, Shen Mo scratched his head awkwardly. He naturally recognized the words on it. But in the past 10 years, he has only come into contact with qi gathering pills and knows nothing about other pill recipes. Seeing the little old man in front of her looking so naive, Li Wanru rarely smiled. Trace the golden pill, improve the golden spiritual roots in the body, and enhance the understanding of metal. Price, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1 muden, improve. The blood stasis removal pill can slightly reduce the poison in the body. It's priced at 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Dragon Tiger Pill increases the spiritual energy in the body by a small amount. It is an upgraded version of the qi gathering pill. The price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. He automatically ruled out the 5 elements pill formula. He already had the 5 elements spiritual roots. If he took this kind of pill again, did he think his talent was not bad enough? The blood-dissolving pills were naturally excluded as well. All the pills he refined were perfect, and there was no such thing as pill poison. Shen Mo set his eyes on the recipe for the Dragon Tiger Pill, but it was priced at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was not something he could afford right now. After a moment of thought, he sighed softly. Elderly, please exchange 4,000 low-grade spirit stones for the herbs needed for the qi gathering pill. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Wanru handed the herbs to him, as if they had been prepared long ago. There are a total of 30 lingxing grasses and 10 snake-eye fruits, enough to open 10 furnaces. Shen Mo accepted the herbs, said goodbye, and left the Foreign Affairs Hall directly. Li Wanru looked at Shen Mo's departing back and fell into deep thought. Last time I gave him 5 furnaces of medicinal materials, and he actually produced 2 perfect pills. This efficiency is far better than that of the group of disciples on the alchemy peak. Is he really a genius at alchemy? Or is it just luck? Thinking of this, she shook her head. It seemed that her injuries had really worsened. No matter how talented a person with 5 elements spiritual roots was, he could only stop at the foundation building stage. As soon as Shen Mo returned to the room, he heard a loud shout from outside. Shen Mo, come out here. This voice sounds familiar. Shen Mo put away the alchemy furnace and opened the door. I saw Chu Xiaoran and Lu Ruyan standing outside the house. Shen Mo, Xiaoyan said you don't have much time left? Chu Xiaoran looked at Shen Mo and asked in confusion. Seeing the person coming, Shen Mo narrowed his eyes. Chu Xiaoran was the great benefactor who brought him and Lu Ruyan to Qingshan sect. He is also Lu Ruyan's current Taoist partner and a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi training. Ahem. I should be able to live for another year or 2. Shen Mo lowered his head, not wanting the other person to see his current condition. Hoof. Since we're all going to die, I should hurry up and refine a few more Qi gathering pills. The outer sect competition is about to begin, and I'm anxious to use them. Chu Xiaoran was not polite to Shen Mo at all. In his eyes, Shen Mo was just a tool for alchemy. Lu Ruyan stood there, lowered her head and remained silent, not daring to look at Chu Xiaoran or Shen Mo. Over the past half-month, Chu Xiaoran had urged her many times to go to Shen Mo to get medicine, but she always made excuses. Although the feeling Shen Mo gave her the second time was clearly better than Chu Xiaoran's. But given their identities, once they are exposed. What greeted her was endless insults and being killed by Chu Xiaoran. If a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi training realm were to wear green hair, the consequences would be unimaginable. Senior Chu, I also want to refine it, but my sister-in-law saw me refining the medicine last time. The furnace is gone, and the medicinal materials are gone too. Shen Mo bowed and replied. Humph, of course I heard what Xiaoran said, so I went to the refining peak to help you refine an alchemy furnace. Chu Xiaoran seemed to know that Shen Mo would say this, and then he took out a brand new brown alchemy furnace from his storage bag and threw it in front of him. I've prepared the herbs for you. As he spoke, he threw out another pile of medicinal herbs. The corners of his mouth curled up, his eyes teasing. See what other excuses you can use. When Shen Mo saw these things, his eyes suddenly lit up. What a good person. Thank you, Senior Chu. I will start refining the elixir now. He bowed and showed great humility. When Chu Xiaoran saw this scene, he relaxed a lot. Shen Mo was still the same Shen Mo, a big fool. If an ordinary person were forced to make elixirs when their lifespan was almost over, they would definitely go crazy. How long will it take? About 1 or 2 months. Shen Mo replied. Chu Xiaoran frowned and immediately retorted, no, it's too long. But? No problem. Chu Xiaoran refused directly, turned to look at Lu Ruyan, and said softly, Xiaoyan, you don't have to go back for the time being. Stay and take good care of Shen Mo. Ah. Chapter 6 Yenner, you must take good care of Shen Mo. What? Chu Xiaoran frowned, a little displeased. Xiaoyan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but this is your junior brother. He's already in this state, so what's wrong with taking care of him? No. Husband, listen to me. Lu Ruyan raised her head with a flustered look on her face, but when the words came to her lips she didn't know how to start. Should she tell Chu Xiaoran that she slept with Shen Mo? She didn't believe that Chu Xiaoran would be so generous and willing to share. What do you want to say? In response to Chu Xiaoran's question, Lu Ruyan shook her head. No. I'm just worried that my husband will be lonely when I'm not around. Xiaoyan, I already know your feelings, but for those of us who practice immortal cultivation, as long as our realm is improved and our lifespan is long, it's only a few dozen days. Chu Xiaoran felt warm in his heart, and he gently held Lu Ruyan's small hand, showing his affection in front of Shen Mo. Okay then. I'll go back and get some clothes. Lu Ruyan sighed softly, not daring to look directly at Chu Xiaoran. But she felt a little secretly happy inside. We're not going out for sightseeing, why do you need to bring clothes? Chu Xiaoran said. After saying that, he turned to look at Shen Mo and gave him an extremely encouraging look. Xiao Mo, work hard. After the task is completed, I will definitely find a way to extend your life. Thank you, Senior Chu. I will work hard and will not let you down. Shen Mo quickly clasped his hands together, but emphasized the word do it. Chu Xiaoran didn't understand the meaning of the words, but Lu Ruyan knew it very well. Her little face turned red all of a sudden. Chu Xiaoran didn't care. Seeing that Shen Mo agreed, he no longer had the mood to stay and continue chatting. Until Chu Xiaoran walked away. Shen Mo then turned and walked into the house. Senior sister, why are you still standing there? Come in and help. Come. Lu Ruyan responded verbally. As soon as he entered the room, Shen Mo pushed him against the door. Hiss. No. I didn't bring any clothes. Lu Ruyan was startled and quickly reached out to stop him. Wear mine. Let's wait until night. I'll make the elixir first. I'm afraid he'll come back suddenly. There's no rush to refine the elixir. Let's first remove the poison from my body. Chu Xiaoran returned to his residence, feeling a little uneasy. But I can't find the source. Could it be because of the long-term consumption of the pills refined by Shen Mo? He knew that the elixir Shen Mo refined was not of top quality. But there's nothing I can do. He is just a person with dual spiritual roots of gold and fire. Shen Mo has contributed a lot to reaching the 9th level of Qi training. A mere poison pill. Once I place in the top 10 in this outer sect competition, I'll get the foundation establishment pill and break through to the foundation establishment stage. By then, with the help of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, I will definitely be able to flush out most of the danyu in my body. Chu Xiaoran shook his head, feeling somewhat worried about Shen Mo's health. It's not that I'm afraid that Shen Mo will die suddenly. Instead, he wanted him to refine the elixir before he died. With Yenner taking good care of him, I don't think he will die so easily. Thinking of this, Chu Xiaoran suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and meditated. Bond value plus 50. Lu Ruyan favorability plus 70. 3 full days passed. Shen Mo's face turned pale. He glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He didn't dare to delay and quickly sat down to regulate his breathing. Another half-hour passed. After his strength had recovered a little, he took out the alchemy furnace and prepared to refine the medicine. Lu Ruyan is at the 7th level of qi refining, while he is only at the 5th level of qi refining. It is obviously impossible to use force to make her unconscious without anyone noticing. There is no other way, I have to keep my secret from being exposed. Shen Mo had no choice but to resort to this last resort. After calming down, he put the herbs into the alchemy furnace one by one. Before long, the fragrance wafted through the room. This scared Shen Mo. He quickly looked back. He was relieved when he found that Lu Ruyan just frowned slightly and had no intention of waking up. As expected, this furnace did not produce any critical hits, only 5 perfect qi gathering pills. But he didn't care and continued to devote himself to the alchemy career. A night passed. Shen Mo's eyes were bloodshot. He was finally almost done with the refining. There were still some low-quality medicinal materials left, enough for Chu Xiaoran to refine a furnace, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 35 perfect qi gathering pills in his hand, he suddenly became alert. Once again, it was confirmed that Lu Ruyan had not woken up. Shen Mo kept 5 and swallowed the remaining 30 perfect qi gathering pills. In an instant, a huge amount of spiritual power spread in the lower abdomen. It flows through the limbs and returns to the dantian. Then it floats out from the 5 senses. I took too much this time, resulting in too much spiritual energy. Wherever there are holes, smoke is coming out. Those who don't know would think that he has become an immortal. Looking at the spiritual energy filling the room, Shen Mo remained indifferent. What else can I do? You can't suck it back with your mouth. Name, Shen Mo. Gender, male. Age, 31-47. Constitution, 5 elements mixed spiritual roots. Realm, 6th level of qi refining. Magic power, none. Recipe, qi gathering pill 16%. Bond value, 50 obtainable through hard work. Shifting his attention to the system panel, Shen Mo's mood instantly improved. His realm was raised by 1 level and his lifespan was increased by 5 years. All the fatigue in my body was swept away. Smells so good. Lu Ruyan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Mo, have you made the elixir? Shen Mo immediately shook his head in denial. No, senior sister, after your guidance last night, I made a breakthrough. Ha! Lu Ruyan was slightly stunned, and after she reacted, her pretty face turned red instantly. She turned her head away and spat softly, you old pervert. Shen Mo suddenly became interested. He walked straight to the bed and pushed Lu Ruyan down. What are you doing? It's daytime. Due to Shen Mo's improved realm, the wrinkles on his face are not as loose as before. If you look closely, you will feel a bit rejuvenated. Lu Ruyan was no longer as disgusted as before. Wasn't it daytime yesterday? Shen Mo lifted the quilt, and suddenly the spring scene in the room was revealed. First make the elixir. It's okay, the process is the same. A whole month passed. Shen Mo's daily routine is to eat, sleep, sleep, sleep. During this period, Chu Xiaoran came here once. I was a little angry when I learned that Shen Mo had used up most of the herbs. But after seeing Shen Mo take out a spirit-gathering pill of good quality, he left satisfied. Before leaving, he specifically asked Lu Ruyan to take good care of Shen Mo. Lu Ruyan agreed with a blushing face. Chu Xiaoran didn't take it seriously, thinking that it was just too tiring to take care of Shen Mo, a loser. Another month passed. Shen Mo raised Lu Ruyan's favorability to 90. The system's bond value also exceeded 200. It's time to go to Lingfang Pavilion to exchange for dragon and tiger pills. After saying goodbye to Lu Ruyan, Shen Mo came to Lingfang Pavilion. Li Wanru did not take a nap on the recliner this time. When she saw Shen Mo coming, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Elderly, I want to exchange for the dragon tiger pill. Chapter 7, Perfect Dragon Tiger Pill, 1 pill is worth 10 pills. You made a breakthrough? Li Wanru noticed Shen Mo's state of mind and said in surprise. In the past few months, I have met Shen Mo 3 times. The state of mind is different every time we meet. At first, she didn't care. After all, it is normal to make breakthroughs quickly in the chi refining stage. Some geniuses can even reach several realms in one day. But Shen Mo is different, he has a very useless spiritual root. This breakthrough efficiency is almost catching up with the natural spiritual roots. Maybe it's a death threat. Shen Mo bowed and brought out the excuse he had prepared earlier. Elderly, you may not know that I had an accident while refining the elixir some time ago. The elixir furnace exploded and I was seriously injured. As a result, my lifespan is coming to an end. Li Wanru nodded to show her understanding. Breaking through desperate situations has long been considered a consensus in this world of immortal cultivation. Some powerful people with a short lifespan will even go into some desperate places alone in order to push themselves. The purpose is to find the possibility of a breakthrough in a life or death situation. The Dragon Tiger Pill recipe requires 10,000 spirit stones. Have you gathered enough? Shen Mo scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile, Elderly, I am an outer disciple, how can I have so many spirit stones? I still plan to barter. As he spoke, he took out 5 perfect chi gathering pills from his storage bag. When the pills were placed on the counter, Li Wanru frowned deeply. Not luck? It's okay if it happens once or twice. This is the 3rd time. Can you refine a perfect pill with 100% certainty? As soon as Li Wanru opened her mouth, she realized that the question was a bit ignorant. It seems that my injury has really worsened. No one in this world can guarantee a 100% success rate. Even if those 8th level or even 9th level alchemy masters were to refine the chi gathering pill, they would not be able to guarantee a 100% success rate. Elderly, are you kidding? Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat and he immediately replied. Li Wanru's pretty face turned slightly red and she quickly turned her head away. When Shen Mo saw the scene, his eyes widened. I didn't expect that the icy beauty, one of the 3 beauties in the outer sect of Qingshan sect, would show such an expression. Noticing Shen Mo's gaze, she quickly turned her head away, her face turning cold again. 5 perfect chi gathering pills, exactly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is the recipe for the Dragon Tiger Pill, keep it. New recipe detected, whether to spend bond points to comprehend. Understanding. Detected that the content of the Dragon Tiger Pill recipe is incorrect, costing 50 bond points, and the comprehension has been corrected. Hearing the prompt from the system, Shen Mo immediately checked the formula of the Dragon Tiger Pill. The original formula is 8 stalks of Ling Cinco and 2 stalks of Polygonum multiflorum. After the system was changed, there were 6 Lingxin grasses and 3 coagulation grasses. In his impression, Polygonum multiflorum is not cheap, it seems to be 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per plant. The blood-clotting grass is much cheaper, only requiring 100 low-grade spirit stones. There is such a big difference. Who wrote this damn recipe? Shen Mo couldn't help but complain inwardly. Anything else? Shen Mo rubbed his hands and said a little embarrassedly. Can I buy some spiritual herbs on credit? Hearing this, Li Wanru sneered, do you think Lingfang Pavilion is doing charity? I'm sorry. Shen Mo apologized and turned to leave. Etc. But just as he turned around, Li Wanru's voice came again. Shen Mo turned around and saw a small storage bag flying towards him. He hurriedly caught it and took a closer look. There were actually 24 plants of Ling Cinco and 6 plants of Polygonum multiflorum inside. I'll lend you these. They're enough for you to refine 3 furnaces. Silent brain crash. He was just trying it out and had no intention of getting any resources for free from Lingfang Pavilion. I originally planned to go back to find Lu Ruyan and whisper something in Chu Xiaoran's ear. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary. What? A total of 8,400 low-grade spirit stones. Return them to me within 6 months. No. Thank you, elderly. Shen Mo immediately bowed to express his gratitude. All right, go back and make the elixir. Li Wanru waved her hand. She didn't know why, but she suddenly became so kind. Perhaps it was because Shen Mo had given her too many surprises, or perhaps it was because his injuries were too severe, so she was desperate and tried every possible means to cure her illness. The Dragon and Tiger Pill is not as good as the Chi Gathering Pill. Although they are all first-level elixirs, the difficulty of refining and the operation techniques are close to those of second-level elixirs. Thinking about it now, she felt a little regretful. Why don't you leave? Li Wanru felt a little annoyed when she saw Shen Mo still standing there, and said in a cold voice. Shen Mo was a little embarrassed and simply lowered his head. I want 12 more blood-clotting herbs. Although I don't make pills, the dragon and tiger pill doesn't need blood-clotting grass at all. Do you really think I'm a fool? Li Wanru's eyes were filled with anger. If it weren't for the Qingshan sect's clear regulations, she really wanted to teach Shen Mo a lesson. No. Elder Li misunderstood. I not only refined the dragon and tiger pill, but also other pills. Shen Mo hurried to explain. He didn't dare to say that the recipe for the dragon and tiger pill was wrong, so he had to make up other excuses. Li Wan narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked straight at Shen Mo. Shen Mo raised his head and the two of them just stared at each other. A long time. Li Wanru sighed softly. Su raised his hand, and 12 blood coagulation grass flew out. Biting off more than you can chew, the right path is to focus on refining one type of elixir. Thank you, Elder Li, disciple understands. Shen Mo took the spiritual herb, turned around and quickly left Lingfang Pavilion, fearing that she would regret it. Looking at his departing back, Li Wanru's eyes were deep. I really can't delay healing my injury any longer. They actually placed their hopes on a person with 5 spiritual roots. Well, it's just a few thousand spirit stones, so let it fail. Thinking of this, she felt much more comfortable. The other side. Shen Mo rushed back to his residence without stopping. According to the system ratio, put each spiritual herb into the alchemy furnace. An hour passed. As expected, the dragon tiger pill was successful. The first time you refine it, it will definitely be a critical hit. A total of 4 perfect dragon and tiger pills. He swallowed one immediately. The pill entered his body and instantly turned into a sticky spiritual liquid that rushed around in his body. Ah, so good. Shen Mo couldn't help but scream. Unfortunately, this state only lasted for 1 minute before the spiritual fluid transformed into spiritual energy and was expelled from his body. Seeing this, he immediately swallowed all 3 dragon tiger pills. 3 minutes later. A powerful force emanated from Shen Mo, blowing the furniture in the room all over the place. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze becoming sharp. 7th level of Qi refining. It is worthy of being the perfect dragon tiger pill. 1 pill is worth 10 pills. In his imagination, he would need to swallow a large number of perfect Qi gathering pills to break through. Unexpectedly, he achieved a breakthrough after taking only 4 dragon tiger pills. Another month passed. During this period, Lu Ruyan came quietly several times. After the two had an in-depth communication with each other, they learned that Chu Xiaoran was in seclusion. It is said that he took too many pills and needed to go into seclusion to clear them up. With his careful care, Lu Ruyan's favorability reached 98, not far from the maximum value. Shen Mo was still at the 7th level of Qi refining, but after swallowing 3 dragon and tiger pills, he was not far from the 8th level. It's time to go meet the beautiful Li Wanru. Chapter 8 Perfect Pill, Identity Revealed. Elderly, long time no see. Looking at Li Wanru in a red dress, Shen Mo's eyes lit up. It turns out that beauty is a feast for the eyes. Every time he saw her, Shen Mo had an indescribable feeling. It's not just about wanting to sleep. Maybe it's because Li Wanru was too beautiful. Suddenly awakened, she twisted her slender waist and opened her sleepy eyes. It's you. It's only been a month. Have you come to pay back the money? Shen Mo quickly moved his eyes away from her plump breasts. I wonder how many spirit stones this pill can be exchanged for. Li Wanru, who was still sleepy, woke up instantly when she saw the pill he handed her. This pill. She snatched the pill away and examined it carefully. Yes, it is indeed the perfect dragon tiger pill. Li Wanru's expression suddenly became serious. How many furnaces did it take you to refine it? I borrowed some spiritual herbs from my senior sister, probably about 10 furnaces. Shen Mo quickly lied. Li Wanru nodded. She knew that the senior sister Shen Mo was referring to as Lu Ruyan. To produce a perfect pill after more than 10 furnaces, he is considered an alchemy genius. It's a pity that you have 5 spiritual roots, otherwise the sect would definitely train you vigorously. Elder Li, you're joking. Shen Mo said modestly, in my lifetime, if I can break through to the foundation building stage, I'll be so lucky. After hearing Shen Mo's words, Li Wanru finally turned her attention to him. You've made another breakthrough? My lifespan is short, there's nothing I can do. I took some dragon and tiger pills and luckily I broke through to another level. Shen Mo opened his mouth and spoke without hesitation, his voice full of helplessness. After hearing his explanation, Li Wanru's expression returned to normal. Although the dragon tiger pill is good, you still have to eat less. Otherwise, you won't be killed by the poison in the pill before you break through. Thank you for your concern, elderly. I will pay attention to it. Li Wanru put the pill away and whispered, the perfect dragon tiger pill is worth 20,000 spirit stones. After returning my spirit stones, there are 11,000 left. Should I exchange it for spirit herbs? I feel that the basic chi-inducing techniques issued by the sect are not suitable for me. I wonder if there are any other chi-inducing techniques? Shen Mo said. Of course it's not suitable for you. That chi-inducing technique is suitable for people with single and double spiritual roots. Li Wanru rolled her eyes at Shen Mo and continued. Do you know why the 5 spiritual roots are so slow to cultivate? Shen Mo immediately shook his head. The reason is very simple. The 5 spiritual roots, as the name suggests, are all about affinity with the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. But it is precisely because of this that the absorbed spiritual energy is evenly distributed among the 5 spiritual roots. For the same realm, the spiritual energy required for 5 spiritual roots is 5 times that of a single spiritual root. You may not see the difference in the early chi refining stage, but as you progress, the gap will become bigger and bigger. Perhaps the cultivator with a single spiritual root has reached the nascent soul stage, while the cultivator with 5 spiritual roots is still hesitating between chi refining and foundation establishment. I've said so much, do you understand? Shen Mo nodded quickly and asked, then there must be a technique suitable for the 5 spiritual roots, right? Li Wanru shook her head and sighed, it seems you still don't understand. I want you to concentrate on the path of alchemy and stop thinking about practicing. Shen Mo. Li Wanru said with a look of disappointment, if you can push the Tao of alchemy to its limit, you may be able to achieve immortality. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. There are thousands of great ways, and cultivation isn't the only correct path. Don't force some land to grow corn if it can only produce watermelons. Hybridization is possible. Shen Mo muttered softly. I understand. Shen Mo immediately changed his words. Focus on refining the elixir. I believe you can reach the level of a second-level alchemist in your lifetime. Li Wanru waved her hand and replaced the Polygonum multiflorum with hemoclotting herb as Shen Mo requested. After getting the spiritual herbs, Shen Mo said goodbye and left. Just as he left, a woman came over. She has a beautiful face and skin as white as snow. Her long hair was casually draped behind her, and her white gauze skirt dragged on the ground, perfectly hiding her slender and white calves. His chest was puffed out, perhaps not as big as Li Wanru's, but it was also magnificent. Elderly, I wonder if the Foreign Affairs Hall has any dragon and tiger pills for sale this month? Yesua spoke softly, like a lark, and her voice was very pleasant to the ear. Seeing the person coming, Li Wanru put away her smile and said, yes, there are, but the price is a bit high. Don't worry about the price, elderly. Please give me a few. Yesua said with a smile. Li Wanru snorted lightly, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with her attitude. It just ranks second among the outer sects? What's so cool about it? I originally entered the inner gate as the number 1 in the outer gate. Thinking of this, she took out the perfect dragon and tiger pill that Shen Mo had just given her, and took out 5 more from the stock. This one is 20,000. The others are 2,000. So expensive. Hearing the price, Yesua couldn't help but gasp. What kind of elixir is so expensive? Is it inlaid with diamonds? Or are the disciples at Alchemy Peak short of spirit stones again? A dragon tiger pill is only worth about 1,000 spirit stones. If it is of better quality, it can be sold for 2,000. But judging from the appearance of the pill, it is obviously not worth 20,000. Forget it if you don't want to buy it. The sect sets the price, and I have no right to change it. Li Wanru said coldly. If it were someone else, she would definitely explain why it was sold at such a high price, because it was a perfect pill. But given Yesua's attitude, she chose to remain silent. This way, I didn't violate the sect's rules and I could vent my anger. Yesua finally realized what was happening when she noticed Li Wanru's unhappy expression. It must be the tone of my voice that offended her. This resulted in the price being doubled. It is true that he is the second in the outer sect, but the big man in front of him is the elder of the sect. When I get promoted to the inner sect in the future, I will definitely have frequent dealings with them. Thinking of this, Yesua gritted her teeth and decided to follow Li Wanru's wishes as an apology. I'll buy it. I want all 6 of these pills. Here are the spirit stones. Elderly, please give them to me. As she spoke, she threw out a storage bag and took the dragon tiger pill. Li Wanru let the storage bag fall on the counter. Having lived for so long, how could she not see what Yesua meant? I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. Once you know the benefits of this pill, you will not have this attitude. Yesua got the pill and did not linger any longer. After bowing, she quickly left the Foreign Affairs Hall. Not long after, another woman rushed in a hurry. When she saw the person coming, Li Wanru unconsciously smiled. It's not that I'm familiar with this woman. But the woman in front of him came to the Foreign Affairs Hall almost every few days. Some time ago, Jang Lin accidentally bought the perfect chi-gathering pill sold by Shen Mo here. After tasting the sweetness, she became like crazy and stayed here every day. Hello, elderly. Do you have any perfect chi-gathering pills for sale today? Jang Lin patted her chest, smoothed out her breath, and bowed. Li Wanru shook her head and said, no. What should I do? Jang Lin stamped her feet anxiously. Since you are so anxious, I will tell you directly who is the alchemist. Chapter 9. Didn't Lu Ruyan just leave? Is she here again? Can I? Upon hearing the news, Jang Lin was stunned for a moment. Why not? The Foreign Affairs Hall doesn't have any explicit regulations requiring the seller to keep it confidential. But. Jang Lin lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, and said, I heard that the disciples of Lingdan Peak are greedy. Plus, since they're asking for the medicine in person, the price will definitely exceed the original value. I'm just an outer disciple. Even if I buy them, I probably won't be able to buy many. Jang Lin immediately expressed her concerns. Faced with her frankness, Li Wanru gave her a lot of extra points in her heart. She really liked this kind of personality. Much better than that arrogant Yesua. You don't need to worry about this. He is not from Lingdan Peak and lives outside the gate. Really? Jang Lin's eyes lit up. Of course, he is the outer disciple Shen Mo. Silence? Hearing the name, Jang Lin thought about it for a moment and then remembered it. After all, Shen Mo's name is well known in this outer sect. Is it him? Doesn't he have 5 spiritual roots? Jang Lin was obviously a little unconvinced. She had seen the elixir in Lu Ruyan's hand before. It's black and you can tell at a glance that it's not of good quality. So what if I have 5 spiritual roots? Alchemy is no different from cultivation. It's not impossible to achieve enlightenment one day. Besides, how could I lie to you? Hearing Jang Lin looking down on Shen Mo, Li Wanru subconsciously spoke up to defend him. No. I know I'm wrong. Jang Lin quickly bowed and clasped his fists to apologize. Seeing her panic, Li Wanru chuckled, sweeping away the unhappiness in her heart. You didn't do anything wrong, why are you apologizing? It's normal to have doubts. Even I had doubts at the time. Thank you, elderly, for letting me know. I'll come again tomorrow. Jang Lin said with a fist salute. Li Wanru was a little confused. Aren't you going to look for him? Since fellow Daoist Shen hasn't appeared in the External Affairs Hall, he must be concentrating on refining the elixir. I'm afraid of disturbing fellow Daoist Shen by going there presumptuously. Let's wait a few days and see. Jang Lin bowed again and disappeared in a flash. Seeing this scene, Li Wanru smiled. What an impatient person. He even planned to tell her that Shen Mo had just been here and was definitely not refining the elixir. Forget it. I'll tell her tomorrow. She lay back in the rocking chair, muttering to herself. The reason why he told Jang Lin Shen Mo's identity. On the one hand, Jang Lin is a very likable girl. On the other hand, he wanted to spread Shen Mo's fame and let other disciples come to him for medicine. That way, Shen Mo would have no time to concentrate on cultivation and could better immerse himself in the world of alchemy. This is also a little selfish of hers. Only if Shen Mo breaks through to the second-level alchemist as soon as possible will her injuries have a chance of being healed. The other side. Yesua returned to her residence and looked at the 6 pills in front of her, anger rising in her eyes. Isn't he just an outer sect elder? I also have a natural spiritual root, so I may become an elder in the future. I'll keep this grudge in mind. As she spoke, she picked up a dragon tiger pill and swallowed it. After the pill entered her body, she hurriedly started practicing the chi induction technique. Not long after, Yesua opened her beautiful eyes, and there was even more anger in them. Bah, it really is a low-quality pill. Unfortunately, there's not much time left in the competition. Although I have no problem getting into the top 3 with my strength, I still need to improve a little bit to be on the safe side. Thinking of this, she picked up another pill and swallowed it. This went on for 2 days. After digesting 5 ordinary dragon tiger pills, Yesua's realm reached the peak of the 8th level of chi refining, and she was only 1 step away from the 9th level of chi refining. Every time she ate one, she couldn't help but curse Li Wanru in her heart. I hope you won't disappoint me too much, otherwise, I will never let you go. Yesua picked up the last dragon tiger pill and swallowed it in 1 gulp. As soon as the pill entered her body, she realized something was wrong. This feeling is so comfortable. She couldn't help but exclaim. Unlike Shen Mo, who absorbed the pill violently, she quickly held her breath and concentrated, practicing her skills. 2 more days passed. Foreign Affairs Hall. Yesua rushed in anxiously. Elder Li. Excuse me, do you still have that kind of medicine? Her action immediately attracted the attention of people around her. Isn't this Senior Sister Ji? Wow, it's real. Senior Sister Ji is alive. I've been in Qingshan sect for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen a living person. Isn't the competition coming up soon? How can she still have time to attend the Foreign Affairs Hall? Oh, our Senior Sister Ji has already secured a spot in the top 3. So what if she doesn't practice for the next 2 months? Yesua ignored everyone else and stared at Li Wanru with burning eyes. Seeing her like this, Li Wanru felt extremely happy. What kind of pill? It's the dragon and tiger pill I bought a few days ago. Oh, dragon tiger pill, there's more. After saying that, Li Wanru took out a few dragon and tiger pills and placed them on the counter. When Yesua saw the pill, her face suddenly darkened. She knew that Li Wanru was still angry. But when I think about getting more perfect dragon and tiger pills, maybe I can compete for first place in the competition. She immediately put on a smile and said softly, Elderly, I was ignorant before. Please don't hold it against me. Li Wanru shook her head, I really don't have the kind of elixir you need. However, I can tell you who made the elixir. Yesua was originally planning to lose her temper, but when she heard Li Wanru's next words, her expression changed instantly. The face changed 2 colors at the same time, which almost made Li Wanru laugh. Please give me some advice, Elderly. I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. Yesua bent her waist to 90 degrees and said sincerely. Forget it, get up. Li Wanru stopped keeping the secret and said, It's the outer sect disciple Shen Mo. Silence? Hearing this name, Yesua was slightly stunned. I tried hard to search for the memory of this name in my mind. After a moment, she finally remembered. That Lu Ruyan's bootleaker. Is it that old man? She asked tentatively, a little unsure. If I remember correctly, Shen Mo seems to be only around 30 years old. If you call him like that, be careful that he won't make pills for you. Li Wanru chuckled. It's really him. Yesua suppressed her shock and bowed to Li Wanru to say goodbye. After Shen Mo returned to his residence, he immediately began to refine pills. Several days passed. Keep 4 dragon and tiger pills and swallow the remaining dozen or so. If it weren't for the fact that some of the medicinal materials had to be set aside to carefully refine pills for Lu Ruyan, his strength can definitely be improved. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Shen Mo was slightly stunned. What's going on? Didn't Lu Ruyan just leave? Isn't she still not satisfied? Chapter 10 Go back, this old guy won't refine it for you. The door opened. It's not Lu Ruyan. Yesua wore a silver hairpin on her head and let her black hair fall over her shoulders. She has no makeup on, but her face is radiant. A white Taoist robe tightly wraps her exquisite curves. Name, Yesua. Gender, female. Age, 29 150. Constitution, water spiritual root. Realm, 9th level of Qi refining. Favorability, 10. Looking at the panel that appeared in front of him, Shen Mo was a little confused. Yesua? One of the 3 outer sect beauties. But, I have never had any intersection with her? Why did you come to my house at this time? Could it be that Lu Ruyan was showing off her heroic achievements? That's not right. After all, Qingshan sect is a righteous sect, and Lu Ruyan has a Taoist partner, so it is impossible for her to publicize this matter. So what is she doing here? Seeing Shen Mo's stupid expression, Yesua felt proud and straightened her chest. She opened her red lips and said, "Is this how junior brother Shen treats guests? Would you like me to come in and sit down?" Shen Mo did not answer, still thinking about the question in his mind. Junior brother Shen? Yesua reminded tentatively. Oh. Senior sister, please come in. Don't hit a smiling person. Since the other party has been showing goodwill, Shen Mo had no choice but to extend his hand and invite her in. Entering the room, I looked at the simple facilities inside. Yesua couldn't help but frown slightly, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. Without waiting for Shen Mo to speak, she walked straight to the table and sat down. Crack! As soon as I sat down, I heard a fragile sound from the stool. When I looked down, I found that the stool was tied with a rope. Looking to the side, the table was the same. As an alchemist, does Shen Mo live such a difficult life? Yesua was so scared that she jumped up immediately, fearing that she would fall down if she lost her balance. Little did they know that these tables, chairs and benches were all his and Lu Ruyan's masterpieces. Ahem. Senior sister Ji, what do you want to talk to me about? Shen Mo said awkwardly. Yesua looked at Shen Mo, retracting all the disdain in her eyes. She curved her beautiful eyes and smiled. Junior brother Shen, can you make a few pills for me? Of course I can, but senior sister should have heard that 9 out of 10 pills I refine are defective, and the remaining one is just barely successful. Shen Mo did not refuse directly, but changed the subject. Junior brother Shen, you're joking. I've personally experienced the efficacy of that perfect dragon tiger pill, otherwise I wouldn't be coming to you to ask for it. Yesua smiled even brighter when she saw Shen Mo's refusal. He also took the initiative to pick up the teapot on the table and filled a cup for Shen Mo. In the past, this would have been almost impossible. But now, she had no choice but to lower her posture in order to ask for help from others. Junior brother Shen, stop standing there and come and have some tea. Faced with such hospitality, Shen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and his thoughts drifted away. It seems that Li Wanru leaked the secret. Fortunately, I had kept some in reserve and only took 1 or 2 out each time. But then I thought about it. He then understood Li Wanru's intention. She wanted him to be promoted to a 2nd-level alchemist as soon as possible. In this way, you can avoid the middleman's profit margin and perhaps even make a lot of money. It looks like she doesn't have much time left. Shen Mo had noticed before that Li Wanru, who had a top-grade fire spiritual root, was only at the perfect foundation building stage and was also an elder. This was too unreasonable. You should know that only those who have reached the Jindan realm are qualified to become elders in Qingshan sect. Combined with Li Wanru's previous behavior, such as sleepiness and her focus on the 2nd-level alchemist, she must have been seriously injured. Junior brother Shen? Seeing Shen Mo standing there, Yesua showed a hint of displeasure on her face and urged. Oh. Shen Mo came to his senses, walked to the table, sat down, and drank the tea in one gulp. Senior sister Ji, what did you just say? Hearing Shen Mo's absent-minded question, Yesua's smile froze. It seemed that the other party didn't hear a word she said just now. She is the jewel in the crown of the Ji family in Dianzhou. Even in the outer sect of Qingshan sect, she is still a favored daughter of heaven. Normally, other disciples would greet her with smiles and would be eager to lick her feet, but Shen Mo gave her a warning. When had she ever been looked down upon like this? But when he thought that only this old man Shen Mo could refine the perfect dragon tiger pill without any poison, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile on his face again. Junior brother. I'm asking if you can refine a few perfect dragon tiger pills for me? No problem. After sorting out his thoughts, Shen Mo agreed immediately. Isn't it stupid not to make money when you have it? I wonder how many senior sister Ji wants. 2. No problem. 5. No problem. 10. Of course. Seeing Shen Mo agreed so readily, Yesua's face was full of smiles. This old man must have been distracted just now. Sure enough, my charm is still the same as before. The deal was done. Yesua did not linger any longer and turned to leave. Etc. Yesua turned her head and saw Shen Mo extending a hand with an expectant look on his face. She didn't react for a moment and asked in confusion, "What are you doing, junior brother?" "Spirit stones." Shen Mo said bluntly, "One perfect dragon tiger pill costs 20,000 spirit stones, and 10 cost 200,000. Senior sister can also use medicinal herbs to exchange. A perfect dragon tiger pill requires 8 Lingshin grass and 2 Polygonum multiflorum. About 10 batches will produce a perfect dragon tiger pill. Taking into account the loss during the refining process, senior sister estimates that she will need to prepare 120 furnaces of medicinal materials." After listening to Shen Mo's explanation, Yesua was dumbfounded. "I don't have any spirit stones." "Ha? Senior sister, are you trying to make fun of me?" Shen Mo was stunned for half a second and smiled. "Refining pills for me is the blessing you earned in your previous life. How dare you ask me for spirit stones?" Yesua resumed her attitude of keeping strangers away, raised her eyes, and looked down at Shen Mo. "As long as you refine the elixir for me, I will declare you my foster brother in the sect. How about that? With my fame, no one else will dare to have any improper thoughts about you." Shen Mo withdrew his hand, as if he understood. "So, Yesua wants to get it for free. You have the spirit stone?" Yesua was slightly stunned, followed Shen Mo's gaze, and reacted instantly. A cold murderous intent suddenly rose in the room. "Since you're an alchemist, I'll spare your life. But if you dare to use foul language again next time, I'll kill you. If you don't believe me, kill me if you dare." Shen Mo stiffened his neck and smiled. "Are you kidding me? Do you think he was brought up by fear? He knows the rules of Qingshan sect better than anyone else. He didn't believe the other party dared to take action. Even if he took action, he was only at the 7th level of qi refining, not much different from the other party." Yesua's beautiful eyes contained murderous intent, and she said coldly, "Humph, are you sure you don't want to refine it for me? Give me the spirit stone down there, and I'll think about it." Bang! Faced with Shen Mo's teasing, Yesua could no longer bear it and directly smashed the chair with a palm. After doing all this, she turned around and left the room. As soon as he went out, he ran into Jang Lin, who came to ask for medicine. "Junior sister Jang, are you here to ask for medicine too?" As one of the 3 beauties, Yesua naturally recognized Jang Lin. "Senior sister Ji, you are here too?" Yesua did not answer directly, but sneered and said, "Go back, this old thing won't refine it for you." Chapter 11. I want to get to know my senior sister better. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I want to try it again. Faced with Yesua's kind reminder, Jang Lin did not give up. She is not as good as Yesua. She does not have a strong background or extremely high talent. If she could get close to Shen Mo, it would be her only hope in this life. Even if it is extremely difficult and dangerous, she will give it a try. What do you mean? Can senior sister harm you? First he was humiliated by Shen Mo, and now a junior sister who is at the 7th level of qi refining dares to refute him. Yesua immediately got angry. What are you arguing about? This is not your residence, Miss Ji. Just then, Shen Mo's voice came from the room. He just smiled and slowly walked out of the room. Jang Lin was the first to react and bowed deeply to Shen Mo. "I am Jang Lin, and I am honored to meet you, Senior Shen." "Hiss, what day is today?" The 3 beauties from the outer sect gathered together? When Shen Mo saw Jang Lin, his eyes widened. Name, Jang Lin. Gender, female. Age, 3150. Constitution, water and wood spiritual roots. Realm, qi refining level 7. Favorability, 0. He's just a piece of trash with 15 spiritual roots, and you actually call him senior, Jang Lin, you're really going backwards. Yesua became unhappy when she saw Jang Lin's attitude. They are the 3 beauties from the outer sect, and they share the glory together. Isn't this a slap in her face? I have my own considerations, no need for senior sister to worry about me. Jang Lin raised her head and retorted bluntly. Besides, in the world of immortal cultivation, the most accomplished are respected. Shen Mo is able to refine perfect elixirs, so it's not shameful for me to call him a senior. Shen Mo's success rate in refining perfect pills is much higher than that of others. Others may not know, but she knows everything clearly as she stays in Lingfang every day. Combined with Shen Mo and Yesua's attitudes before and after, she realized that there must have been a conflict between the two, and her opportunity had come. You, hum. Yesua's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She raised her finger and pointed at Jang Lin, saying angrily, "You're behaving like this, are you worthy of the title of our three beauties?" Three beauties? Ha! Jang Lin shook her head and retorted, "I didn't expect senior sister Ji to be so concerned with reputation." Hearing this, Yesua was so angry that her plump chest could not stop rising and falling. "Okay, if you want to argue, go somewhere else and don't disturb my peace." Shen Mo had seen enough and immediately said, "Sister Jiang, right? Come in and I'll make you a pill. I don't want anything from you. Silence you." Hearing that Shen Mo agreed so easily and without charging any fees, Yesua was immediately furious. Shen Mo was too lazy to look anymore and turned and walked into the room. Jang Lin turned around and said with a smile, "Senior sister, I'll go in first." After saying that, without waiting for Yesua's response, she quickly followed Shen Mo's pace. Good. 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 The expression on Yesua's face changed rapidly, and her bare hands made a creaking sound. "Don't let me run into you two bastards at the competition." In the room, Jang Lin intertwined her fingers and stood quietly at the door, waiting for Shen Mo to speak. She knew that Shen Mo just wanted to piss off Yesua. It is impossible to give away pills for free. Seeing this, Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle, pointing to a chair beside him and said softly, "Senior sister Jiang, don't be restrained, sit down." Good. Jang Lin nodded and slowly walked to the table and sat down. "I wonder how many senior sister Jiang wants." 10, is that okay? As soon as she opened her mouth, she noticed that Shen Mo's expression changed. He hurriedly changed his words and said, "If Senior Shen thinks this is too much, 5 will do." As she spoke, she took out her storage bag and started searching. Soon, a total of 9,000 spirit stones were placed on the table. Jang Lin glanced at Shen Mo and said awkwardly, "Let's take 4 chi gathering pills. The extra 1,000 spirit stones are just a reward for your hard work." Chi gathering pill? Shen Mo was slightly stunned. The reason why he looked unhappy just now was that he thought Jang Lin was the same as Yesua, asking for 10 dragon and tiger pills. After all this time, it turned out to be the chi gathering pill, and he was ready to start fighting. According to the current method of refining chi gathering pills, 9,000 spirit stones of medicinal materials can probably be used to refine hundreds of pills, which is a sure profit. "If you don't want to, I'll come back next time." Seeing that Shen Mo didn't reply for a long time, Jang Lin felt a chill in her heart and stood up. Etc. Jang Lin looked up at Shen Mo, a little confused. Did he change his mind? Why are you suddenly so short of elixirs recently? Shen Mo asked the question in his mind. This is such a coincidence, 1 or 2 of them, plus Chu Xiaoran before, the demand for elixirs has increased too much recently. Senior Shen has been obsessed with alchemy for many years, but he doesn't know. Jang Lin glanced at Shen Mo, organized his words in his mind, and then said, "Qingshan sect holds an outer sect competition every 10 years. It just so happens that it will start in 2 months. As long as you can make it into the top 50, you'll receive a foundation establishment pill. If you make it into the top 10, you'll be directly promoted to the inner sect. Not only will your salary increase, but you'll also be able to choose a disciple to follow you into the soon-to-be open True Dragon Nest secret realm. I originally thought that with the strength of the 7th level of chi refining, the probability of entering the top 50 is still quite high. But as luck would have it, I stumbled upon the secret realm of the True Dragon's Nest, which only opens once every 50 years. Seeing Shen Mo still looking puzzled, Jang Lin paused for a moment, waiting for him to digest everything, and then continued, "The True Dragon Nest secret realm contains a large number of rare treasures, but only those in the chi refining realm are allowed to enter. So, many fellow disciples in the sect gave up on breaking through to the foundation building stage and competed for this opportunity at the state of chi refining great perfection. This also means, my 7th level of chi refining is not good enough." No wonder. After listening to Jang Lin's explanation, Shen Mo suddenly understood and smiled. "Take these spirit stones." He pushed the spirit stone on the table in front of Jang Lin. Jang Lin lowered her eyes, looking unwilling but helpless. "I said I would make pills for you for free and give you spirit stones. Aren't you humiliating me?" Shen Mo changed the subject and spoke. Jang Lin's eyes lit up when she heard that. She immediately raised her head to meet his gaze and said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior Shen." "Thank you, Senior Shen." With another 10 perfect Qi gathering pills, she is confident that she can break through to the 8th level of Qi training. If I try harder, then maybe I can really get into the top 50. But I have an unreasonable request. I wonder if Senior Sister Jiang can satisfy it. Shen Mo stroked his chin, looked at Jang Lin's delicate body with interest, and said, "Senior Shen, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it." Jang Lin's eyes were burning, and she didn't notice that there was something wrong with his eyes. "Please sit down first, let's talk slowly." Hearing Shen Mo speak, Jang Lin didn't dare to refute and sat down immediately. "You know, I've been doing nothing for so many years, and now my time is almost up." Shen Mo stood up and slowly walked behind Jang Lin. "I wonder if I can go to the bed with Senior Sister Jiang and get to know her better before I die." Chapter 12, Senior Sister Li is planning to marry me? Jang Lin thought about it a lot, but she never expected Shen Mo to make such a request. Her whole head was buzzing. Shen Mo's eyes lit up when he saw this. If there is no direct rejection, then there is hope. So he continued, "Let me tell you the truth. I can refine more than just Qi gathering pills. Have you heard of dragon and tiger pills? Yesua just came to ask for this kind of pill. The perfect dragon tiger pill is not cheap. One pill costs 10,000 spirit stones. According to the nature of the spiritual square pavilion, it might even sell for 20,000. And you can easily obtain it by just giving your body. Perfect dragon tiger pill?" Jang Lin muttered softly. No wonder Yesua, with her identity and background, had to come in person to ask for medicine. No wonder. But when she thought about sacrificing her innocence, she hesitated again. "Don't worry, God, the earth, you, and I all know about this. After I die, no one will know about this." Seeing that Jang Lin was wavering, Shen Mo stepped up his efforts and continued to deceive her. "With the help of the Dragon Tiger Pill, isn't it a sure thing for you to be in the top 50? Get the Foundation Establishment Pill, break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, and even potentially reach the Golden Core stage in the future. Aren't you tempted? Golden Elixir?" Jang Lin didn't even dare to think about it. At this moment, Shen Mo's hand gently fell on her beautiful shoulder. She trembled all over as if struck by lightning. She was about to burst out her spiritual power to resist, but when she thought of Shen Mo's promise, she hesitated. It was at this moment of hesitation. A pair of large hands passed through the Taoist robe and slid down. Jang Lin opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at the big hand on her chest in disbelief. "No, no." "Oh? So I let go?" "No. Jang Lin blushed and quickly turned her head away. She is now in a difficult situation. Things have come to this, and if I don't let Shen Mo continue, I always feel like I've suffered a great loss. But letting Shen Mo continue feels like a bigger disadvantage. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Shen Mo immediately picked her up. 10,000 words omitted here. An hour later. Bond value plus 100. Jang Lin favorability plus 20. Shen Mo's eyes lit up. She is worthy of being a cook. She can do as much work as Lu Ruyan does in a month. After Jang Lin left, Shen Mo started to refine the elixir without stopping. He refined 12 batches of energy in a row, during which he had a critical hit once, and produced a total of 26 perfect Qi gathering pills. Without any hesitation, he took 20 pills. Under the impact of the huge spiritual power, Shen Mo's realm once again reached a new height. The 8th level of Qi training. Sure enough, the 5 spiritual roots are still too useless. The further you go, the more spiritual power you need. Even though he had used all his strength to activate the Qi attraction technique, he still couldn't stop the loss of a large amount of spiritual power. But it doesn't matter, he's not much else, just Dando. It's time to prepare the materials for building the foundation. Shen Mo left the room and walked towards Lingfang Pavilion. There are still 2 more realms to reach before building the foundation, the 9th level of Qi training and the Great Perfection. But based on the previous loss of spiritual power, he didn't think that he could break through with just one foundation building pill. Be prepared to be on the safe side. Even if you don't use it at that time, you can definitely sell it for a good price. Just arrived at Lingfang Pavilion. Li Wanru's eyes flashed with brilliance, and her powerful aura directly enveloped Shen Mo. Shen Mo felt his breath catch, and he quickly said, "Elderly, please retract your magical power. I'm a little overwhelmed." Li Wanru's eyes were like an eagle, staring straight at Shen Mo, without withdrawing her pressure. The 8th level of Qi training. Having his cultivation level directly exposed, Shen Mo smiled awkwardly. "This is not the imminent danger of death, there is nothing we can do." Li Wanru didn't believe his nonsense. Once or twice is fine. He has reached the 8th level of Qi refining. His lifespan has increased by at least several decades. How can he still be in danger of death? This is a lie. But she didn't expose it. Shen Mo's improved strength is beneficial to her. Li Wanru put away her spiritual power and smiled. "Tell me, what are you going to exchange for this time?" "So beautiful," Shen Mo said subconsciously. Hearing this, Li Wanru's smile instantly disappeared, and she said coldly, "You tease the sect elders, don't you know how to write the word death?" Shen Mo reacted immediately and took out 2 perfect dragon and tiger pills from his storage bag and placed them on the counter. Old rules? Seeing the pill, she no longer argued with Shen Mo. "No. These 2 pills are a gift to you." Li Wanru did not accept it, but looked at Shen Mo with interest. "Over the past year, thanks to the elders' care, I have had the opportunity to survive. Some time ago, I made a breakthrough in my alchemy skills and noticed that the elders seem to have suffered internal injuries. I thought this dragon tiger pill might be able to help." Hearing Shen Mo's explanation, Li Wanru's heart warmed and her face was no longer cold. "You are thoughtful. The dragon tiger pill is useless to me, take it back. If you really want to help me, then quickly reach the level of a 2nd level alchemist." After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and medicinal herbs worth 20,000 fell neatly on the counter. But Shen Mo remained unmoved. He bowed again and said, "Elderly, please put away the dragon tiger pill, otherwise I will be uneasy. If your heart is restless, your Dao heart will be blocked, and you won't be able to fully sprint towards becoming a 2nd level alchemist." Shen Mo doesn't even need to draft his lies now. The purpose of his coming here today was to give away elixirs and make friends with Li Wanru. As long as she accepts the pills, as an elder, she will definitely be able to obtain something far more precious than the pills. Li Wanru favorability plus 10. "I won't take your pills for nothing. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come to me and I can help you once." Seeing Shen Mo so stubborn, Li Wanru had no choice but to accept the dragon tiger pill. Shen Mo was delighted. It turned out that he could increase his favorability without sleeping. "Why didn't you say this earlier? He always acts like a big bad wolf." "Anything else?" "Something really happened." Shen Mo rubbed his hands and took out 3 perfect dragon and tiger pills again. Seeing this scene, Li Wanru's eyes widened. If someone had said before that Shen Mo could reach the level of a 2nd level alchemist, she would have been skeptical. Now, she is certain that Shen Mo will be able to break through to the 2nd level alchemist, provided that he has enough lifespan. Shen Mo's knowledge is still far behind Li Wanru's. The group of self-righteous alchemists at Lingdan Peak couldn't produce a few perfect pills in a year. Shen Mo, on the other hand, always makes a perfect move. For a moment, she felt that Shen Mo was stabbed in the ass by God. "Tell me, what do you want?" "I want the foundation building pill recipe, is that okay?" "No." Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was rejected by Li Wanru. Perhaps sensing her unkind tone, she added softly, "Foundation building pills are directly under the sect's jurisdiction. I don't have any. You can use this spirit gathering array flag first. After you break through to great perfection, I will find a way to get the foundation establishment pill for you." After she finished speaking, she waved her hand and 4 golden flags flew out from the storage bag. "What is this?" Shen Mo asked doubtfully. "Placing it beside you can gather the spiritual energy around you, preventing it from dissipating in a short period of time. You have 5 spiritual roots and cannot effectively gather spiritual energy. With these 4 formation flags, the situation will improve a lot." Li Wanru explained gently. "Thank you, elderly." Shen Mo accepted it immediately without hesitation. After exchanging for enough medicinal herbs, he left Lingfeng Pavilion. The moment he left, a charming female voice sounded. "Oh, the Earth-grade spirit gathering array has been given away. Is Senior Sister Li planning to pledge her love to you next?" Chapter 13, The Immortal Pill is ready, Zhong Linger comes to visit. Snort! The Spirit Gathering Array flag has been given to me by my master. I can give it to anyone I want. It's not your turn to interfere. Seeing the person coming, Li Wanru put away her good expression and said disdainfully, "Senior sister, don't be angry." Zhong Linger giggled and went straight to the backstage. She occupied her exclusive rocking chair and lay down on it. "Aren't you in seclusion? What brings you to my Lingfang pavilion?" Li Wanru glanced at Zhong Linger and said coldly, "Isn't this because I miss my senior sister?" Zhong Linger rocked in the rocking chair by herself and said aggrievedly, "Don't give me that. Will you miss me?" Li Wanru narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. "You wish I would die sooner, right?" "Senior sister, what are you talking about? You are going to marry into the Shangyan sect now. Master will definitely not let you die." When Li Wanru heard the three words Shangyanzone, her face changed instantly. She pulled Zhong Linger up from the rocking chair and said, "If you came here to piss me off, then congratulations, you did it. If you're alright, you can go." "No, senior sister." Zhong Linger saw that Li Wanru was angry and stopped provoking her. "I'm here on the orders of our master. I have something to tell you." "What did master say?" Li Wanru asked respectfully. "Master said that after letting you out to relax for so long, it's time to focus. If you still haven't recovered from your injuries after the competition, you will have to go to Shangyan sect with him." Zhong Linger said softly. "What a shame. I wanted to go in my sister's place, but my master said I was too dissolute and a disgrace to our sect. Now that the message has been delivered, you can leave." Li Wanru turned her head away and pointed to the door. "Leaving? I'm not going." Zhong Linger walked to the counter and said with a sweet smile, "My retreat is finally over. I need to have fun for 2 days before returning to the inner gate." "Whatever you want." Li Wanru snorted coldly. "Where should we go first?" Zhong Linger rested her chin on her hand and began to think. "That disciple named Shen Mo is interesting. I'll go take a look." "You dare." Li Wanru turned her head, murderous intent flashing in her eyes. The air around also dropped several degrees and suddenly became cold. Fortunately, it was already night and there was no one else in Lingfang Pavilion. If everyone saw Li Wanru so furious for a man, they would probably be shocked. Chuckle. Zhong Linger covered her mouth lightly, unable to hide her smile. "Senior sister, are you really moved? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell master?" Seeing that Li Wanru was still fighting for her life, Zhong Linger shrugged and continued, "Senior sister, please put away your magical powers. I'm at the Golden Core realm. In your current state, you can't do anything to me." Li Wanru closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed her murderous intent. "He and I have nothing to do with each other. He is just an alchemist with a short lifespan but extraordinary talent." "I know. With senior sister's talent, how could she possibly be interested in such a loser?" Zhong Linger chuckled. "I was just joking with senior sister. I have to hurry back to report to master." Hearing this, Li Wanru breathed a sigh of relief imperceptibly. Little did he know that this subtle movement was caught by Zhong Linger. "Shen Mo, right? I want to see who he is." She turned and left, and this time Li Wanru did not stop her. The other side. As soon as Shen Mo walked into the room, Jang Lin followed him in. Of course he knew what he was doing. He didn't hide anything and directly took out the only remaining perfect dragon tiger pill. When Jang Lin saw the pill, her eyes widened. After returning, she thought about it over and over again, and always felt that Shen Mo would not give her the perfect dragon and tiger pill. At most, it can be a perfect chi gathering pill. Thinking that it would be inconvenient with so many people around during the day, he secretly came to deliver some medicinal materials at night so that Shen Mo could refine the dragon and tiger pill. But I didn't expect Shen Mo to be serious, and directly gave him the perfect dragon and tiger pill. Jang Lin's favorability plus 10. She no longer hid her incompetence and immediately handed over a storage bag. Shen Mo was slightly stunned, then laughed dumbly and said, "This is what you deserve." "I said I don't want your spirit stones." "No." Jang Lin blushed and turned her head away, saying, "This is a pill recipe and some herbs I accidentally found when I went down the mountain last time." "I'm not an alchemist, I don't understand this recipe." "Oh?" Shen Mo became interested when he heard it. "New pill formula detected, have you understood it?" "Understanding. The recipe for the Immortal Desire pill was detected to be incorrect." 100 bond points were spent. The understanding has been corrected. Immortal Desire Pill, a first-level pill. After taking it, the flow of qi and blood in the body increases several times, greatly improving combat effectiveness. How is it? What is the recipe? Jang Lin asked curiously. Shen Mo looked at her strangely and said nothing. Judging from the name, it doesn't look like a good medicine. The immortal pill is a first-grade pill, and the medicinal materials required are not very demanding. The storage bag given by Jang Lin just happens to contain this kind of medicinal materials, which is just enough to start a furnace. Want to know? Wait a minute, I'll make a furnace for you to try. Shen Mo smiled. No, I need to go back and digest this pill first. I can't chew too much. Ever since she had that relationship with Shen Mo, Jang Lin has become bolder. She winked at Shen Mo and immediately ran out of the room, leaving behind only a gust of fragrant breeze. Shen Mo shook his head and laughed. What's wrong? Do I really look like an old pervert? After adjusting his mood, he immediately entered the state of alchemy. As expected, the Yuxian pill had a critical hit. Look at the 2 bright red pills in the bottle. Shen Mo smiled, put it directly on the table, and devoted himself to refining the dragon tiger pill. Several days passed. Finally, all the medicinal herbs in his hand were used up. A total of 62 perfect dragon and tiger pills were obtained, with 2 critical hits during the period. With so many dragon and tiger pills, and the help of the spirit gathering array flags, Shen Mo was confident that he can reach the great perfection of qi refining. He shook his sore neck and was about to stand up. Suddenly, a cold murderous intent locked onto him. That's really interesting. He's worthy of being the manly Wanru likes. Hearing this, Shen Mo felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his back was instantly wet with cold sweat. Discovered? He turned his head stiffly. I saw a woman in a black gauze dress standing at the door. The gauze skirt has a high slit style, and a pair of straight, white, long legs are directly exposed to the air. Fortunately, I was wearing underwear underneath, otherwise I would have been exposed. But Shen Mo was not in the mood to appreciate it. Because he saw the woman's panel. Name, Zhong Linger. Gender, female. Age, 5600. Constitution, gold spiritual root. Realm, early golden core stage. Favorability, 0. A great monk in the Jindan stage. He swallowed, his throat dry. I just don't know when she appeared here. If I had been here for a long time, I would have been exposed. At this moment, Zhong Linger smiled charmingly. What a great alchemy technique. It's truly amazing. Compared to you, those self-proclaimed geniuses from Lingdan Peak are nothing but trash. Chapter 14, I eat the Yuxian pill as candy. I don't have the antidote. Senior, thank you for your praise. I am just lucky. Shen Mo lowered his head hurriedly, not daring to look him in the eye. However, Zhong Linger didn't respond at all. She walked into the room, looked around, then came to Shen Mo and held up his chin with her hand. TSK. He's a bit old and doesn't have much left to live. He must have been quite handsome when he was young. No wonder my senior sister likes him. Shen Mo smiled awkwardly, took a step back, and asked, who is this senior sister? What are you afraid of? Can I eat you? Zhong Linger raised her brows slightly, a little displeased. I wonder what you want to talk to me about, senior. Shen Mo saw that the situation was not good and quickly changed the subject. Zhong Linger narrowed her beautiful eyes and stared at Shen Mo without blinking. After a long while, she giggled. Are you interested in going to the inner gate with me? Senior, are you from the inner sect? Shen Mo exclaimed. He had guessed it long ago. In this outer sect, there was no one like Zhong Linger among the elders he was familiar with. Then it can only be from the inner gate. Moreover, she kept calling me senior sister, but there were only a few people in the outer sect who knew my alchemy skills. After eliminating them one by one, only Li Wanru was left. But since the other party was unwilling to tell me, I had no choice but to cooperate with the performance. Zhong Linger was very satisfied when she saw Shen Mo's expression. She couldn't help but straighten her chest, which was very eye-catching. Yes, I am from the inner gate. How about it, are you interested? Entering the inner sect is like leaping over the dragon gate. As long as you perform well, the sect will vigorously cultivate you to become a second-level alchemist, or even a third-level one. Hearing this, Shen Mo's face suddenly showed a conflicted look. You definitely can't enter the inner door now. He didn't want to be treated like a monkey. It is euphemistically called cultivation, but to put it bluntly, it is just an alchemy machine. Moreover, once his alchemy skills were exposed, he would be imprisoned immediately. Zhong Linger was not in a hurry and waited quietly for Shen Mo to consider it. She believed that the price she offered was already high. After all, for a person with 5 spiritual roots, having the opportunity to enter the inner gate is a blessing he has earned in his previous life. She couldn't help laughing when she thought about Shen Mo being taken to the inner gate. She and Li Wanru are sisters who grew up together, but Li Wanru has shown amazing talent since childhood. The master and other seniors praised Li Wanru generously. This led to Zhong Linger being ignored. She is just more playful, and her talent is actually not bad. Over time, her attitude towards her sister Li Wanru also changed. From envy and jealousy at the beginning, to love turning into hate in the end. As long as it belongs to Li Wanru, she will try every means to take it, including men. Since Shen Mo is Li Wanru's alchemist, she naturally will not let him go. Ha! What kind of pill is this? While she was free, Zhong Linger suddenly discovered the red pill on the table. Without waiting for Shen Mo to speak, she stretched out her jade hand and grabbed it in the air, and it appeared in her hand. Shen Mo was still a step too late and failed to stop it. This isn't a good medicine. Senior, this is the useless pill I made. Waste pill? Zhong Linger showed doubt on her face. She poured out a pill from the pill bottle and put it in her palm to examine it carefully. She took it to her nose and sniffed it again. I just felt the blood flow in my body suddenly speed up, and my breathing became faster. Yes, it's the waste pill. If you want a pill, why not try this? Shen Mo said as he took out a perfect dragon tiger pill from his storage bag, wanting to exchange it for the immortal delight pill in her hand. Zhong Linger glanced at the pill in his hand and couldn't help but sneer. Although I don't know how to refine pills, I can still tell them apart. This one in my hand is round, plump, and brightly colored. It's obviously a perfect pill. And what you have in your hand is also a perfect elixir. You want to trade perfection for perfection. If my guess is correct, this red pill is prepared for Li Wanru, right? No. It's a misunderstanding. Shen Mo quickly waved his hands to explain. What the hell is going on? But the more he did this, the more Zhong Linger thought her guess was correct. Her jealousy suddenly came back. Why does everyone have to revolve around Li Wanru, hoping to recover her cultivation and rise again? Don't even think about it. Thinking of this, she stuffed the elixir into her mouth. As the elixir entered her body, the blood in her body began to flow rapidly. The fair skin instantly turned bright red. Zhong Linger couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was indeed a tonic. Shen Mo stood there in a daze, somewhat dumbfounded. No. You are also rushing to eat this pill? Noticing Shen Mo's expression, Zhong Linger raised the corners of her mouth slightly and smiled. Did I guess it right? This elixir is so effective, the herbs it requires must be extremely precious, right? It's definitely impossible to refine it again in a short time, haha. As she spoke, she poured the remaining immortality pill in the pill bottle into her mouth. Where are you going? Zhong Linger noticed that Shen Mo wanted to escape and shouted at him. But suddenly, she found something wrong. The blood flow in her body was too fast, somewhat exceeding the limit she could suppress. Her breathing also became a little rapid. A beautiful picture suddenly appeared in my mind. Zhong Linger immediately realized that this wasn't a tonic, but an aphrodisiac. You old pervert, where's the antidote? There is no antidote. Shen Mo swallowed and ran away. Return. He had just run a few steps out of the room when Zhong Linger reached out and grabbed him back. Before, it was just the blood flow that quickened, but after coming into contact with silence, the fire of desire in her body was instantly ignited. Hurry, give it to me. Zhong Linger lost her mind and wrapped herself tightly around Shen Mo's waist like an octopus. No. It's not good. Shen Mo was not carried away. The other party is not an ordinary person. If he wakes up and finds that he has been defiled, he doesn't think he can withstand the wrath of a Jindan stage cultivator. Zhong Linger didn't care about anything else. She kissed Shen Mo with her red lips and absorbed him greedily. The kiss became more and more intense, and she pushed Shen Mo against the wall. No. Senior, please wake up. Shen Mo used all his strength and finally pushed her away, then quickly spoke. Zhong Linger was shocked, and some rationality returned to her eyes. She knew what she was doing, but she just couldn't control her body. Who is prettier, me or Li Wanru? She asked this question for some unknown reason. Shen Mo was a little confused. What did this have to do with anything? It's already like this, do we still need to compare? Seeing Shen Mo struggling, Zhong Linger became angry. Desire also regains its upper hand. She kissed him hard again. Shen Mo wanted to resist, but she sealed his cultivation and pulled his hands against the wall. Soon, the room was filled with spring. It lasted a whole day. The effect of Zhong Linger's medicine disappeared. When she realized what was happening, her face instantly darkened. There was murderous intent in his pupils and the atmosphere in the room was oppressive. I kill you. Chapter 15, Kill the opponent with pills. Bond value plus 200. Zhong Linger favorability 10. Shen Mo turned his head to look at Zhong Linger, his face speechless, as he was clearly the victim. He was lying on the bed, motionless. The body has been drained. Even raising your hand is a luxury. Zhong Linger understood Shen Mo's expression. Her raised hand froze in the air for a moment. Indeed, it was she who took the initiative. She even wanted to resist during the silence, but her cultivation was sealed. Thinking of this, Zhong Linger's pretty face turned red and white, and she was extremely embarrassed. Snort! After thinking for a long time, she stamped her feet fiercely and threatened coldly, if you dare to tell anyone about what happened today, I will make you look bad. After she finished speaking, Zhong Linger disappeared from the room in a flash, as if she had never appeared. Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately he had saved his life. When the bond value exceeds 500, a random recipe will be awarded. Random recipe drawing. Obtained new pill recipe, Enlightenment Pill. Enlightenment Pill, a second-level pill. After taking it, it temporarily increases one's understanding and has a certain probability of entering a state of enlightenment. Enlightenment Pill? Hiss. When Shen Mo saw the instructions for the pill recipe, he couldn't help but take a breath. Sudden enlightenment. He had heard of this situation before. As long as you enter the state of enlightenment, a loser can immediately become a genius. The mysterious book that I couldn't understand before has now become as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. About half an hour later, the restrictions on his body were finally lifted. Shen Mo quickly sat up and swallowed a dragon tiger pill. As the pill entered his body, his limbs were filled with strength again. The strength is still not enough. Shen Mo muttered softly. If he had also reached the Golden Core realm, he wouldn't have been ridden on by Zhong Linger. What a shame. Thinking of this, he took out the spirit gathering array directly from his storage bag. Suddenly, a blue barrier enveloped him. A small vortex appeared above the barrier, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. He took out the dragon tiger pill again and swallowed it in one gulp. Time passes by every second. It lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. As the 50th dragon tiger pill was swallowed by him, the spiritual spring in his body has long since evolved into a majestic spiritual sea. Shen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Qi refining great perfection. It's worthy of being called a spirit gathering array. After swallowing the pill before, the spiritual energy dissipated and very little spiritual energy was converted into the body. But with this spirit gathering flag, even if the spiritual energy escapes from his body, it cannot dissipate between heaven and earth. Instead, they surrounded him, gathering together and not dispersing. The disadvantage of the 5 spiritual roots is that they are unable to actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it is different with the spirit gathering flag. As the spiritual energy increases, even if he does not use the Qi drawing technique, his body can also absorb a small amount of spiritual energy from the surrounding area. In the records of Yinqi Ju, the Qi refining realm is based on the formation of the spirit sea. When spiritual energy turns into a spring, it means that one has officially embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. The wider the spring, the higher the realm. Usually when one reaches the 4th level of Qi refining, the spiritual spring will turn into a spiritual river, flowing through the body along the meridians. At the 7th level of Qi refining, the spiritual river turns into a lake and is completely stabilized in the dantian. When she is refined to perfection, the spiritual lake turns into a sea, surging endlessly, and the spiritual energy in the body reaches the peak of what it can store. After that, he built the foundation of Taoism in Linghai, which means he entered the foundation building stage. At this time, Shen Mo had already reached perfection in Qi refining, but he found that his spiritual sea had not yet reached perfection and was still absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings and expanding. Shen Mo didn't believe it and swallowed a few more perfect dragon and tiger pills. Hiss. He was completely silent. After the spiritual sea absorbed the spiritual energy, it expanded further. He didn't understand what was going on. Half a month has passed since the spiritual energy in the spirit gathering array was absorbed. Shen Mo decided to go to Li Wanru for consultation. After all, if his spiritual sea continued to expand like this, he felt a little uneasy. Soon, Shen Mo arrived at Lingfang Pavilion. When Li Wanru saw Shen Mo, her eyes widened and her mouth was big enough to fit an egg. She didn't believe it, rubbed her eyes, looked again, and was stunned for a moment. After making sure that Shen Mo had reached perfection, she stepped forward, grabbed his shoulders, and brought him to the second floor. When did you achieve perfection in Qi refining? Li Wanru asked in a deep voice. Today, it's all thanks to Elder Li's formation flag. Shen Mo laughed. Stop talking nonsense. Li Wanru glanced at him and continued to ask, how many perfect dragon tiger pills have you taken? 1 or 2. Shen Mo was stunned for 2 seconds and lied. You don't think I want to take away your opportunity, do you? Hearing this, Li Wanru snorted coldly, her face full of teasing. I know the function of the spirit gathering flag much better than you do. That thing absorbs so much spiritual energy from the heaven and earth that it would be hard for you to break through to the 9th level of Qi refining. Do you really think I'm stupid? Hearing this, Shen Mo scratched his head awkwardly without explaining. Seeing his attitude, Li Wanru sighed softly. Forget it, this is your own chance, it has nothing to do with me. Please accept this jade pendant. As she spoke, she pulled off the white jade pendant from her neck and threw it to Shen Mo. This jade pendant has the function of concealing the secrets of heaven. If you wear it on you, no one except a nascent soul master can detect your true cultivation level. This is too valuable, I can't accept it. Shen Mo was startled and hurriedly handed it over with both hands to return the jade pendant. Just take it if I tell you to. It's definitely not given to you for free. Li Wanru did not take it. She walked to the side and sat down, frowned, and continued, I need you to go to the true dragon's nest and get an item for me. Shen Mo did not answer, but continued to listen attentively. Li Wanru chuckled, you're quite calm. To tell you the truth, the trip to the true dragon's nest is not just for the Qingshan sect, there are other sects as well. The secret realm is full of dangers. You can choose to refuse. Is it about your injury? Shen Mo asked doubtfully. Yeah. Li Wanru nodded imperceptibly. Then I'll go. Don't think about it again? Elder Li has been very kind to me. If it weren't for Elder Li's support, I would have died long ago. I must go on this trip to the true dragon's nest. Shen Mo said solemnly. Li Wanru favorability plus 20. Hearing this, Li Wanru's expression became much gentler when she looked at Shen Mo. If you want to go to the true dragon's nest, you must be in the top 10 in the outer sect competition. So, you must participate in the outer sect competition. But, elderly, I only know how to make pills. You asked me to participate in the competition because you want to use pills to kill the opponents? Shen Mo said embarrassedly. You don't have to worry about this. You just stay here for the next month and I will teach you the skills. Li Wanru chuckled, as if she had guessed his thoughts long ago. Forget it. Shen Mo scratched his head, if I don't make it into the top 10, can I bring in an extra spot? With your connections, can't you just give me a PY when the time comes? You have no ambition. Li Wanru growled, you should first participate in the competition. If you don't make it into the top 10, just pretend you've never met me. My cooperation with you ends here. Chapter 16, 10,000 meters of spiritual sea, am I really a genius? Forehead. Shen Mo was speechless. He doesn't want to show up in public, he just wants to develop dirty habits. But what Li Wanru said next irritated him. Do you know how long this secret place called True Dragon's Nest has existed? Shen Mo shook his head. It's been at least 100 years. Aren't you an alchemist? Let me tell you a secret. Inside the true dragon's nest, there is a medicinal field left by a Yuanying old monster. There are countless spiritual herbs inside, some peerless elixir recipes, and there might even be spiritual fire. Seriously? Shen Mo breathed quickly. He didn't care about other rewards, but when it came to the pill recipe, he became interested. After all, he has a system that can produce perfect pills 100%. This is about his rise to prominence. I don't even bother to deceive you with this kind of information. Li Wanru wrinkled her nose and snorted softly. Besides, I also have a map to the true dragon's lair. As long as you make it into the top 10 of the competition, I'll give it to you. Shen Mo became excited when he heard this. Are we in the top 10 of the competition? Looks like we need to get ready. Thinking of this, he took out 5 perfect dragon and tiger pills from his storage bag and handed them to Li Wanru. Although Li Wanru had guessed long ago that Shen Mo's alchemy skills were not as they seemed. But when she saw the 5 perfect pills, her eyes couldn't help but light up. She became more and more convinced that Shen Mo could break through to become a second-level alchemist, and her injuries would definitely be cured. You want to change the herbs? Seeing Shen Mo nod, Li Wanru chuckled. You have already completed your chi training, why are you still refining this dragon tiger pill? It's better to keep it on your body and use it as a chi boosting pill. Hearing this, Shen Mo said with some embarrassment, Elderly, this is also what I am a little confused about. He described the condition of his body. After hearing this, Li Wanru frowned deeply. She had never heard of the situation Shen Mo described. How can one expand the spiritual sea after reaching perfection? 5 perfect dragon tiger pills, worth 100,000 spirit stones. Do you want to exchange them all for dragon tiger pill ingredients? Isn't it 50,000? Shen Mo asked doubtfully. For them it's 50,000, but considering your talent, I still have the right to sell it to you at the original price. Li Wanru smiled. Shen Mo was speechless. If he had known this earlier, he would have boarded her boat earlier. It was a waste of all the pills I sold before. After a while, everything was sold at half price. It's really a rip-off. Elderly, I wonder if Lingfang Pavilion has the 3 spiritual herbs, Kaichao grass, ice spirit fruit, and flame needle? These 3 are exactly the medicinal ingredients needed for the enlightenment pill. Lingfang Pavilion doesn't have these herbs. Li Wanru frowned again when she heard these names, and changed the subject, but I can go to Lingqiao Peak to help you check. Although she didn't know what Shen Mo wanted to do with these spiritual herbs, based on her understanding of Shen Mo, he would definitely not do anything rash. After saying goodbye to Li Wanru, Shen Mo returned to the room with medicinal herbs worth 100,000 spirit stones. Name, Shen Mo. Gender, male. Age, 3180. Constitution, 5 elements mixed spiritual roots. Realm, Chi refining great perfection, first level alchemist 100%. Magic power, none. Recipe, Chi gathering pill 100%, dragon and tiger pill 70%. Bond value, 250 obtainable through hard work. The proficiency of the first level alchemist has reached the maximum. The levels of alchemists are no different from those of other masters, and are divided into 9 levels from low to high. If you want to improve your alchemist level, there is no shortcut other than refining a large number of pills. Therefore, in the past, low-level alchemists were not well received. The reason is simple: the effort and reward are not proportional. For an ordinary alchemist, if he can succeed in 5 out of 10 furnaces, he is considered a genius. Among these 5 furnaces, there are only a few high-quality pills. Even if you sell it, you won't be able to earn back the spirit stones for 10 furnaces. This means that no one would choose to become an alchemist unless they are gifted or have a wealthy family. Once an alchemist reaches the 3rd level, he will slowly begin to show his potential. As the level gets higher, the status becomes higher. In order to get a high-level alchemist to open the furnace, some major forces are willing to owe a huge debt of gratitude and offer a large amount of resources. Fortunately, Shen Mo doesn't have this kind of worry, he has a cheat. As for how to improve the level of alchemist, he had already found out. From the 1st level to the 2nd level, it is nothing more than the transformation from mortal to spiritual. Being able to stably control the spiritual fire is the sign of reaching the 2nd level of alchemy. Unfortunately, Shen Mo can only control ordinary fire at present. You need to find the spiritual fire that corresponds to your spiritual root and take it into your body to refine it. This is also one of the reasons why Shen Mo agreed to go to the true dragon's nest. Since there is the Yuanying old monster's medicine field there must be spiritual fire there. He didn't care what kind of spiritual fire it was. Thinking of this, Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh at himself. He didn't expect that the 5 elements spiritual roots had such advantages. They could be perfectly compatible with spiritual fire of any attributes. After adjusting his mindset, he quickly entered the state of alchemy. A full half-month passed. He refined nearly 200 perfect dragon and tiger pills in total. With such efficiency, even a third-level alchemist would have to kneel down and become your disciple. After spreading out the spirit-gathering array, he began to concentrate on refining it again. As 200 pills entered the body, the spiritual sea in his body expanded at a crazy rate. 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet. The crazy expansion of Linghai gradually slowed down, but there was still no sign of stopping. Silence was numb. According to Li Wanru's description, Bai Zhang was already the sect's prodigy. When she first broke through to the foundation building stage, the spiritual sea in her body was only 1,000 feet deep. What's going on with this Wan Zhang? Could it be that he took too many drugs? With only half a month left, he decided to go to Li Wanru to get some combat skills books to cram for the exam. Junior sister Yesua, the competition is tomorrow, and you're still working so hard. Inside the outer sect spirit gathering array, Yesua, who was near the center of the array, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and saw that the person coming was the outer sect senior disciple Hibufon. She smiled and replied, "So it's brother He, isn't it the same for you?" "Ha ha ha, I'm not as hardworking as you, junior sister. I'm just bored and came out for a walk." Hibufon waved his hand. He has admired Yesua for a long time. As soon as he came out of seclusion today, he asked his junior fellow apprentices about her whereabouts. He came here only after learning that Yesua had been in the spirit gathering array for nearly 2 months. "Brother, you're too kind. This competition is too intense. If I don't work hard, I probably won't even make it into the top 50. Yesua smoothed her hair on her forehead and smiled. How could she not know Hibufon's little thoughts? She didn't point it out and just kept hooking him. The reason why he treated Shen Mo like that before was because of his strong background. On the other hand, he is extremely confident in his own appearance. So what if he is the number 1 in the outer sect? He is still his own bootlicker. Don't worry, junior sister. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you're in the top 3. Hibufon certainly would not miss this opportunity to show off, and immediately patted his chest and made a promise. Then junior sister would like to thank senior brother for being here. Yesua stood up and bowed. Junior sister, don't be so polite. This is what a senior brother should do. Chapter 17. My appearance and figure are not as good as Jang Lin's. The next day came in a flash. The outer sect competition officially begins. Thousands of outer disciples gathered in the martial arts arena. The first to appear were the 10 outer disciples from the previous term. Yesua was among them, and Hibufon stood next to him. Wow! Senior sister Ji looks so beautiful today, and senior brother He looks so handsome, they are such a perfect match. Exactly, what a pity. This is their last outer sect competition. If you want to see it next time, you'll have to enter the inner sect. Don't just look at senior sister Ji, isn't there also senior sister Xia? I'm watching, woo-woo. When I think about the 3 outer sect beauties reaching the foundation building stage after this competition, my heart is broken. Junior brother, you are wrong. Only senior sister Ji and senior sister Xia can reach the foundation building stage. Senior sister Zhang only reached the 7th level of Qi refining last month. It's still a long way to go before she can reach the foundation building stage. The entire martial arts arena was bustling with activity. However, Yesua's gaze was fixed on Shen Mo in the crowd. Hibufon, with a warm smile on his face, noticed this and looked over. Junior sister Ji, do you know this old man? Yeah. Yesua nodded imperceptibly. Do you need my help taking care of you? Hibufon asked tentatively. Unnecessary. Okay. Hibufon nodded and couldn't help but look at Shen Mo again. The 4th level of Qi refining is nothing to worry about. Quiet. At this moment, an old man in white fell from the sky. The whole audience fell silent instantly. Shen Mo's gaze also fell on the old man. Wang Chang. He is the elder and deacon of the outer sect, and he also presided over the last competition. I won't waste any more time on nonsense. The competition begins. As Wang Chang finished speaking, loud cheers erupted again in the martial arts arena. The 1,000 disciples were quickly divided into 500 groups and fought separately. The 500 disciples who were selected were divided into 2 groups. The top 50 were decided in just one day. Among them, the 10 major disciples advanced without participating in any battle. Among their disciples, only 1 or 2 were ignorant and wanted to challenge them. The other disciples all ended up admitting defeat. As a dark horse, Jang Lin also squeezed into the top 50. Others also thought that she was only at the 7th level of chi refining. Little did he know that in the past month, under the indoctrination and in-depth communication of Shen Mo's perfect dragon tiger pill, she had already reached perfection in chi refining, on par with the 10 great disciples. If Shen Mo knew how to refine the foundation building pill, he could have helped her build her foundation directly. Another big dark horse is Shen Mo. To outsiders, his realm was obviously not high. But he always wins by a narrow margin. The techniques used are just the same 2 moves. One is Fireball, and the other is Wind Blade. This was a move that Shen Mo had spent nearly half a month to barely learn. It's not that he doesn't want to learn other more powerful spells. It was because of his limited talent, and Li Wanru was unable to find the materials needed for the Enlightenment Pill on Lingqiao Peak. Fortunately, his spiritual sea is huge. Other people's fireball technique is really just fireball technique. His fireballs were bigger than humans. If he wanted to, he could even release a fireball as big as the entire training ground. Although it is not very powerful, it is effective in scaring people. Very good, next up is the battle for the top 10 disciples. Wang Chang arrived above the martial arts arena and said with a smile, "It's still the same rules as last time. There are 10 stages, and everyone gets 1 chance to defend and 1 to challenge. Once you have exhausted your chances, you will withdraw from the competition. The 10 people who remain will be the new 10 disciples." He pointed in the air, and 10 giant arenas fell from the sky. Start. After these words were spoken, the 10 disciples from the previous session all jumped onto their respective stages simultaneously. The remaining dozens of people looked at the people on the ring one by one. In this situation, no one wants to be the first to stand out. After all, attacking the ring is easy, but defending it is much more difficult. It's almost like a round-robin battle. On the ring, Hibufon sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. As early as the last session, he was a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of chi training, and he had made a great reputation. No one would seek death by challenging him in the ring. If it weren't for the trip to the True Dragon's Nest, he would have broken through to the foundation establishment stage long ago. "Brother Shen, which arena should I challenge?" Jang Lin entered the top 50 for the first time and felt a little overwhelmed. "With your current level of cultivation, you can challenge anyone except Hibufon." Shen Mo smiled and said, "However, let's wait and see. This has just begun and it's still a long way from ending." Seeing the 2 of them being so intimate, Yesua was full of resentment on the ring. "I had wanted to humiliate Shen Mo and Jang Lin during the draw for the competition, but unfortunately we didn't get to meet them. She didn't care about a waste with 5 spiritual roots and a trash with 2 spiritual roots. If you don't meet them in the auditions, you will never meet them in the future." However, when she saw the names of these 2 people on the top 50 list, she felt very uncomfortable. Now seeing the 2 of them being so intimate, the anger in my heart has already been ignited. Humph. 2 bastards. She and Jang Lin were not particularly close before, but as both were members of the 3 beauties, they did know each other. Jang Lin was only at the 7th level of chi refining before. But after just 2 months of not seeing her, the strength she showed today is no less than mine. He must have obtained a large amount of pills from Shen Mo. Otherwise, how could a useless person with only 2 spiritual roots catch up with her who had natural spiritual roots? Jang Lin's background is not as strong as hers, she must have gained it by selling her body. Thinking of this, Yesua became even angrier. Why? Could it be that my looks and figure are not as good as Jang Lin's? Why didn't Shen Mo bring up this matter in the first place? Although she will refuse, it's your problem if you don't speak up. Therefore, her hatred for Shen Mo is much greater than that for Jang Lin. Hibufon has been paying attention to Yesua. If there is anyone so blind as to try to snatch Yesua's place, he didn't mind wasting an opportunity to defend the ring and go and destroy the opponent. Following Yesua's gaze, he saw Shen Mo again. It's him again. Could it be that Yesua likes the old man? No wonder he's always so hot and cold towards me. Thinking of this, Hibufon also became hostile towards Shen Mo. Achoo! Shen Mo rubbed his nose, achoo! Sneezed twice in a row. Brother Shen, are you okay? Jang Lin took out her personal handkerchief from her bosom and gently handed it to him. It's okay, I guess someone is cursing me. Shen Mo took the handkerchief, put it to his nose and sniffed it. It smells so good. His action made Jang Lin grumble, and she turned her head away with a blush on her pretty face. Yesua on the stage was completely furious when she saw this scene. She stood up from the ground, pointed at Jang Lin, and shouted, "Jang Lin, come up and fight." After these words came out, Hibufon on the side was not willing to be outdone. He stood up and looked down at Shen Mo. "Shen Mo, come up and fight me." Chapter 18. I don't know who offered it to senior brother Shen, but was rejected. What the hell, what's going on? Just after Hibufon and Yesua spoke, the whole audience fell silent. Then a heated discussion broke out. What does senior sister Ji mean? She and senior sister Jiang seem to have a good relationship. Oh, junior brother, you don't understand this, do you? Women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea. How could senior sister Ji be on good terms with senior sister Jiang, who is also one of the three beauties? That's all superficial. Now that she has decided to build her foundation and enter the inner sect, there's no need to hide it. I see. But, how do you explain why senior brother he challenged a loser? I guess he wants to get rid of the trash first for the others. In the crowd, Lu Ruyan witnessed the whole process. When the list of 50 people was announced, her attention was all on Shen Mo. Especially after seeing the intimate behavior between Shen Mo and Jang Lin, she felt even more uncomfortable. Yenner, is that Shen Mo? Chu Xiaoran's face was full of resentment. He was eliminated early and didn't even make it into the top 250. Yeah. Lu Ruyan responded softly. Damn, this loser must have hidden the good pills and given us inferior ones. After receiving the affirmation, Chu Xiaoran could no longer restrain himself and started cursing on the spot. If it weren't for the inferior pills he gave me, which caused my poison to break out prematurely, I might not have been able to make it into the top 50. After saying this, he turned to look at Lu Ruyan beside him and asked doubtfully, "That's not right. Haven't you been monitoring him the whole time?" Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face was obviously flustered. Husband, Okay, I got it. Chu Xiaoran waved his hand to stop Lu Ruyan from speaking any further. No, my husband. Lu Ruyan was shocked. Was she discovered? She opened her mouth to explain. After all, if the affair between her and Shen Mo were to get out, she would no longer be able to stay in the Qingshan sect. That jerk must have secretly refined it after you left. Chu Xiaoran narrowed his eyes, an invisible murderous intent spreading through his body. By the way, what were you about to say? No. That's what I wanted to say. Lu Ruyan quickly evaded the question. The other side. Jang Lin was a little flustered and couldn't make up her mind. She turned to look at Shen Mo who was standing beside her and asked, Brother Shen, should I go up? Just go. She is only at the 9th level of qi refining, and you have reached the perfect level of qi refining. What are you afraid of? Shen Mo said with a smile. Okay. Jang Lin nodded. Yesua on the stage was already getting impatient. Especially when Jang Lin acted so weak, she became furious. Jang Lin, you stinky bitch, you really did everything you could to improve your strength. You really bring shame to us Qingshan sect disciples. You can actually eat that old thing, you're really amazing. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy martial arts arena became quiet again. The disciples widened their eyes and looked at Jang Lin and Shen Mo in shock. What? Jang Lin is with that old man? At this moment, all the male disciples felt as if the sky had fallen. Who is that old man? Why haven't I seen him before? It seems his name is Shen Mo, and he's an alchemist. Is there something wrong with senior sister John's eyes? How could she fall for this piece of trash? That's not right. Who senior sister Jian likes is her own business. Why would senior sister Ji get involved? Could it be? No. Senior sister Ji is also attracted to that loser? Is the old-fashioned style popular now? Or am I not keeping up with the times? Facing the public's criticism, Jang Lin's pretty face first turned red, and then her eyes were filled with anger as she glared at Yesua. What about the three beauties of the outer sect? She never cared about these empty titles. She only wanted to achieve immortality and yearn for a higher realm. But if you say silence, that won't work. She was just pretending to be nice to Shen Mo in exchange for elixirs to improve her cultivation. But after spending some time with him, she discovered that Shen Mo was not a waste, but a true genius. With a useless physique of 5 spiritual roots, he reached the stage of great perfection in chi refining. If these are all trash, then everyone here is trash among trash. Moreover, Shen Mo has a good temper and is very generous to his own people. She felt that she had gotten a huge advantage by being able to become a Taoist partner with such a genius. At this moment, Shen Mo gently patted her shoulder and whispered, "Don't be angry, she is deliberately provoking you." After hearing Shen Mo's reminder, Jang Lin closed her eyes and took a deep breath before she calmed down. Then, she suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and looked directly at Yesua, her eyes full of fighting spirit. "Brother, I'm going. Come on, you can do it." Shen Mo raised his fist and cheered. Jang Lin slowly walked towards the ring. Suddenly, she turned around and trotted to Shen Mo, stood on tiptoe, and gave him a kiss, proving her attitude with practical actions. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. In a moment, wailing sounds filled the sky. Is this still Dobby? Why do I feel like my mouth is full of dog food? Damn Shen Mo, the hatred for stealing my wife is irreconcilable. I will fight you to the death. Brother, calm down, wait until the competition is over before you take action. In the corner, Zhonglinger crossed her arms over her chest, her beautiful eyes narrowed, and an invisible murderous intent flowed around her. You're such a philanderer, Shen Mo. I didn't expect you to be such a playboy. Those 2 immortal desire pills must have been put there on purpose, right? Jang Lin tapped her toes lightly and landed on the ring like a fairy on earth. Opposite her, Yesua could no longer contain herself. A blue long sword was held in his hand, and it couldn't stop trembling. Jang Lin did not dare to be careless and also summoned out a weapon, which was also a water-attributed spiritual sword. However, the blue light shining from the spiritual sword in her hand was even more dazzling. Shen Mo used 4 perfect dragon and tiger pills to exchange with Li Wanru. Ever since reaching a deal with Li Wanru, Shen Mo no longer hides his abilities and he takes out more pills each time. Yesua naturally discovered it, and she couldn't help but snorted, "A bitch is a bitch." But Shen Mo, that loser, is really willing to spend a lot of money for a bitch like you. Senior sister G, you passed. Jang Lin was provoked into anger by her. Anyone who comes here would be angry if you keep calling her a bitch. Am I wrong? Did you get this magic sword by yourself? Wasn't it given to you by that loser Shen Mo? Yesua sneered. She knew Jang Lin's background very clearly. His own spiritual swords were only mid-grade spiritual weapons, while the one in Jang Lin's hand was a top-grade spiritual weapon. You said I could, but you can't say that to senior brother Shen. Jang Lin held the magic sword across his chest, and the arena under his feet quickly froze. You keep calling me senior brother Shen, Jang Lin, you're crazy. You even fancy an old man like that. Yesua was really angry when she saw Jang Lin defending Shen Mo so much. That's my freedom. It's better than yours. I offered it to senior brother Shen, but he didn't want it. Jang Lin retorted with a slight curl of her lips. Chapter 19. We don't have to do this. Stop it. Jang Lin's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. I heard something. Brother, stab me twice. I'm under an illusion. Junior brother, stab each other, I've also been caught in an illusion. 2 of the 3 beauties are involved with that loser Shen Mo? The most important thing is that Shen Mo actually rejected senior sister G. Is this world crazy? No, it's absolutely wrong. I know it. It must be because of Shen Mo's white hair. After returning from this competition, I'm going to Lingdan Peak to ask if there's any elixir that can turn hair white. You're talking nonsense. Yesua was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and her chest couldn't stop rising and falling. Oh? You didn't go to find senior brother Shen at that time? You didn't come out of his room? Jang Lin said with a smile. I was. Yesua was unable to refute. She did go to Shen Mo to get the elixir. A genius actually came to ask for help from a loser. But she couldn't say it out loud because of her pride. As soon as these words were spoken, the noise in the whole place stopped and everyone fell silent, but more of them were numb. Hibufon, who was standing aside, had already had murderous intent in his eyes. He glanced at Yesua, full of disappointment. He turned to look at Shen Mo in the audience and shouted, "Shen Mo, come up and die." Shen Mo turned his head and glanced at Hibufon, ignoring him completely, and continued to watch the arena where Jang Lin was. He doesn't want to be the first to stand out, he just wants to stay in the top 10. As for fighting with Hibufon, that was a stupid act. Not to mention whether he can defeat Hibufon. Even if he is defeated, won't he become the target of public criticism? Are you a coward? Jang Lin can fight for you, but you can't come up and fight me like a man? Hibufon was furious and pointed at Shen Mo and shouted. I'm a coward. Shen Mo shrugged, are you satisfied? You. Hibufon was stunned, his fingers frozen in mid-air, unable to utter a word for a long time. The other side. Seeing that Yesua was distracted, Jang Lin took decisive action. She swung her spirit sword, and the temperature around her suddenly dropped. A blue sword energy flew straight towards Yesua. Yesua came to his senses and quickly swung out a sword to resist. Although she had planned it unintentionally, her hasty counterattack was obviously unable to stop Jang Lin's attack. Seeing the sword energy approaching, she tapped her toes and tried to jump up to avoid it. But as soon as she jumped up, Yesua realized something was wrong. Jang Lin was one step ahead, predicted her movements, and appeared above her. Another sword came down fiercely, and Yesua was forced to hold the spirit sword across her chest to block it. Bang! Yesua was thrown into the ring, splashing dust all over the ground. With just 2 moves, Yesua was defeated. Everyone present was shocked beyond words when they saw this scene. It is far more shocking than the shocking news just now. Oh my god, what happened today? Senior sister G ranked second last time, and she actually lost. The spiritual power she just burst out is clearly at the 9th level of chi refining. I didn't expect senior sister Joan to be hiding her strength all this time. The 3 outer sect beauties are indeed worthy of their reputation. Not only are they beautiful, but their strength is also incredibly strong. Hibufon clenched his fingers, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He immediately gave up his status as the champion, took a step forward, and was about to jump onto the stage where Yesua was. At this moment, 4 or 5 blue sword lights flew out from the smoke and dust. Jang Lin was on full alert, blocking the attacks one by one with his magic sword in hand. She didn't believe that Yesua would be so fragile. Seeing this scene, Hibufon stopped, clasped his hands across his chest, and looked at it carefully. The smoke and dust dissipated. Yesua's face was gloomy, but she was not injured. On her body, a light blue armor slowly emerged. I underestimated you. If I didn't have this top-grade spiritual armor, I would have been in trouble. Yesua put away her contempt, and the spiritual armor on her body was fully revealed. Jang Lin said nothing, jumped into the air, and slashed towards Yesua again. The sea is boundless. In an instant, the sword energy in the sky turned into a rushing current and rushed towards Yesua. Yesua chuckled, you may have forgotten that I was born with water spirit roots. Frenzy. She poured her spiritual power into the sword and pointed it at Jang Lin from a distance. The sword energy was like the upside-down Milky Way, and a wider wave emerged. The 2 huge waves of spiritual energy collided with each other in an instant. The entire arena began to tremble. The sound of waves is endless. The audience around was stunned. Is this the full force of the 10 great disciples? Too terrifying. Luckily, I gave in immediately when I encountered them. If I had been swept away by these waves, I would have been half dead. Below the stage, dozens of disciples who had not yet come on stage to challenge saw this scene. They all simulated it in their minds. After a moment, many people sighed. With their strength, they cannot compete for this arena. On the ring, the 2 waves cancelled each other out and no one gained an advantage. Jang Lin took the initiative, brandishing his magic sword, intending to fight at close range to decide the outcome. Yesua was not willing to be outdone, so she also picked up the spirit sword and went forward to meet him. Dang dang dang. The 2 spiritual swords collided with each other, and sword energy filled the air. The ring had already been cut into pieces. Yesua and Jang Lin both realized that if they continued fighting at this pace, the winner would definitely not be determined in a short time. They looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. The 2 women rushed forward again at the same time, and their spirit swords collided with each other. Bang! two powerful spiritual powers burst out. Everyone in the audience saw this scene and became confused. What are they doing? Why aren't they competing in moves and techniques? Junior brother, you don't know this. Senior sister Jiang and senior sister Ji are both at the same level. In a short period of time, neither can do anything to the other. But this is a competition, and there's a time limit. Once the 2 hours are up, if the two can't decide the winner, they'll be eliminated. So, the two of them chose to compete in spiritual power. Whoever has the stronger spiritual power will win. I see. Thank you for clearing up my confusion, senior brother. In your opinion, who will win between the two of them? Senior sister Ji is undoubtedly the one with natural spiritual roots. Her spiritual energy is pure and strong, while senior sister Jiang has dual spiritual roots. Her spiritual energy is mixed and there is no chance of her winning. The fighting on the other arenas also stopped at this time, and everyone looked towards the arena in the middle. Ji Yesua showed a proud look on her face. Junior sister Jiang, you are still too young. I have a natural spiritual root. At this time, the two were entangled together and neither could escape safely. Unless they can both retract their spiritual power at the same time. But this is obviously impossible. Really? Jang Lin's mouth curled up slightly. She no longer hid it, and her spiritual power, which had reached the great perfection of chi refining, burst out instantly, directly crushing Ji Yesua. No. Impossible. Ji Yesua looked panicked. She originally thought that both of them were at the 9th level of chi refining, and with the advantage of her natural spiritual roots, she should be able to win easily. But after seeing Jang Lin's explosive aura, she panicked instantly. Junior sister Jiang, there's no need for us to do this. Stop it. Chapter 20. Your wild man has asked you to go back, why don't you back off? Jang Lin was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Ji Yesua to beg for mercy. It was this day's technique that caused Ji Yesua's eyes to flash with murderous intent. At the same time, her breath reached its peak. You're despicable. Jang Lin also reacted at this time and glared at Ji Yesua. Ji Yesua said nothing, but just kept urging the power of the spiritual sea in her body. Seeing this, Jang Lin no longer held back, and his strength at the peak of chi refining completely erupted. Bang! The two auras collided with each other, and the entire arena could no longer withstand it and exploded. Drink! Jang Lin shouted loudly, and the green and blue spiritual energy directly crushed Ji Yesua's blue spiritual energy. A white mist rose up from the entire arena. The audience around were staring inside nervously, wanting to know who would win at the last moment. Time passes by every second. A shadow appeared in the white mist. Soon, the shadow appeared in the public view. It's Jang Lin. The whole audience was in an uproar. How is it possible? Senior sister Jiang actually won. Whoa whoa. My palms and backs of my hands are all made of flesh. I'm happy that senior sister Jiang won, and I'm happy that senior sister Ji won too. I just hope that neither of them gets hurt. Senior sister Jiang hid herself so well, she's surprisingly this strong. I'm afraid she'd be no less powerful than senior brother he. Faced with compliments from the audience, Jang Lin turned a blind eye. There was only silence in her eyes. Brother, I did it. She smiled brightly. She knew that all this was thanks to Shen Mo. If it weren't for Shen Mo, she wouldn't even be able to make it into the top 50. Not to mention that he has now defeated Ji Yesua, who ranked second last time. Well done. Shen Mo nodded and gave encouragement. Careful. At this moment, a blue light flashed in the white mist and instantly appeared behind Jang Lin. Puff. Ji Yesua was seen holding a magic sword and stabbing it into Jang Lin's chest. If Shen Mo had not reminded him in time, Jang Lin would have subconsciously shifted his body and would have been hit in the heart and died by now. Jang Lin spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately mobilized all his spiritual power to slap Ji Yesua. Ji Yesua did not want to fight. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately abandoned his magic sword and retreated quickly. Bang! Jang Lin's attack missed and he landed hard on the ring. The only remaining piece of the ring was turned into powder by this blow. She spat out another mouthful of blood, endured the severe pain and pulled out the spiritual sword from her chest, threw it to the ground with a bang, and glared at Ji Yesua. Ji Yesua on the opposite side was not feeling well either. She was breathing heavily, her spiritual armor was already tattered, her clothes were torn, revealing a piece of her fair skin. Stop fighting, senior sisters. If you keep going like this, someone will die. You're the only one who talks too much. Didn't you see that senior sister Jiang showed mercy just now? It was Yesua who showed no respect for martial ethics and suddenly attacked. Bullshit. How can what happened in the ring be called a sneak attack? It's clearly Jang Lin's lack of practical experience. Senior sister Ji was wise and decisive. She is the real winner. Can you guys please have some shame? Can't you see that senior sister Jiang has already reached the great perfection of chi refining? Wouldn't it be easy for her to crush Yesua? What's the point of having a high realm? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that senior sister Ji's skills are even better. The audience, which had been harmonious just now, was instantly divided into two factions. One faction supports Jang Lin, and the other supports Yesua. The two people in the ring haven't started fighting yet, but people in the audience feel like a fight is about to start. Quiet! Wang Chang, the host, shouted angrily with veins popping out on his forehead. Then he turned and looked at the two people on the ring. In his perception, Jang Lin was doomed to be defeated at this moment, and if he continued to fight, his life would be in danger. Jang Lin, there's no need to fight. Your strength is fully worthy of the title of the 10 Great Disciples. If you step down now, I will personally reward you with a foundation establishment pill. After he finished speaking, he looked at the remaining 9 arenas. If anyone among you can defend the arena and enter the top 10, can you please sell me a spot in the True Dragon Nest to Jang Lin? The conditions offered by Wang Chang are already very generous. The purpose is to protect a genius for Qingshan sect. If Jang Lin acts on impulse and damages his foundation, his Taoism will be ruined. The disciples on the other stages did not rush to answer, but looked at Hibufon. Obviously, they knew that Hibufon had been pursuing Yesua. Although Wang Chang is an elder, his intimidation is far less than that of Hibufon. Hibufon narrowed his eyes slightly and bowed deeply towards Wang Chang in the sky. Elder Wang, I'm sorry I can't obey your command. Life and death in the arena are up to fate. If you have the ability, take the spot. If you don't, go back and settle down. If you spoil Jang Lin like this, even if she gets a spot and enters the True Dragon's Nest, she will only die faster. With him taking the lead in the resistance, the owners of the other arenas also bowed. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear: he would not give up the additional quota. All right. Wang Chang nodded, not angry, nor did he dare to be angry. Hibufon is the direct disciple of the elder in the inner sect, and he can't afford to offend him. But at this moment, a crisp voice rang out. Junior sister Jiang, admit defeat. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will never worry about lack of firewood. I am willing to give you a place in the True Dragon's Nest. Hibufon frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the voice. The disciples in the audience also looked sideways. Who is so bold as to disobey senior brother he? Hiss at senior sister Xia, that makes perfect sense. The three beauties are gathered together. It seems that senior sister Ji and senior sister Xia have no conflicts. Who knows? 3 women, 1 show. We just have to watch. Sensing Hibufon's unfriendly gaze, Xia Zhuoyu raised her eyebrows frivolously, raised her fist, and said provocatively, Hibufon, stop looking at me like that. If you think what I said is wrong, you can come to my arena and challenge me. I didn't participate in the last outer sect competition, so you took first place. Do you really think you're invincible? Humph. Hibufon waved his sleeves and stopped looking at Xia Zhuoyu. It's not that he was afraid, but Yesua's place was still unstable. He wants to make sure Yesua advances. Jang Lin looked conflicted. At this moment, there was indeed something wrong with her physical condition. If we continue fighting, it will probably be difficult to win. But she had promised Shen Mo that she would make it into the top 10 and take Shen Mo to the True Dragon's Nest. Thinking of this, she bowed slightly towards Xia Zhuoyu. Senior sister Xia, I appreciate your kindness. But I promised someone that I would make it into the top 10. I can't just back down like this. After saying that, she summoned the spirit sword once again, and her aura began to rise. Come back. You've done well enough. At this moment, Shen Mo suddenly spoke. But Jang Lin was slightly stunned, turned her head and said in confusion, It's nothing to worry about. Come back and be obedient. Shen Mo said with a smile. Yesua became angry again when she saw the two of them being so disgusting. She raised the corners of her mouth, her eyes full of mockery. Jang Lin, your wild man has asked you to go back, why don't you back off? Chapter 21. It's okay, I'll take you there this time. Hearing this, Jang Lin, who was about to leave, stopped immediately. She turned her head and stared at Yesua, her eyes full of murderous intent, and said word by word, say it again. Oh, no wonder you like this useless old man, it turns out you have a special fetish. Yesua sneered. Listen carefully, I say Shen Mo is a wild man. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Lin rushed forward with the magic sword in his hand. Yesua was not willing to be outdone and also flew forward. The two women fought again. For a moment, the spiritual power in the field was rampant. With every collision, the two women coughed up blood and retreated. But after landing, they rushed towards each other at the same time. This reckless fighting style stunned the crowd of watching disciples. This is not a big competition at all. It should be a life and death battle. Soon, half an hour passed. The battle between the two women entered a white-hot stage. The spiritual energy in their bodies is almost dried up. As each move collided, there was no more fluctuation of spiritual energy. Yesua and Jang Lin are now at the end of their strength, and the final battle is a matter of will. But both of them have reasons not to lose. Jang Lin wanted to prove Shen Mo's reputation. Yesua, for the sake of her self-esteem and pride, would not allow herself to be defeated by a general whom she regarded as a waste. Shen Mo did not step forward to stop it, but just watched the stage quietly. He respected Jang Lin's choice. If Jang Lin is willing to be a canary, he is willing to protect her for the rest of her life. But Jang Lin chose to fight, so he was willing to stand behind her and be her last trump card. Just as he was thinking, earth-shaking changes took place on the ring. Jang Lin took the initiative again, suppressing Yesua with every attack. Yesua soon couldn't hold on any longer and was about to fall off the stage. Her face was filled with horror, and she cried out in disbelief, "Are you crazy? You're actually burning the spiritual sea." When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. What? Senior sister Jang burned her spiritual sea? Is it worth it just to fight for my pride? If the spiritual sea is gone, then I will have no chance of becoming an immortal. Alas, this match has lost its suspense, unless senior sister Ji also burns her spiritual sea. Crazy woman. I won't play with you anymore. Yesua cursed angrily and turned around to jump off the stage. She won't burn her soul for anyone. Unless it is a matter of life and death. Did I let you go? Jang Lin's eyes were ice cold, and the aura on her body was still rising. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned into a blue afterimage and instantly appeared in front of Yesua. Without saying anything, he slashed with his sword. Bang! Yesua blocked the attack with her sword, but was still knocked to the center of the ring. Puff! Yesua climbed up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. What do you want, you lunatic? Apologize. Jang Lin narrowed her eyes and said coldly, or burn the spirit sea and fight me. As she spoke, she held the spirit sword in her hand and approached Yesua step by step. Hearing this, Yesua's face turned blue and red. Apologize? That word is not in her vocabulary. But burning the spiritual sea, the price is too high. Given Jang Lin's current desperate state, there would be no chance of killing him unless the entire spiritual sea was burned out. But is it really worth doing this? As the sound of the spirit sword rubbing against the ground got closer and closer, Yesua sighed and made a choice. Sorry. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into complete silence, and you could hear a pin drop. No one expected that Yesua, who has always been arrogant, would take the initiative to admit her mistake. Even Hibufon was slightly stunned. He was fully prepared. If Yesua burned the spirit sea, he would protect her even if it was against the rules. Don't apologize to me, but be silent. Jang Lin stopped and glanced at Yesua. Jang Lin, don't go too far. You are strong enough and deserve my apology. Shen Mo, what right does he have? Yesua said angrily. Jang Lin nodded, without further explanation, and pointed the spirit sword at Yesua. Burn the spirit sea. You. Yesua glared at him. 3, 2. Jang Lin ignored him and started counting down. Just as he was about to say the last word, Yesua completely collapsed. Ah! She first raised her head and roared madly. Then he stood up and bowed to Shen Mo in humiliation. Shen Mo, I'm sorry. After she finished speaking, she jumped off the stage and fled from the martial arts arena. We won. Senior Sister Jiang actually had the last laugh. I told you that Senior Sister Jiang is amazing, don't you believe me now? From today on, I'm a die-hard fanboy of Senior Sister Jiang. I don't even know Ji Ruoxue. As Ji Yesua left, the entire martial arts arena erupted in thunderous applause and noise. They shouted Jang Lin's name in unison. Jang Lin bowed slightly towards the surrounding spectators to express his gratitude. After doing all this, she collapsed on the stage. Her face was extremely pale and blood was flowing out of her chest again. But she didn't care. Instead, she looked at Shen Mo with a smile on her lips. As if telling Shen Mo that she did it. Shen Mo nodded, "You are great, come down, we won't defend this ring anymore." After hearing this, Jang Lin was reluctant but had no choice but to obey. At this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared on the stage where Jang Lin was. I am Hibufon, come and challenge me. I admit. Jang Lin was about to speak when she was interrupted by Hibufon. He moved as fast as lightning and kicked Jang Lin. Jang Lin had no choice but to shut up and block with his sword, but he was also knocked away. In the audience, everyone was excited when they saw this scene. At this moment, they no longer cared whether Hibufon was the number one in the outer sect. If you dare to hit their goddess, what does it matter even if you are the number one in the inner sect? Hibufon, you despicable villain, where is your face? Take advantage of Senior Sister Jiang's unpreparedness and launch a sneak attack. Are you still the number one in the outer sect? Is this the quality of the outer sect's top disciple? I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Hibufon narrowed his eyes slightly, and murderous intent emerged. Shut up! Just a cold snort scared everyone so much that they dared not speak. In his heart, there are only Dao and Ji Yesua. Everyone else is trash. If Jang Lin dares to humiliate Ji Yesua like this, he will have to pay the price. He put his hands behind his back and turned to look at Jang Lin. Don't you like burning the spiritual sea? I'll give you this chance. Jang Lin leaned on his sword and stood up tremblingly. She was not angry, but rather disdainful of being angry at Hibufon's mean behavior. Then I want to see if the number one in the outer sect is really as powerful as the rumors say. After she finished speaking, she slapped her dantian with her palm, trying to force it to burn again. At this moment, a warm hand held her bare hand, preventing her from going any further. Jang Lin was slightly stunned and looked up, only to find that Shen Mo had appeared on the ring without her noticing. Silly girl, you're going to die. Hearing this, Jang Lin couldn't hold back her tears. She threw herself into Shen Mo's arms and sobbed softly. I'm going to break my promise and can't take you to the true dragon's lair. Shen Mo was stunned when he heard this. What a silly girl. It turns out that Jang Lin has been fighting for this oath that he didn't take seriously at all. Thinking of this, Shen Mo patted her back gently and said softly. It's okay, I'll take you there this time. Chapter 22, Number 1 in the Outer Sect? Watch me defeat you in 2 moves. Good. Jang Lin no longer hesitated, broke free from Shen Mo's arms and jumped directly off the ring. Hibufon did not stop this. Now that the culprit has appeared, there is no need for him to keep holding on to Jang Lin. As your senior brother, I won't bully you. I'll give you 3 moves. Hibufon stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Shen Mo arrogantly, and said in a cold voice. It's over. Shen Mo wanted to be a hero and save the beauty, but he didn't even look at who was on the other side. Hibufon reached the great perfection of chi refining 10 years ago. On the other hand, Shen Mo seems to be only at the 5th level of chi refining. So what? Junior brother Shen dared to stand up. Even if he lost, he still won. If it were you, would you dare to go up? When everyone saw Shen Mo coming on stage, they couldn't help but sing his praises. Zhong Linger in the corner saw the scene, shook her head and sighed softly. Obviously, she didn't think Shen Mo could win either. There was another person who was also extremely anxious at this moment. That is Li Wanru. When Hibufon appeared on Jang Lin's ring, she was certain that with Shen Mo's perfect chi training level, as long as he didn't face Hibufon, he would be able to enter the top 10. According to the rules, a person only has 1 chance to challenge. In other words, Hibufon can only stay in Jang Lin's arena. But no matter how much he planned, he didn't expect Shen Mo to be so impulsive. Even if he didn't go up, Hibufon would at most humiliate Jang Lin and would not dare to kill her. But now that things have come to this, she can only use her connections to buy a spot from other disciples and give it to Shen Mo. Number 1 in the outer sect? Shen Mo was on high alert. This was his first time to fight someone head-on. This is also a good opportunity for him to hone his practical experience and skills. Then junior brother is offended. After saying this, Shen Mo formed seals with his hands. Fireball. Ah. Ha ha ha. What are you doing, junior brother Shen? You even used such a basic spell as fireball. Alas, there's no suspense anymore. I was thinking that since Shen Mo dared to go on stage, he would be well prepared. Maybe we could see a wonderful battle, but now it seems that I was overthinking it. Facing Hibufon, is there any difference between fireball and other high-level spells? When everyone saw Shen Mo's hand seals, they were all disappointed. After all, fireball is the first spell they learn. It is also the most basic technique. As long as one reaches the first level of chi refining, they can all be used, no technical skills are required. When Hibufon saw this scene, the contempt in his eyes became even stronger. The next second, something shocking happened. As Shen Mo completed the seal, the temperature of the entire arena suddenly rose. Even the audience could see the rising anger. The temperature on the ring gradually spread, and soon, the audience also felt a heat wave. But no fireball appeared. One of the disciples turned to look at the person next to him and asked curiously, "Brother, why is your face so red?" Aren't you the same? The disciple raised his head as if possessed by a ghost and saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. He raised his hand tremblingly, pointed to the sky, and shivered. What is that? With his reminder, everyone raised their heads. Fuck! Help! The entire spectator booth was in a state of panic. I saw a huge fireball falling rapidly from the sky. The area of the fireball was large enough to cover the entire training ground. This is not a fireball spell, it's clearly a meteor spell. Seeing this, Wang Chang immediately shouted to the audience, "Don't panic. No one is allowed to leave. The defense formation for the spectator seats has been activated." With Wang Chang's reminder, everyone returned to their seats with lingering fear. On the ring. Hibufon raised his head with a frivolous frown, but did not take any action. As the number 1 in the outer sect, he has his own pride. Since you said you would take Shen Mo's attack, you won't run away. Little Doyle. Just as the fireball was about to reach the ring, Hibufon moved. A golden sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at the fireball. Golden light slash. Shoo! I saw a golden light shooting up into the sky and instantly penetrating the fireball. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the fireball was split into two and fell towards the audience seats on both sides. Boom! The fireball collided with the white barrier in the audience seats, making a deafening sound. The disciples in the audience looked at the fireball so close to their heads and were so frightened that they stood there in shock, unable to utter a word. Gaudy! Hibufon snorted coldly. You accumulated all your spiritual energy just to release a fireball like this with no offensive power. You really disappoint me. All the spiritual power? Shen Mo was slightly stunned. It's not that exaggerated. He felt that the spiritual power he had just used was not even a fraction of the amount in his body. If I really mobilize all my spiritual power. He thought about it, it seemed like he couldn't mobilize it. Too many. It would probably take several days just to accumulate energy. Unless he obtains that kind of high-level magic, he can drain the spiritual sea in his body in one go. There are 2 more tricks. Hibufon urged, I guess you don't have much spiritual power left in your body now. I suggest you burn your spiritual sea directly, maybe you can hurt me. Upon hearing this, Jang Lin's expression in the audience immediately changed. She knew that Shen Mo had 5 spiritual roots and that his lifespan was coming to an end. If I really followed Hibufon's advice, I might end up dying on the spot. Brother, no. Shen Mo turned to look at Jang Lin and smiled gently, it's okay, I won't burn the spiritual sea. Burning spirit sea? Does he need it? Besides, he doesn't know how to do it. He has never learned this technique at all. Suddenly, Shen Mo had an idea. It's not a fight to the death, as long as you win, that's all that matters. Brother are you ready? I'm going to use the wind blade next. Ha! Hibufon didn't understand why Shen Mo reminded him. After thinking about it, he understood Shen Mo's idea. You can't win, but you want to keep your dignity? Humph. You're overthinking it. Come on, I won't hide. I said I'd let you have 3 moves, so I'll let you have 3 moves. Okay. Shen Mo nodded. He frantically mobilized the power of the spiritual sea in his body and gathered it in his hands. On the ring, an invisible blade faintly cut through the air. The remaining 8 arenas were also disturbed by the wind blades and had to stop fighting and wait for Shen Mo to finish. Their attitude towards Shen Mo also changed. From being a waste at the beginning to being able to fight Hibufon head-on now. Already earned their respect. Xiaojuyu, one of the 3 beauties, also had her eyes on Shen Mo at this moment. Her beautiful eyes lit up, as if she was thinking about something. Wind blade technique. At this moment, Shen Mo suddenly shouted. He waved his hands violently, and a gust of wind suddenly arose. A white light flashed, and a giant crescent moon appeared in the entire training ground. This is not wind blade technique, it is not an exaggeration to call it cutting technique. The disciples on the other arenas all complained bitterly. But they didn't promise Shen Mo 3 moves. In order to conserve his strength, he had to bend down to dodge. Hibufon chuckled and didn't take the wind blades seriously at all. He held the golden spirit sword across his chest, facing the oncoming wind blade. When the 2 collided with each other, making a dull sound. Hibufon soon discovered something was wrong. This time the spiritual power was even greater than last time. He had to be on high alert and use all his strength. Break it for me. An angry roar was heard, and the wind blade in front of him was instantly torn into pieces and scattered in the air. Ha ha. It's interesting, but that's all. Hibufon put down the spirit sword, looked at Shen Mo, and said sarcastically. There's one more trick. However, Shen Mo also had a mocking smile on his face at this time. Seeing this smile, Hibufon felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Shen Mo looked at Hibufon as if he were an idiot, his mouth slightly opened. 2 moves are enough to defeat you. Hibufon finished speaking before he could react. Shen Mo looked up at the sky and raised his hand high. Referee. He's out of bounds. Chapter 23. Take off your clothes quickly, let me see if there is any scar. Shen Mo's voice echoed throughout the entire training ground, catching everyone off guard. I didn't expect the game to end like this. Due to the previous battle between Yesua and Jang Lin, the ring fell apart. Under the high temperature of Shen Silence Fireball, the arena had already turned into powder. If Shen Mo hadn't spoken, no one would have noticed that Hibufon was standing outside the field at this time. Hibufon looked down at his feet, his face suddenly darkening. The next moment, he ignored the gazes of everyone present and walked towards Shen Mo. At this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Seeing the person coming, Hibufon narrowed his eyes slightly. Elder Wang, get out of the way. You lose. Wang Chang said coldly. Rules are rules, no one can change them. After saying this, he stepped aside and said, if you insist on coming forward, I will attack you. Even senior brother Zhou can't protect you. When Hibufon heard Wang Chang call him senior brother Zhou, his body froze and the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared. After looking at Shen Mo deeply, he turned around and left the training ground. As Hibufon's figure completely disappeared, the martial arts arena suddenly erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Shen Mo is so awesome. Number 1 in the outer sect. Number 1 in the outer sect. I've been annoyed with Hibufon for a long time. He just relied on having a good master, but he still lost. No matter where it is, this kind of drama of underdog defeating the strong can instantly ignite people's passion. Especially since Hibufon, who was the number 1 in the outer sect, was actually defeated by an unknown waste. Although there is some trickery involved. But they don't care. It will continue for some time to come, and may even last until the next big competition. This battle will be the topic of their conversation after dinner. Jang Lin rushed onto the stage immediately, hugged Shen Mo tightly, and burst into tears. Shen Mo patted her back gently. Okay, stop crying. So many people are watching us. Hearing this, Jang Lin ignored it and hugged him even tighter. Damn, after defeating Hibufon, he still feeds us dog food. What a fucking beast. Can someone come up and challenge me in that arena? I can't stand it anymore. If you can do it, go ahead. Hibufon has already been defeated, so I'm afraid the others won't dare to go up. There were bursts of boos from the audience. Wang Chang couldn't help but cough twice when he saw this. Ahem, enough is enough. We're still in the competition. Jang Lin finally reacted when she heard Wang Chang's voice. She quickly broke free from Shen Mo's arms, her face already flushed. After bowing to Wang Chang, she jumped off the stage like a frightened deer. Wang Chang gave Shen Mo a meaningful look, took off into the air, and flew back to the viewing seats above. Shen Mo touched his nose awkwardly and sat down cross-legged. I didn't intend to be in the spotlight. Now, everyone knows him. Now that you are here, make the best of it. He calmed himself down and simply closed his eyes. Time passes by every second. Just as everyone guessed, no one challenged Shen Mo's arena again. Until the last person fell off the ring, the top 10 of the competition were already decided. It's almost the same lineup as last time, except for the addition of Shen Mo and Xiaoran. Wang Chang came in front of the crowd and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. You are the new 10 disciples. But as one of the 10 great disciples, you should be more competitive. Next, the sect will provide you with elixirs to recover from your injuries. In a quarter of an hour, you will fight in pairs. The winner gets 1 point, the loser gets no points. The battle is over. The players will be ranked according to their scores and win-loss record. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Mo raised his hand. Wang Chang raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in confusion, What? What's the problem? Shen Mo said awkwardly, No. I quit. When these words were spoken, the entire audience was stunned. Is Shen Mo crazy? With his strength, he could definitely compete for the top spot in the outer sect. That's right. If he breaks through the foundation building stage and enters the inner sect as the number 1 in the outer sect, he will most likely become the direct disciple of the sect's core elders. Then, with a backer, he won't be afraid of Hibufon anymore. I guess he just won by cheating, and he's afraid his true form will be revealed in the next fight, so he wants to pretend to be an expert, right? Shen Mo ignored the discussions of the people present and jumped down from the stage. Shen Mo, won't you think about it again? Wang Chang asked anxiously. No. I still have to take Jang Lin back to heal her injuries, so I don't have time. Shen Mo grinned, put his arm around Jang Lin's slender waist and walked out of the venue. Wang Chang's outstretched hand suddenly froze in mid-air, and his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. You're such a romantic. Once you enter the inner door, I'll teach you a lesson. Xiaoran didn't seem to expect Shen Mo to give up his qualifications so casually. From her point of view, Shen Mo was indeed not pretending. He really didn't care about being the number 1 in the sect. Xiaoran curled up the corners of his mouth slightly and also jumped off the ring. Xiaoran, what are you doing again? Wang Chang's face darkened again. Although he guessed what she was thinking, he still couldn't help but ask about the doubts in his heart. Shen Mo is gone, these trash are not worth my effort. Xiaoran waved his hand and left. The faces of the 8 people on the ring at the back turned pale and blue. But what she said was indeed the truth and it could not be refuted. In the fight for the ring just now, it was easy. Xiaoran dared to say he was second, and no one dared to say he was first. No one can survive a single blow from her. Return to residence. Shen Mo simply closed the door with his backhand. Lin, take off your clothes quickly so I can see if there's any scar. Brother, it's still daytime. How could Jang Lin not know what Shen Mo was thinking, and she answered in a low voice with a red face. Bah, who do you think I am? Shen Mo spat lightly and pretended to be angry. Senior brother is worried that you'll have scars, which will make you look ugly in the future. Really? Jang Lin asked suspiciously. That must be true. How could my senior brother lie to you? As Shen Mo spoke, he pulled Jang Lin into his arms and kissed her red lips fiercely. Jang Lin hugged the back of his head with her backhand and responded fiercely. After the dangerous battle in the ring, she had already understood her own heart. In this life, only Shen Mo will not marry. The two of them were entangled with each other, and the temperature in the room was rising rapidly. Before she knew it, Jang Lin's coat had been taken off. Just when Shen Mo wanted to go one step further, Jang Lin regained her senses. Brother, at night, in case someone comes later. But Shen Mo didn't care about anything else at this moment, his inner desire had already been aroused. He picked up Jang Lin by the waist and walked towards the bed. What are you afraid of? They are now competing for the first place in the outer sect. No one will come. Okay. Jang Lin's pretty face blushed and she buried her head deeply. Dong dong dong. Just then, there was a rapid knock on the door. Chapter 24, True Dragon Nest Map, Perfect Foundation. Who is it? Shen Mo opened the door angrily and was stunned. I saw Li Wanru standing at the door with a sneer on her face. Why, did we disturb the great genius Shen's good deeds? No. No way. Shen Mo smiled awkwardly. Can I come in? Of course. Shen Mo regretted the moment he opened his mouth. At this time, Jang Lin was still naked inside. He wanted to reach out and stop it. But Li Wanru ignored him and walked straight in. Shen Mo was startled and immediately rushed into the room. Only then did I realize that Jang Lin had already put on her underwear. Hey, isn't this Jang Lin, one of the 3 outer sect beauties? Aren't you injured? Why are you here? Li Wanru said sarcastically. Hearing this, Jang Lin's face instantly turned red with shame and she quickly lowered her head. Shen Mo explained, Junior sister Jang is injured, I am checking her body. Oh. Li Wanru glanced at Shen Mo and sneered, why are you taking off your clothes while I'm examining her? Ah. Oh. Shen Mo looked down and saw that his clothes were wide open. Coming back to his senses, he trotted to the bed, picked up his belt, tied it around his body, and said awkwardly, well, the weather is quite hot. Okay, stop explaining. As long as you like it, it's your style. I have no right to interfere. Li Wanru interrupted Shen Mo, turned to look at Jang Lin, and said with a smile. Miss Jang, could you please step out for a moment? Shen Mo and I have something to discuss. Okay. Jang Lin answered in a low voice and ran out. She had wanted to escape a long time ago. For some reason, every time I see Li Wanru, I always feel like I'm being caught cheating. Li Wanru was very happy to see Shen Mo break into the top 10. Wanted to come here to congratulate. But he saw Jang Lin was there too, and both of them were dressed in disheveled clothes. She suddenly felt a surge of anger. It feels like something of yours has been taken away. Shen Mo lowered his head and didn't dare to speak, for fear that any of his words would be offensive and put him in danger. The two of them just remained silent, neither of them spoke first. A long time passed. Li Wanru said solemnly, since you've made it into the top 10, we can continue our cooperation. As she spoke, she took out a piece of yellowed craft paper from her storage bag and handed it to Shen Mo. Shen Mo raised his head, his face full of confusion. This is a map of the true dragon's lair. Although it only records the location of some Jedi, it's enough. As long as you follow the route above, you shouldn't encounter any danger. Li Wanru explained patiently. Hearing this, Shen Mo immediately picked up the map and looked at it carefully. Not only is the location marked on it, but the location of each Jedi is also marked with red marks. After taking a quick look, he put the map back into his storage bag and said solemnly, Thank you, elderly. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Li Wanru interrupted. I need you to go to the inheritance site and get a branch from the 9-curved jade tree. Is it about your body? Shen Mo asked. Yeah. Li Wanru nodded in response, a little absent-mindedly. I will definitely get back what you want. Shen Mo reached out and held her delicate hand and promised. Ah. Li Wanru subconsciously withdrew her hand, her pretty face flushed with shame. Shen Mo also realized that he was impulsive and scratched his head in embarrassment. It's not his fault, it's Li Wanru's fault for being so pretty. The key point is that when a man and a woman are alone in a room, it is hard not to have some impure thoughts. If you want to blame someone, blame Li Wanru for disturbing your good thing. Sorry, I'm a little excited. Shen Mo said in a low voice. Li Wanru stood up and said, It's okay, I'll leave first. After she finished speaking, she ran towards the door as if escaping. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly stopped, turned her head and reminded him, Don't take the foundation establishment pill as a reward this time. Once you establish your foundation, you won't be able to enter the true dragon's nest. Also, after entering the true dragon's nest, don't rush to break through the foundation building stage. Go to the inheritance site and you might gain unexpected benefits. Trying to perfect the foundation building stage will be more helpful to your future immortal journey. As for the spiritual fire, you don't have to worry. During the time you enter the true dragon's nest, I will find one for you to help you break through to the 2nd level alchemist. When Jang Lin saw Li Wanru coming out, he immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at her. Li Wanru glanced at her, said nothing, and disappeared instantly. It was not until Li Wanru left that Jang Lin finally realized what was happening. Obviously, her relationship with senior brother Shen is now known to everyone, so why should she be afraid of Li Wanru? Thinking of this, she raised her pink fist with a determined look. Next time, I must look Li Wanru in the eye and declare my sovereignty. Shen Mo was still immersed in the conversation with Li Wanru. Perfect foundation. He had indeed heard of it. An immortal once said, Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. In their eyes, three is the extreme. The so-called foundation building is to successfully build the foundation of Taoism in the spiritual sea. Even if you have entered the foundation building realm, this kind of foundation building is called ordinary foundation building. The next level is to build two foundations. This is the innate foundation. Ordinary people with natural spiritual roots will choose this path. Going further up, one will build three foundations and reach the limit, which is the perfect foundation. Once this kind of Tao foundation is successfully achieved, one will be invincible in the same realm. The early stage of foundation building can even defeat the late stage of foundation building, or even achieve perfection. Shen Mo's eyes were firm. He wanted to try to build a perfect foundation. This time, the true dragon's nest is where he rises. Brother Shen, what are you thinking about? Jang Lin observed Shen Mo for a long time and found that he was sometimes giggling and sometimes serious, so she couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's okay. Shen Mo came back to his senses and reached out to hold her in his arms. Jang Lin exclaimed, Don't. I'm afraid. It's okay, no one will bother you anymore. Shen Mo directly put his hand into her underwear and kept rubbing. Soon, Jang Lin gasped, surrendered, and fell limply into his arms. Shen Mo picked him up and walked towards the wooden bed. Half a month passed. Shen Mo spends his days refining elixirs and having in-depth conversations with Jang Lin. His bond value reached an astonishing 1,000 points, and his spiritual sea expanded again. It vaguely reached 20,000 feet. According to his guess, since 3 is the extreme, it should expand to 30,000 feet and then stop. During this period, Wang Chang came once. The silence gave him a headache. As one of the top 10 disciples, he was absent from the award ceremony, forcing him, the elder, to go there in person with the prize. If Shen Mo hadn't performed amazingly well, he wouldn't have come no matter what. Because he abstained, he ranked 10th among the 10 disciples. He only obtained a foundation building pill and a local level skill. Because Shen Mo had only used Fireball and Wind Blade. Wang Chang specially selected a book called 9 Folds of Blazing Flames for him, which was a foundation building exercise. Another half-month passed. Although Shen Mo devoted himself to the comprehension of the martial arts. But I only understood a few of the effects. Just when he wanted to continue to comprehend, Zhong Linger came to him. Chapter 25 Give me the branch and I will reward you again. How dare you keep a lover outside without telling me? Zhong Linger came up and started to greet everyone harshly. Shen Mo was completely confused, not knowing what she was talking about. What? It's been a month. I've been waiting for you for a whole month, and you don't give me an explanation? Zhong Linger folded her arms and looked down at Shen Mo. Explain? Shen Mo asked doubtfully. Men, forget about the old love when you have a new one? You took my virginity and you don't intend to take responsibility? Zhong Linger continued to fire. In that case, I'll castrate you, and no one will be able to have you. Hearing this, Shen Mo's lower body tightened and he almost knelt down. The man in front of me is a big shot in the Jindan realm. If he really wants to castrate himself, it's just a matter of asking. He raised his head and pleaded, that. Ha ha ha. Zhong Linger covered her mouth and burst into laughter when she saw Shen Mo's expression. Interesting, really interesting. Shen Mo was furious when he realized he was being fooled, but he could do nothing about it. He stared at Zhong Linger fiercely and swore secretly in his heart. When I reach the Golden Core realm in the future, I will definitely teach her a lesson. If you look at me like that again, I'll kill you. Suddenly, Zhong Linger's face turned gloomy. Shen Mo quickly lowered his head. Damn. This woman changes her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Don't mess with her. Ha, I won't tease you anymore, I'm here to take you to the real dragon's nest. Ah? Shen Mo raised his head, his face full of surprise. Ah, what? I applied to lead the team specifically for you. How do you plan to thank me? Zhong Linger said with a giggle. Thank you so much. Shen Mo curled his lips and muttered. Zhong Linger's tone rose several degrees. Shen Mo quickly said, I mean, it's my honor to have the beautiful elder accompany me. Hey, you're such a smooth talker. Zhong Linger raised her hand and smacked his head. Shen Mo felt pain, hugged his head and squatted down, grimacing. Stop pretending, I didn't use any spiritual power. Zhong Linger rolled her eyes at him and said seriously, I just came to see you because I need your help with something. Without waiting for Shen Mo to express his opinion, she continued, I need you to go to the inheritance site and retrieve a branch of the 9-curved jade tree. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Mo immediately raised his head. Looking at your expression, is there anyone who wants a branch of the 9-curved jade tree? Zhong Linger looked at Shen Mo and smiled. Let me guess who it is. It's so hard to guess. She rested her chin on her hand and thought, it's Li Wanru, right? Shen Mo widened his eyes and couldn't utter a word. It seems that I guessed right. Zhong Linger smiled playfully. Elder Zhong is indeed very foresight. Shen Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and complimented. Zhong Linger snorted lightly, stop flattering me. I saw her asking about the spiritual fire a few days ago. I guess she prepared it for you. Trading a spiritual fire for a branch of the 9-curved jade tree, that's a really good plan. As soon as these words came out, Shen Mo understood. It is obvious that there is hatred between Zhong Linger and Li Wanru. He lowered his head and didn't dare to interrupt. If you give me the branch, I will give you a great fortune, how about it? Zhong Linger said with a smile. Shen Mo still kept his head down and said nothing. Seeing his attitude, Zhong Linger was not anxious. She said confidently, since you are an alchemist, you must know about the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. I have news about the heaven and earth spiritual fire. Do you want to know? As long as you promise to give me the branch, I will tell you this news in advance, how about that? Shen Mo suddenly raised his head. Of course he knew about the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Unlike other spiritual fires, the spiritual fire of heaven and earth can not only assist in alchemy and greatly improve the quality of the pills, but it can also assist in spiritual practice, allowing people to make rapid progress in their practice. Each kind of spiritual fire in heaven and earth has its own unique properties and is unique. The lifelong pursuit of all alchemists is to possess a spiritual fire of heaven and earth that belongs to them. Elder Zhong, your conditions are indeed very tempting, but I refuse. Shen Mo said in a deep voice. He is not the kind of person who would switch sides just for the sake of profit. If Li Wanru hadn't kept the secret for him and provided him with various resources during that period, it was difficult for him to reach the great perfection of qi training so quickly, and the spiritual sea in his body expanded to 20,000 feet. You're not interested in the 7th-ranked bone spirit flame? Zhong Linger spoke softly, her beautiful eyes looking directly into Shen Mo's. Shen Mo shook his head and refused without thinking, even if it's the number 1 heaven and earth spirit fire, I'm not interested. This is a matter of principle, sorry. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Zhong Linger's voice suddenly turned cold. She exuded murderous intent. It seemed that if Shen Mo answered a word wrong, she would attack without hesitation. Of course Shen Mo was afraid, but he had already figured out Zhong Linger's attitude. After all, she didn't even make a move when I took her away for the first time. It is even more impossible to kill him for a branch now. Elder Zhong, everyone has to die, some are lighter than a feather, some are heavier than Mount Hai. I choose to die keeping my promise. After saying that, Shen Mo leaned forward, closed his eyes and stretched out his neck. Sure enough, after hearing Shen Mo's righteous and impassioned speech, Zhong Linger's beautiful eyes sparkled brightly. She originally thought Shen Mo was just an ordinary alchemist. Later, her virginity was accidentally taken away from her, and she began to observe Shen Mo secretly. Watch it over the past 2 months. Apart from being lustful, Shen Mo doesn't have any major problems. Now I hear him say these words again. Zhong Linger found that she had underestimated him. Interesting, he's worthy of being the man Li Wanru likes. Hearing this, Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Little guy, I watched more melodramas in my previous life than you have eaten salt. It's easy to control you. Since you're so brave, I'll tell you. The bone spirit flame is in the cold pond of the true dragon's nest. It's a secluded place. Li Wanru definitely didn't tell you. This news is just a rumor. It's up to you whether to go or not. Zhong Linger chuckled and turned to walk down the mountain. Let's go, it's time to gather. Cold Pond? Shen Mo murmured softly. He had indeed seen this place on the map, and it was indeed a desolate place. But he had no intention of going. It's already a Jedi, but you still go there. That's stupid behavior. Not long. Shen Mo and Zhong Linger appeared on the martial arts field. There were already more than a dozen people gathered here. Shen Mo looked around one by one and found many familiar faces. Yesua, Hibufon, and Xiao Zhuoyan were among them. Zhong Linger came to Shen Mo's side and said with a smile, "Are you really not considering giving me the branch?" Shen Mo shook his head, "Elder Zhong, it really can't be done. I have already promised Elder Li." "Really?" Zhong Linger leaned close to his ear and whispered, "If you give me the branch, I'll reward you once." "Ha?" Shen Mo turned to look at Zhong Linger with his eyes wide open. What kind of vicious words are these? Can I get an advance? Chapter 26. The five major sects gather together and the true dragon nest opens. You wish. Zhong Linger glared at Shen Mo and left quickly. In the martial arts arena, everyone had been waiting for a long time. Zhong Linger stepped forward and raised her hand. A treasure boat more than 10 meters long appeared on the scene. Everyone boarded the ship immediately. Everyone looked at this treasure ship with shock on their faces. Shen Mo was also shocked. Judging from the brilliance flowing on its surface, it is at least a medium-quality treasure ship. Spiritual weapons are immortal weapons used by cultivators in the chi refining and foundation establishment stages. Above spiritual weapons are treasure weapons, which can only be used by Jindan stage cultivators. Among the many spiritual weapons and treasures, flying and life-saving types are the most precious. I didn't expect Zhong Linger to be a wealthy woman. The true dragon's nest is located in the southernmost part of Dianzhou. It took more than a month to fly from Qingshan sect to arrive. We've arrived at the true dragon's nest. Zhong Linger's voice came. All the Qingshan sect disciples immediately walked out of the cabin and came to the deck. Shen Mo looked up. There are 9 rolling mountain ranges. Looking from above, they look like 9 giant green dragons winding and circling. The 9 real dragons below were like living creatures, emitting bursts of pressure. Their dragon mouths converged together to form a white light shield. Ah, isn't this Zhong Linger? Is the Qingshan sect without a successor? They actually let you lead the team yourself. Suddenly, a discordant voice was heard. Shen Mo turned his head. I saw a treasure boat coming quickly from the horizon. There were many figures on the treasure boat, led by a middle-aged woman wearing a white Taoist robe and holding a whisk in her hand, who was looking at Zhong Linger with a smile. Name, Li Niju. Gender, female. Age, 200-600. Constitution, water spiritual root. Realm, early golden core stage. Favorability, 30. Hiss. Another Jindan boss. Judging from his tone and the degree of favorability, he obviously has a grudge against Qingshan sect. Shen Mo quickly withdrew his gaze, subconsciously took a few steps back, and came behind the crowd. Old woman, I haven't seen you for 30 years, and you're still alive? Would you consider finding a companion? Never mind. Looking at your condition, is there any water left? It must have dried up long ago, right? Zhong Linger chuckled and retorted. Li Niju was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood the meaning of the words. She glared at Zhong Linger fiercely and sneered, "You're still so sharp-tongued. However, you seem to have forgotten that last time at the True Dragon's Nest, my Supreme Sect obtained 50 tokens of inheritance. According to the rules, my Supreme Sect can admit 50 disciples to this True Dragon Nest." Li Niju said, turning his head and calling softly, "Ling Tian. Disciple is here." Hearing the shout, a dignified disciple in a white Taoist robe walked out. We are both righteous forces. After entering the True Dragon's Nest, you must take good care of the disciples of Qingshan sect. Li Niju sneered. Disciple will definitely take good care of you. Yi Lingtian bowed, slowly stood up, and looked towards the Qingshan sect where Shen Mo was. Name, Yi Lingtian. Gender, male. Age, 55-200. Constitution, fire spiritual root. Realm, perfect chi refining. Favorability, 50. Shen Mo hid behind the crowd and looked at the other person carefully. This man's name is Yi Lingtian. He won first place in the grand competition of the Supreme Sect. He competed with Hibufon 10 years ago, but Hibufon was ultimately defeated. Zhong Linger's voice suddenly came. Shen Mo smacked his lips, and another chi refining perfection, interesting. Sensing someone was watching, Yilingtian suddenly locked his eyes on Shen Mo. Shen Mo quickly lowered his head to avoid it. Holy shit, it looks like he is actually stronger than Hibufon. This can be felt. His only advantage was the 20,000 Zheng spiritual sea that provided him with an endless supply of spiritual power. However, it is difficult to bring out this advantage without appropriate techniques. So for now, we still have to keep a low profile. Let Hibufon take the blame. Qingshan sect is really getting worse year by year. How can an old man enter the top 10 of the outer sect? Yi Lingyu noticed Shen Mo and laughed. As soon as he said this, the people behind him laughed out loud. The disciples of Qingshan sect glared at him and argued. Humph, you underestimate Shen Mo. He defeated Hibufon. Hearing this, Yilingtian put away his smile and his face became heavy. Your name is Shen Mo? Shen Mo turned his head away and did not answer, but he had already cursed all the disciples of Qingshan sect in his heart. You are really bringing up something that is not related to the topic. Seeing his attitude, Yilingtian looked at Hibufon again, seeking confirmation. Is what they say true? Hibufon snorted coldly and turned his head away. Although he didn't say anything, he has confirmed the authenticity of the news with practical actions. Yilingtian narrowed his eyes, and there was murderous intent in his pupils. Since you defeated Hibufon, you are enough to be my opponent. I will definitely give it my all once I get in. Mad. Completely silent. What kind of thing is this? You are sitting at home and the pot falls from the sky. If I had known this earlier, I would have been more low-key during the competition. At this moment, 2 more treasure boats came rapidly. One treasure ship was filled with black mist, while the other was filled with fragrance. He, it seems like our ghost sect is late. On the black boat, a monk wearing a hood and holding a soul flag appeared in front of everyone. Sister Zhang Linger, long time no see. Another voice was heard, and a woman in revealing pink clothes appeared on another treasure boat. The disciples behind her were all female cultivators, and like her, they only used a few pieces of cloth to cover their key parts. They all posed coquettishly with charming eyes. Although Shen Mo didn't know these people, their characteristics were too obvious. It only took a moment to guess their origins. Hahuan sect. Be careful of the woman in black. Her name is Zhu Yeqing. She is the number 1 in the outer sect of the Hahuan sect and has a natural charm. Hearing Zhong Linger's reminder, Shen Mo looked up. Sure enough, among the crowd of Hahuan sect, there was a woman in black. She was dressed appropriately, with a black dress that tightly wrapped around her curvy figure, making her stand out from the other disciples. Sensing someone peeping, Zhu Yeqing turned around abruptly and instantly locked eyes with Shen Mo. When she saw Shen Mo's appearance, she was stunned at first. Then a sweet smile. Just one glance and Shen Mo felt a chill on his back. If Zhong Linger hadn't reminded him beforehand, he would probably have fallen into her trap by now. What a terrifying charm. Shen Mo quickly lowered his head. Senior brother Shen, what's wrong? Jang Lin noticed Shen Mo's abnormality and hurriedly asked. No. It's okay. Shen Mo answered in a low voice. The charm was broken, and Zhu Yeqing smiled dumbly, whispering softly, interesting. Is everyone here? Looks like I, Dao Xuanzong, am late again this time. At this moment, a palace exuding fairy air suddenly fell from the sky. A white-haired old man sat upright in the palace, and below him was a group of disciples full of righteousness. Qi Daolin. The 4 elders looked at the newcomer at the same time and called out his name at the same time. The palace landed directly in the center of the 4 sects, vaguely separating them. Qi Daolin stood up, looked down at everyone present, and said with his Dharma name. Now that everyone is here, please take out your tokens and open the true dragon's nest. Chapter 27. If you don't save me, then there is no point in playing. Name, Qi Daolin. Gender, male. Age, 800-1000. Constitution, gold and fire spiritual roots. Realm, late Jindan period. Favorability, 50. Well, it's your turn to act. Shen Mo was shocked when he saw Qi Daolin's panel. The leaders of the 4 sects present were all in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. He is in the late Jindan stage. Isn't that an adult beating up an elementary school student? Although Zhong Linger and the others were unhappy, they were hindered by Qi Lin's identity and realm. He handed the token over anyway. Qi Lin spread out his hands and a token also flew out. 5 tokens appeared in the air and instantly came together. A dazzling white light burst out from the token and directly connected with the white light shield below. Immediately, a blue space hole slowly opened. The true dragon's nest has been discovered, everyone enter immediately. Qi Lin shouted loudly. The next moment, all the disciples jumped off their treasure boats like dumplings. Shen Mo stretched out his hand, held Jang Lin tightly, and jumped down. After entering the cave, Shen Mo's eyes went dark, and it seemed as if an invisible force was trying to tear his body apart. The feeling disappeared as soon as it arose. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he found himself in a strange world. Looking around, there was no one. Countless gray dust particles are floating in the sky. The earth is covered with yellow sand, and looking around, it feels like being in a desert. Shen Mo quickly took out the map and compared it carefully. Only then did he realize that he was on the return dunes at the northernmost end of the true dragon's nest. The map shows that there are few opportunities here, but there are many monsters. Shen Mo didn't dare to delay, he chose a direction and walked forward. See. I just walked a short distance. A subtle voice reached his ears. The next moment, a giant scorpion emerged from the yellow sand. Shen Mo subconsciously made a hand gesture, and a blazing fireball descended from the sky. The giant scorpion tried to escape by burrowing into the ground, but it could not escape the range of the fireball. The fireball landed on the scorpion, and it immediately let out a scream. In a short while, the giant black scorpion was roasted red and the aroma of chicken wafted out. Is it only the 3rd level of Qi refining? Seeing this scene, Shen Mo felt a little embarrassed. You can't blame him for this. What others call a big move is just a basic attack in his hands. This is the confidence brought by the 20,000-foot spiritual sea. Ka. At this moment, a slight sound came from the giant scorpion's body. Then, it turned into a handful of yellow earth and disappeared. Only a bead emitting yellow light was left floating in the air. Shen Mo stretched out his hand and the yellow bead fell into his hand. This thing is called sand beads, and it is unique to the Gatu sand dunes. As long as you collect 100 of them, you can enter the quicksand land. There are many precious elixirs and treasures there. But according to the map, some powerful treasures had already been taken away by our predecessors. All that's left are some defective products. Shen Mo put the sand beads back into the storage bag and walked forward slowly. The true dragon's nest has been open for a full year. His purpose in coming here was clear. First, to complete the spiritual sea and break through the foundation. Second, enter the place of inheritance and obtain what Li Wanru needs. Third, if you have the chance, go find the 7th ranked bone spirit flame. The real dragon's nest is bigger than imagined. Half a month passed, and Shen Mo didn't meet anyone along the way. I couldn't even get out of the sand dunes on my way back. Instead, there were more than a dozen sand beads. His combat experience also grew rapidly with each battle. I wonder how Jang Lin is doing. Shen Mo killed another dune creature and muttered to himself. But in a moment, he let it go. Jang Lin is now at the stage of perfect Qi refining, and he even gave her the foundation establishment pill. As long as he doesn't meet a super genius like Yiling Tian, she should be fine. Buzz. At this moment, the entire sand dune suddenly shook. The yellow sand under his feet actually sank downwards. Shen Mo's eyes narrowed, and he quickly fled in the opposite direction. The dunes are collapsing at an increasingly rapid rate. Soon his feet were wrapped in yellow sand and dragged towards the center. Shen Mo's face was filled with horror. Mad. This is quicksand tide. The map records that once you are caught in the quicksand tide, you can only rely on fate. Either they will be sucked into the ground, or if they are strong enough, they can break out of the ground. Or you will be swept into some unexplored remote place and leave it to fate. But Shen Mo felt his scalp tingling just by looking at the quicksand in front of him. Everywhere he looked, things were collapsing. At this time, there is no other way out except flying in the air. But he has only reached the stage of Qi refining. If he wants to fly, he must at least break through to the foundation establishment stage. Shen Mo was a little panicked. The quicksand had already covered his feet, but had not yet reached the center. It can be inferred from this that the area covered by this quicksand tide is extremely large. If things go wrong, the entire sand dunes on the way back might be affected. Just when Shen Mo was feeling anxious, suddenly a figure flew across the sky. Shen Mo's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted, "Taoist friend! Help!" Lu Shusheng stood on the flying sword, constantly congratulating himself on his wisdom. He knows his own limitations and cannot compare to those geniuses. In order to get a share of the pie in the true dragon's nest, he chose to swallow the foundation establishment pill to break through as soon as he came in. Although he is just an ordinary foundation building person, he is able to fight against the geniuses. Not long after the breakthrough, a quicksand tide erupted in the sand dunes on the way back. He flew all the way here. Witnessed several monks being swallowed up. Look, someone is asking for help again. But he still chose to ignore it. After all, with one less person, the probability of getting an opportunity would be greater. Hey! Fatty Taoist, don't go! Shen Mo's anxious voice came. Lu Shusheng glanced at him and kept searching for Shen Mo's memories in his mind. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't remember who Shen Mo was. Not a genius. And an old man. Lu Shusheng suddenly became bolder. Hey, old man, throw me the valuable treasure and I'll pull you up. Hearing this, Shen Mo frowned. He forced a smile and said, "The treasure is in my trouser pocket. Pull me up and I'll get it for you." Oh, do you think I'm stupid? If I pull you up, what if you change your mind? Lu Shusheng sneered and was about to leave. Damn, fat guy. Shen Mo cursed inwardly, but still kept a smile on his face and said, "Fat Taoist friend, I really didn't lie to you. And look at my body, it's obvious that I don't have much time left. How could I possibly beat you?" Lu Shusheng thought for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it, I don't want to take any risks." After he finished speaking, he made some hand gestures and was about to fly away on his sword. "You forced me to do this." Shen Mo shouted loudly and frantically pumped the spiritual sea in his body. A giant fireball broke through the clouds in the sky and fell towards Lu Shusheng. Chapter 28 Junior Brother Shen, I'm so tired, come and help me. When Lu Shusheng saw this scene, he was filled with fear. He immediately mobilized all his strength and turned into a meteor, rushing away into the distance. Damn, let's fight. At worst, you'll be buried with me. Shen Mo became furious, and the spiritual sea in his body was churning. In an instant, the ground was dyed blood red. Dozens of giant fireballs instantly broke through the clouds and fell indiscriminately below. Lu Shusheng subconsciously turned his head, staggered, and almost fell off the flying sword. He had never seen the scene before him in his life. The sky and the earth were filled with fireballs, and no matter how he ran, he couldn't escape. This scene seemed like the end of the world. Damn it! When did such a natural disaster appear in the dunes on the way home? Help! Someone, please save me. Woo woo woo. Whoever said the dunes on the way home were the safest place? I'll blow his head off. At the same time, wailing sounds were heard one after another from all over the dunes on the way back. Shen Mo, the instigator, sat on a flying sword with a calm expression. Lu Shusheng knew he was unable to escape, so he could only go back and pull Shen Mo up. Old senior, please put away this magical power. I can't take it back. Shen Mo replied, I only know how to use it, but I haven't learned how to take it back. Lu Shusheng. Well, I met a living ancestor. Lu Shusheng could only carry Shen Mo on his back and hide everywhere. I was almost engulfed by the fireball several times. But he didn't dare to leave Shen Mo behind. If this ancestor gets angry, he might really die here. Fortunately, they were able to hide. The monks on the ground who were stuck in the quicksand were in trouble. You can only use magic to resist. The whole world was filled with roars from time to time. Perhaps affected by Shen Mo's large-scale fireball, at this moment, the quicksand suddenly stopped wriggling. A few miles ahead, a black light shot straight into the sky. Treasure! Lu Shusheng's eyes lit up, and without waiting for Shen Mo to speak, he quickened his pace and rushed forward. It's been years since Gitu Dune has produced any valuable treasures. Looks like I'm lucky. A figure walking on a sword smiled and then increased his speed. At the same time, all the monks on the sand dunes on their way back saw this black light. They all rushed towards the end of the black light. Although Lu Shusheng tried his best, he still failed to arrive at the scene first. Before him, several people were surrounding Mu Guang, ready to take action at any time. Shen Mo frowned. Among these people there was actually someone he knew, Ji Yesua. Qian Qingshu? Lu Shushang shifted his gaze from the black light and found Qian Qingshu beside Ji Yesua. His face suddenly turned ugly. What's wrong? Do you know him? Shen Mo said with a smile. The second-ranked super genius of Daoxian sect. Lu Shushang said in a deep voice. Noticing someone peeping, Ji Yesua turned around and also found Shen Mo, her eyes suddenly fixed. Xiao Xue, your fellow disciple? Qian Qingshu followed her gaze and raised his brows. Well, an old pervert who wants to peek at my body. Ji Yesua rolled her eyes and chuckled. Upon hearing this, Qian Qingshu's eyebrows raised. A magic sword flew out of his hand, and he pointed at Shen Mo and shouted, Old man, come here and die. Senior, what should we do? Lu Shushang swallowed. Cold salad. Shen Mo rolled his eyes at him and turned to look at Wu Guang. Qian Qingshu frowned. As the second-ranked super genius in Daoxian sect, everyone who sees him has to be humble. Originally I just wanted to show off in front of the goddess. If Shen Mo cooperated, at most he would just destroy his cultivation and let him fend for himself. But now, he has changed his mind. He wants to kill Shen Mo. Old man, considering that you and Xiao Xue are from the same sect, I didn't intend to embarrass you, but you are eager to die, so don't blame me. After saying this, the long sword in his hand hummed and emitted bursts of golden light. At this moment, the black light suddenly dissipated. A jet-black token appeared in the air. Heavy treasure. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Qian Qingshu immediately turned the sword and a beam of sword light slashed towards everyone present. At the same time, he quickly ran towards the treasure. Qian Qingshu, you are despicable. Everyone used magic to block the sword light he slashed out and couldn't help cursing. Ha, since ancient times, treasures have belonged to those who are capable. Qian Qingshu stretched out his hand and grabbed the treasure. When he saw the true appearance of the treasure, his eyes suddenly lit up. 9 Nether Order. I didn't expect it to be the 9 Nether Order. This token hasn't appeared in hundreds of years. With this token, you can enter the Joyo Tower of the True Dragon's Nest. That is where the best treasures are stored. He had already begun to fantasize about entering the Joyo Tower and obtaining a top-grade treasure. After coming out, sweep across the real dragon's nest. Even his senior brother Jin Buhue could only look up to him. Buzz. At this moment, several wind blades suddenly appeared out of thin air all around. Qian Qingshu's face changed slightly, and he immediately withdrew his hand and blocked with his sword. Shen Mo seized the opportunity, rushed out, and put the Joyo order into the storage bag. Ji Yesua was the first to react. She suddenly attacked and slashed at Qian Qingshu with a sword. Xiao Xue, you! Qian Qingshu's face was full of disbelief. I'm sorry. I'm a disciple of the Qingshan sect. Ji Yesua shouted loudly and mobilized the spiritual power of the spiritual sea in her body again. Suddenly, several huge waves appeared all around. Huge waves pressed down on everyone present. Shen Mo, run away. Ji Yesua was like an arrow shot from a bow, chasing after Shen Mo. Shen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, a little surprised. Ji Yesua has changed her personality? As soon as this idea came to his mind, he rejected it. He didn't believe that Ji Yesua would be such a righteous person. Then the purpose is obvious, the 9 Nether Order. Senior Sister Ji, thank you very much. Shen Mo turned around to express his thanks and increased his speed again. Ji Yesua cursed inwardly and forced a smile on her face. Junior brother Shen, wait for me. Half a month passed. On the way back, deep in the sand dunes, Shen Mo was still running for his life, with Ji Yesua chasing him closely. Junior brother Shen, wait for me, they've been thrown off. Ji Yesua panted. Not yet, I saw Qian Qingshu. Shen Mo turned his head, pretending to be panicked, and increased his speed again. How could he not know Ji Yesua's purpose? Want to pursue me? It depends on whether your spiritual sea can hold up. Junior brother Shen, don't panic, Qian Qingshu really didn't catch up. Ji Yesua was a little overwhelmed. She finally broke through to the perfection of qi refining, and the spiritual sea in her body reached 1,000 feet. But after chasing for half a month, the spiritual energy stored in her spiritual sea was exhausted. On the other hand, Shen Mo acted as if nothing had happened. Senior Sister Ji, I think you can't hold on any longer. How about you stay behind to cover us, and I'll go first? Shen Mo smiled. Yeshua's eyes went dark and she almost fell down. Is this something a human can say? Doesn't he have any sympathy for women? Yesua had a flash of inspiration. She suddenly fell to the ground, raised her head, and said pitifully, Junior brother Shen. I'm so tired, come and help me up, okay? Help your mother. Shen Mo ignored him and increased his speed again. Chapter 29, A Sudden Change, A Light Bulb in the Dark. Chu Xiaoran, you were so brave. Somewhere in the dunes on the way home. A monk in a white Taoist robe led 3 or 4 people to surround Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran felt a chill in his heart and said with an apologetic smile, Senior brother Zhao, what are you doing? Haven't our Qingshan sect and the Taishang sect been friends for generations? There was a bitter taste in his mouth. In order to come to this true dragon's nest to seek opportunities, he almost spent all his savings to buy a spot. I didn't expect to encounter quicksand as soon as I landed. Fortunately, there is always a way out. A charred corpse was swept in front of him by the quicksand. There was actually a foundation building pill in the corpse's storage bag. He swallowed it without any hesitation and successfully established his foundation. In the blink of an eye, he met Zhao Qiyuan, who was ranked 2nd in the Taishang sect. Zhao Qiyuan had only reached perfection in qi refining, but he had already reached the foundation establishment stage. This gave him strong confidence. He immediately prepared to blackmail Zhao Qiyuan. But unexpectedly, he regretted it as soon as he made the move. The other party actually brought in a low-grade treasure. Friendship for generations? What a joke! During the last True Dragon's Nest trip, your Qingshan sect killed several of my Taishang sect's geniuses. Zhao Qiyuan sneered repeatedly. That was done by Elder Zhong Linger. It has nothing to do with me. Chu Xiaoran's eyes were full of despair. It seemed that he could not escape. Oh? Do you mean that Zhong Linger cannot represent Qingshan sect? Or you are not a disciple of Qingshan sect? Zhao Qiyuan said jokingly. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoran's eyes lit up. There is a turning point. He immediately climbed forward and hugged Zhao Qiyuan's trouser legs tightly. Brother Zhao, you may not know this, but I've long had the idea of joining the Supreme Sect. Get out. Zhao Qiyuan frowned and kicked him out. The Supreme Sect doesn't accept trash. After saying that, he changed the subject, unless you can produce the corresponding treasure. I can choose not to kill you. Despair flashed in Chu Xiaoran's eyes. He doesn't have any treasures. I spent all my belongings on buying a spot. If the other party had not practiced the ruthless way, he would have wanted to kill Lu Ruyan. Etc. Lu Ruyan. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Chu Xiaoran was shocked, as if he saw hope of survival. Brother Zhao, I have a gift for you. Immortal fate? Zhao Qiyuan raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand, give it to me. It's not on me. Chu Xiaoran said immediately. You dare to play tricks on me? Zhao Qiyuan's face suddenly turned gloomy. Seeing this, the people behind him immediately summoned their spirit swords. The gleaming sword blade made Chu Xiaoran tremble with fear. He quickly explained, this is it, Senior brother Zhao, do you still remember Shen Mo on the spirit boat? Shen Mo? He's the guy who defeated Hibufon? What happened? Zhao Qiyuan recalled carefully and asked in confusion. Yes, it's him. He has the immortal fate. Chu Xiaoran crawled to Zhao Qiyuan's feet again. Noticing Zhao Qiyuan's unfriendly expression, he didn't dare hug his thigh anymore and continued speaking. Brother Zhao, you don't know this, Shen Mo was only at the 3rd level of qi refining half a year ago. In just half a year, he reached the perfection of qi refining and defeated Hibufon. He must have gained an incredible immortal fate. After listening to Chu Xiaoran's explanation, Zhao Qiyuan narrowed his eyes. Breaking through the 7th realm in just half a year is indeed a bit exaggerated. But it's also possible that they've accumulated a lot of experience and suddenly had an epiphany. The immortal fate you mentioned is a bit far-fetched, so you'd better die. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Qiyuan raised his hand and was about to shoot him to death. Chu Xiaoran screamed in horror, he has 5 spiritual roots. Zhao Qiyuan's eyes flashed with brilliance and he lifted him up. What did you say? 5 spiritual roots? Yes. This is absolutely true. My Taoist partner used to be his sister-in-law. It was me who brought him from the mortal world to Qingshan sect. Chu Xiaoran didn't dare to keep it a secret any longer and told everything he knew. He clearly felt the crisis of death just now. If you continue to hide your abilities, you might end up losing your life here. Zhao Qiyuan threw Chu Xiaoran back to the ground, his eyes full of greed. According to what you said, Shen Mo and you should have a good relationship? Of course, my Taoist partner is his sister-in-law. Seeing his attitude change, Chu Xiaoran hurriedly used the tiger skin as a banner and said, "Every once in a while, my Taoist partner will go and take care of Shen Mo for a few days. Even when I was in seclusion, Shen Mo would ask my Taoist partner to bring back some elixirs for my cultivation. This shows that Shen Mo still respects me very much. He gave me so many pills and never asked for any reward." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had really become Shen Mo's biological brother. Zhao Qiyuan saw that he didn't seem to be pretending, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Good, very good. Since you have such a good relationship with Shen Mo, I think you can backstab him at the critical moment." Since Shen Mo was able to defeat Hibufon, his strength must be on the same level as his. Although he was confident that he could defeat Shen Mo. But just to be on the safe side, he still decided to spare Chu Xiaoran's life. After all, he had never fought with Shen Mo, so he didn't know what cards the other party had. Especially in this real dragon's nest where dangers are everywhere. If you get hurt, it will be more trouble than it's worth. Of course. As long as senior brother Zhao spares my life, I will go all out and launch a sneak attack. Chu Xiaoran immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Hey!" Zhao Qiyuan reached out and helped him up. "We're brothers from now on. This is too formal." Hearing this, Chu Xiaoran immediately burst into tears of gratitude. At this moment, a black light shot straight into the sky in the distance. That's the birth of a precious treasure. Zhao Qiyuan was stunned at first, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The returned sand dunes are known as the Treasure Desert. Almost everyone who was teleported here left immediately. He was teleported here and missed a better start, which already made him feel unhappy. Unexpectedly, there is always light at the end of the tunnel, and a treasure was found in the sand dunes on the way back. Shen Mo stared at his glowing palm, his face full of black lines. Just now, he completely got rid of Yesua. With nothing to do, I decided to see how magical the legendary 9 Nether Order is. But just as he took out the Joyo Order from the storage bag, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the Joyo Order emitted a strong black light, which made Shen Mo unable to open his eyes for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the 9 Nether Order was engraved on the palm of his hand like a tattoo. The key is that this tattoo also emits a dazzling light. He tried to mobilize the spiritual power in his body to force it out. But after trying several times, the 9 Nether Order did not come out. Instead, after absorbing his spiritual power, it became even brighter. He is now like a light bulb in the dark. A few kilowatts or so. At the same time, a clear voice rang out in his mind. The 9 Netherworld inheritance assessment has begun. The 9 Nether Order will continue to absorb the examinee's spiritual energy. If they survive for a month, they will obtain the exact location of the 9 Nether Tower. Enter the Joyo Tower and receive a top-grade treasure as a reward. I'm such a jerk. Chapter 30, Glowing Treasure, Zhao Qiyuan escapes. Shen Mo was completely speechless. Follow the description of the voice in your mind just now. The Joyo Order will continue to glow. Isn't this a human-shaped target? But on second thought, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he was on the dunes on his way back. If it were in the center, it might attract everyone. He is not confident enough to beat them all. He felt that Yi Lingtian alone was enough to make him suffer. Not to mention the Daoxian sect disciple who appeared at the end. That's even more of a ruthless character. Could you please give up your precious treasure, fellow Taoist? Just then, Zhao Qiyuan and his group arrived here. In his perspective, Shen Mo was glowing all over, like a light bulb walking in the dark. Unable to see the other person's appearance clearly, he decided to use courtesy first and then force. Just in case it was those crazy people from Daoxian sect, it would be like leaving a way out for myself. Shen Mo. You are the one who shines, and your whole family shines. I'm very sorry, this treasure has already been claimed by its owner, so I can't give it to you. Shen Mo put away his depression and spoke. So that's how it is, fellow Taoist is really lucky. Zhao Qiyuan's heart skipped a beat. He had never heard this sound before. It is obvious that he is most likely a member of the Daoxian sect. The group of crazy people in Daoxian sect launched a heavy attack internally. Externally, they fight even harder. If you hit one, it might attract a group of them, which would not be worth it. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Xiaoran suddenly spoke. Shen Mo? He asked tentatively. Shen, your mother's head, get out of here. Shen Mo lowered his voice and said angrily. He just discovered Chu Xiaoran. Seeing how he was submissive to Zhao Qiyuan, I immediately guessed that Chu Xiaoran must have betrayed me. At this time, admit that you are Shen Mo. That's no different from seeking death. Sorry, senior. I got the wrong person. Chu Xiaoran was startled and quickly clasped his fists to apologize. Snort. Shen Mo snorted coldly, turned around, and fled quickly. At this time, the best strategy is to keep changing positions. Once you stop, more and more people will gather. There will always be someone brave enough to take action. He didn't dare to gamble. Shen Mo, don't run. Chu Xiaoran's eyes were always on him. The moment Shen Mo turned around, he saw his profile clearly. Hearing this, Zhao Qiyuan suddenly came to his senses. Without any hesitation, he directly took out the magic sword in his hand and slashed at Shen Mo. Chu Xiaoran, you bought a watch. Shen Mo was furious and quickly made some hand gestures. A wind blade several hundred meters wide appeared out of nowhere and instantly hit the spirit sword. When the spirit sword was thrown back, Zhao Qiyuan's face was extremely solemn. The wind blade just now was too big, and it must have consumed a lot of spiritual energy. A normal cultivator, even if casting this lowest level wind blade technique, only needs a small move to block the spirit sword. But Shen Mo created such a huge wind blade. But considering that Shen Mo had defeated Hibufon before, I don't think someone would do something that would yield half the result with twice the effort. There must be a conspiracy. But he couldn't find out what conspiracy was hidden in it. So he decided to keep his distance from Shen Mo. Shen Mo turned around and saw Zhao Qiyuan following closely behind him, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. This is not a solution. If we don't get rid of Zhao Qiyuan, there might be more people later. Once we are surrounded, it will be a lot of fun. Fireball. Shen Mo made some hand gestures and shouted loudly. The originally gloomy sky was instantly ignited. A giant fireball with a diameter of several thousand meters fell from the sky, which was very terrifying. Zhao Qiyuan's face looked heavy. Considering that Shen Mo might have a killer move, he decisively took out the low-grade treasure he carried with him. Heaven-turning seal. A golden seal flew out from his fingertips and grew in the wind. A blazing golden light emanated from the heaven-flipping seal. The fireball was evaporated before it even touched it. Shen Mo immediately recognized that the Fantian seal was a treasure. The light flowing on it was exactly the same as that on Zhong Linger's treasure ship, except that it was a little dimmer. Damn! Use cannons to kill mosquitoes. Are today's geniuses so extravagant? I just cast a basic fireball spell, and you're using a magic weapon to fight back? Shen Mo didn't dare to stop and frantically activated the spiritual sea in his body. His speed increased again. Zhao Qiyuan immediately followed, still keeping a certain distance. He would never take any risk until he figured out what Shen Mo's killer move was. After all, no matter how precious a treasure is, you need life to spend it. Playing with prey? Shen Mo's face was extremely gloomy. Zhao Qiyuan was always hanging behind him. He stopped, Zhao Qiyuan stopped. He accelerated, and Zhao Qiyuan also accelerated. What on earth do you want to do? Come up and fight if you're brave enough. Shen Mo didn't want to be treated as a prey anymore. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Zhao Qiyuan stopped and frowned deeply. Sure enough, there is a killer move. Can't hold it back anymore? Do you really think I, Zhao Qiyuan, am a fool? Ha ha. Fellow Taoist Shen, why don't we both take a step back? You give me the treasure, and when we get out, I'll buy it with spirit stones of the same price. How about that? Zhao Qiyuan mainly uses the tactic of procrastination. Anyway, he made up his mind that as long as he kept a distance from Shen Mo, he would not be hurt by the fatal move. Wait until other geniuses arrive and let them take the killing move first. Just sit back and reap the benefits. It would be best if Yilingtian could come. Given Yilingtian's personality, he would definitely start a fight. Thinking of this, Zhao Qiyuan raised the corners of his mouth and showed a proud look on his face. Damn it, this is too much. I'm going to fight you. When Shen Mo saw the scene, his heart suddenly changed. He formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual sea in his body instantly began to churn. In the sky, dozens or even hundreds of huge fireballs fell downwards. On the ground, giant wind blades were sweeping across. Zhao Qiyuan's face changed drastically. He thought to himself that he had said nothing wrong. Is Shen Mo going to use his killer move now? Without any hesitation, he cast the heaven-flipping seal and turned to flee. Damn, stop. Don't run if you can. After being chased for so long, Shen Mo was already full of anger. Brother Zhao? Did you succeed? Chu Xiaoran and several others hurried to catch up and ran into Zhao Qiyuan head-on. Stop talking nonsense and run away. Zhao Qiyuan shouted to his followers. Look, a treasure. What the hell are you looking at? Run away. Can't you see that Zhao Qiyuan is running for his life? Forehead. On the way back, a strange scene happened on the sand dunes. A treasure that was glowing all over was chasing dozens of monks. Where the treasure appeared, there were also falling meteorites and cutting wind blades. The news spread quickly in the true dragon's nest as if it had wings. The geniuses scattered all over the place gathered towards the sand dunes on their way home. Yilingtian stepped on the flying sword and moved forward rapidly in the air. He has successfully built a Taoist foundation in the spiritual sea and entered the half-step foundation building stage. Is Qiyuan all running for his life? It looks like an incredible treasure. Chapter 31, The Geniuses Gathered to Divide Up the Silence. What did you say? Zhao Qiyuan was a little confused. Shen Mo only knows fireball and wind blade. Back in the competition, I relied on the rules and took advantage of the situation to defeat Hibufon. Chu Xiaoran said solemnly. In his opinion, Shen Mo had been practicing for a short time and didn't even know a single decent high-level spell. Logically speaking, there is no way he could defeat Zhao Qiyuan, a veteran who has been practicing qi refining for many years. But when Zhao Qiyuan saw Shen Mo, he started to run away. This run lasted for nearly a month, and Chu Xiaoran couldn't take it anymore, so he asked the doubts in his heart. When Zhao Qiyuan said that Shen Mo had a killer move, he was completely dumbfounded. What a bullshit killer move! It's just that you have more spiritual power after gaining the immortal fate. Zhao Qiyuan's brain froze, and when he came to his senses, Shen Mo was nowhere to be seen. Even the light disappeared. Search! Dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. Zhao Qiyuan roared. Zhao Qiyuan, huh? He's quite easy to manipulate. Outside the cold pond, Shen Mo's figure appeared. A few days ago, the assessment of Joyo Ling reached 1 month. The moment the light faded, he fled. Speaking of which, if Zhao Qiyuan hadn't taken the lead in escaping. He hadn't completed the test so smoothly at all. Next time I meet him, I will definitely treat him to a drink. Shen Mo was in a good mood. He followed the guidance of Joyo Ling, left the sand dunes on his way home, and came to the desolate place of Handan. At this moment he was conflicted. Do you want to believe in the path described in Joyo Ling and move forward? If the path is wrong, even if he has 10 lives, it will not be enough. The map that Li Wanro gave him showed that the cold pond was the most dangerous place in the true dragon's nest. For thousands of years since the true dragon's nest was discovered, no one has been able to enter and come out alive. Forget it, let us go find other treasures. Shen Mo only thought for a second before giving up. Hesitation for even a second longer would be disrespectful to life. Just as he was about to leave, a sinister voice rang out. He. Those idiots are still looking for you in the dunes on their way home. I didn't expect you to come to the cold pond. Shen Mo turned his head suddenly, and a row of panels appeared. Name, Li Wujio. Gender, male. Age, 100-150. Constitution, wood spiritual root. Realm, perfect qi refining. Favorability, 100. Grass. This favorability, am I fucking your mother? Boy, hand over the treasure and I will spare your life. Li Wujio stretched out a skeleton hand from his sleeve and sneered. Ha, if there wasn't a panel, I would almost believe it. Shen Mo's face was filled with black lines. It seems that we can only fight head-on. Wind blade technique. Humph, Xiaodaoer, do you think I'm Zhao Qiyuan? Li Wujio had been observing Shen Mo for nearly a month, and he had already figured out the same two moves over and over again. He stretched out his hand, and a soul flag appeared, blocking in front of him. The expected wind blade did not appear. Instead, I felt a burning sensation in my back. He turned his head suddenly and found that a huge fireball appeared behind him. Aren't you supposed to be using wind blade technique? Why did you turn it into a fireball? Li Wujiu couldn't help but swear. Yes, fireball. Shen Mo grinned and laughed. Li Wujiu had just dispersed the fireball when the wind blade followed closely behind. Fireball. Hailstorm. Golden light slash. Frenzy. Shen Mo recited whatever he thought of, but he only used the same two moves over and over again. Li Wujiu was completely enraged. He clasped his hands together and inserted the soul flag into the ground. Ghost prison. In an instant, countless evil ghosts and resentful souls emerged from the soul flag, covering the sky and the sun, forming a cage that wrapped Shen Mo inside. Shen Mo hurriedly used fireball and wind blade techniques to try to break it open. But after trying a few times, I found that these resentful spirits seemed impossible to kill. As soon as a hole was opened, it was immediately blocked. At this critical moment, golden light slash, yin yang break, frenzy, invincible fist. Several attacks came at the same time and instantly broke up the ghost prison. Shen Mo saw the light of day again, but his face was even gloomier than when he was in the ghost prison. Several familiar figures appeared in the air. Hibufon, Yilingtian, Zhuyeqing, Shen Qingshu. The top geniuses from all major sects gathered together. Each of them was standing on a flying sword, and it was obvious that they had all entered the foundation building stage. Shen Mo, give me the treasure and I will protect you. Hibufon spoke first, as if he had already regarded Shen Mo as his own. As soon as he finished speaking, Yilingtian's teasing voice was heard. Ha! Hibufon, you may not be very capable, but you have a big mouth. Yilingtian, do you want to fight? Hibufon was not afraid at all. Although he had lost once, he was no longer the same person in the past 10 years. He was confident that he could kill Yilingtian. Brothers, since you have a personal grudge, why don't you go fight outside? I'll be here to help you keep an eye on him, how about that? Zhuyeqing suddenly interrupted and used her charm. Humph! Jean Buhui shouted loudly, and a murderous aura filled the entire place. Which, it's fine for you to use your charm on two losers, but you actually dare to use it on me. It seems you are tired of living. He stretched out his hand, and Zhuyeqing had almost no resistance before he grabbed his throat. Hibufon and Yilingtian came to their senses, looked at each other, and saw fear in each other's eyes. The two of them were actually affected by Zhuyeqing's charm just now. But Jean Buhui was not hurt at all. Innate foundation building. Zhuyeqing's expression changed drastically. How come you are so fast? How can an ant fight against an immortal? Jean Buhui sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of all the geniuses changed drastically. A large number of them came to the true dragon's nest just to enter the place of inheritance and build a perfect foundation. But Jean Buhui had already established his innate foundation before entering the place of inheritance. If Shen Mo had not obtained the treasure, Jean Buhui's strength would have been exposed in advance. If they were to face him alone, they would all be killed. The situation on the field changed instantly. They all left Jean Buhui at the same time and gathered together, forming an alliance. Jean Buhui sneered and glanced at Shen Qingshu behind him. Qingshu, do you want to go to the other side? Brother, you're joking. Shen Qingshu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a little guilty. He had actually wanted to use the treasure to suppress Jean Buhui. Thinking about it now makes me feel scared. Fortunately, Shen Mo snatched the Joyo order away. He, what do you all say? Li Wujiu knew that he could not enjoy the treasure alone, so he simply brought the topic to light. What else can I say? First, we will unite to kill Jean Buhui, and then divide Shen Mo based on our strength. Okay. As soon as Yilingtian finished speaking, he immediately received unanimous approval from the geniuses present. You guys disappoint me so much. Jean Buhui was not panicked at all, but rather a little bored. After I kill you, I'll go to Joyo Tower. As soon as he finished speaking, Jean Buhui instantly burst out with powerful strength, and a whirlwind of spiritual power was set off with him as the center. The other geniuses had gloomy expressions on their faces, and each of them drew their weapons, ready for battle. At this moment, a sneer resounded throughout the venue. Hey, you guys don't take me seriously at all. Chapter 32, Fail the test and your soul will be wiped out. Jean Buhue glanced at Shen Mo and completely ignored him. He turned his head and looked at everyone. Are you going to come together, or one by one? The group of geniuses frowned, and no one answered. They are super geniuses of their respective sects, but they did not expect to be insulted like this in the true dragon's nest. Since you don't choose, let me choose for you. Jean Buhue sneered, and a pagoda appeared in his hand. The pagoda is covered with various mysterious runes, which can make people feel terrified at just one look. Tower of Babel. Daoxian's sect is really generous. They even let you bring in top-grade treasures. Yi Lingtian's voice was a little hoarse. The realm cannot be compared, and the treasures cannot be compared. A deep sense of powerlessness arose in him. Shen Mo was equally powerless. Just now, he was about to make a threat. But Jean Buhue had already taken out a top-grade treasure, and it was obvious that he did not intend to let everyone present leave safely. Especially him, the real owner of the 9 Nether Order. Now it seems that the only way out is to enter the cold pond. Think of this. Shen Mo raised his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Jean Buhue, right? The next time we meet, I will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped into the cold pond. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions suddenly changed. I didn't expect that Shen Mo was also such a ruthless person. This is the most dangerous place in the true dragon's nest. No one has ever walked out of it for countless years. Poof. Shen Mo, huh? I'll remember you. Jean Buhue was not angry, but instead looked serious for the first time. Compared to these so-called geniuses, you are more worthy of respect. When everyone heard Jean Buhue's comments, they felt humiliated and their faces turned purple. But there was nothing we could do about him. Since Shen Mo is dead, I'm too lazy to fight with you bunch of trash anymore. Jean Buhue was certain that Shen Mo was doomed to die, so he put away the pagoda and turned into a streak of light and disappeared on the spot. Yi Lingtian, Hibufon and others looked at each other and left tacitly. They need to look for opportunities to build a perfect foundation as soon as possible and avenge their previous shame. Deep in the cold pond. Shen Mo looked around with curiosity on his face. When you first hear the name Handan, you might think it means cold lake water. But the real cold pond is like a mirror. Shen Mo discovered this when he entered the cold pond. There are mountains, water and sky here, almost the same as outside. The only difference is that the cold pond is extremely dark and the sunlight from outside cannot enter at all. Just then, a shrill roar was heard. Shen Mo subconsciously made a hand gesture. A huge fireball appeared out of nowhere. The fireball flashed with a blazing light, lighting up the surroundings in an instant. Shen Mo saw the situation around him clearly. He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. At some point, a group of monks wearing colorful Taoist robes and with dark eyes without pupils appeared before my eyes. Name, Hanu. Gender, unknown. Age, unknown. Constitution, unknown. Realm, perfect foundation building. Favorability, 0. Seeing the panel that appeared, Shen Mo swallowed. There are at least hundreds of such Han slaves. No wonder it is the most dangerous place in the true dragon's nest. Any one of them has completed the foundation building. He is only practicing Qi, how can this work? Fortunately, the favorability of these Han slaves is not negative. It doesn't seem like it has any desire to attack. Otherwise he would have been torn to pieces long ago. Puff! The fireball went out. Shen Mo quickly cast a spell again, summoning a fireball. The next moment, he was almost scared to death. I saw the Han slaves just at the moment when the fireball went out. It was already less than 2 meters around him. It vaguely surrounded him. WTF. I don't really want to end it here, do I? The fireball went out again. Shen Mo felt a chill on his back. Maybe the slave will hit me in the face. At this critical moment, a black light suddenly burst out from his hand, instantly lighting up the entire venue. As expected, these cold slaves were only one step away from him. Shen Mo let out a light chi, and wind blades appeared out of thin air, slashing towards the group of cold slaves. He planned to strike first. It was not his habit to sit and wait for death. The Han slaves did not resist, and the wind blades hit them with a clang sound. They were not hurt at all, not even their robes were damaged. Shen Mo's mouth was bitter. It seems that this is where I'll end my today. Just then, the light from his right hand grew brighter and brighter. The Joyo order suddenly flew out of his hand and floated in the air. When the Han slaves saw the token, they couldn't help but step back, as if they were a little scared. The Joyo order slowly floated forward. Shen Mo's eyes lit up and he immediately followed. I don't know how long it took. Under the guidance of Joyo Ling, Shen Mo came to a dark tower. The words on the plaque are full of mystery and do not seem to be from this era. But the three words Joyo Tower can be vaguely made out. Shen Mo was deeply shocked. This is the legendary Joyo Tower. It's incredible that we didn't encounter any danger along the way. Just when Shen Mo was stunned, the Joyo order flashed and flew straight into the tower. The braziers around were instantly ignited, and the tower emitted a colorful light. With the light source, Shen Mo could see clearly. Thousands of cold slaves gathered around the Joyo Tower. Although they had no pupils, Shen Mo felt that they were always looking at him. Crack! The gate of Joyo Tower opened, emitting a dazzling white light. Examiners, enter! A cold female voice suddenly rang out in the room. Shen Mo was startled and looked around. Only then did I realize that the examiner seemed to be talking about myself. It can't be these cold slaves. Examiners, enter! The female voice came again, cold and without any emotion. Shen Mo swallowed and looked around. It seems that there is no other way out except to go in. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and walked straight in. At the moment he disappeared. A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the Han slaves. They looked at the Joyo Tower in confusion, with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Before it lasted a moment, their pupils were covered with darkness again. Just entered the Joyo Tower. A beam of light fell directly on Shen Mo. He just felt warm all over, and the spiritual sea in his body began to boil. But the next second, the female voice sounded again. Please relax, examinee. We are currently testing your physique to see if you are fit for the next test. Holy crap! There's still a test? Shen Mo was shocked. Didn't they say that if I persisted for a month, I could come and claim the prize? However, his questions were not answered. Don't test it, I have 5 spiritual roots, I will definitely not pass the test. Why not just give me the treasure and send me away from the cold pond? Shen Mo raised his head and shouted towards the beam of light. Does the examiner want to give up the examination? A female voice came. What are the consequences of giving up? Shen Mo asked subconsciously. Giving up will be considered as failing the test, your soul will be wiped out, and you will be refined into a cold slave. Chapter 33 Hesitation for one more second is disrespect for life. Does the examiner give up? Just give up on me. Shen Mo was overwhelmed. It turns out that the group of slaves outside are all losers. It's a bit unfair to test your physical condition right at the start. As a person with 5 spiritual roots, have you ever been proud of yourself? Is such sanctions necessary? But right now, there is no other way except to continue taking the assessment. We can only take it one step at a time. Do not give up. Shen Mo roared. Test completed, perfect physique, meets the requirements for taking the test. Ah! As the cold voice fell, Shen Mo was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Are the 5 spiritual roots also a perfect physique? Joyo Tower has fallen into disrepair? It seems that there is a real possibility that I can survive. Test whether the examinee has the potential to be a pill master. Another beam of light enveloped Shen Mo. Will I be turned into a cold slave even if I don't have the potential to be an alchemist? Shen Mo asked subconsciously, not expecting an answer. Yes. But this time, the female voice surprisingly answered his question. Shen Mo's expression changed instantly. No wonder there are so many slaves outside, this assessment is too harsh. First of all, you must be strong enough to hold your own against a group of geniuses for a month. Secondly, what kind of bullshit is this physical condition test? Finally, you need to check whether he is an alchemist. The first part was okay, but the last part was too difficult. After all, not everyone is like him, who is both an alchemist and has a huge spiritual sea. Test completed, first level alchemist, meets the requirements. The assessment officially begins. As Juyula's voice fell, a dazzling light came and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Shen Mo opened his eyes again and found himself in an alchemy room. In front of him was a fiery red alchemy furnace, and one could tell it was extraordinary just by looking at its appearance. Maybe it's a treasure. The alchemy furnace is surrounded by rows of shelves filled with medicinal materials. First level, refine a perfect chi gathering pill within 10 furnaces. The time limit is 1 day. Failure will result in the extermination of your soul. Start the countdown. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant incense stick suddenly appeared in the center of the room and was burning slowly. Ah! Shen Mo was a little confused. Is this also called an assessment? To make a perfect chi gathering pill, doesn't it just require hands? He immediately sat down cross-legged and stretched out his hand. Under his guidance, several spiritual heartgrasses and snake-eye fruits flew out from the medicine shelf and fell into the alchemy furnace. Less than a quarter of an hour. 10 perfect chi gathering pills shot out from the furnace. 1 furnace makes the elixir, the quality is perfect. 10. The female voice coming from Joyo Tower was filled with emotion, as if she was shocked. First level, passed. Second level, refine a perfect dragon tiger pill within 10 furnaces. Time limit, 3 days. Failure will result in the erasure of your soul. Dragon tiger pill? Hear the content of this assessment. Shen Mo's mouth was stretched to his ears. This Joyo Tower is quite good, and all of them are his specialties. He took the herbs again, threw them into the furnace and started refining them. The movements are smooth and flowing, and what he is refining is not an elixir, but rather a work of art. A quarter of an hour later. 4 perfect dragon and tiger pills flew out. 1 furnace makes the elixir, the quality is perfect. 4. As the voice fell, an illusory and graceful figure appeared in the alchemy room. Shen Mo was startled by this sudden scene. He tried to peek at the other party's panel, but found nothing. This is the first time this has happened. He must be a super powerful being, beyond the capabilities of the system. He reacted immediately, stood up, bowed and clasped his fists. Junior greets senior. Gu Lianyo did not respond, his eyes were only focused on the 4 pills floating in the air. After a long time, she opened her thin lips slightly. Second level, passed. Shen Mo raised his head, wanting to see the other person's appearance clearly. But all that came into view was a single figure. His face was covered in a mist. Wake up! Hearing Gu Lianyo's light shout, Shen Mo suddenly woke up. Only then did he realize that the incense stick used for timing had burned out. Just one glance and he was captivated for 3 days? What a terrifying power this is! Shen Mo only felt a chill on his back. Without waiting for his reaction, Gu Lianyo's cold voice echoed in the alchemy room again. The third level requires refining a perfect foundation building pill within 10 furnaces. The time limit is 1 month. Failure will result in the extermination of one's soul. Since you are a first-level alchemist, the foundation establishment pill is a second-level pill, so the difficulty is reduced. As long as you can refine the finished product, you will pass the test. As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her delicate hand and a piece of fairy paper flew out. Foundation building pill recipe detected. Do you want to spend bond points to comprehend it? Understanding. The recipe for the foundation establishment pill was incorrect, costing 200 bond points. The understanding has been corrected. Accompanied by the system sound falling. Strings of information poured violently into Shen Mo's mind. Take the stamens of the Xinbing flower and the core of the Tianyuan fruit, and add the herbal dew. The words on the recipe for the foundation establishment pill are obscure and difficult to understand, leaving people baffled. Fortunately, he has Gue. In just one breath, he understood the formula of the foundation building pill. As a second-level elixir, the foundation establishment pill has more stringent requirements on the dosage of medicinal materials, and there are 2 types of auxiliary medicines alone. This is secondary. The most difficult thing is the spiritual fire. He was only a first-level alchemist and had not yet found the spiritual fire. Gu Lianyo seemed to have guessed Shen Mo's embarrassment at the moment. He waved his sleeves lightly, and dozens of second-level spiritual fires appeared in the alchemy room instantly. These spiritual fires have been tamed, you can use them with confidence. Gu Lianyo's cold voice came. Shen Mo immediately stretched out his hand. In the alchemy room, a ball of red flame seemed to have intelligence and instantly jumped into his palm. Feeling the warmth coming from the palm of his hand, Shen Mo shuddered all over. It's amazing. Is this the spiritual fire? It was like one's own arm, wielding it freely. Without the slightest hesitation. He immediately sat down cross-legged, raised his left hand and pointed at the air. 3 kinds of medicinal herbs flew out from the medicine shelf, namely Shenbing flower, Tianyuan fruit, and Baichao Lu. Go! As Shen Mo threw the spiritual fire into the alchemy furnace, the medicinal herbs in the air automatically took out their cores and removed their seeds. The spiritual fire constantly changes temperature under his control. Sometimes it rises, sometimes it falls. The medicinal materials were also consumed. An hour passed. The alchemy cauldron shook violently, and 2 crystal-clear white pills rushed out instantly. Gu Lianyo stretched out her jade hand and held the 2 foundation building pills. The moment she saw the 2 foundation building pills, the thick fog on her face became even more illusory. Tell me why you replaced Juyezi with Tianyuan fruit. Sudden idea. Shen Mo answered without much thought. You can't tell the other party that you have cheated. What a sudden idea. If those old stubborn people had half the wisdom you have, and hadn't been so stubborn, this wouldn't have happened. Gu Lianyo realized that he had spoken out of turn and immediately changed his words. 3rd level, passed. As she finished speaking, a white light flashed and the alchemy room disappeared in an instant. Shen Mo opened his eyes and found himself in a study. In the study, 3 treasures emitting mysterious runes were floating. They are a shuttle, an ancient seal, and a piece of fairy paper. As you can see, the quality of these 3 treasures is no less than top-grade treasures. Hearing this, Shen Mo's jaw almost dropped. As expected of Joyo Tower, there are 3 top-grade treasures here. Now that you have successfully passed the 2nd stage of the assessment, you have 2 choices. 1. Continue to challenge the 3rd stage of the assessment, which is also the final assessment. Failure will still result in the wiping of the soul and refinement into a cold slave. 2nd, give up the test and take any one of these 3 top-grade treasures. Your soul will not be erased, but you must swear an oath to the heavens not to disclose the test content. You choose. Gu Lianyo looked at Shen Mo with some anticipation. Do I even need to choose? Hesitation for even a second longer is disrespectful to life. God knows what the 3rd stage of assessment is, and he doesn't want to risk his life. I choose too. Hearing this answer, Gu Lianyo's delicate body trembled, a little surprised. But the next second, she returned to normal, and her cold voice rang out again. Very good, you made the wisest choice. Then the 3rd stage of assessment will begin. Shen Mo, who had been looking very proud, was stunned for a moment. Ha! No, I chose too. Chapter 34. Do you want to reach the 90,000-foot spiritual sea? Gu Lianyo turned a deaf ear to Shen Mo's accusations. She tapped her jade fingers lightly, and the scene in front of her changed again. A towering stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of Shen Mo. You look a little unhappy? Gu Lianyo said with a smile. Shen Mo raised his head and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. I chose too. Humph. We cultivators are born to go against the will of heaven and live in harmony with the world. How can we talk about immortality? Gu Lianyo seemed to dislike Shen Mo's attitude and started to teach him a lesson. I chose too. Gu Lianyo was speechless and sighed softly. This level is just one test, I'll make it easier for you. Will I die if I fail the test? Shen Mo's eyes lit up. Yes. Gu Lianyo hesitated for a moment and replied. I chose too. Gu Lianyo. The assessment begins. Touch the stone tablet to test the capacity of your spiritual sea. Due to the changes in the world, the difficulty has been reduced. You can pass the level by reaching 10,000 feet. She no longer paid attention to Shen Mo and continued to explain the rules of this level. Lofty? Shen Mo was a little dumbfounded. Another free-point question? Gu Lianyo obviously misunderstood Shen Mo and sneered. A mere 10,000 feet is enough to surprise you like this? In ancient times, 10,000 feet was just the starting point. A true Tianjiao spiritual sea could reach 50,000 feet, or even 70,000 feet. Hearing this, Shen Mo's face was filled with shock. Isn't 30,000 feet enough for perfection? Can it reach 70,000 feet? Who told you that 30,000 feet is perfection? Gu Lianyo said proudly. 70,000 feet isn't the limit, 90,000 is. But throughout history, those who have reached the 90,000 Zhang spiritual sea are all outstanding. I was the 90,000 Zhang spiritual sea in the beginning. 90,000 feet. Gu Lianyo's words completely refreshed Shen Mo's cognition. Originally, he felt that he was invincible when he reached the 20,000 Zhang spiritual sea. I didn't expect that compared with the person in front of me. There is no harm without comparison. Seeing Shen Mo's lonely expression, Gu Lianyo comforted him. Don't be discouraged, fortunately you have a 5 spiritual root immortal body. You may be a little old, but you can still be saved. Hearing this, Shen Mo suddenly became strange. 5 spiritual roots, immortal body. He knew both words. But when put together, it becomes a heavenly book. Aren't 5 spiritual roots useless? Bullshit. Gu Lianyo cursed subconsciously, I only have 5 spiritual roots, how can I be useless? Can't I still achieve the Tao? Ha Dao. Shen Mo's head was buzzing. The person in front of me is actually at the Hadao realm. Qi training, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, emptiness training, unity of the Tao, Mahayana, overcoming tribulation. Damn, super boss. No wonder the system can't display her panel. If only she could be taken out as a bodyguard. Isn't this world of cultivating immortals a place where people can just walk sideways? Don't think about it. Gu Lianyo sighed softly, I have been dead for who knows how many years. What you see now is just a remnant of my soul. If you leave Joyo Tower, I will disappear. Can you read minds? Shen Mo's eyes widened. His inner thoughts were actually discovered by Gu Lianyo. Won't. Hearing this, Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. It would be terrifying if someone could read minds. But I can get a glimpse of the strong desires in your heart. Shen Mo. Isn't this still mind reading? The powerful people in the Hadao realm are indeed so terrifying. He quickly changed the subject and asked, isn't it that only those with a single spiritual root can have an immortal body? Gu Lianyo sneered and replied. The reason why the 5 spiritual roots are called immortal bodies is because they are naturally compatible with the 5 elements and can more easily comprehend the laws of the 5 elements. A single spiritual root is only compatible with one element, so it's far slower than someone with 5 spiritual roots in comprehending other laws. Oh, those old guys, they actually fabricated lies for their own selfish desires. But I feel like I'm absorbing spiritual energy very slowly, and I'm really a useless person. Shen Mo asked the doubts that had been buried in his heart for a long time. That's because there is no martial art in this world that is suitable for the 5 spiritual roots. She sighed softly, stretched out her hand, and pointed at Shen Mo's brow. In an instant, a message popped into my mind. Record of the 5 elements repairing the sky. As time goes by, Shen Mo comprehended this technique. He took out a perfect dragon tiger pill, swallowed it, and started practicing this technique. He absorbed all the spiritual power of the perfect dragon and tiger pill without any leakage. The spiritual sea in the body expanded again after absorbing spiritual power. Shen Mo was completely shocked. It turns out that the 5 spiritual roots are not useless. Gu Lianyo was very satisfied with Shen Mo's expression and said with a smile, Jodo Tower will provide unlimited perfect elixirs for your cultivation. After half a year, if you touch the spiritual monument but fail to reach the 10,000 feet spiritual sea, your soul will still be wiped out. It's not me. Shen Mo was about to say that he had reached the 10,000 feet deep spiritual sea. But Gu Lianyo interrupted him. As if she had consumed too much spiritual energy, her figure became even more illusory. I've been out for too long, I need a break. See you in half a year. I hope you won't let me down. After he finished speaking, Gu Lianyo disappeared. At the same time, a perfect dragon tiger pill appeared in front of Shen Mo. Unlimited supply? That's interesting. Without the life and death crisis, Shen Mo felt relaxed. He opened his mouth and the perfect dragon tiger pill flew in automatically. With the help of the 5 elements record of repairing the sky, the pill was quickly digested. Then, 2 more appeared in front of him. It has been exactly half a year since we entered the true dragon's nest. Shen Mo stared at the empty Joyo Tower in front of him, speechless. What about the unlimited supply? Why did it stop? In the past 6 months, Joyo Tower first provided various elixirs. Later, when the pills were used up, they directly shattered various treasures and turned into spiritual power that flowed into Shen Mo's body. His spiritual sea expanded rapidly. It reached an astonishing height of 80,000 feet. Just as he was about to head towards the 90,000-foot height, Joyo Tower actually stopped providing resources. What did you do? At this moment, Gu Lianyo's figure appeared again. Shen Mo raised his head and stood there in a daze. Her figure became more transparent and illusory. Seems drained. You. Gu Lianyo stared at Shen Mo and cried out in a lost voice, 80,000 feet. Compared to the senior's 90,000 feet spiritual sea, it's still far behind. Shen Mo immediately stood up, bowed and said humbly. Hearing this, Gu Lianyo froze and waved his hand awkwardly. You are still young, there is still a chance to reach 90,000. But I feel that after reaching 80,000 feet, the spiritual sea in my body seems to be reaching perfection. Why is that? Shen Mo asked in confusion. This is because 80,000 is the limit of the human body. As for 90,000, external assistance is needed. Gu Lianyo said solemnly. What kind of external object? Shen Mo continued to ask. I need to take the unique treasure in the world into my body and refine it. Gu Lianyo sighed softly. Heavenly and earthly spiritual fire? Yes and no. The spiritual fire of heaven and earth is just one of them. Gu Lianyo hesitated for a moment and spoke. She suddenly turned around and looked straight at Shen Mo. Do you want to reach the 90,000 feet spiritual sea? Chapter 35. Since I can't refuse, what else can I choose? Hearing this, Shen Mo hesitated. To say I don't want to is a lie. He has no relationship with the woman in front of him. According to her, the 90,000-foot spiritual sea was rare in ancient times. Why would the other party help him achieve the 90,000-foot spiritual sea? Faced with such a great temptation, you can still maintain your integrity. Not bad. Gu Lianyo nodded with satisfaction. The next moment, the thick fog on her face dissipated, revealing an extremely stunning face. Her eyebrows were as dark as distant mountains, her eyes were like stars, her lips were like rosy clouds, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, with a half smile on her face. Name, Gu Lianyo. Gender, female. Age, 2000. Constitution, 5 spiritual roots. Realm, initial stage of Hudo. Favorability, 20. Shen Mo was stunned for a moment. It was so stunning, paired with that white dress, he thought it was a fairy descending to earth. I don't have much time. Gu Lianyo smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with endless sadness. Have you ever heard of the bone spirit flame? Bone spirit flames? Shen Mo's pupils trembled. He had heard Zhong Linger mention it before, but didn't take it seriously. Now that I think about it, it seems like Zhong Linger said that the bone spirit flame is in the cold pond. Could it be? It seems you know it. Gu Lianyo stared at Shen Mo, his lips slightly parted as he spoke word by word. I am the bone spirit flame. What the hell? Shen Mo widened his eyes and looked at her in disbelief. The 7th-ranked heavenly and earthly spiritual fire is actually a fairy? Who would believe this if I told them? Anyway, he doesn't believe it. Senior, are you kidding me? I'm not kidding. Gu Lianyo glanced at him and stretched out her green jade fingers. The next moment, the entire space was filled with dense white flames. Although surrounded by flames, Shen Mo did not feel the slightest burning sensation. Instead, my brain felt a little dizzy, as if my soul was about to evaporate. This is the power of the bone spirit's flame. Unlike the violent flames of other spiritual fires, this one directly burns the soul. Acts on the soul. This is too exaggerated. Any treasure related to the soul can cause bloodshed in the world of immortal cultivation. The leader of Qingshan sect relied on a soul-related treasure to prevent anyone from attacking the sect for nearly 100 years. Shen Mo was once again shocked by the bone spirit's ability to generate flames. This is just the most superficial of its abilities. Gu Lianyo sighed softly, stretched out her hand, and the white flames moved around her fingertips, as if dancing. The loneliness in her eyes became even more intense. It's a pity that when I got it, I was already in the Hadao realm. It's just developed one ability. After she finished speaking, she waved her sleeves lightly, and a cold slave appeared beside her. As you can see, these cold slaves are the masterpieces of the bone spirit flame. So, tell me, do you want the bone spirit flame? Gu Lianyo turned her head and looked directly at Shen Mo, as if she wanted to see through his true thoughts. Do you want it? Of course I want it. Shen Mo lowered his head, his eyes flickering. But he still believes that there is no free lunch in the world. Not to mention this cannibalistic world of immortal cultivation. He would not believe it at all if Gu Lianyo did not have harsh conditions. Thinking of this, Shen Mo raised his head and said solemnly, "Tell me, what are the conditions?" Conditions? Gu Lianyo sneered when he heard that. She was a powerful person in the Hadao realm, but she never expected that one day she would have to negotiate with a young cultivator in the qi refining realm. In the past, even someone in the qi refining realm wouldn't be qualified to see him, and a single hair falling from her body could easily crush Shen Mo to death. I, Gu Lianyo, have been proud all my life, and I have never fallen to the point of making demands on a junior. Besides, do you think that the bone spirit flame is so easy to fuse? Don't be fooled by how docile it is in my hands. Once I untie it, I can crush you into ashes in an instant. After saying that, Gu Lianyo looked directly at Shen Mo. Tell me, your choice. I heard that fusion is also a life and death danger. Shen Mo hesitated again. Although the bone spirit flame is indeed powerful, but he just wanted to live forever. Since it went against his original intention, why should he go for it? I refuse. After thinking for a few seconds, Shen Mo answered. Hearing this answer, Gu Lianyo narrowed his eyes and the white flames around him suddenly surged. After a long time, she put away the flame and smiled. That's cautious. I was worried that if I gave you such a precious treasure, you would die. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. No. I'm just simply afraid of death. Shen Mo opened his mouth but said nothing. Forget it, the other party is just a remnant soul, let her think whatever she wants. Remember, stick to your heart. Gu Lianyo suddenly let out a delicate cry. What? Shen Mo hasn't reacted yet. A ball of white flame suddenly rushed into his eyes. In an instant, he just felt cold all over and his hands and feet were out of control. Even the brain stopped thinking. In Dantian, the bone spirit gave birth to flames and plunged into the spiritual sea. The entire spiritual sea boiled and evaporated in an instant. 80,000 feet shrank to 70,000 feet in an instant, and continued to shrink. Stay true to your heart. Gu Lianyo's voice came. Shen Mo was suddenly shocked. Hold on, Nima. I said no. It's like this every time. Since I can't refuse, what else can I choose? Damn it. This was a matter of life and death, and although he was dissatisfied, he still controlled the spiritual sea. Want to extinguish the bone spirit flames? Don't fight. Let it absorb your spiritual sea. Gu Lianyo's voice came again. Are you kidding me? If the spiritual sea is absorbed by it, won't I die? Shen Mo did not listen to Yi Lianyo's advice and continued to resist. Looking at his face, half was white and half was yellow, the two colors alternating with each other. Gu Lianyo was very angry. It was obvious that Shen Mo did not follow her arrangements and continued to resist. How arrogant! If it hadn't been isolated in the true dragon's nest for thousands of years. The power of this remnant soul was completely depleted, and Jodo Tower was unable to draw energy from the outside world. She would never choose to hand over the bone spirit flame. The spiritual fires of heaven and earth are innate, and each has its own temperament. The more you confront them, the more you can arouse their rebellious spirit. It would be more accurate to say that it is forming a cooperative relationship with the spiritual fire rather than a fusion of the spiritual fire. This was the reason why she made Shen Mo give up resistance. First, let the bone spirit flame eat its fill to prove that you have the strength to support its growth. Once both parties reach an agreement, they can borrow the bone spirit's ability to generate flames. Give up resistance. Gu Lianyo shouted again. She waited here for thousands of years and finally got a good seedling. She didn't want to let Shen Mo die so easily. Shen Mo turned a deaf ear and continued to urge the spiritual sea to squeeze towards the bone spirit flame. The spiritual sea is still shrinking. In just half an hour, it was less than 10,000 feet. Shen Mo's whole body turned pale, just like the cold slaves in the outside world, with no life left. Seeing this scene, Gu Lianyo sighed to the sky. Did you old guys win? I really can't accept that. As she spoke, her figure began to dissipate. Chapter 36, Controlling the Nine Nether Tower, the Ancient Pity Ghost Disperses. Shen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with darkness. A hoarse voice came out of his mouth. Gu Lianyo, thank you so much for finding such a good body for me. It's worth it that I've spent so many years with you. It's a pity that you are just a remnant soul. If your real body is still alive, I will choose to refine you into a cold slave to repay you. You. Gu Lianyo forcibly stopped the body that had disappeared halfway, and looked at Shen Mo with shock on his face. Has consciousness been born? Birth? Shen Mo stood up, stretched his body, and grinned. Do you think I'm an ordinary spiritual fire? Every kind of spiritual fire in heaven and earth has consciousness, but they just choose to cooperate with you. Compared to birth, I prefer the word awakening. Then why didn't you choose to take over my body? Gu Lianyo asked. Gu Lianyo, why are you such an idiot? Shen Mo looked at her strangely. Then he smiled dumbly. That's right, you are just a remnant soul. Back then, you were a powerful being in the Hadao realm, and I had only just awakened my consciousness. How could I possibly defeat you? Later, you were just a remnant of your soul. If I took over your body, wouldn't that be pushing myself into the fire pit? After listening to Shen Mo's story, Gu Lianyo sighed softly. I am just a remnant soul. If I were still at the Hadao realm, I could destroy it with a flip of my hand. But there is nothing we can do. Just then, something unexpected happened. Shen Mo's body shook, and the light appeared in his eyes again. No! This is impossible! He screamed. In the spiritual sea. Black chains appeared out of thin air. Bind the bone spirit flame tightly. Detected the heaven and earth spiritual fire, whether to consume it by spending bond points. Swallow. The silent voice echoed over the spiritual sea. Consume 2,000 bond value, devour 10% of it. As the system voice fell, the black chains emitted bursts of black smoke. Bone spirit Shangyan screamed in pain. It is palpable. In just that instant, a layer of its origin disappeared. This is the origin. Once it is lost, it can never be replenished. In thousands and thousands of years of existence, this has never happened. It panicked instantly and immediately said, Boy, stop it. Shen Mo's figure condensed above the spirit sea, looking down at the bone spirit flame indifferently. Are you scared now? What were you doing earlier? He pretended to be confident of victory, as if he had already grasped the fate of bone spirit flame in his hands. Upon seeing this, Gu Ling Shengyan immediately changed his tone. Hey, aren't I testing your strength? If we work together, shouldn't we be aware of each other's strength? Test? Shen Mo smiled. Then I'll test your strength too. As he spoke, he raised his hand, as if to continue extracting its essence. Bone spirit Shangyan was immediately frightened to death. No, no, no. I give in, I give in. Let's make a contract. From now on, our spiritual power will be split 50-50. It consciously offers a very generous condition. After all, the previous hosts all shared an 80-20 relationship with it and treated it like a treasure. Even Gu Lianyo was the same. 55? Shen Mo pursed his lips and was about to agree when his mind suddenly shook. Wrong. It's absolutely wrong. The bone spirit flame has existed for far longer than himself. It took the initiative to propose a 50-50 split, which must be a test. If I agree immediately, it will prove that I am not capable of extracting its essence. Think of this. Shen Mo smiled knowingly. I think it's still 91. Jioi? Bone spirit Shangyan was obviously stunned. A human face appeared in the white flame and looked at Shen Mo strangely. Are you really willing to give me 9? It was a little confused about what the young man in front of it was thinking. Could it be that after thousands of years of absence, the times have changed? What are you thinking? I'll give you 9 and you'll give me 1. Shen Mo was speechless. It was really bold of him to think of the bone spirit giving birth to flames. Impossible. Bone spirit Shangyan refused without a second thought. So there's nothing to discuss? Shen Mo shrugged and raised his hand again. Seeing Shen Mo's actions, Gu Ling Shengyan instantly became timid. 82. 82 at most. If it's any lower, I'd rather blow myself up than let you do what you want. Shen Mo's eyes lit up when he saw this. But he did not rush to express his opinion. Instead, he propped up his chin and pretended to be lost in thought. A few minutes passed. He then raised his head and said with embarrassment, It's because your ranking is high enough. If it were any other heavenly spiritual fire, I would definitely not agree. Hearing this, Gu Ling Shengyan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he had saved his life. It just said it would self-destruct just to scare Shen Mo. If Shen Mo insists on 91, it will eventually have to accept it. Now that I think about it, I was originally going to completely disappear from this world of cultivating immortals. But now, not only has it not disappeared, it has also gained 2 levels of spiritual power. It feels like it has made a lot of money. Humph, you human boy, you're still too young to fight me. With 1 man and 1 fire, the deal was done. The spiritual energy that the bone spirit had absorbed before the flames were generated was also spit out. The spiritual sea in Shen Mo's body is expanding at an extremely fast speed. 10,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 60,000 feet. It expanded until it reached a full 90,000 feet, and then the spiritual sea stopped expanding when it could no longer do so. The bone spirit flame was suspended above the spirit sea, and its figure became much dimmer. Boy, please don't die. I've used all my stored spiritual energy to help you expand your spiritual sea. Now you need to rest. Remember 82 points. After saying that, it disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Seeing this scene, Shen Mo couldn't help but marvel at it. I can clearly feel the presence of the bone spirit flame, but I just can't find it. Is this the peculiarity of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth? Immediately, he opened his eyes. He found that Gu Lianyo was looking at him strangely. Are you Shen Mo? Guaranteed genuine. Shen Mo said with a grin. Het, it seems I underestimated you. Gu Lianyo smiled, and for a moment, Shen Mo was stunned. How can there be such a beautiful woman in the world? I'm leaving now, so I'll give this Joyo tower to you. Shen Mo came back to his senses and found that only half of Gu Lianyo's body was left and was still disappearing. You, what are you doing? I am just a remnant soul. The purpose of my existence is to follow the orders of the deity and select a suitable successor. Now that my mission is complete, it's time for me to disappear. Gu Lianyo smiled bitterly and tapped her jade fingers lightly. A ball of light flew into Shen Mo's mind. In an instant, Shen Mo had taken control of the entire Joyo Tower. Over the years, Jodo Tower has used up all its treasures just to keep me alive. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Its current capabilities are still no less than those of a top-grade magic weapon. Gu Lianyo spoke quickly, as if he was leaving his last words and racing against time. The tower has 7 floors, and many monks are imprisoned on each floor. Before I give up the bone spirit flame, call the cold slaves back to the building. Whether to release or kill, it's up to you. With every word she spoke, her body dissipated a little. Until the end, only a beautiful face remained. Remember, don't enter the next level before you reach the required level. Chapter 37, Following the Orders of the OP, Kill Everything. True Dragon's Nest, the place of inheritance. Countless geniuses gathered here. In less than half a month, the final inheritance of the True Dragon Nest will begin. They have been stuck in Qi refining for a long time, so naturally they will not miss the opportunity and wait for another 30 years. Waiting here early. The crowd dispersed, wary of each other. Over the past 6 months, they had already seen through each other. What is friendship among fellow students, brothers in life and death? In the face of huge temptation, they will become enemies. Jang Lin? You're not dead yet? Yesua looked coldly at the figure coming on a sword and said sarcastically. Humph, defeated. Jang Lin glanced at her, jumped off the flying sword, and walked to the side. Is Jang Lin from the Qingshan sect so powerful? He can actually defeat Yesua, who is an innate foundation building expert. I think the pressure she exudes is just that of an ordinary foundation building level. How is that possible? Who knows, maybe he's hiding his strength. Everyone glanced back and forth between the 2 women and talked about them. Yesua narrowed her eyes, murderous intent boiling in her. It was her shame to have been defeated by Jang Lin. Now Jang Lin actually said it in public, isn't this a slap in her face? Come out and fight. Yesua stepped out first, pointing the Bingpa sword in her hand directly at Jang Lin. Relying on her talent and opportunity, she successfully built 2 foundations, while Jang Lin only had an ordinary foundation. Now is the time to avenge her humiliation, so she naturally won't let it go. Jang Lin glanced at her, closed her eyes and did not respond. It's not that I'm afraid. But the purpose of her coming here was Jin Buhui, Yiling Tian, and others. After learning that Shen Mo was forced to death by these people, she had already made up her mind to die. Even if we can't kill them, we must make them pay a heavy price. Jang Lin, are you deaf? Yesua's eyebrows were raised. The more Jang Lin acted as if she didn't care, the more annoyed she became. Want to prove eagerly that you are not weaker than the other party. Xiaoxue, it's just a piece of trash, don't be angry. Qian Qingshu gently waved his folding fan, walked forward slowly, glanced at Jang Lin, looked at Yesua, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Although he was betrayed once by Yesua. But later he figured it out. If he hadn't been betrayed, he would have obtained the Joyo order and gone to the Joyo tower to obtain good fortune. If he comes out, he will definitely be killed by Jin Buhui. In this way, Yesua actually saved her own life. It's none of your business. This is a grudge between me and her. Yesua said coldly. The words were not harsh, but full of murderous intent. Shen Qingshu smiled awkwardly and found a way out for himself. Don't you just want to have a fair fight with her? That's easy. After he finished speaking, he put away his folding fan and powerful spiritual power burst out from his body. All the cultivators around were blown away, leaving only Yesua and Jang Lin. Mad, who is it? Some monks were originally closing their eyes and regulating their breathing, but were rudely cleared out by Qian Qingshu, and they immediately became angry. But when he saw Qian Qingshu with a smile on his face, he immediately shut his mouth, angry but not daring to say anything. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Qian Qingshu has killed many people in the past 6 months. His innate foundation was also accumulated through one killing after another, without any water in the slightest. Xiaoxue, just go ahead and attack, I'll clear the way for you. Qian Qingshu smiled slightly and left the scene. Jang Lin suddenly opened her eyes and looked directly at Yesua. It seems that this battle is inevitable. Jang Lin, we are both from the Qingshan sect. I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you kneel down and apologize to me and admit that you are not as good as me, I can spare your life. Yesua took a step forward, and ice formed under her feet, quickly spreading throughout the entire venue. A group of monks retreated and dodged, fearing that they would be affected. Let's fight. Jang Lin also took a step forward, and the spiritual power in his body burst out to fight against it. Then go to hell. Yesua swung a sword. A sword beam shot up into the sky and transformed into an ice sculpture, swooping down towards Jang Lin below. Jang Lin frowned deeply. At that time, she had perfected her chi training, and when she faced Yesua, who was at the 9th level of chi training, she had to burn her spiritual sea before she was able to defeat her. Now the other party has established his innate foundation, while he is only at an ordinary foundation, so he is no match for him at all. Once defeated, Yesua would definitely not let him go. If he can't even pass Yesua's test, how can he face Jin Buhui and others? Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and burned her foundation directly. I am surrounded by all sorts of things. Vines rose from the ground and tore the ice sculpture into pieces in an instant. The vines seemed to have a soul and continued to wrap around Yesua. You're crazy. Yesua's pupils dilated, and she dodged while looking at Jang Lin. She feels a little regretful now. I didn't expect Jang Lin to be so crazy. The foundation of Taoism is burned right from the start. Which cultivator would dare to do this in battle? Aren't you going to fight me? Why are you running? Jang Lin shouted loudly, and kept making seals with her jade fingers in front of her chest. Snowflakes appeared out of thin air. Yesua felt that her movements were hindered, and her face immediately darkened. First, the spiritual sea was burned, now the foundation of Taoism is burned. You think I'm really scared of you? She roared, somewhat losing her mind. The next moment, terrifying spiritual power burst out from her body, blowing away the snowflakes and shattering the vines. Isn't it just burning the foundation of Taoism? I can do that too. What the hell? What's wrong with these two? Aren't they sisters from the same sect? Who knows? Let's retreat quickly. If we retreat too late and get caught up in it, we'll be in trouble. Damn, these two lunatics. The inheritance gate hasn't even been opened yet, and they're already fighting to the death. The monks were dumbfounded and retreated again unconsciously. Qian Qingshu looked at Yesua, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. She is worthy of being my goddess, so brave. He narrowed his eyes and observed silently. The burning foundation of Yesua in front of him was not enough to damage her origin. Once the critical point is reached, he will take action, kill Jang Lin, and win Yesua's favor. Crack. Bang. A slight sound reached everyone's ears. Jang Lin completely shattered the foundation of Taoism in his body, and his strength was greatly improved. Not daring to delay, she raised her hand and launched her strongest attack. Yesua's face changed drastically. Will the foundation of Taoism be shattered along with them? She never thought about it. But without destroying his foundation, it was obvious that he could not withstand Jang Lin's attack. Jang Lin, don't be like this, let's talk it over nicely. Yesua pleaded. Hearing this, Jang Lin narrowed her beautiful eyes. Last time, it was because I believed Yesua's slander that the spirit sea burned. She won't fall into the same trap twice. Jang Lin looked up, glanced at her, and slapped her with his palm. A thicker vine appeared out of thin air and flew towards Yesua. The vines continued to extend and gradually turned into a giant green dragon. The dragon's roar echoed, and in the blink of an eye it arrived in front of Yesua. Yesua's face was filled with fear. Now that things had come to this, she could only follow suit and shatter her foundation. She looked at Jang Lin with resentment and roared. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. As she finished speaking, her momentum began to rise steadily. Bang! Just when her foundation was about to collapse, a golden light appeared and instantly cut the green dragon in half. Don't panic, Xiaoxue, I'm here. Shen Qingshu walked slowly into the arena, raised his hand and waved his folding fan, creating a gust of wind that directly blew Jang Lin to the ground. Seeing this, Yesua quickly stopped what she was doing. Thank you, Brother Qian. Ah, this is what I should do. You take a rest first and watch how I kill this bitch. Shen Qingshu felt very happy, as it was exactly as he expected. He stared straight at Yesua in mid-air, without even turning his head, and threw his folding fan with extreme elegance. The folding fan left his hand and instantly turned into a golden sword, rushing straight towards Jang Lin. Jang Lin just got up and saw this scene, and her mouth felt bitter. His foundation of Taoism had already been burned, and his magic had been broken, so he now had no power to fight back. Brother Shen, I'm here to accompany you. She sighed softly and slowly closed her eyes. The folding fan appeared in front of Jang Lin in the blink of an eye. At this critical moment, a pale hand suddenly appeared and easily grabbed the folding fan. According to the orders of the building owner, kill everything. Chapter 38, just because I call you, does the OP really think he is invincible? A few days ago, as Gu Lianyo completely disappeared, Shen Mo completely mastered the treasure of Joyo Tower. He was stunned on the spot for a moment. I still underestimated Joyo Tower. Although the Joyo Tower is in ruins, it is still one of the top-grade magic weapons. Just by looking at the radiance and mysterious runes flowing on the building, you can tell that it is even more dazzling than Zhong Linger's treasure boat. He had a hunch that the Joyo Tower was not a simple magic weapon, and its quality must be far beyond his current knowledge. The tower has 7 floors in total. With his perfect state of qi refining, he can only open the first level. The last 6 floors are covered by fog and cannot be seen through, just like Gu Lianyo in the past, whose true appearance cannot be seen clearly. Shen Mo's mind moved, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Only a small black tower remains suspended in the air. The first floor of Joyo Tower. Wow, wow. After so many years, I never thought I'd see the light of day again. Which kind-hearted person killed the ancient demon? I must repay him. Brother! It's you! Turns out you're not dead. Ha! Junior brother. Why are you here too? When the true dragon nest opened, you didn't return. When it opened the second time, the sect leader ordered us to come and look for you. I didn't expect that we would stray into this cold pond. True dragon's nest? What true dragon's nest? A group of monks in different attire were having a heated discussion. It was obvious that some of them knew each other, while others were alone and did not belong to this era. At this moment, Shen Mo's figure suddenly appeared on the scene. Everyone was stunned. There's someone new coming in? Could it be that the ancient demon is not dead yet? Everyone has this question. Shen Mo was also looking at them carefully. Wow, all of them are at the foundation establishment stage, more than 1,000 of them. There are only 200 or 300 people in Qingshan sect who can enter the inner gate after building a foundation. If all of this were released, it would become a top force. It seems that all the people imprisoned in the first level are foundation building cultivators. According to this rule, the second level is the golden elixir. The third level is nascent soul, the fourth level is God transformation. Are Mahayana monks imprisoned on the seventh floor? After reaching this conclusion, Shen Mo's pupils trembled. He was not sure what quality the treasure in Joyo Tower was. Hey! Boy, how did you get in? A monk who looked a little older came out and asked in a cold voice. Ah? Shen Mo came back to his senses and said with a smile, that's how you got in. Are all cultivators nowadays so foolish? Gao Fei spat lightly and said viciously, he was asking how you were captured. Was it the ancient demon who did it? Ancient demon? Ancient Lianyo? Could such a beautiful woman be a demon? Forehead. It seems to be a bit evil. Every time I chose to leave, she forced me to participate in the assessment. Even the bone spirit flame and the 9 nether tower were forced upon him. Thinking of this, Shen Mo couldn't help but smile knowingly. Damn. The ancient demon is really not picky about meat and vegetables these days, he caught this idiot in here. Gao Fei cursed angrily and ignored Shen Mo. Hey, fellow Taoist, wait a minute. Shen Mo shouted. Wait for your mother. Get out. Gao Fei didn't get the answer he wanted and didn't give him any good look at all. Shen Mo. Since you're talking to me in this tone, I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to come clean. I am the new owner of Joyo Tower. You can call me master, or you can call me daddy. Shen Mo stood with his hands behind his back, full of pride. Fuck, where did this idiot come from? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't recover his spiritual power in the Joyo Tower, I really wanted to kill him with a ball of ass. Forget it, forget it. I guess the thought of being locked up here for endless years has driven him crazy in advance. Everyone cursed angrily. Only Gao Fei remained silent. He stared at Shen Mo with his eyes fixed. Recalling how he looked when he came in just now. It seems to be the same method as the ancient demon. The most important thing is that there is no trace of panic on his face. Then it is very likely that what he said is true. Fellow Daoist, since you said you are the current master of Joyo Tower, can you let me go? I have no grudge against you. As long as you let me go, I will return to the Taichu Immortal clan and will definitely repay you generously. Gao Fei walked out of the crowd and said in a deep voice. Fuck, another one's going crazy. Are these two role-playing? No, didn't you hear what he said? The Taichu Immortal clan. The Taichu Immortal clan? Is that the super overlord of Shizhou? It's that person indeed. Thousands of years ago, the young patriarch of the Taichu Immortal clan was born with a vision of heaven and earth, and was hailed as the reincarnation of an immortal. Unfortunately, he mysteriously disappeared while trying to establish his foundation and reached the Golden Core stage. The Taichu Immortal clan almost turned the entire western continent upside down for this young patriarch, but unexpectedly, he was captured by the ancient demon. According to this, that idiot is really the new owner of Joyo Tower? Stay away from me, he's the respected host. Everyone's attitude changed drastically immediately. They all looked at Shen Mo, their eyes full of expectation. TSK. Didn't you just scold me? Now you want me to let him go with just a few simple words? Shen Mo sneered. Release him? That is definitely impossible. He didn't have that option when he came here. If all these cheap laborers were let go, even Amitba Buddha would stand up to make room for them. It was my fault that I didn't recognize the real talent. I hope the host will forgive me. Hearing this, Gao Fei immediately knelt down. At this moment, he no longer had the dignity of being the young patriarch of the Taichu Immortal clan. He has been imprisoned for thousands of years, and only he knows how it feels. Faced with dignity and freedom, he made the wisest choice. Seeing this scene, Shen Mo frowned and suddenly became interested in Gao Fei. Are you really from the Taichu Immortal clan? He had never heard of any immortal race. But seeing everyone's reactions and this awesome suffix, it must be a formidable force. My name is Gao Fei, and I am indeed the young patriarch of the Taichu Immortal clan. Gao Fei answered in a deep voice. He knew that there was no point in hiding it any longer, so it would be better to be honest and perhaps win the other party's favor. Besides, the ancient demon knew his identity. But the person in front of him obviously didn't know, which meant that he was not from the same group as the ancient demon. Thinking about it carefully, Gao Fei felt more and more that he might be able to leave this damn place today. Since you are the young patriarch, how about you lend me your immortal clan's secret technique for 2 days? He smiled silently, with a bright look in his eyes. There are thousands of people here. If he can get a little bit of money from each of them, he can set up his own sect. The family secrets are forbidden. I can't reveal them, and you can't explore them. Gao Fei's face darkened. He asked for the Immortal Clan's secret technique right away. Shen Mo was even more greedy than he imagined. If the host is willing to let me go, I can swear to the heavens that I will definitely reward you handsomely. Forget it. You guys just stay here. Shen Mo chuckled, turned around and prepared to leave. He didn't believe Gao Fei's words at all. Even if he couldn't check the family secrets, he could always check other methods. Compared to Gao Fei, he has plenty of time to waste with them. At worst, I can wait until I build my foundation, and then use the enslavement ability of the bone spirit flame to turn them into cold slaves again. At this moment, Gao Fei suddenly raised his head, his figure flashed, and turned into a ray of fairy light, rushing straight to Shen Mo's back. Humph! Just reaching the perfect chi refining stage, and calling you the OP really makes you think you're invincible? Chapter 39, Tiangang builds the foundation, and the golden elixir can be killed. However, Gao Fei's long-planned attack failed. Shen Mo's figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. We have been prepared for this situation. In this Jodo Tower, he can appear anywhere as long as he wishes. It seems you don't plan to go out? Faced with Shen Mo's questioning, Gao Fei simply came clean. What good things can be inherited from Jodo Tower? You are just a mere chi refining realm cultivator, yet you dare to try to spy on the secrets of my immortal race? You are courting death. Oh? Aren't you afraid of becoming a slave again? Shen Mo stroked his chin and said with a wicked smile. Hearing this, Gao Fei's breathing stopped. He had indeed thought about it. But obviously, this is impossible. As the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, the bone spirit flame is so proud. How is it possible to cooperate with someone in the chi refining realm? Back then, his father wanted to transplant a branch of the world tree into his body to help him break through the 90,000-foot spiritual sea, but was rejected. What is more, it is the bone spirit flame, which is one of the top-ranked spiritual fires of heaven and earth. But others don't think so. When I heard that I would become a slave again, like eggplants hit by frost, they all fell to their knees. OP, I was wrong, please. I don't want to be a slave anymore. What Gao Fei did has nothing to do with us. He was the one who attacked just now. We didn't do anything. I hope the host of this post will understand. Seeing these spineless monks, Gao Fei sneered repeatedly. Stop pretending to be so good. If you could do it, why would you come in and chat with us? Shen Mo was silent. Indeed, the conditions for refining Han Nu with the bone spirit flame are extremely harsh. The other party must be made unable to resist. With his current strength of perfect chi refining, he is indeed unable to defeat this group of cultivators who have perfected the foundation establishment. But he has a 90,000 Zhang spiritual sea, once he successfully builds his foundation. These people will no longer be his opponents. Seeing Shen Mo's silence, everyone's minds began to become active. After all this time, it turns out to be a paper tiger. I was so scared. Exactly. Damn it. I almost got tricked by this guy. He wants me to surrender just because I'm a landlord? Ugh. Hurry and let us out. If we unite, even the Jindan realm cultivators will have to retreat. You are just a chi refining realm brat, don't even think about us surrendering. Well, boy, you can share the treasures in Jodo Tower with us as compensation. We will not embarrass you when we get out. The more they talked, the more excited they became, and some even tried to force Shen Mo to hand over the Jodo Tower. Shen Mo was slightly stunned, then smiled silently. These people really deserve to be suppressed. When did I say I don't have the bone spirit flame anymore? As soon as these words were spoken, the sound in the audience stopped abruptly. The swallowing sound echoed in the small space. No. No way, kid, don't joke like that. That is. How can the bone spirit flame be controlled so easily? Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about it. Before he could finish his words, Shen Mo stretched out his hand. A ball of white flame appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. Bone spirit flame. Gao Fei widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. For real? What year is it today? When did the bone spirit flame become so docile? Shen Mo curled up the corners of his mouth and decided to give these people a little shock. He waved his hand. In the dark space, several walls of fire composed of flames from bone spirits rose up, surrounding everyone. Seeing this familiar flame, everyone felt as if their souls were about to be frozen. They instantly put aside their prejudices against each other and formed a formation to resist the invasion of the bone spirit flame. Hold on, he's only at the chi refining stage, he definitely can't maintain the bone spirit flame for long. Everyone, don't panic. We have reached the perfect foundation establishment stage. He will definitely not be able to outlast us. He definitely can't enslave us anymore, otherwise he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Seeing that his plan was exposed, Shen Mo didn't care. He clasped his hands together, and the flames from the bone spirits in the sky suddenly disappeared. You guessed it right, I really can't use it for long. Now I give you two choices. 1. Submit to me for 100 years, and I will set you free after 100 years. 2. Continue to fight me. I will come and deal with you after I successfully build my foundation. Shen Mo grinned and had a preliminary assessment of his own strength in his mind. The bone spirit flame is worthy of being the 7th-ranked spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Just performing this move consumed a whole layer of his spiritual sea. This is the case when he possesses 10% of the bone spirit flame origin. If it were someone else at any other chi refining realm, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a single move. When everyone heard the conditions given by Shen Mo, they fell silent for a moment. The first option is clearly in their favor. After all, some of them have been slaves for thousands of years, so 100 years one tea make a difference. But they are reluctant to leave their life and death to others. As for the second option, Shen Mo really couldn't do anything to them in the short term. But if Shen Mo really succeeds in building his foundation, they will definitely be in big trouble. Seeing that no one spoke, Shen Mo increased his strength again. I forgot to tell you that my spiritual sea is 90,000 feet high. Once I succeed in building my foundation, you will have no chance of winning. Don't you think so, Goofy? Everyone's face changed drastically. 90,000 feet, what the hell is that? Most of them are spiritual seas of several thousand feet. Only a few reach 10,000 feet. The tallest among them is Gao Fei. He is the 70,000 feet spiritual sea. Before, Shen Mo easily controlled the bone spirit to create flames. He vaguely guessed that perhaps Shen Mo had reached the legendary 90,000 feet. Now it has been confirmed by Shen Mo himself. His face suddenly turned ashen. Even if he didn't use the bone spirit flame, he might not be his opponent in time. Think about it. Gao Fei sighed softly. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well take a gamble. Just bet that Shen Mo will keep his promise. Taichu Immortal Clan Gao Fei, meet the master. Gao Fei walked forward, knelt on one knee, and buried his head deeply. Seeing this scene, everyone dared not hesitate any longer. They all knelt down on the ground one after another, fearing that Shen Mo would return. We greet the master. Shen Mo smiled slightly and couldn't help but look at Gao Fei twice more. Very good, but to be on the safe side, I will plant the bone spirit flame in you, but I will not deprive you of your sanity. After saying that, Shen Mo lightly tapped his fingertips, and a small bunch of white flame flew out and came straight in front of Gao Fei. Don't resist. Hearing Shen Mo's scolding, Gao Fei gritted his teeth, raised his head and cleared his mind. The bone spirit flame was like a loach and instantly drilled into his sea of consciousness. Gao Fei's whole body trembled, and the whites of his eyes turned black. After a while, the darkness receded and he regained clarity. Gao Fei meets the master. Gao Fei looked at Shen Mo and became extremely respectful. Okay. Shen Mo laughed out loud. He used the bone spirit flame as a medium to establish a special servant relationship with Gao Fei. As long as he had the thought, Gao Fei would die immediately. After death, they will not stop, but will turn into slaves for him to use. Gao Fei, let me ask you, how strong are you? Hearing Shen Mo's question, Gao Fei blurted out the answer without hiding anything. Master, I specialize in spearmanship and have also reached the Tiangang Foundation establishment stage. I only need a magical weapon that suits my needs. I can kill ordinary Jindan in the early stage, and I can also escape unscathed from the middle stage of Jindan. Chapter 40. Are all monks of this era so brave? Hiss. Hearing Gao Fei's answer, Shen Mo couldn't help but take a breath. Is it so fierce? What a super genius I have enslaved. He truly deserves to be the young patriarch of the Taichu Immortal Clan. According to the foundation building method recorded in the 5 elements Bu Tian Lu. The 9 foundations are ordinary, innate, perfect, Dao building, 5 elements, Disha, Tiangang, Hunyuan, and the legendary Supreme Foundation. I didn't expect that Gao Fei was actually at the Tiangang Foundation building stage. He is such a macho man. What about Jin Buhui and Yi Lingtian? When they meet again, there is no need for me to take action. Gao Fei can beat the shit out of them. The secret techniques of the Taichu Immortal clan really can't be passed on to outsiders? Shen Mo asked suspiciously. My lord, we, the people of the Immortal clan, have been restricted since birth by the powerful people in our clan. We cannot spread the news to outsiders. If we try to explore it by force, we will self-destruct. Gao Fei nodded and said seriously. But thousands of years have passed, and I feel the restrictions in my mind have loosened somewhat. Master, you can forcefully investigate. You should be able to get a glimpse of something before I explode. Damn it! Is this slavery effect so strong? When everyone heard Gao Fei's answer, they were immediately scared. Shen Mo was also shocked. But he shook his head and didn't force the investigation. He would never do anything that would kill the chicken to get the eggs. It's just a secret technique of the immortals. There will be plenty of opportunities to obtain it in the future. Gao Fei's value as a person far exceeds his secret skills. This is a real loyal thug. Even if I get tired of using it in the future, I can return it to the Taichu Immortal clan and probably exchange it for some secret techniques. Okay, come out with me. After he finished speaking, Shen Mo flicked his sleeves and the two of them instantly disappeared from the first floor of Joyo Tower. No. OP, we haven't been enslaved yet. It wasn't until the two disappeared that a roar was heard from the first floor. It's not that Shen Mo is kind-hearted. But enslaving Gao Fei had almost drained all of his bone spirit flame. At this time, the bone spirit flames hovered above his spirit sea, extremely weak. It is hard to imagine how powerful Gu Lianyo was at that time. He enslaved so many people in the first level alone. Shen Mo became more and more interested in the monks on the back floors. Leave the cold pond. Shen Mo followed the instructions on the map and flew directly towards the central inheritance site. As soon as I arrived at the place of inheritance, I saw Qian Qingshu taking action. Gao Fei, kill everyone here except that woman. Shen Mosen said coldly. Following the orders of the building owner, kill everything. Gao Fei exerted force with his fingers, and the folding fan shattered instantly. Owner? A group of monks looked at Gao Fei, somewhat confused. Qian Qingshu frowned, he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation level. But so what? As long as it can appear in the real dragon's nest, how powerful can it be? At best, he can build a perfect foundation just like his senior brother Jin Buhui. What's more, he has already established his innate foundation, so even if he is defeated, he can protect himself. My senior brother is on the way. If the other party doesn't know what's good for him, just hold him back. As soon as his senior brother arrived, he could no longer make any waves. Thinking of this, Qian Qingshu's brows relaxed and he showed his signature smile. My fellow Taoist, my name is Qian Qingshu, from the Daoxian sect. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Qingshu felt something was wrong. He looked down and saw that his lower body was gone. When he looked up at Gao Fei again, he found that a silver spear appeared in his hand without him noticing. Thump. Qian Qingshu widened his eyes and fell down. Fuck. Which sect is this ruthless person from? He even dared to kill Qian Qingshu. Hiss, I don't think I've seen him before. Could he be a super genius hidden in another sect? It's hard to say. Every sect has some secrets, so it's normal to hide a super genius. However, this person is too reckless and it's unlikely for him to achieve great things. Oh, now we're going to have a good show. Everyone knows that Daoxian sect is famous for protecting its own people. Besides, Jin Buhui is already on his way. Who do you think is stronger, Jin Buhui or this ruthless guy? I admit he's very strong, but he's still far behind Jin Buhui. I don't know what Xuanzong fed Jin Buhui to help him build his foundation perfectly before even entering the inheritance land. What will happen if he does enter the inheritance land? When the monks saw this scene, they were a little surprised, but not too panicked. Firstly, Qian Qingshu was too ostentatious, so it was reasonable that he was killed. Secondly, they were just passers-by. I've never heard of a case where a passerby was killed first in a fight. Therefore, they are not afraid of flying high. Not only did he turn a deaf ear to Gao Fei's words, but he even tried to get close to him. Jang Lin looked at the figure in front of her and was stunned for a moment. Then came ecstasy. She didn't know this person, and the entire True Dragon Nest knew that she was already taken. The other party definitely didn't come here for her beauty. Then the only one who can save himself in this critical moment is Shen Mo. Unlike Jang Lin's ecstasy, Yesua's heart suddenly fell to the bottom. She thought about it over and over but couldn't figure out when Jang Lin had hooked up with another genius. First it was Shen Mo, then this person. Is it true that my beauty cannot compare to hers? My fellow Taoist, I am Kai Koan, from the Supreme Sect. They are afraid of the Daoxian sect, but I am not afraid. You and I are the same kind of people. How about we become friends and sit down and have a drink together? Kai Koan walked out of the crowd with a smile and bowed slightly to Gao Fei. Gao Fei was stunned. For a moment, he felt a little unconfident and doubted whether he had reached the Tiangang Foundation. When a Qi refining cultivator heard a cultivator who had reached the perfect foundation establishment stage say that he would kill everything, the first thing he did was not to run away, but to step forward and greet him. Only 1,000 years have passed. Are all monks of this era so brave? Not running away? Just what I want. Do you know how I have lived these past 1,000 years? Gao Fei turned around and smiled. Ah, that's right, let's. Puff. Heads fell to the ground. Gao Fei licked his lips, enjoying it very much. Fellow Taoist, you've gone too far. Fellow Taoist Kai was just saying hello, and you took his life. Do you really think we are all soft persimmons? Humph, you are so ignorant. This is the place of inheritance. If we disturb the guardian beast here, we will all be in trouble. I don't care which sect you come from. Now, immediately, put down your weapons. Otherwise, don't blame us for bullying the weak with our numbers. When the monks saw Kai Koan being beheaded, they all stood up in solidarity with their common hatred for the enemy. Killing Qian Qingshu would be fine, he brought it upon himself. But killing Kai Koan is not an option. This concerns the interests of passers-by. Thank you. Gao Fei's body trembled slightly as he spoke sincerely. Humph, knowing your mistakes is the best way to improve. I miss you. Puff. A flash of cold light came first, and then the gun swept across the world. Gao Fei drew his gun, and his perfect foundation building strength burst out completely. There are still many good people in this world of cultivating immortals. Knowing that he had suffered injustice for thousands of years, they lined up to die. Then he won't be polite. With just one shot, dozens of monks' heads were blown off. Among them are several geniuses who have established their innate foundation. At this moment, the remaining people in the field realized something seemed to be wrong. They finally remembered what Gao Fei said. Damn it! Run! Chapter 41. He is the mastermind. The gun comes out like a dragon. Gao Fei held the spear horizontally in front of his chest and raised his hand to stab. The spear light is like a dragon, and a rainbow pierces the sun. After just one encounter, the crowd was reduced to half again. The remaining monks were stunned. What a great power this is! It's completely a dimensionality reduction attack. Foundation built perfectly. Finally, someone in the crowd realized Gao Fei's realm. As his voice fell, all the monks were stunned. How could there be a cultivator who has reached the perfect foundation establishment in the True Dragon's Nest? As everyone knows, only those in the Qi refining stage can enter here. Does that mean this person has achieved a breakthrough from Qi refining to foundation establishment perfection in just 6 months? You must be kidding. Who is he? Could he be the person who came to the True Dragon's Nest last time and never left? Faced with everyone's questioning, Gao Fei remained silent. He raised his spear, ready to strike again and kill everyone who was left. Just then, strong winds blew all around and the sky darkened. Who dares to act so presumptuously in the True Dragon's Nest? A blood-red dragon flew out from the place of inheritance. It raised its dragon claws and slapped Gao Fei hard. Gao Fei frowned and pointed his spear. Bang! The dragon claw and the silver spear collided with each other, and a deafening roar was heard. All the monks were blown away by this gust of air and vomited blood. Jang Lin was already seriously injured and was at the center of the confrontation between the two. In an instant, a mouthful of blood spurted out and flew away like a kite with a broken string. I just felt like all my internal organs were displaced. Pictures appeared before her eyes. Born in a poor family, he was fortunate to be admitted into the Qingshan sect. Unknown for many years. Until I met Shen Mo. Let her feel the feeling of being loved. Unlike others who blindly flattered her, they were only attracted by her beauty. Shen Mo was sincere to himself. So many perfect pills, just given to me without asking for any reward. If those pills were given to him, he might have been able to break through to the foundation building stage long ago. Why bother taking risks in this real dragon's nest? All this is for her. Although silence sometimes makes her pose in embarrassing positions. But she didn't care at all, instead she found it very sweet. Am I going to die? Jang Lin murmured softly and laughed at herself. It turns out that when people die, they really do recall the past. Who said you were going to die? At this moment, Jang Lin felt a warmth in her lower abdomen. A familiar voice came into her ears. She quickly raised her head, but her face was full of surprise. She saw a white-haired young man in front of her, holding her in his arms. This young man is so handsome, and there is a hint of evil in him. It's not silence. Jang Lin tried to push the young man away with all her strength. Doubt you are being presumptuous. Lin, it's me, Shen Mo. Shen Mo didn't let go, but hugged her tighter. Snort. Jang Lin smiled contemptuously, with a hint of determination in her eyes. Fellow Daoist, although you are powerful, don't think you can do whatever you want. Although my husband is a little old and ugly, I am not the kind of person who is fickle. You dare to be so frivolous with me? Then come on the road with me. As he spoke, the spiritual sea in Jang Lin's body churned, and countless spiritual energies gathered in his dantian. Seeing this, Shen Mo immediately reached out and patted her abdomen. Jang Lin suddenly felt like a deflated ball. Shen Mo was speechless for a while, somewhat confused about what Jang Lin was doing. Am I really old and ugly? Thinking of this, he subconsciously touched his face and suddenly froze. No. I have wrinkles. Shen Mo waved his hand hurriedly, and a mirror formed by spiritual energy suddenly appeared in front of him. In the mirror, there is a white-haired young man, who is heroic and imposing. Oh shit. So handsome. Are you trying to live? Pretend, go ahead and pretend. Even though you are handsome, in my eyes, you are nowhere near as good as my husband Shen Mo. Jang Lin looked at the white-haired young man in front of her and sneered. No. Lin, listen to me. Shen Mo knew he was misunderstood and hurried to explain. He already guessed the answer in his heart. It must have been when he reached the 90,000-foot spiritual sea that auspicious signs from heaven appeared, allowing him to regain his appearance. I'm so silent. Don't believe it? The first time we were in the room, the second time I took you to the bamboo forest in the back mountain, and the third time you took me to. Stop talking. Jang Lin's pretty face turned red with shame after hearing these words. She grumbled coquettishly, then looked carefully at the white-haired young man in front of her. These eyes. It's exactly the same as Shen Mo. You really are? It's genuine. Shen Mo turned around and said with a smile. Woo woo woo. Jang Lin threw herself into Shen Mo's arms. You're not dead, you're really not dead, it's great. Okay. Shen Mo patted her back gently and comforted her. Just then, a series of sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Jin Buhui, Yiling Tian, Hibufon, and other cultivators came together. Seeing the scene in front of them, several people frowned. In the field, Gao Fei was still fighting fiercely with the blood dragon. Gao Fei seemed to be at a disadvantage, and the spear in his hand had already shattered. At this moment, he was surrounded by fairy light, and he used the fairy clan's secret method to entangle the blood dragon. On the ground, groups of monks' corpses were lying all over the place. Qian Qing Shu. The veins on Jin Buhui's forehead popped out. He saw Qian Qingshu's body on the ground. What happened? He stretched out his hand, and Yesua, who had escaped the disaster, was grabbed by the neck and lifted up like a chick. Jin Buhui, let go. When Hibufon saw the scene, a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. A powerful pressure burst out of his body and pressed towards Jin Buhui. Brother save me. Yesua looked at Hibufon as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and said pitifully. Snort. Jin Buhui just shouted in a deep voice, and Hibufon's body suddenly shook. No. Impossible. His mouth opened wide, his face full of disbelief. It was obvious that he had already established a perfect foundation and was at the same level as Jin Buhui, so how could he not be able to withstand even one of his moves? Jin Buhui glanced at Hibufon, ignored him, turned to look at Yesua, and said coldly, "Tell me, who killed Xin Qingshu? That blood dragon, or that foundation-building cultivator?" Yesua's face flushed red, and she held Jin Buhui's big hand tightly with both hands, feeling like she could hardly breathe. Seeing this, Jin Buhui narrowed his eyes, withdrew his hand, and looked at her coldly. Ahem. Yesua coughed a few times, took a few deep breaths, and then looked at Jang Lin and Shen Mo with resentment. "It's him." She stretched out her hand, pointed at Shen Mo, and said sternly. When she saw Jang Lin and Shen Mo kissing each other, she felt extremely resentful. Why? Why? In terms of beauty, she is almost the same as Jang Lin. In terms of cultivation, she is higher than Jang Lin, and she also has natural spiritual roots. In terms of background, she was born into a wealthy family, while Jang Lin came from a poor family. No matter how you compare, she is better than Jang Lin. But why? First it was Shen Mo, and then this white-haired man? They all fall in love with Jang Lin. He is the mastermind behind this, and that foundation establishment cultivator is also his subordinate. Chapter 42. Is this how we play it? Go! Jin Buhui pointed at Shen Mo from a distance. The top-grade treasure, the Tower of Babel, flew out instantly. A golden light flashed, majestic and powerful. Even a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit. He attacks any enemy with all his strength. What's more, the white-haired man in front of him was a little hard for him to understand. Sensing danger, Shen Mo frowned slightly and pulled Jang Lin behind him. Ninefold blazing flame. Shen Mo raised his hand and pressed down. White flames appeared out of nowhere, covering the entire place. Little Doyle. Jin Buhui shouted coldly and made some hand gestures. The Tower of Babel was suspended in the air, instantly emitting several golden rays of light, trying to extinguish the bone spirit's flames. Yeah? Shen Mo grinned and clenched his fist towards the Tower of Babel. The flames of the bone spirit seemed to have spiritual energy, transforming into a giant hand in the sky, grabbing towards the Tower of Babel fiercely. Seeing this scene, the contempt on Jin Buhui's face became even more intense. The Tower of Babel is a top-grade magic weapon, and even he cannot activate it with full strength. The white-haired man in front of him actually wanted to fight with his bare hands, which was simply a pipe dream. But the next second, the flames of the bone spirit attached themselves to the Tower of Babel, making a hissing sound. Jin Buhui's face changed drastically. He could feel that his connection with the Tower of Babel was rapidly fading. No, come back. Jin Buhui used the magic formula again, trying to recall the Tower of Babel. Delusion. Shen Mo shouted loudly, and the 90,000 feet deep spiritual sea in his body began to churn rapidly. In just a moment, the connection between the Tower of Babel and Jin Buhui was completely severed. At the same time, it bears his own mark. Thank you for the gift, brother. Shen Mo spread out his hands, and the Tower of Babel shrank and floated in his palms. Faced with Shen Mo's ridicule, Jin Buhui's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He clearly strengthened his control at the first moment, but he didn't expect that it would still be taken away by the other party. So weird. Moreover, he did not recognize the person in front of him. There were only a few people who caught his eye when he entered the true dragon's nest this time, but this person was obviously not one of them. Who is it? Could it be someone from the previous true dragon nest? That's not right. A large-scale spiritual riot will break out in the true dragon's nest in the last few days. Unless you leave, you can't survive. Just when he was racking his brains, the other monks' looks changed. In their eyes, all I saw was Jin Buhui offering the Tower of Babel, and then it fell into the hands of the white-haired young man opposite. The Tower of Babel is a top-grade magic weapon, and one of the most highly ranked magic weapons in Daoxian's sect. Except for the people of Daoxian's sect, no one else can control it at all. Then it becomes interesting. This white-haired young man is obviously also a member of Daoxian's sect. Daoxuanzong actually managed to sneak in such a genius. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the meaning is self-evident. Daoxianzong wanted to make a big move and kill everyone here. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Jin Buhui and Shen Mo warily. Yilingtian, Hibufon and other geniuses took out their strongest weapons and were ready to take action at any time. Obviously, they thought so too. Yiling Tian, Hibufon, let's attack together and kill this guy. Jin Buhui turned to look at the two of them and made a rare invitation. Losing the Tower of Babel is like cutting off one's arm. In addition, he had no idea of Shen Mo's strength, so he decided to join forces with others to kill Shen Mo. Good. The two nodded heavily. After receiving the response, Jin Buhui was ready to fight with all his strength. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Two terrifying forces erupted from behind Jin Buhui. Bang! Jin Buhui was directly blown away by this force. You guys? Are you crazy? He steadied his body, and a black and white Taoist robe slowly emerged from his body. Yin Yang Taoist robe. The monks were dumbfounded. What a generous move! First, the top-grade magical weapon, the Tower of Babel, and then the top-grade magical weapon, the Yin Yang Taoist robe. Jin Buhui brought them all in. The Daoxian sect seems to have only 4 or 5 magical weapons, and 2 of them suddenly appeared. How can this be unbearable? It seems that Daoxuanzong has great ambitions this time. Yiling Tian and Hibufon frowned deeply. I thought this combined attack would kill Jin Buhui, or at least seriously injure him. I didn't expect that he also had a top-grade magic weapon. This is a bit difficult. I was asking you guys a question, why did you suddenly attack me? Jin Buhui was so angry that he cursed the two of them thousands of times in his heart. Under normal circumstances, he would not be afraid of these two people joining forces. But at the moment, the identity of the white-haired man is still unclear, and he has encountered the joining forces of these two idiots. Coupled with the white-haired man's mysterious abilities, he might really lose both his money and his life today. This was the first time he had encountered such a big crisis since he became famous. All this is thanks to Shen Mo. Pretend, keep pretending. The corners of Yiling Tian's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had seen through everything. Although Hibufon didn't say anything, he had the same look. You guys? Damn, you idiots. Jin Buhui saw that the two men looked like they were asking for a beating, and felt upset, and couldn't help but curse. Shen Mo was also confused by the scene before him. What's going on? I just need to make a small move? But it's okay if they fight among themselves. Now Gao Fei was entangled. He was only at the stage of qi training and had not yet established his foundation. He could only deal with it by relying on the vast spiritual sea and the strange ability of the bone spirit to generate flames. If the other side joins forces, he might have no choice but to hide in the Joyo Tower. He didn't want to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Hiding in there would be tying his own hands and feet. If such a valuable treasure were taken out and led to the emergence of more powerful monks, he would only be waiting for death. Boom! Speak of the devil and he will appear. Gao Fei was instantly knocked back to Shen Mo by the blood dragon. What's going on? Shen Mo frowned. Logically speaking, with Gao Fei's current strength, he should be able to walk around freely in the true dragon's nest. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by a blood dragon. Owner, there's something strange. This blood dragon is gradually getting stronger. At the beginning, I only completed the foundation building, but now I have reached the early stage of the golden elixir, and am approaching the middle stage of the golden elixir. What? Shen Mo was a little shocked when he heard the news. A Jindan realm cultivator actually appeared in the true dragon's nest. Mad. Is this how we play it? Before he could sort out his thoughts, the blood dragon continued to attack Gao Fei. Retreat first. Shen Mo made a prompt decision and took Gao Fei back to Joyo Tower. He also prepared to go in and hide first. After all, the opponent is in the Jindan realm, and it would be a big loss if he was killed instantly by accident. But it disappeared as it flew high. After losing its target, the blood dragon's body suddenly froze. It seemed to have no intelligence. After a brief pause, it bit the nearest monk. Brother, save me. Stop pulling my pants. Get out of here. Don't panic, my friend. Just try your best to hold out for a while. Once I escape, I'll come back and save you. The blood dragon was like a wolf among a flock of sheep. For a moment, shouting, crying, and cursing were heard one after another in the field. Only then did they realize how strong Gao Fei was. I can actually fight this thing for so long. At this moment, the entire inheritance site suddenly shook. The huge bronze door at the top slowly opened. Go in quickly. Chapter 43. Come here, I will teach you how to fish. Walk. To be on the safe side, Shen Mo took Jang Lin back to Joyo Tower and then mixed in the crowd and rushed towards Juman. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. All the monks rushed towards the huge bronze gate. The blood dragon was like a fish in water. It dived into the crowd and blood and flesh flew everywhere. No one can withstand its attack. Upon seeing this, all the geniuses used their own life-saving methods that they were proud of. At this moment, the blood dragon suddenly changed direction and attacked Shen Mo. Damn it! Shen Mo was shocked. At this moment, I don't care about being exposed. He went straight into the Joyo Tower. As soon as the figure disappeared, the blood dragon's attack followed. The dragon claw imprinted on the body of Joyo Tower, and suddenly a terrifying energy burst out. Several monks who were nearby were instantly annihilated by this energy. Jodo Tower also took advantage of this attack and successfully crashed into the huge bronze gate. In the crowd behind, Xiaojuyu looked at this scene, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. It's been a long time. Make sure the blood dragon doesn't catch up. Shen Mo walked out of Joyo Tower. Looking around, there are straight and empty passages made of vines. There was no one else but himself. Random teleportation again? Shen Mo stroked his chin and walked forward. There was no danger along the way. Soon he walked out of the passage. A towering vine came into view. Below it, it is connected to a pool of water, and there is a teleportation array next to it. The water is clear and sparkling. There was also a naked woman in the pool. Zhu Yeqing? Shen Mo was stunned. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Zhu Yeqing turned around and was obviously stunned. I even forgot to cover up the scenery in front of my chest. It's you! She came to her senses, her face changed drastically, and she hurriedly covered the steep mountain. She saw it clearly when Shen Mo fought with Jin Buhui in the square before. With her current innate foundation building cultivation level, she is obviously no match for him. Think of this. Zhu Yeqing gritted his teeth and slowly released the restraint on his chest. So you are Daoxuanzong's brother. I am so honored to be here. The charm of the skill was activated, coupled with her innate charm. Shen Mo was in a trance subconsciously. But in just a moment, he regained his consciousness. Good trick. Shen Mo couldn't help but marvel at it. Zhu Yeqing's attack may not be visible to others, but he can see it clearly. It's a black figure. As soon as it entered Shen Mo's mind, it was eaten as a snack by Bone Spirit Flame. Puff. Zhu Yeqing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked up, her face full of disbelief. This is her strongest attack. How is that possible? Can't even influence the other party. Even if Jin Buhui was here, she was confident that she could make him lose his combat effectiveness in a short period of time. The essence of charm is to control the soul. Only by reaching the golden elixir realm can one glimpse the power of the soul. Logically speaking, she is invincible in the two realms of chi refining and foundation building. What a coincidence, I met this pervert Shen Mo. The flames generated by the bone spirit are aimed at the soul. There is also the Joyo Tower, a defensive treasure of unknown quality, guarding the sea of consciousness. You are Shen Mo. Zhu Yeqing's pupils dilated and she screamed. Oh? How did you recognize it? Shen Mo was stunned, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he became interested. After all, even Jang Lin, who had had physical contact with him, couldn't recognize him. And she recognized it after just one move. Zhu Yeqing lowered his head, a little dazed. I was born with a seductive body and have been focusing on the soul since I was a child. No matter how a person's appearance changes, his soul remains the same. Have you forgotten? I used my charm technique in front of the cold pond, so I naturally sensed your soul's aura. Ha! I never thought you'd actually come out of the cold pond. And become so powerful. So that's it. Shen Mo nodded, feeling a little scared. Fortunately, he met Zhu Yeqing in advance, otherwise he would have been in big trouble. If I leave the true dragon's nest so carelessly, those old guys outside will definitely discover my identity immediately. By then, even if I hide in Joyo Tower, it will be of no use. After all, the gap in realm is too big. In this case, there is only one way. Kill everyone. Or enslave everyone and muddy the waters completely. So, what are you going to do with me? Zhu Yeqing knew he couldn't escape, so he just made it clear. Hee hee, How do you think I will deal with you? Shen Mo's mouth curled up slightly. Zhu Yeqing is worthy of being a member of the Hibufon sect. No matter her figure or appearance, she is the best among the best. Even if she didn't use her charm, just standing there she was a living example of charm. There is no great hatred between the Hibufon sect and the Qingshan sect. Zhu Yeqing calmed down and thought quickly in his mind. Since Shen Mo didn't take action immediately, it proves that there is still room for maneuver. There's just a little friction between you and me. As everyone knows, treasures belong to those who are capable. Last time in the cold pond, my goal was only to seize the treasure. If it were you, you would definitely do the same as me. And this time it's even simpler. You're too strong. I thought you and Jin Buhui were in cahoots. To protect myself, I had no choice but to do this. Zhu Yeqing is full of charm and every frown and stubbornness. Shen Mo's throat was dry and he didn't hear what she was saying at all. I only heard of friction. In the past 6 months, he has been locked up in Joyo Tower for hard training and has long been hungry and thirsty. What's more, Zhu Yeqing was naked. Which man can control himself? Unless he is Liu Xiaohui. Obviously, Shen Mo is not. I understand. You want to rub against me to clear up the misunderstanding? Shen Mo walked forward slowly with a smile on his face. No. Zhu Yeqing raised his head and explained hurriedly. When she saw Shen Mo's eyes, she was immediately frightened. She instantly understood what Shen Mo meant. No. I can exchange it with other conditions. Zhu Yeqing retreated repeatedly until he reached the edge of the pool. Let's have some friction first and then discuss the terms. You are a member of the Hibufon sect, and you are afraid of this? Shen Mo stepped forward again. No. Shen Mo, I beg you. The technique I'm practicing is the furnace and cauldron technique. Only by maintaining a perfect body can I make rapid progress. As she spoke, Zhu Yeqing's pretty face was covered with tears, looking very pitiful. So, you are still a cook? Shen Mo's eyes lit up when he heard that. Any unexpected surprises? Yeah. Zhu Yeqing nodded heavily, then quickly shook his head. No, I'm not. If you don't do this to me, I can tell you a shocking secret. Since it was a matter of innocence, she gritted her teeth and decided to tell Shen Mo the secret discovered by the sect. All right. Shen Mo nodded, you speak first. I'll think about it after I listen. You. Zhu Yeqing's face changed. I didn't expect Shen Mo to be so greedy. It's obvious that he wants to eat and take at the same time. How could she not see it? This secret involves the secret of foundation building, which will definitely benefit you. As long as you let me go, I will definitely tell you so. You and I established the way of heaven. Before Zhu Yeqing finished speaking, Shen Mo raised his hand and pointed, and a white light instantly penetrated into her sea of consciousness. No need to go to so much trouble. Shen Mo grinned. Enslaving a super fighter like Gao Fei might be very exhausting, but enslaving Zhu Yeqing wouldn't require so many concerns. She was already being attacked back, and had no ability to resist at all. In addition, Shen Mo took advantage of the situation and suddenly attacked. Zhu Yeqing looked struggling, and 2 seconds passed. Her eyes became firm. Come here, I'll teach you how to fish. Shen Mo hooked his finger. Yes, master. Chapter 44, whatever Zhu you can give, I can give too. The bone spirit flame is too powerful. Once enslaved, they will no longer have the power to resist. Shen Mo asked him to pose in the way he liked. Zhu Yeqing was very cooperative and proactive. 2 hours later. Sit cross-legged in silence. A vast spiritual power raged in his spiritual sea. 2 towering Taoist temples stand in the air like pyramids. These 2 Taoist foundations belong to Zhu Yeqing. She was born with a charming body, and the martial arts she practiced were the furnace and cauldron methods. This kind of martial arts is very strange. It is a kind of martial arts that is used to help others. It cannot be practiced without a perfect body. Once you lose your virginity, all the accumulation of your life will be transferred to others. She was originally supposed to be the cauldron for the leader of the Hibufon sect. I didn't expect that Shen Mo would take advantage of me here. Shen Mo suddenly opened his eyes shining with brilliance. Innate foundation building? He clenched his fists, feeling the powerful strength in his body. If Jin Buhui appeared in front of him again, he was confident that he could easily defeat him even without using the bone spirit flame. This is the confidence brought by the 90,000-foot spiritual sea. So what exactly is in the place of inheritance? Shen Mo regained his composure and said in a deep voice. Master. According to my master's description, this place of inheritance is a dojo of an ancient organization. Xu Yeqing said in a delicate voice, such dojos are scattered throughout the Xiantian continent, and the true dragon nest is just one of them. It opens once every 1,000 years. In previous sessions, only the outer areas were open, and the core areas were not. But this time, the core areas will be open. After listening to Xu Yeqing's story, Shen Mo frowned. No wonder Jin Buhui brought so many top-grade magic weapons with him. So this is what happened. I believe that other sects must have prepared some countermeasures to a greater or lesser extent. Then how do we get to the core area? Shen Mo asked again. That? I don't know. Master didn't mention it either. Xu Yeqing replied immediately. Then you must know how to enter the outer area, right? Shen Mo asked doubtfully. It all depends on luck. Xu Yeqing said in a deep voice. The inheritance land is not static. Every time it is opened, the scene you experience is different. Yeah. Shen Mo nodded. If this is the case, it means that everyone is on the same starting line. It all depends on luck. But fortunately, he has Han Nu. Now that he has established his innate foundation, he originally wanted to go to Joyo Tower to enslave a few slaves. But now it seems unnecessary. The cultivators in Joyo Tower are at a very high level, so if they are to be enslaved, only 1 or 2 can be enslaved. But it was different in the outside world. He had hardly consumed any energy in enslaving Xu Yeqing, who was an innate foundation building cultivator. Thinking of this, a bold idea formed in Shen Mo's mind. Rather than killing them all, which would cause trouble when leaving, it would be better to turn everyone here into slaves. Do it when you think of it. Shen Mo immediately pulled Xu Yeqing into the teleportation array. In a space. Yi Lingtian frowned deeply. In front of him, there was a puppet. The realm of this puppet is actually in the middle stage of foundation building. But he was only half a step away from building his foundation with 3 Dao foundations, and he could do nothing to the other party. If he were to break through now, with his 3 Dao foundations and the help of treasures, he would definitely be able to defeat this puppet. But before he entered the land of inheritance, he learned the truth about foundation building from other Jedi. 3 foundation building stages are not the limit, 9 is. So, he became a little conflicted. If he couldn't defeat the puppet, he wouldn't be able to enter the teleportation array behind it. He had tried to use tricks to get in, but the puppet didn't fall for it at all. But he was somewhat reluctant to break through. Just then, the void shook, and 2 figures emerged. Yi Lingtian's eyes lit up, but the next second, his face instantly turned gloomy. The people who came were none other than Shen Mo and Xu Yeqing. Shen Mo also discovered Yi Lingtian at the first moment. This is really a narrow road for enemies to meet. I met an acquaintance as soon as I came in. Yi Lingtian had seen with his own eyes before that Jin Buhui gave the Tower of Babel to the person in front of him. Yi Lingtian didn't have much confidence facing him alone. Now the other party even possesses the top-grade magic weapon, the Tower of Babel. Moreover, judging from Xu Yeqing's standing posture, it was obvious that the 2 of them had reached an alliance. Thinking of this, he subconsciously took a step back, forced a smile on his face, and bowed. My name is Yi Lingtian. May I know the name of fellow Taoist Xuanzong? Daoxian sect? Shen Mo was slightly stunned, then smiled silently. I'm not from Daoxian sect. Hearing this, hope suddenly burned in Yi Lingtian's eyes. As long as the other party is not from Daoxian sect, it will be easy to deal with. At worst, I can form an alliance with him like Xu Yeqing and respect him as the leader for the time being. Fellow Taoist, since you already have this relationship with fellow Taoist Jew, why don't you add me as one? You want to join? Shen Mo looked strange when he heard that. 3P? He has no such interest or hobby. Yes, I believe that fellow Taoist Jew must have paid a certain price to obtain your protection. Yi Lingtian straightened his chest and said in a gentle manner, what fellow Taoist Jew can pay, I can also pay. Shen Mo. Stupid, right? I am not from Sichuan. Break him. Shen Mo was too lazy to listen to Yi Lingtian's fierce words and directly summoned Gao Fei out. The moment he saw Gao Fei, Yi Lingtian felt as if he was about to die. He had experienced the power of that blood dragon. If he hadn't carried a valuable flying treasure, he might not have been able to escape. However, Gao Fei was able to fight back and forth with the blood dragon. It goes without saying how terrifying its strength is. I thought Gao Fei had run away, but it turned out not to be the case. Instead, he was next to this white-haired man. Fellow Daoist, there must be a misunderstanding. We have no grudge against each other. Why don't we sit down and wait? Yi Lingtian panicked and shouted loudly. He doesn't have the confidence to fight Gao Fei. Even if he broke through to the foundation building stage right now, he had a premonition that Gao Fei would beat him to a pulp. No grudge? Didn't you say you would take good care of me? Shen Mo's mouth curled up slightly. Take care of you? Yi Lingtian was a little confused, and the next moment, his eyes widened. In his eyes, Shen Mo's previous figure and the white-haired man in front of him gradually overlapped. You are Shen Mo. Chapter 45, Good Boy. You don't follow martial ethics, do you? Yi Lingtian looked like he had seen a ghost at this moment, and an egg could be stuffed into his mouth. Not to mention that Gao Fei obeys Shen Mo. Just walking out of a desperate situation like the cold pond was enough to shock him for the rest of his life. Shun, fellow Daoist Shun, I think, there must be a misunderstanding. Yi Lingtian even stuttered when he spoke. But the response he got was Gao Fei pointing a finger. Seeing this, he did not dare to hesitate and instantly broke through to the foundation building stage, trying to resist. However, it didn't work. In Gao Fei's eyes, even if he had successfully built his foundation, he was still just a bigger ant. Just one finger easily penetrated Yi Lingtian's defense. Puff! A transparent hole suddenly appeared on Yi Lingtian's chest. I give up, I give up. He was breathing weakly and kept shouting. Okay. Come back. Hearing the order, Gao Fei grabbed Yi Lingtian's shoulder and flashed back to Shen Mo. Don't resist. Shen Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He raised his hand and the bone spirit flame drilled into his mind. Yi Lingtian showed signs of struggle, but calmed down after a moment. Meet the master. He looked at Shen Mo with an extremely pious look in his eyes. Very good. Very good. Shen Mo felt extremely happy. It had only been a short time since he came out of the cold pond, and he had already enslaved 2 geniuses. The ability of this bone spirit to create flames is truly terrifying. As long as they don't die, these people will always live in their own shadow. With Yi Lingtian joining, Shen Mo no longer pretended. He casually led a few people into the next floor. Somewhere in space, Jin Buhui was holding a blood-red bamboo slip in his hand and flying towards the light in the distance. He felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. The place of inheritance is full of dangers for others. But to him, it's like his own back garden. Ling Shuzi, the ancestor of Daoxian's sect, entered the core area of the inheritance land 1,000 years ago and gained great fortune there. The real name of this so-called true dragon nest should be the Dragon Raising Pond, which is the training ground used by the ancient Tiandao Alliance to cultivate peerless geniuses. And his Daoxian sect's ancestor Ling Shuzi successfully passed the assessment and became a member of the Tiandao Alliance. The blood-red bamboo slips are the proof. With it, you can even mobilize the blood dragon. He had sensed before that the blood dragon and the blood tablet had a close connection. In order to avoid being exposed and causing public outrage, he endured until the moment he entered the bronze door. Then he took out the blood tablet and gave the blood dragon the order to kill Shen Mo. Now that I think about it, it doesn't matter who that white-haired man is. Dare to fight me, humph. Jin Buhui's speed increased again and he disappeared into the light gate in front of him. A flash of white light. A majestic mountain stood before him. On the top of the mountain, a towering snow-white tree blocks out the sun. Only then did he see clearly that the so-called majestic mountain was just the trunk of this big tree. 9-curved jade tree. Although I had heard of the great name of this fairy tree a long time ago, it was only when I saw it in person that I realized how insignificant I was. According to Ling Shuzi's description, the 9-curved jade tree is the final trial site. It has 9 trunks, each of which has different challenges, but all lead to the top of the tree in the end. Once you reach the top of the tree, you can obtain a branch to build your supreme foundation. Following the instructions of the ancestor Ling Shuzi, Jin Buhui took out a piece of wooden box from the storage bag. It is said that it can help him reach the destination quickly. But as soon as he opened the wooden box, a black light penetrated into his sea of consciousness. Jean Bouhue's face changed drastically, and he became extremely dazed in an instant. It lasted a quarter of an hour. Crack! There were bursts of subtle cracking sounds. Jean Bouhue suddenly opened his eyes, and his realm began to rise steadily. Build the Tao, the 5 elements, the earthly evils, the heavenly gang, and only stop when you reach the Hun Yuan foundation. You have a very good foundation. You are indeed the genius I personally trained. You can actually inherit my Taoist tradition perfectly. Jean Bouhue murmured softly, his eyes full of vicissitudes of life. A month passed. Shen Mo closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. At this moment, points of light appeared in his mind. It seems to have formed a map. These spots of light are the cold slaves he enslaved this month. When he returned to the space where he had subdued Yi Lingtian, he discovered something was wrong. So he dispersed all the hundreds of slaves and thoroughly understood the assessment rules of this first level. It is a constantly changing maze. It's hard to get out of it. But he was confident. Following the map markings, Shen Mo arrived at another light gate with ease. After taking back all the slaves, he stepped in. A flash of white light passed by. Shen Mo appeared on a torso. Is this the 9-curved jade tree? He glanced sideways and saw another figure on the torso opposite him. The figure had obviously reached the mountainside. Jean Bouhue also noticed Shen Mo at the foot of the mountain. He raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming a little surprised. According to the memories he obtained, Shen Mo should have died long ago. But on second thought, it's better not to die. Since Jean Bouhue lost the Tower of Babel, then let Jean Bouhue take it back, which can be regarded as making up for the regret. Shen Mo did not dare to hesitate and immediately rushed to the top of the mountain. As soon as he took the first step, a young man in a white Taoist robe appeared before his eyes. I am Li Xinghe, the leader of the Jifeng Hall of the Tian Dao Alliance. I established my Daoan foundation here 10,000 years ago and left this projection. Defeat me and you can continue on. Tian Dao Alliance? Jifeng Tang? Shen Mo was bewildered. Isn't this a real dragon's nest? What is this for? Building the Dao and establishing the foundation is so awesome? Gao Fei, beat him to death for me. The corners of Shen Mo's mouth curled up slightly. The moment he saw Gao Fei appear, Li Xinghe was stunned and stood there in a daze. It was obvious that his projection was conscious, but it didn't seem to be much. At this time, his brain CPU was burned out. Isn't this a half-step foundation building assessment? How come a cultivator who has completed the Tiangang foundation building stage is here? Gao Fei is not like him, thinking so much. He raised his hand and pointed. A spear beam burst out of his body and directly knocked Li Xinghe in front of him away. Li Xinghe landed on the ground with a strange look on his face. Seeing this, Gao Fei immediately flew up and prepared to attack again. Stop! Li Xinghe raised his hand and smiled bitterly. No more fighting, you pass. Thank you, senior. Shen Mo bowed slightly and walked straight forward. Just as he passed by Li Xinghe, the bone spirit flame in his body suddenly surged. Eat him. Eat him. Ha! Shen Mo was slightly stunned. This was the first time he saw it in such a posture since he obtained the bone spirit flame. Since bone spirit Shang Yan has spoken, as the master, I should satisfy him. Thinking of this, Shen Mo suddenly stopped, turned his head, and raised the corners of his mouth. Senior? Gao Fei took action instantly. Li Xinghe's expression changed and he felt a little angry. Good boy. You don't have martial ethics, do you? Chapter 46 I'm going to fight you. You treat me differently, right? In a space somewhere in Xiantian continent. Several figures in white Taoist robes were sitting cross-legged. A handsome young man suddenly opened his eyes. Xinghe, what's wrong? Asked the old man in the lead. No. It's okay. Li Xinghe waved his hands, feeling a little puzzled. The projection he left somewhere seemed to have been destroyed by someone. At this moment, the figure opposite him also opened his eyes. Tian Xiong? As soon as the old man finished speaking, the remaining monks opened their eyes almost at the same time. Brother, my projection has been destroyed. Mine too. Me too. You guys? The old man was a little shocked. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. Oh no! Run! It must be those lunatics who did it. They are crazy, they are targeting our lineage and killing them. No! No! The old man just stood up and his expression changed again. They must be on their way here, following the law of cause and effect. You go ahead, I will self-destruct this true body and completely disrupt the law of cause and effect. In the silent spiritual sea, 8 Tao foundations have been built, reaching the Hunyuan Foundation establishment realm. Only one step away from the Supreme Foundation. This is all thanks to the Bone Spirit Flame. Every projection that appears on the tree trunk possesses powerful spiritual power. The Bone Spirit Flame is simply their nemesis, anyone who gets touched by it will die. After being engulfed by the Bone Spirit's flames, and then coerced by Shen Mo, he spit out spiritual power up to the 8th level. In an instant, Shen Mo reached the Hunyuan Foundation. This section of the 9-curved jade tree's trunk also seemed to have been greatly affected. After losing its projection, it quickly became dry and yellow, and finally turned into a black tree trunk. On the top of the mountain, the leaves of the 9-bend jade tree were shaking wildly, as if they were very angry. Completely digest the last projection. The Bone Spirit Flame bloomed with vitality again. Shen Mo stood up and ran towards the top of the mountain. On the other hand, Jin Buhui does not have such ability. He could only rely on his hard power to fight his way forward. Fortunately, he narrowly defeated the last projection who was at the same Hunyuan Foundation building stage as him. He and Shen Mo reached the top of the mountain almost at the same time. Both of them were stunned. Who is Ling Shuzi? Isn't he Jin Buhui? Who is this white-haired man? How come I haven't heard of him being so powerful? Jin Buhui came back to his senses and grinned. Hunyuan Foundation building, how impressive. I wonder what your name is, and where you came from. Since he was able to reach the top, he had obviously reached the Hunyuan level. 1,000 years ago, he only reached Tiangang and failed at the penultimate level. Because of his outstanding performance, he was recognized by the Tiandao Alliance and was accepted as a core disciple. He also learned the secrets of the Supreme Foundation building. The spiritual sea needs to reach 90,000, and it needs the support of heaven and earth to succeed. Both are indispensable. He has an almost obsessive pursuit of Tao, which has become his inner demon. When he broke through to the God transformation stage, his inner demon followed. He failed. It is precisely because of his persistence in the Tao that his foundation is extremely strong, and he can survive even if he fails to break through. From then on, he hid in Daoshan sect, reading ancient books to learn secrets, and training disciples in anticipation of the true dragon's nest opening again. It wasn't until Jin Buhui appeared that he saw hope. Name, Ling Shuzi. Gender, male. Age, 5200. Constitution, 5 spiritual roots. Realm, half-step foundation establishment Hunyuan. Favorability, 100. Look at the panel in front of you. Shen Mo suddenly understood something. Possess the body. Damn it, this is such a rip-off. Just when we were about to pass the level, this old guy suddenly appeared. Jin Buhui is so unlucky. Since you like to pretend, let us pretend together. Thinking of this, Shen Mo grinned. Fellow Taoist Jin, you are too kind. I am just a casual cultivator, without a teacher or a sect. My surname is Ba, and my given name is just Ba. Ba? Ling Shuzi was slightly stunned. How could there be such a strange name? Hey! Shen Mo replied with a smile, almost bursting out of breath. Brother Baba, since we have both reached the summit, how about we put aside our past grudges and each rely on our own strength to gain opportunities? Ling Shuzi obviously didn't realize that he was being taken advantage of and laughed out loud. As long as he can establish the Supreme Foundation, all other grudges can be put aside in front of him. He kept a low profile and didn't want to fight with Shen Mo. Okay. Since the other party has spoken, Shen Mo doesn't want to make it clear. After all, the person in front of him is no longer Jin Buhui. God knows what killer moves Ling Shuzi, this old bastard who has lived for thousands of years, has hidden. To be on the safe side, he decided to take a look first. Seeing Shen Mo's agreement, Ling Shuzi walked to the side and bowed deeply to the jade tree in front of him. Junior Jin Buhui has successfully passed the assessment. Please grant me the jade branch, Master Immortal Tree. As soon as the words fell, the dense treetops began to shake, and the branches and leaves kept flapping, making a rustling sound. Good. Suddenly, the 9-bend jade tree let out a low hum. A white branch wrapped in fairy light slowly fell from the treetop, and its target was Ling Shuzi. Shen Mo was stunned when he saw this scene. As expected of Lao Dang, he knows so much. He also followed Ling Shuzi's example and said loudly, "Junior Baba, I have successfully passed the assessment. Please grant me the jade branch, Master Immortal Tree." As soon as he finished speaking, the treetops in front of him shook violently, and leaves fell in large pieces. Seeing this, Ling Shuzi's face was filled with horror. He had not expected that this boy's talent was so high that he could cause the immortal tree to react so violently. Shen Mo was also obviously stunned. What was going on? Can't you hide the fact that you are a genius? Just then, a roar suddenly came out. How dare you, the lowly human race, swallow my essence? You deserve to die. In an instant, countless vines spread out from the treetops and stabbed toward Shen Mo fiercely. I'll give you a lung. Different treatment, right? Shen Mo sensed the danger and simply stopped pretending. Gao Fei was released directly. Kill that old dang. Kill. Gao Fei didn't hesitate at all, and rushed towards Ling Shuzi with his fingers like guns. Brother Baba, what does this mean? Ling Shuzi had just taken the 9-curved jade branch into his body and was about to break through. I didn't expect such an accident to happen. What the hell, if I'm attacked, you won't have an easy time either. As Shen Mo flipped his hand, flames began to dance on the bones. A white wall of fire appeared out of nowhere. The branches of the 9-curved jade tree melted instantly when they touched the wall of fire. The power of the bone spirit flame was strengthened again, burning along the branches towards the treetops. No! No! Damn it, damn it! The 9-curved jade tree was obviously a little panicked and directly cut off its branches to prevent the bone spirit flame from spreading further. Jin Buhui, kill this boy and I will give you another branch. Hearing this, Ling Shuzi was shocked. Who on earth is this Taoist friend Baba, who can actually move the immortal tree in such a way? He looked at Shen Mo deeply, turned around, and ran down the mountain. You want him to risk his life for just a piece of branch? He is not a young man, but an old fox who has lived for thousands of years. Now that you have obtained a branch, why take the risk of provoking someone who doesn't know your own limits? Oh! The corner of Shen Mo's mouth twitched. Damn, what a fool! He waved his sleeves and hundreds of Han slaves appeared. Kill that old dang. Chapter 47. The second floor of Joyo Tower, the terrifying swordsman. Han knew. Ling Shuzi's face changed drastically, and he recognized these suddenly appearing foundation building cultivators at a glance. If he was still in the nascent soul stage, he would naturally not be afraid. But now, in order to achieve the perfection in his heart, he has reduced his cultivation to become a half-step foundation building cultivator. With his Hanyuan foundation building realm, he might be able to gain the upper hand against one or two of them alone. But there are hundreds of them in front of us. Not to mention that these slaves have reached the perfect foundation of cultivation, their fearless spirit alone is enough to make any cultivator retreat. He became more and more curious about Shen Mo's identity. But now is clearly not the time to be curious. Ling Shuzi took a step forward, and his whole body was surrounded by fairy light. His speed increased again, and he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the distance. Seeing this scene, Shen Mo frowned slightly. We absolutely cannot let Lao Dang leave the dragon's nest alive. Once he leaves first, the treasures he has obtained here will be lost. Think of this. Shen Mo gritted his teeth and decided to give up the 9-bend jade tree first. But as soon as he turned around, branches extended from the treetops. Whoosh whoosh. The branch pierced towards Shen Mo with a sound of breaking through the air. Mad, I really give you face. Shen Mo shouted loudly, and a huge wave of white flames appeared out of nowhere. Ninefold blazing flame. Squeak. The bone spirit flame and the 9-curved jade tree are both rare wonders of heaven and earth. But it is obvious that one is of fire attribute and the other is of wood attribute. Complete defeat. The branches of the 9-curved jade tree turned into nothingness the moment they touched the bone spirit's flames. Streams of white energy penetrated into Shen Mo's body. The flames of bone spirit in his body were like a downpour after a long drought. He swallowed this energy in big gulps, and then purified it and fed back the 8th level of spiritual power. Shen Mo's eyes lit up. He felt it above the spiritual sea in his body. The 8 Taoist bases are connected together in a circle. After receiving the spiritual power fed back by the bone spirit flame, a new foundation of Taoism is about to take shape among them. Originally, he had planned to find other ways because he had not obtained the 9 jade branch. Unexpectedly, there is always a ray of hope after a dark period. This spiritual power once again gave him hope of building the supreme foundation. Shen Mo turned around, and the power of Hunyuan foundation building completely erupted to fight against the 9-curved jade tree. The two invisible spiritual powers collided with each other, and the crown of the 9-curved jade tree shook wildly, as if it was very angry. Shen Mo no longer cared about Ling Shuzi. It would be best if that group of Han slaves could kill him, but even if they can't, as long as he has established the supreme foundation, the worst that can happen is that he can escape directly from the 9 nether tower after leaving the true dragon's nest. Bone Spirit Flames. At this time, Juku Yushu reacted belatedly. An old face appeared above the treetops, looking down coldly. Are you crazy? We are the same kind. How can you help a human being? However, what answered it was Shen Mo's fireball. Humph. Little trail. The crown of the 9-curved jade tree fluttered, creating a gust of wind that blew the fireball away. Since you want to help the tyrant, then today, you will no longer be known as Bone Spirit Flame. As Juku Yushu finished speaking, the whole earth began to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. The ground cracked and fissures appeared one after another. Countless branches and vines emerged from the cracks. Yushu and District 9 rose from the ground, destroying all the mountains and the land. Fuck. Shen Mo hurriedly activated the Tower of Babel to lift himself up. Avoid falling into the abyss below. In the sky, there is a giant tree standing tall and straight. You can't see the tree crown above and you can't see the roots below. The 8 main trunks were like octopus tentacles, slapping down towards Shen Mo. The Tower of Babel was surrounded by golden light, and giant golden swords flew out from the tower. The golden sword collided with the tree trunk. The imagined scene of cutting off the tree trunk did not occur. Instead, it made a dang sound. In just a moment, the golden sword was destroyed on the spot. Shen Mo frowned deeply. This 9-curved jade tree seemed to be even stronger than he had imagined. Human, die. Juku Yushu is in a dominant position and will not show mercy to anyone. He swung the 8 thick tree trunks towards Shen Mo again. At the same time, countless spines pierced down from the treetops above. Bang! A violent roar was heard. The trunk of the 9-curved jade tree retracted. There was no trace of Shen Mo in the air. Ha ha ha! Seeing this scene, Juku Yushu's laughter resounded throughout the true dragon's nest. You ignorant ants dare to devour my essence. This is the end. Ling Shuzi, who was still running away, stopped in his tracks when he heard the laughter. Juku Yushu won? But the next second, when he saw Han Nu behind him was still speeding up. His face changed drastically. Win! Stupid Yushu! If we really win, these slaves should regain their sanity. Seeing that Gao Fei was about to approach, Ling Shuzi gritted his teeth and crushed the blood tablet in his hand. Boom! A huge blood-red dragon suddenly jumped out and coiled in the air. Both his physique and power were much stronger than before in the square. The two sides didn't say much and started fighting directly. The blood dragon swung its tail and swept across, instantly killing several cold slaves. Ling Shuzi instantly gained the upper hand. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Now that Baba is entangled, I will kill you first, and then go back and reap the benefits. There was no way to avoid it, so Shen Mo went straight into the Joyo Tower. Things are getting a little out of control. First there was Ling Shuzi, and then there was Juku Yushu. They are all tough nuts to crack. At this moment, Shen Mo frowned. In his perception, Han Nu was dying quickly. Ling Shuzi. He immediately guessed that it was the old master Ling Shuzi who took action. There is no other way but to ask for external help. Thinking of this, Shen Mo gritted his teeth and appeared directly on the second floor of Joyo Tower. Puff! As soon as he appeared, a flash of sword light passed by. Shen Mo returned to the first floor. Grass! You won't even give me a chance to chat? His face suddenly darkened. The sword strike just now was so terrifying that he still felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't devoted himself to Joyo Tower, I'm afraid there won't even be a chance to escape. No wonder Gu Lianyo said that if you are not strong enough, you should not enter the second level. Now things are even more difficult. Outside, Juku Yushu was watching covetously, and Ling Suzi was slaughtering his cold slaves wantonly. He would not feel sad no matter how many of those Han slaves died. The only person who made him feel sorry for him was Gao Fei. This is a good fighter, and can be used to exchange for the Immortal Plan's secret techniques in the future. It would be such a pity if he died like this. But now, he was trapped in Joyo Tower and had no way of contacting the outside world. Not to mention recalling Gao Fei. I definitely can't go to the second floor. Damn. I'll have to fight. At worst, my foundation will be burned. Thinking of this, Shen Mo looked at the group of slaves on the first floor with a cruel look. The other side. On the second floor of Joyo Tower. A middle-aged monk, wearing a black suit and a beard, holds the sword in front of his chest with both hands. At this moment, his face was full of confusion. Just now he thought it was Gu Lianyo who came in, so he drew his sword without thinking. But when he saw the other party fleeing in panic, he instantly realized that it was not Gu Lianyo. Adding to that the fact that he had regained consciousness, it could only mean that Gu Lianyo had fallen. And the other party is most likely the new owner of Joyo Tower. I just missed the chance to go out. That kid should come again, right? This time he comes in, well, I won't draw my sword. Chapter 48. What is an old artist? Juku Yushu's laughter stopped abruptly. A monk appeared out of nowhere at the place where Shen Mo disappeared. His eyes were dark and he had no thoughts at all. Han Nu? Juku Yushu recognized it. But the next second, this Han slave rushed towards the 9-curved jade tree. Court death. Juku Yushu was very disdainful. Under its control, a piece of tree trunk suddenly whipped towards Han Nu. Just when the two were about to touch. Boom! That cold slave activated the spiritual sea and exploded himself. Ah! Damn it, human! The 9-curved jade tree quickly retracted its trunk. A large black hole was blown out on the tree trunk, with several clusters of white flames burning on it. There's hope. In Joyo Tower, Shen Mo saw this scene and his eyes lit up instantly. Explosions are art. Come on, isn't it just a contest of consumption? There were still about 1,000 Han slaves left. Shen Mo just took a look and didn't feel sorry at all. He raised his hand and grabbed it. 10 cold slaves flew out. Seeing this scene, the huge body of Juku Yushu trembled slightly, as if it was angry at Shen Mo's helpless fighting style. Die! A roar rang out. Countless branches flew out from the treetops, blocking out the sky and stabbing towards Han Nu. The 10 Han slaves did not retreat but advanced to meet them together. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the sky. White flames burned all over the sky. The crown of the 9-bend jade tree shook wildly, and countless leaves fell off. It was like a heavy green rain. This is just the beginning. Shen Mo raised the corners of his mouth slightly and waved his hand. Hundreds of Han slaves appeared at once. At the same time, Ling Shuzi also turned back. He was holding Gao Fei in his hand, and behind him was a 1,000-foot-long blood dragon. See this scene. Shen Mo had guessed it long ago. Otherwise, it would be impossible to brand hundreds of cold slaves who have completed their foundation building again. Jin Buawei. Hurry up and kill this guy for me. The conditions I promised you before remain unchanged. Juku Yushu was in a good mood when he saw Ling Shuzi returning. It really couldn't withstand Shen Mo's attack. Hearing this, Ling Shuzi's eyes rolled, the corners of his mouth raised, and he took advantage of the situation and said, Master Xianshu, I am extremely happy. Just now, I didn't mean to escape, but to weaken this boy's strength. As he spoke, he raised Gao Fei in his hand and said, Look, I've already captured his trump card. Good, very good. Seeing this, Juku Yushu became impatient. Kill this official quickly. No rush. Ling Shuzi sat cross-legged and looked at the group of Han slaves and the 9-curved jade tree. Master Xianshu, let me recover first. He is not the kind of greenhorn who is just starting out. From the tone just now, it can be judged that Juku Yushu suffered a loss. Shen Mo must have some hidden cards up his sleeve to make Juku Yushu suffer. If he goes up now, wouldn't he be walking into trouble? Waiting for the right price is the wisest choice. Despicable human beings. Juku Yushu felt very aggrieved. The entire True Dragon's nest is within its coverage. What injury? It's bullshit. But it cannot show dissatisfaction. Okay, you recover first. It hasn't finished speaking yet. Hundreds of Han slaves have already reached a section of its trunk. Don't want. Boom. Hundreds of cultivators who had reached the peak of their foundation building stage self-destructed simultaneously, creating a blazing gale. The wind howled violently, and wherever it passed, flowers and plants withered and the clouds and mist dispersed. Ah. Juku Yushu collapsed. How could this person have no moral principles? Ling Shuzi's face was serious, and he felt a little scared. Damn, you really don't treat Hanu as a human being? If this blow landed on me. Even if you don't die, you will never be able to achieve the supreme foundation in this life. Fortunately, I was cautious and did not take action immediately. Jin Buhue, take action. Take action quickly. As it spoke, the 9-curved jade tree shook its crown, and another piece of snow-white jade branch flew out and fell towards Ling Shuzi. I'll give it to you in advance, take action. When Ling Shuzi saw this, his eyes lit up. He was just about to get up to answer it. I subconsciously turned my head and discovered it. Hundreds of Han slaves appeared in front of him without knowing when. Their dark eyes stared at him intently. Do you want to answer it? Take a fart. You have to be alive to take it. Ling Shuzi quickly withdrew his hand and flashed, appearing thousands of meters away. His movements were so fast that he didn't look like an injured person. Just after he left, Shen Mo's figure appeared and grabbed Yuji into his hands. Brother Baba, long time no see. Ling Shuzi said somewhat embarrassedly. Jin Buhue, what are you doing? When Juku Yushu saw this scene, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Even though it's heartless. I'm hurt. Jin Buhue looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose, and turned his head to the side. You! The entire trunk of the 9-curved jade tree was shaking wildly, becoming even more angry than before. The snow-white jade branches are its essence. Thousands of years of accumulation are just a small part. Now 2 pieces were lost at once, and one of them was obtained by Shen Mo. Its heart is bleeding. Friend Jin, I do have a suggestion. Shen Mo turned his head, looked at Ling Shuzi, and laughed out loud. How about we join forces and uproot this immortal tree? Then, we can split the jade branches 50-50. How about that? Hearing this, Ling Shuzi was very moved. But when he saw the huge body of the 9-curved jade tree, he hesitated again. At this moment, Shen Mo raised his hand and pointed from a distance. Hundreds of Han slaves flew out again. Boom! Another section of tree trunk was blown into nothingness. Juku Yushu is numb. It was frightened when it heard Shen Mo's proposal. He was concentrating on observing Ling Shuzi's attitude. Unexpectedly, Shen Mo showed disrespect for martial ethics again, and it didn't even have time to hide. You're going too far. The remaining trunks of the 9-curved jade tree were raised, as if to attack. The next second, the tree trunks all retracted. Before my eyes, another 100 Han slaves appeared. How are you thinking about it? Shen Mo grinned, I still have at least tens of thousands of slaves like this. Even if you don't join me, I can still wear this big guy down. But the thought of losing tens of thousands of slaves still makes me feel a little sad. Otherwise, how could this benefit be yours? Hearing this, Ling Shuzi's expression changed instantly. Seeing Shen Mo's indifferent look, even if there weren't tens of thousands of them, there must be thousands. Thinking of this, his hands trembled and he threw Gao Fei directly to Shen Mo. Originally, he was thinking of using Gao Fei to negotiate terms with Shen Mo. Now, talk shit. If Shen Mo suddenly gets angry, he will explode Gao Fei. He had no place to cry. Brother Baba, I think you are right. I've been fed up with this stupid tree for a long time. When you open your mouth, you're talking about humans. When you close your mouth, you're talking about the human race. You don't take us seriously at all. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Everything, for the human race. Ling Shuzi's passionate speech left Shen Mo stunned. What is an old artist? That's it. Chapter 49. Where's your trump card? Outside the true dragon's nest. 5 strong men stood in the void, each with their own thoughts. Among them, only Chi Daolin was the most relaxed. It was obvious that he knew that the ancestor Ling Shuzi had entered. With the ancestor around, no one else can make any waves. Once the ancestor successfully builds the supreme foundation, in time, Daoxuanzong will surely reach a higher level and dominate the entire Dianzhou. That damn Qingshan sect, Taishan sect, all have to surrender. Linger, you're free anyway, why not take a gamble? Li Miju broke the silence and chuckled. What's the bet? Linger frowned slightly, knowing that Li Miju had bad intentions, but still responded. If she backed down at this moment, it would not only be her who would be embarrassed, but the entire Qingshan sect. Of course she couldn't be stage fright. Let's bet on which of our two sects has more people leaving. How about it? Li Miju spoke loudly, full of confidence. 30 years have passed, and the Qingshan sect has not declined too quickly. A dying old man can become one of the top 10 disciples. In comparison, her Tai Shang sect is full of talented people. Yiling Tian alone is enough to sweep across the entire Qingshan sect. Okay. Where's the money? Linger agreed readily. She believed that Shen Mo was the real genius. It is shocking enough that a person with 5 spiritual roots at the 3rd level of qi refining can be promoted to the perfection of qi refining in just half a year. The key point is that not only he himself has achieved perfection in qi refining, but his mistress Jang Lin has also achieved perfection in qi refining. The most important thing is that Shen Mo took away her virginity. This alone gave her no reason to believe it. How about we bet on the Liyue flying boat under your feet and my haunching umbrella? Li Miju said with shining eyes. Oh. Hearing this, Linger chuckled, you must be dreaming. Your Frost Star umbrella is only a low-grade treasure, while my fire flying boat is a mid-grade treasure. Hearing Linger's teasing, Li Miju was not angry, but his eyes lit up. She had been coveting the Liyue flying boat for a long time, and was just testing Linger's bottom line. I didn't expect Linger to really dare to gamble it. What about adding this 2nd-level ancient pill recipe? Li Miju raised his hand, and a piece of yellowed rice paper appeared. Not enough. Linger shook her head, a gleam in her eyes. Since you want to gamble, why not go big? As she spoke, she flipped her hand and a long golden silk appeared out of thin air, wrapping around her body. The ultimate treasure, the golden silk. The appearance of the golden silk instantly attracted the attention of several others. Linger, are you serious? Li Miju's eyes lit up and his breathing became rapid. This is the weapon that made Linger famous. That's where she failed in the first place. I didn't expect Linger to take out this treasure. It was really beyond her expectations. What? You don't dare to gamble anymore? Linger sneered, her eyes full of disdain. So what if I lose? At worst, I can just hide in Qingshan sect and never come out. What's more, you may not lose. Stop provoking me. Li Miju gritted his teeth, and a purple diamond suddenly appeared in the air. I made a bet with you. She grabbed it fiercely and said in a cold voice, top-grade enlightenment stone, is that enough? Enough. Linger nodded seriously. The other 3 also looked sideways. What a move. 2 crazy women. Shen Mo, you have to do your best. If you win, I'll reward you and let you be on top. Linger turned her gaze back to the entrance of the real dragon's nest and whispered softly. The other side. The war has entered a white-hot stage. Only 1 out of 9 trunks of the 9-curved jade tree remains. The air was littered with scattered branches and vines. The blood dragon's figure was dim, and he was almost blown to death by Shen Mo's Han Nu several times. Brother Baba, could you please control yourself a little? Okay. Shen Mo nodded seriously. Damn. This sentence again. Ling Shuzi was so angry that his teeth were itching. If I weren't already in the same boat with Shen Mo. He really wanted to turn around and run away. You really pissed me off. The 9-bend jade tree shook, and countless vines drooped. In an instant, it turned into a cage, wrapping up the 2 of them. Burst. Shen Mo used the same trick again, controlling Han Nu to crash into the vines. However, an accident happened. Han Nu blew himself up, but couldn't hurt the vine at all. Shen Mo opened his mouth, his face full of shock. Ling Shuzi also frowned deeply. Boom. The cage formed by the vines quickly shrank, trying to crush the 2 men to death. Fellow Daoist Jin, quickly find a solution. Shen Mo said anxiously. Friend Badeo, I'm at my wit's end. How about you take out all the remaining Han slaves and try? Ling Shuzi's face showed bitterness. He has a hidden card, but he is determined not to reveal it until the last moment. If it is exposed, can it still be called a trump card? Even if we have to fight to the death, Shen Mo must fight first. Oh. Looks like I'll have to give it a try. Shen Mo frowned. Mad. It's already this time. This old dang is still hiding. He really has no trump card left. The only trump card is the big boss on the second floor of Joyo Tower. But I can't even see him. Yes, my friend Badeo, fight to the death. Ling Shuzi had a smile in his eyes. What I'm waiting for is your desperate efforts. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. Shen Mo's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Upon closer inspection, an extremely tiny tower appeared in the air. Friend Badeo, aren't you fighting for your life? Yes, I tried my best. As he spoke, Shen Mo controlled the Joyo Tower to crash into the cage, trying to escape through the gap. When? However, the opposite happened, and a white light curtain appeared between the vines to block him. Shen Mo's face turned dark on the spot. Seeing this, Ling Shuzi laughed heartily. Friend Badeo, stop struggling and fight. It doesn't matter. I won't die first anyway. Shen Mo retorted. This time Ling Shuzi is in trouble. Friend Badeo, stop joking and show your cards. No. How is that possible? Where is your Hanu? Gone. Aren't there tens of thousands? That's how many of them self-destructed. You're kidding. Do I need you when I have tens of thousands of people? Ling Shuzi. Seeing the cage getting smaller and smaller, Ling Shuzi couldn't hold it any longer. Then let them all die. After he finished speaking, he pointed at his own eyebrows. A sword formation emerged. The terrifying sword intent suddenly poured out. Even Shen Mo in Joyo Tower felt a palpitation in his heart. Fortunately, the defense of Joyo Tower is strong enough. The sword energy hit the building but did not cause any damage. Ling Shuzi also noticed this scene, but he was helpless. This is his last life-saving trump card. I once used a favor from a great man to find a super powerful person in the spirit transformation realm to refine a disposable sword formation. Its power is equivalent to a full-strength attack from a fully developed spirit. Sizzle sizzle. The sword energy around it easily cut open the cage. Fragments of vines were scattered all over the ground. Ling Shuzi's eyes were red as he slashed at the 9-curved jade tree in the distance. A sword light pierced through the sky and the earth, directly separating the heaven and earth of the true dragon's nest and cutting it into two halves. The opportunity has arrived. Shen Mo's eyes lit up when he noticed the sword energy disappear. Chapter 50, An old man in the family is a treasure. The terrifying sword energy tore through the sky and split the earth, and the entire 9-curved jade tree was instantly split into two. Between heaven and earth, only the terrified wails of the 9-curved jade tree echoed. It just wants to escape at this moment. The two people in front of him were too terrifying. They were clearly only at the foundation establishment stage, but they had so many hidden cards up their sleeves. Just then, white flames descended from the sky, forming a huge wave. 1, 2, 9 in total. Shen Mo stood at the crest of the tide, looking down indifferently at Ling Shuzi and Juku Yushu below. Fellow Taoist Jin, you've worked hard. Now let me take over. After saying this, he didn't wait for Ling Shuzi to answer. Shen Mo raised his hand and pressed it directly. Ninefold blazing flame. Boom. 9 huge waves generated by flames, one after another, pressed down with tremendous force. Ling Shuzi's expression changed drastically. He had a premonition that if he was contaminated by the white flame, it would be more than just being skinned alive. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Ling Shuzi muttered to himself and laughed at himself. I didn't expect that after being so despicable for so long, I would end up making things easier for others. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, this time we entered the true dragon's nest to obtain the 9-curved jade branch. Now that Yuji is in hand, even if I have lost my biggest trump card, it is still a profit. Thinking of this, he looked at Shen Mo deeply. Friend Badeo, we will definitely meet again. After saying this, he made some hand gestures and was about to escape. Want to run? Shen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Tower of Babel appeared in his hand as he flipped his hand. His attention was always on Ling Shuzi. The 9-curved jade tree was obviously at the end of its strength, and the real body of the bone spirit flame was also hidden by him in the last wave. The bone spirit's ability to generate flames is more than enough to deal with the 9-curved jade tree. Even if I can't really kill him, it doesn't matter. He also has a 9-curved jade branch, which is enough for the supreme foundation. But Ling Shuzi must die. Once Ling Shuzi leaves the true dragon's nest, one can find out that he is Shen Mo by just asking around. By then, it will be a catastrophe. The moment the Tower of Babel appeared, it grew larger. The entire tower is covered with golden light. Golden swords came through the air. Ling Shuzi's face was filled with anger. "Friend tyrant, what does this mean?" But his hands did not stop moving. In an instant, an ancient bronze bell was offered. Bang! The bell rang, emitting a heart-pounding power that went straight to the soul. The Joyo Tower in Shen Mo's Sea of Consciousness shook slightly, and then this power was disintegrated. A soul-type treasure? Shen Mo's eyes lit up. It is true that an old person in the family is like a treasure. This old man Ling Shuzi doesn't have only one treasure, his whole body is covered with treasures. When Ling Shuzi saw that Shen Mo was safe and sound, his expression changed again. This is a killer move that has been hidden for a long time, the top-grade treasure, the soul-destroying bell. Even his current state of mind was unable to exert his full strength. But when faced with this kind of soul treasure during the Foundation establishment stage, there is only one way to go, and that is death. However, Shen Mo did not respond. That only proves one thing. He possesses a soul treasure that is no less valuable than the soul-destroying bell. Think of this. Ling Shuzi no longer had any intention of killing Shen Mo. The two of them are in the same Hunyuan Foundation building stage, and what they are competing for is the treasure. It was obvious that his treasure was no match for Shen Mo's. Unless he dares to burn his Taoist foundation and fight Shen Mo to the death. But having lived in poverty for so long, his fearless heart as a cultivator had long been worn away. My friend, the green mountains remain unchanged, the green waters remain. Ling Shuzi bowed and said with a smile. At this moment, an unparalleled spear intent came through. He was startled and quickly recalled the soul death bell for defense. Gao Fei didn't give him a chance to breathe. The finger turned into a gun and fell from the sky. He just hit the soul-snatching bell hard. The arrogant dragon will regret. Buzz. A silver-white real dragon suddenly broke out of the body and directly hit the soul-slaying bell. You're not. Seeing Gao Fei's face, Ling Shuzi became a little uneasy. He had clearly been crippled before, so why was he still so full of energy? Shen Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and controlled the Tower of Babel to continue attacking. All this is thanks to the Bone Spirit Flame. As a cold slave, Gao Fei's spiritual power flowing in his body all comes from the Bone Spirit Flame. Theoretically speaking, as long as Gao Fei is not completely defeated, the Bone Spirit Flame only needs to consume some spiritual power to restore him. This is why Bone Spirit Flame ranks 7th. Ling Shuzi was in a dilemma at this moment. On the one hand, he has to control the soul-snatching bell to deal with the Tower of Babel, and on the other hand, he has to guard against Gao Fei's attack. After just a few rounds, he was at a disadvantage. If we don't take action, we might really die here. Do I really want to burn my foundation? Ling Shuzi's face was heavy. He wouldn't do that until the last moment. Friend Badeo, I admit defeat. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. I will definitely satisfy them. Okay, give me the soul-snatching bell. Shen Mo replied immediately. You. Hearing this, Ling Shuzi was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. As an old bastard who has lived for thousands of years, how could I possibly believe Shen Mo's empty words? Once he hands over the soul-destroying bell, he will probably be close to death. No? Then I'll change the conditions. Give me the 9-curved jade branch. The corners of Shen Mo's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't really want to let Ling Shuzi go. Negotiating terms? It's just a way to buy time. He had long regarded the treasures on Ling Shuzi as his own. Wait until Bone Spirit Shangyan has dealt with the 9-curved jade tree. By then, Ling Shuzi will be unable to escape even if he has wings. All treasures will be yours. Impossible. Ling Shuzi raised his brows and rejected it outright. He came here just for the 9-ben jade branch. If he lost this rare treasure, he would be in great trouble. This won't work, and that won't work either. Shen Mo pretended to be angry, but his hands did not move at all. Are you trying to help me? Friend tyrant, I have absolutely no such intention. Ling Shuzi realized that he had lost his composure and quickly put on a smiling face. His thoughts raced as he tried to come up with a treasure that would excite Shen Mo. But when I think about it, it seems that it is really gone. the Tower of Babel was taken away and the yin-yang Taoist robe was damaged. The sword formation was also consumed. The only remaining soul-destroying bell must not be handed over. This is the Daoxian sect's top-grade treasure. Once lost, Daoxian sect will lose its former suppression. Just then, a palpitation from the depths of my soul suddenly surged into my heart. Ling Shuzi subconsciously turned his head and his expression changed drastically. I saw that the entire huge body of the 9-curved jade tree was burning. The lush green treetops had already turned into a white flame, like a blooming flower. The sky and the earth had already been dyed white. The air was filled with the aura of terrifying souls. "You brat!" Ling Shuzi finally reacted. The so-called negotiation is just a cover. He no longer hesitated, and the 8 Dao foundations in his body rose and burned directly. The next moment, his momentum reached its peak. Roll! He flicked his sleeves and blew Gao Fei away, seriously injuring him. After doing all this, he immediately turned around and fled for his life. What an old fox! Shen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't expect to be discovered. He turned his head, looked at the 9-bend jade tree, and said coldly, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Eat it quickly. If you can't finish it, it will be destroyed." Chapter 51, Bullshit Dao Xuanzong, nothing more than that. Hearing Shen Mo's order, Guling Shengyan was startled. This is a great tonic, how can I give it up so easily? But Shen Mo controls its life and death, and it has no say in it. For a moment, the entire 9-curved jade tree burned even more violently. Stop it, you bastard." The 9-curved jade tree roared wildly. But all he could do was roar. Its origin was severely damaged by Ling Shuzi's sword. In addition, all 9 trunks were damaged. He could only use his lips to try to stop the bone spirit flame. But when these words were spoken, it sounded more like seduction. The bone spirit flame increased its strength again. The other side. Shen Mo held the Tower of Babel and chased Ling Shuzi, beating him up. Ling Shuzi didn't dare to fight back and could only run away. Now it's a race against time. As long as he could escape from the dragon's nest, he would be safe with Qi Daolin guarding outside. Thinking of this, Ling Shuzi directly refined the 9-curved jade branch and tried to forcibly establish the supreme foundation. Shen Mo also noticed something strange. He gritted his teeth and the Joyo Tower appeared in his hand in the blink of an eye. Die! The golden light of the Tower of Babel suddenly appeared, and strands of golden swords broke out of the body. Ling Shuzi turned around, and the soul-snatching bell vibrated. The two forces continued to collide and erode each other. At this moment, Joyo Tower took advantage of the situation. A blow hit Ling Shuzi from behind. Puff! The yin-yang Taoist robe exploded, and the Joyo Tower fell directly on his back. Ling Shuzi was thrown into the air in an instant, like a kite with a broken string. Ah! I won't give in. Ling Shuzi's hair was disheveled and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. The whole person was in an indescribable state. You forced me to do this. Ling Shuzi's eyes were fierce, and he sketched a mysterious rune in his hand. Die! A powerful sense of life and death crisis swept over my heart. Shen Mo's face changed, and he hurriedly called back to Joyo Tower and went in. Boom! Just as his figure disappeared, the soul-snatching bell exploded. A terrifying energy filled the heaven and earth. Joyo Tower was like a lone boat on the sea, drifting in the wind under the impact of this spiritual power. Shen Mo, who was hiding in Joyo Tower, was shocked when he saw this scene. What a great Ling Shuzi! A top-grade treasure can be destroyed in an instant. Fortunately, Joyo Tower is strong enough. Otherwise he would be screwed. This also sounded a wake-up call for him. When facing these old men, you must not be careless in the slightest. Once the opportunity is seized, death is not far away. Ling Shuzi was also affected by the power of the soul-destroying bell. Although he was seriously injured, he used this power to distance himself from Shen Mo. When he saw the 9-curved jade tree in the distance still burning, his face became extremely gloomy. Without the slightest hesitation, he ran away. Seeing this scene, Shen Mo was speechless for a while. This old thing. There's a reason he lived this long. He didn't even come back to check the spoils. What if I really die? Are you ready? Shen Mo's figure appeared and shouted at Bone Spirit Flame. Here it comes, here it comes. As soon as he finished speaking, a pure white spiritual flame instantly flew into Shen Mo's soul. The moment you enter the spiritual sea. Shen Mo shuddered all over. Bone Spirit Flame was also not vague and directly spat out 80% of the spiritual power it had obtained. At once, 8 Tao bases rose into the air and began to spin. The 9th foundation in the middle is taking shape at an astonishing speed. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, an intoxicating sound of Taoism rang out. The clouds retreated as if they had met an emperor. The entire sky was filled with purple light. A colorful beam of light fell from the sky and landed directly on Shen Mo. Dao Ming, auspicious. Supreme Foundation Building. Ling Shuzi, who was still running away, suddenly turned around and saw this scene. His whole body was trembling slightly, and a desire to worship seeped out from his bones. At this moment, he realized what kind of genius he had offended. If this boy doesn't die, Emperor Xuanzong will be in danger. Ling Shuzi regained his composure and continued to fly towards the entrance of the true dragon's nest not far away. Shen Mo fell into a mysterious state. The martial arts that were once obscure and difficult to understand are now as easy as elementary arithmetic. The local level skill, 9 folds of blazing flame, was also learned by everyone. Before, he might have been able to barely unleash the power of the 9 folds, but now, with just a thought, the 9 folds would appear in an instant. There is no need to hide and accumulate energy like before. He felt a little regretful at this time. If he had known earlier, he would have found more heavenly level skills. This state did not last long and soon disappeared. Shen Mo clenched his fists, and surging power filled his whole body. The foundation of the Tao is complete, let's build the foundation. Following his loud shout, the runes on the 9 Taoist foundations in the body gushed out, covering the entire spiritual sea in an instant. Seeing this, Bone Spirit Shangyan gritted his teeth and exhaled spiritual power again. After absorbing this spiritual power, the runes became extremely bright. The early stage of foundation building, the middle stage of foundation building. Only when the foundation is built successfully will the runes in the body stop absorbing spiritual energy. Shen Mo suddenly opened his eyes. There was a gleam in his eyes, and a kingly aura emanated from his body. He is the king of foundation building. Invincible in the same realm, even the golden elixir can be killed. He had a premonition that if they really fought to the death, an ordinary late Jindan like Jang Lin might die. Still want to run. Shen Mo saw Ling Shuzi at the exit of the true dragon's nest at a glance. Ling Shuzi also turned around and saw Shen Mo at this time. The crisis of death instantly filled my heart. He did not dare to hesitate, and in a panic he directly detonated a Taoist foundation, forming a protective shield around his body. Shen Mo's eyes narrowed and he waved his hand casually. The Tower of Babel flew out of the air, transformed into a golden sword, and headed straight for Ling Shuzi. The entrance to the true dragon's lair. The eyes of the 5 Jindan realm masters all fell on the white light gate in front of them. Who will come out first? Buzz buzz buzz. The light gate flashed, and a young man with disheveled hair flew out. When Jang Lin saw the person coming, his eyes lit up instantly. Ha ha ha. Everyone, it looks like my Daoxian sect has come out on top again this time. Zhong Linger, Li Niju and others did not speak. It was not surprising that Jin Buhui was the first to walk out. This was all within their expectations. No regrets, you did a great job. Very good. Jang Lin flew out of the palace and stepped forward to meet him. Under normal circumstances, even if Jin Buhui came out on top, he, as an elder in the Golden Core realm, would not treat him like this. But it's different now. The Jin Buhui in front of him may very well be his own ancestor, and he cannot be neglected. However, there was no smile on Jin Buhui's face. The death crisis has not been resolved yet. Just then, the light gate flashed again. Is someone else coming out? Who could it be? Qian Qingshu? Yi Lingtian? Or Hibufon? The 5 of them were eagerly waiting. Sizzle. A golden light instantly rushed out of the light gate. Jang Lin's face changed drastically. How dare you, you brat! The golden light was so fast that it didn't even have time for Jang Lin to make a move, and it hit Ling Shuzi directly. Ah! Ling Shuzi spat out a mouthful of blood and was knocked into Daoxuanzong's palace. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene. Who was so brave? At the same time, a figure slowly emerged on the light gate. Humph, damn Daoxuanzong, nothing more than that. Chapter 52 Yi Qing, who did it? Yi Lingtian? All 5 people on the field were stunned. Yi Lingtian was actually the second one to come out. And from the sound of his voice, Jin Buhui was hurt by him? Yi Lingtian, are you looking for death? Shi Daolin was extremely angry at this time. A huge pressure erupted instantly. Pressed directly towards Yi Lingtian. Friend Shi, you passed. Li Niju's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yi Lingtian. It's fine if you're not as skilled as others, but is Daoxian sect just this tolerant? After he finished speaking, except for Zhong Linger, the elders of the other 3 families gathered in front of Li Niju. Naturally, they were happy to see Emperor Diaoxuanzong suffer a setback. But Diaoxuanzong wanted to dominate the world alone, and they did not want to see any of them destroyed. You! Shi Daolin laughed in anger. Okay. You haven't taken action for hundreds of years. Do you really think my Daoxian sect is a soft persimmon? All 4 of you come together. And you, Zhong Linger. He took a stance, as if he was ready to fight 5 people at once. Ahem. Elder Qi, we admit defeat this time and leave now. At this moment, Ling Shuzi's weak voice was heard. Everyone looked sideways and saw Jin Buhui lying on the stairs in front of the hall. In his chest, there was a Tower of Babel. Seeing this, Shi Daolin immediately left the 4 people and returned to Daoxian Hall. Old Buhui, are you okay? Ahem, my origin has been damaged. Ling Shuzi's mouth was bitter, but his eyes were indeed shining with brilliance. That attack just now was indeed amazing. But in the crisis of life and death, he also felt the opportunity to build the Supreme Foundation. Even if a Dao Foundation is detonated, as long as we return to Daoxian sect, we can rebuild it with massive resources. With time, he will also be able to establish the Supreme Foundation. But right now, the most important thing is to escape from here. He roughly estimated that if he really fought with his life, he would be useless. In addition, there is a super genius who has established an unparalleled foundation and is hiding in the True Dragon's nest. If they were to make enemies with the 4 major sects again, they would most likely perish here. No regrets. Just wait and see until I capture that kid. After saying that, Shi Daolin stood up and was about to leave. When the other 4 heard his tone, they immediately took full precautions. Seeing this, Ling Shuzi immediately grabbed Shi Daolin's sleeve. Ahem. He forced himself to stand up, a wry smile on his face. As Elder Li said, my skills are inferior to others. I, Daoxuanzong, acknowledge it. No regrets. Shi Daolin widened his eyes and was about to refute. He didn't expect his ancestor to say such words. But when he saw Ling Shuzi's creepy gaze, he suddenly became timid. The other 4 people also became puzzled. When did Jin Buhui become so low-key? Judging from the situation, is Daoxuanzong planning to admit defeat? At this moment, the happiest person in the field was Li Niju. She tilted her head and raised her chin to look at Zhong Linger. Zhong Linger, I'm willing to admit defeat. Take it out. There's only one Yi Lingtian. What's being compared is the number of people, not who comes out first. The time has not come yet, and the outcome is still uncertain. Zhong Linger snorted coldly. But at this moment, she was worried. I'm afraid I'm really going to lose all my treasures this time. Even a super genius like Jin Buhui was defeated by Yi Lingtian. How could those people from Qingshan sect be his opponents? Now she just hopes that Shen Mo can come out alive. As for the treasure, if it's lost, it's lost. The light gate flashed again. Several people shifted their gaze. Buzz buzz buzz. The person who came out was none other than Hibufon. When everyone saw this, they didn't have too many doubts, as it was all reasonable. Immediately afterwards, Jang Lin, Xia Zhuoyu and others came out one after another. Later, Shen Mo also came out. However, his appearance changed and he became old again. This couldn't be hidden from Ling Shuzi, he recognized Shen Mo at a glance. But he chose to remain silent. Judging from Yi Lingtian's previous performance, he was very likely to have turned into a cold slave. It goes without saying that the people coming out now are probably also Han slaves. To speak at this time would be tantamount to seeking death. Qingshan sect? Seeing Shen Mo return to Zhong Linger, he muttered to himself, burying the murderous intent in his heart. When Li Niju saw this scene, his face gradually became gloomy. Except for Yi Lingtian, no one else from their Taishan sect came out. And the Qingshan sect actually has 4. Ling Tian, what exactly happened? Where are the others? Elderly. Yi Lingtian's face darkened as he suddenly looked towards Ling Shuzi. It's him. Jin Buhui entered the true dragon's lair and began to kill. If I hadn't been lucky enough to establish my foundation, I would probably have been unable to escape this disaster. Jin Buhui. Hearing this, Li Niju gritted his teeth. The 50 people who entered were the best of their generation in the supreme sect. Was it just like that the line was cut short by Jin Buhui? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the pressure of the Jindan realm was unconsciously released. Oh, my skills are just inferior to others. Chi Daolin was delighted and sneered. He thought something had happened to his ancestor. Turns out not. It seems that he killed too many people and his spiritual power was depleted, which led to Yi Lingtian's sneak attack. Thinking of this, the smile on Chi Daolin's face became even more intense. Li Niju, I say the same thing to you. I hope you take care of yourself. If you really want to fight, I don't mind fighting with you for a few moves. Feel Chi Daolin's cold murderous intent. Li Niju was shocked all over and realized that he had lost his composure. The opponent is in the late Jindan stage. How can she, who is in the early Jindan stage, compete with him? Friend Shi, I'll make a note of this. Hey, you have recorded his bill, what about mine? Zhong Linger felt extremely happy at this moment. We agreed at the beginning that breaking the promise would lead to punishment from heaven. You. Li Niju felt a sweetness in his throat and his eyes turned black. Seeing this, Yi Lingtian hurried forward to help him up. Elderly, don't be angry. I have already established my foundation perfectly. In due time, I will help you personally collect this debt. You should give the treasure away according to the bet. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to our supreme sect. If you insist on being stubborn, then I will definitely accompany you to the end and attack Qingshan sect with you. After saying this, Li Niju always felt something was strange. But when he heard that Yi Lingtian had already established a perfect foundation, his mood suddenly improved. Besides, Yi Lingtian defeated the super genius Jin Buhui. If he is given time to grow, he will surely restore the prestige of the supreme sect and overpower the other 4 sects in the future. Thinking of this, Li Niju felt much better. Zhong Linger, your Qingshan sect is just lucky this time. You didn't run into my Ling Tian. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Here you go. As she spoke, she raised her hand and a storage bag flew directly towards the camp where Qingshan sect was located. Zhong Linger took the storage bag, scanned it with her spiritual sense, and immediately covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled. He, Sister Miju, next time you have a bet like this, remember to look for me. At this moment, a tremendous pressure erupted from the camp where the Hahuan sect was located. Yi Qing, who took your virginity? Hearing this, Ling Shuzi's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition filled his mind. Chapter 53. Yes, it's me. Zhu Yeqing's face was filled with shame and anger. She clenched her teeth and tears welled up in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly raised her head and looked directly at Jin Buhui. It's him. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. As everyone knows, Jin Buhui claims to be the leader of the upright sect. Zhu Yeqing is an evil cultivator from the Hahuan sect. No one will say anything if you kill him directly. But what's the matter with you taking someone's virginity? On the contrary, Jin Buhui looks more like an evil cultivator. Chi Daolin was stunned for just a moment before he immediately reacted. He turned his head to look at Jin Buhui, his eyes full of understanding. My ancestor has been in the forbidden area for thousands of years. It's normal to be a little angry when you come out for the first time. Who said Zhu Yeqing was born with a charming body? This is not the ancestor's fault. Jin Buhui felt bitter. He knew this would happen. He opened his mouth, about to argue. But when he saw Chi Daolin's eyes, he instantly became angry. Am I that kind of person, ancestor? Zhu Yeqing, justice is in the hearts of the people. You are an evil cultivator, so stop twisting the facts. I have never had physical contact with you, so how could I take your virginity? Hearing this, everyone reacted. Yes. Zhu Yeqing is from the Hahuan sect. How could I possibly believe her one-sided words? Jin Buhui is known as the light of righteousness, so he would never do such a thing as stealing someone's virginity, right? Moreover, with his charm, if he wanted women, they would line up to serve him. Even Zhu Yeqing's master frowned slightly. Could it be that Ji Qing has a lover and wants to protect him? Zhu Yeqing burst into tears and suddenly pulled out a magic sword and held it across his neck. Jin Buhui, you beast, you didn't even dare to admit to doing such a thing. As she spoke, she turned and looked at everyone. Besides, I'm a girl. Do I need to use my innocence to slander him? Seeing Zhu Yeqing's heartfelt words, everyone fell silent for a moment. Even Ling Shuzi was stunned. Could it really be that guy Jin Buhui who did it? But I didn't find this fragment in his memory. It was indeed brother Jin who did it. Just then, a voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look. Yi Lingtian slowly walked out of the Taishan sect's camp. I was there and can prove it. I can prove it too. Me too. In just a short moment, half of the cultivators who came out of the true dragon's nest stood up and spoke for Zhu Yeqing. When the elders saw this scene, their faces instantly turned gloomy. Dao Lin opened his mouth and looked at Jin Buhui. That look speaks for itself. I say, ancestor, it's okay for you to take away someone's virginity. In front of so many people. It's a bit excessive. Idiot. Jin Buhui's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. These people are obviously the slaves of fellow Daoist Baba. Originally, he didn't want to explain and just wanted to return to Daoxian's sect to heal his wounds. But at the moment, there is no need to explain. Once this shit is put on your head, it will be confirmed. Daoxuanzong's reputation will suffer an unprecedented impact. This is not what he wants to see. Ling Shuzi cleared his throat, walked forward, and looked directly at Shen Mo. He is the one who started it all. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the elders from the four major sects all fell on Shen Mo. Hiss. Good boy, I wasn't paying attention just now and almost missed it. He is actually a perfect foundation building person, and he has also changed his appearance. That's strange, why haven't I seen this person before? Boy, restore your true self. Shen Mo felt a toothache and wanted to use Han Nu to put the blame on Ling Shuzi. Let the other four sects completely break with Daoxian sect. Then I can hide away and develop myself in a sneaky way. Unexpectedly, he ended up getting burned. But he was not panicked. Even if the secret of having Han Nu is exposed, no one will probably believe it. This is the terrifying thing about the bone spirit flame. In the past, Gu Lianyo only reached cooperation with Gu Ling Shengyan. The controlled slave can only become an unconscious existence. He is different. He has complete control over the bone spirit flame. The means of control are more sophisticated. Not only can these slaves practice independently, but they can also have independent consciousness. Unless you are a super powerful person, you will never be able to discover the flame deep in everyone's soul. Moreover, he also knew Ling Shuzi's biggest secret. Possess the body. If this outrageous thing is exposed, he will have no chance of leaving today. At this moment, Zhong Linger's figure suddenly blocked Shen Mo's way. You are going too far. This is a disciple of my Qingshan sect. It is not your turn to give instructions. Seeing this scene, Shen Mo smiled silently. At critical moments, you have to rely on your woman. Humph, Zhonglinger, this boy is hiding his identity, he must be harboring evil intentions. If you haven't done anything wrong, how could you possibly discredit yourself? Let him come out and explain. If he can't explain clearly, your Qingshan sect will pay the price today. Facing everyone's accusations, Zhonglinger's beautiful eyes narrowed. She didn't say anything in response. Instead, he directly summoned Jinxi Ling. She glanced at everyone present with indifference, and her meaning was clear. At worst, we can just fight. Seeing this, Shen Mo hurried out. If a fight really breaks out, the Qingshan sect is weak and will definitely suffer a heavy loss. In addition, if these Han slaves were allowed to openly support the Qingshan sect, it would definitely arouse suspicion and be counterproductive. Go back. Zhonglinger glanced at Shen Mo and was very annoyed. She didn't think that it was Jin Buhui who took Zhu Yeqing's virginity. On the contrary, silence is more likely. After all, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. But since he is the man I have chosen, I must protect him even if it costs my life. Shen Mo shook his head and gave him a reassuring look. Then he walked to the front of the treasure boat. The wrinkles on his face began to disappear, revealing a handsome face. Shen Mo bowed slightly towards the direction of the four sects. Boy Shen Mo, you had to hide your face before. When everyone saw Shen Mo's change, they narrowed their eyes. Ling Shuzi also looked over. He felt very happy. Want to take the blame? You are still a little naive. Seeing this, Shen Mo stood up, looked at Ling Shuzi, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. To be honest, I have indeed built a perfect foundation. All of this is thanks to this Ling Shu, fellow Taoist Jin. Back then, he forced me into a desperate situation, and in that desperate situation, I luckily achieved a perfect foundation. After I got out, I was afraid that he would hunt me down, so I had no choice but to hide my identity. I hope you seniors will understand. After these words were spoken, several Jindan realm cultivators fell silent. They could sense that Shen Mo was indeed not lying. At this moment, Ling Shuzi's pupils trembled and his eyes were filled with horror. His identity was actually known by Shen Mo. Jang Lin was also shocked. Others didn't hear it clearly, but he heard it clearly. The word Lingshu appeared in Shen Mo's words just now. This is exactly the name of my ancestor. After thinking it over again and again, Ling Shuzi understood Shen Mo's intention. Then he smiled silently. What a ruthless person. That's right, I took away Zhu Yeqing's virginity. Chapter 54. Zhong Linger opens her heart. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. They were somewhat skeptical before. After all, Diaxuanzong has a very high reputation in the righteous path. In addition, Jin Buhui has always been a gentleman. Now the person involved has directly admitted it. Jang Lin didn't say anything about this. He knew that someone had something on his ancestor. I can only accept it with a pinch of my nose. It doesn't matter. As long as the ancestor returns safely and recovers his strength. In the future, when Emperor Xuanzong of Dao unified Dianzhou, who would remember this matter? Okay. Wang Yumei protected Zhu Yeqing behind her and looked at Ling Shuzi coldly. The Hahuan sect will remember today's shame. After saying that, she turned around and left with Zhu Yeqing. Seeing this, the other cases did not want to stay and waste their time, so they left one after another. Until everyone disappeared. Ling Shuzi then spat out a mouthful of blood and became extremely weak. Ancestor! Jang Lin was startled and hurried forward to support him. It's no problem. Ling Shuzi waved his hand, anger burning in his eyes. Return to the clan. On the Lihua treasure boat. Zhong Linger and Shen Mo sat opposite each other. I didn't expect you to be so handsome when you were young. It seems I'm not at a disadvantage after all. Zhong Linger said with a sweet smile. Hearing this, Shen Mo was speechless for a while. What is youth? He seems to be only 31 now. Seeing that Shen Mo didn't say anything, Zhong Linger raised her hand and a diamond stone emitting purple fairy light appeared. This is a reward for you. For me? Shen Mo took the diamond stone and felt a warm current coming over him. His whole body suddenly became clear. There was a feeling of epiphany. Hiss. Did you notice? Zhong Linger saw Shen Mo's expression and the smile on her face became even more intense. This stone is called the Enlightenment Stone. It is a rare object from heaven and earth. As long as you hold it, the efficiency of your comprehension of the technique will double. This is too valuable. Shen Mo said, but he had no intention of returning it. Give me the 9-curved jade branch. Zhong Linger changed the subject, stretched out her hand and blinked. My previous promise is still valid. Promise? Shen Mo was slightly stunned and immediately remembered. But this time he only got one piece of the jade branch, and the other piece was in Ling Shuzi's possession. This piece of jade branch is left for Li Wanru to save her life, and it must not be handed over. Think of this. Shen Mo shrugged and said apologetically. Sorry, I can't give it to you. I thought you would lie to me and say you didn't get it? Zhong Linger crossed her arms over her chest and snorted. Shen Mo could tell that this was just a coquettish act and was not angry at all. He then said, I promised Elder Li this jade branch a long time ago, and I can't go back on my word. Besides, I can't rest in peace if I deceive you. Hearing this, Zhong Linger chuckled and rolled her eyes at him. Smooth talk. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. She is my senior sister after all. I also used this piece of jade branch for her. After saying this, Shen Mo's eyes widened. Aren't you enemies? He had previously thought about taking Li Wanru in as well. How should we smooth over the relationship between the two women then? Now it's fine, he doesn't need to mediate. The two are sisters, maybe they can even sleep in the same bed. What are you thinking about with those lustful eyes of yours? Zhong Linger shouted coldly. Shen Mo reacted instantly and shook his head quickly. No. Nothing, I'm just curious. You two are obviously sisters, so why are you so hostile to each other? Well. Zhong Linger sighed deeply, looked into the distance, and her thoughts drifted away. My senior sister and I grew up together. When I was 18, I felt that practicing in the mountains was too boring, so I sneaked down the mountain and went to the mortal world. On the way, I was ambushed by an evil cultivator and severely injured. Fortunately, I was rescued by a family. That family was very kind to me and made me feel the warmth of home. Although my injury has not yet recovered, it does not affect my mood. Under the care of that family, I got used to life in that village. Later, that family wanted me to marry their son to strengthen the relationship. Although I have no feelings for that family's son, I agreed without a second thought. After all, if it weren't for them, I would have lost my life, so why would getting married be a problem? Just before the wedding, senior sister came. She massacred the entire village right in front of me. From then on, I practiced with all my might, vowing to avenge them. Speaking of this, Zhong Linger choked up a little. After a moment's pause, she continued, later, I almost succeeded in getting my revenge. If Master hadn't intervened, I might have actually killed senior sister. I was wondering at first, how could I, who was only in the early stage of the Golden Core, defeat my senior sister who was in the middle stage of the Golden Core? I thought I was gifted and could defeat the enemy. It wasn't until I used Master's Mirror of All Heaven that I learned the truth. As she spoke, Zhong Linger had already burst into tears. Maybe Shen Mo is the man she has chosen. Only then could she pour out the depression that had been buried in her heart for so long. That family is the evil cultivator who attacked and killed me. The technique they practiced is very strange. It requires others to completely submit to them before they can plant a soul seal on them. Once this kind of soul mark is planted, it will not be eliminated even if the host dies. It can only be removed by killing a close relative. Master is the leader of Qingshan sect, and my senior sister and I are his close disciples. I learned from Master that they want to enslave me in order to disintegrate the Qingshan sect from within. Senior sister saw that I had been struck by the soul seal, so she had no choice but to kill those evil cultivators herself. However, she didn't tell me the truth. Her goal was to make me stronger so that I could kill her. She was already prepared to die, but I was kept in the dark. I'm so stupid. Zhong Linger was in tears and kept hitting her head. Seeing this, Shen Mo hurried forward and took her into his arms, comforting her softly. It's okay, it's all over. Elder Li won't blame you. Besides, don't we have the 9-ben jade branch? She'll be fine. A few minutes passed. Zhong Linger's sobbing gradually stopped. She broke free from Shen Mo's arms, raised her head, and looked straight at Shen Mo. Shen Mo, you must find a way to save senior sister. I will. Now that I have obtained the hardest to find ingredients, I will start refining the elixir for her when I get back. Shen Mo said solemnly. No, I mean to save her heart. Zhong Linger said in a deep voice. She still thinks I don't know the truth. She wants the 9-ben jade branch so she can regain her strength and let me kill her again. Hearing this, Shen Mo reacted and immediately widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. Your soul seed? Zhong Linger sighed. Yes, my soul seal has not been lifted. Chapter 55. Okay, you old thing, you are disrespectful to your elders. Senior sister is not dead, so my soul seal is naturally not lifted. Shen Mo was completely silent. This kind of question is similar to asking who to save first if your girlfriend or mother falls into the water. If Li Wanru is saved, Zhong Linger will die. If you save Zhong Linger, Li Wanru will die. No solution. Li Wanru was indebted to him, and he also had feelings of love for Li Wanru. He knew that he was not a loyal person, but he was not heartless either. Can't abandon any one of them. Then we have no choice but to temporarily prevent Elder Li from recovering his strength. Shen Mo sighed and said helplessly. No. Senior sister must recover her strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he was opposed by Zhong Linger. Shen Mo turned his head, his face full of confusion. Zhong Linger took a deep breath and slowly said. When I learned the truth, I begged Master to let me leave Qingshan sect. Master didn't agree, and even offered a very good suggestion. Let senior sister get married. The other party is the young master of Shangyan sect, and he is deeply in love with Senior's sister. I originally thought that this was not bad either. Senior's sister can find true love and stay away from Qingshan sect. It's the best of both worlds. As she spoke, Zhong Linger looked at Shen Mo deeply and sighed softly. Until you showed up, I didn't realize how wrong I was being wishful thinking. Senior sister looks at you with a sparkle in her eyes. In that case, why not just cancel the agreement? Shen Mo discovered the loophole and spoke out. It's not as simple as you think. Zhong Linger rolled her eyes at him and continued, you don't know, it's understandable. Shan Yenzong is the only overlord of Yenzhou next door. As a third-rate sect, how could we have the courage to negotiate a break of agreement with a second-rate sect? If you piss them off, even 10 Qingshan sects wouldn't be enough to destroy them. It's getting more and more difficult. The level of a sect is judged by its strongest combat power and the average combat power of the elders. The leader of Qingshan sect is at the nascent soul stage, and almost all of his elders are at the golden core stage. Therefore, it was classified as a third-rate sect. Third-rate sects also have different strengths. For example, Daoxian's sect is a top-tier third-rate sect. There are at least 2 people in the nascent soul stage in their sect, and one who is at the perfect nascent soul stage. Of course not now. Ling Shuzi has been reborn into another body and is currently only at the foundation establishment stage. As for the second-rate sects, they are even more terrifying. The highest combat power can reach the level of a god. The people below are all in the nascent soul stage. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Zhong Linger couldn't help but feel distressed when she saw Shen Mo frowning. Senior sister's strength is not so easy to recover. After all, I was so ruthless back then. Even with the help of Juku Yuji, it will take at least 5 years. 5 years may seem like a long time to mortals, but to us monks, it's just a blink of an eye. Then I'll use the excuse that my senior sister is in seclusion. Shan Yenzong will definitely understand. 5 years? Shen Mo nodded and fell into deep thought. Does that mean I have to reach the state of spiritual transformation within 5 years to have a chance to compete? This is probably more difficult than climbing to the sky. No, there is another way. Alchemist level. As long as you reach the 4th level of alchemy, you can be considered a master. By then, with the identity of a 4th-rank alchemist, it should be possible to get Shang Yenzong to cancel the engagement. But don't put all your eggs in one basket. We must also make some preparations. Shen Mo pondered what else he had on him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The bone spirit is burning. Now the 5 major sects in Dianzhou all have their own internal supporters. This will completely unify Dianzhou. Yes, there is also Jiuyo Tower. The more Shen Mo thought about it, the more he felt that he still had quite a lot of cards up his sleeve. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, this is a matter between us 2 sisters, and it has nothing to do with you. Zhong Linger looked a little lonely and sighed softly. Shen Mo suddenly grabbed her hand. Ah! Zhong Linger was startled and looked up, only to find Shen Mo's burning eyes. You are my woman, your business is my business. What's more, Elderly has done me a favor. I won't give up on either of you. Hearing this, Zhong Linger felt moved. Then, her pretty face flushed, and she spat softly, slippery tongue, who is your woman? Of course it's you. Shen Mo stepped forward, put his hand on her waist, and was about to kiss her. However, it was empty-handed. Zhong Linger was like a fish swimming in the water, lightly tapping her toes and sliding directly backwards. Seeing Shen Mo's frustration, she covered her mouth and chuckled, Tell me the truth, how many girls have you deceived with this trick? Shen Mo smacked his lips, then immediately pointed his 4 fingers to the sky and swore, I have never lied to you. I am sincere to you. It would have been better if he hadn't said it, but as soon as he said it, Zhong Linger rolled her eyes at him. Okay, if you're really not sincere, it's none of my business. Get out of here. I'm tired and I need a bath. Seeing this, Shen Mo curled his lips and could only walk out of the cabin helplessly. But when he reached the door, he suddenly realized it. I have the supreme foundation and can even kill those in the late Jindan stage. But Zhong Linger is only in the early stage of Golden Core. Why should I be afraid of her? Thinking of this, Shen Mo suddenly turned back. What do you want to do? Zhong Linger asked curiously. Think. Without saying a word, Shen Mo pushed her against the wall and kissed her fiercely. Zhong Linger seemed to like this very much. Instead of resisting, he responded fiercely. Suddenly, the temperature in the room rose sharply. The two of them could be faintly heard breathing. Linger, give it to me. In response to Shen Mo's request, Zhong Linger said with a wicked smile, am I the mistress, or is Jang Lin the mistress? Hearing this, Shen Mo suddenly woke up, cold sweat broke out on his back, and he even stuttered when he spoke. That. Jang Lin and I are. Okay, stop explaining. Look at how cowardly you look. Zhong Linger chuckled. I don't care how many women you have, as long as you are sincere to me. Really? Shen Mo's eyes lit up and he hugged Zhong Linger tighter. Zhong Linger lowered her head, her pretty face flushed with shame. So, can you tell me how many women you have? Of course, the only ones who have feelings for each other are you and Jang Lin. The others are just floating duckweed. As soon as Shen Mo said this, he regretted it. Zhong Linger was no longer shy and a sneer appeared on her lips. The air is filled with murderous intent. Okay, you old thing, you're disrespectful to your elders, get out of here. Bang. With a dull thud, Shen Mo fell directly onto the deck. He stood up, speechless. Damn, women change their minds faster than turning the pages of a book. She clearly said she wasn't angry. It seems like she didn't say she wasn't angry. Fortunately, Hibufon, his slave, was the only one on the deck, and everyone else should be resting in the cabin. Otherwise it would be a great embarrassment. After a full month of flying, the group returned to Qingshan sect. Shen Mo walked onto the deck, looked out, and suddenly his brows furrowed slightly. The leader of Qingshan sect actually came out to greet him in person. Chapter 56. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Master. Zhong Linger walked over quickly, bowed, and wanted to admit her mistake. Yu Chuan waved his hand and said calmly. No need to do that, I already know the truth. Jin Buhui went on a killing spree in the True Dragon's Nest, and it's not your fault. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally turned his gaze towards Xiaojuayu. This naturally could not be hidden from Shen Mo's eyes. He glanced at it calmly. He was also very curious about this woman Xiaojuayu. I've only seen it once before entering the real dragon's nest. That is, I saw it in the square of the inheritance site. Then he disappeared. This was also one of the only people he failed to control with the bone spirit flame. It seems that Yu Chuan came to greet him this time because of her. Thinking of this, Shen Mo frowned slightly and turned his gaze back to Yu Chuan. Name, Yu Chuan. Gender, male. Age, 1900-2000. Constitution, wood spiritual root. Realm, middle nascent soul stage. Favorability, 0. Bufon, you are very good. You have actually established your foundation perfectly. Yu Chuan's words came again. Hibufon walked forward and bowed. It's all thanks to the sect's cultivation. Okay. Yu Chuan laughed twice and looked at the remaining people. When he saw Shen Mo, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. I didn't expect the damage rate of the True Dragon Nest to be so high this time. After you enter the inner gate, you must remember today's shame and practice diligently. Yes, master. Everyone bowed to Yu Chuan. Yu Chuan nodded, flicked his sleeves, and disappeared in an instant. Shen Mo raised his brows slightly. Is this the nascent soul realm? He couldn't actually feel any fluctuation of spiritual power. As Yu Chuan left, all his fellow disciples also dispersed. Zhong Linger looked at Shen Mo, nodded, and flew towards the back mountain of Qingshan sect. Shen Mo didn't dare to delay and hurried to the Foreign Affairs building. In the crowd, Xiaojuayu saw Shen Mo leaving and wanted to speak several times. But every time the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. Come to the Foreign Affairs Hall. Li Wanru had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing Li Wanru's appearance, Shen Mo couldn't help but feel a little distressed. 1 year no see. Her realm actually dropped from the perfect foundation building stage to the middle stage of foundation building. Now he is even worse than Shen Mo. Li Wanru's face was pale, with a few strands of hair hanging naturally at her temples. She looks like a sick beauty. Seeing Shen Mo coming, Li Wanru smiled. I heard about the True Dragon's Nest. You've worked hard. You? Shen Mo opened his mouth, feeling a little distressed. It's okay, I won't die. Li Wanru waved her hand. Come with me. After saying this, she left the Foreign Affairs building and walked towards the back mountain. Shen Mo followed immediately. The back mountain is under the jurisdiction of the inner gate. Most of the places here are caves, which are specially developed to provide accommodation for the senior members of the sect. Li Wanru is the elder of the Foreign Affairs building and is also the direct disciple of the sect leader. No one dared to say anything when he lived here as a person at the foundation establishment stage. Many inner disciples along the way saw Li Wanru and bowed to greet her. But after seeing Shen Mo, there was more or less some surprise in their eyes. Shen Mo ignored the gazes of these people. Not long. Shen Mo came to Li Wanru's cave. As soon as I entered the cave, a refreshing fragrance hit my nose. It is the unique fragrance of Li Wanru. Look around. Clean, tidy, without any fancy decorations. The entire cave is about 300 square meters. There was nothing else except a stone table and a stone bed. Before Shen Mo took out the 9-curved jade branch, Li Wanru closed the cave and spread out her jade hands. A ball of blue flame suddenly shot out. The temperature in the entire room rose sharply. This is the spiritual fire I found for you, although it is not as strong as the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. But it's ranked 500th, which is enough for you to be promoted to a second-level alchemist. Shen Mo opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He wanted to tell Li Wanru that he had reached the second-level alchemist. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. He achieved this through the bone spirit flame. This is one of his 2 biggest trump cards now. Once exposed, the account is likely to be cancelled. Shen Mo didn't dare to take the risk and could only nod. Thank you, elderly. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and took the blue flame into his hand. The blue flame seemed to sense the alchemist's aura on Shen Mo and rushed directly towards his spiritual sea. Seeing this scene, Li Wanru's face changed slightly, and she said anxiously, "Hurry up and calm your mind. This spiritual fire is called blue flame. Although it ranks low, it is not ordinary." However, she hadn't finished speaking yet. I saw the blue flame appear in Shen Mo's hand again, and it became extremely well behaved. It seems that he has already recognized his master. How long has it been? Li Wanru opened her mouth wide, looking incredulous. Just now. As a spiritual fire, the blue flame has some consciousness, but obviously not much. It sensed that there were supplements in Shen Mo's body that could help it level up. It entered the silent spiritual sea without any hesitation. After entering, even though I was not very conscious, I was still shocked by the scene in front of me. There is a spiritual sea that stretches as far as the eye can see, and mysterious runes all over the sky. It had a premonition that as long as it ate these runes, it would reach a new level. It is possible that it will directly become the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Just as it was about to eat a big meal, a strange voice sounded. "Little brother, what do you want to do?" It looked back and saw a ball of dark white flame floating above the spirit sea. A fear flowed from my bones, like a suppression of my blood. It became obedient instantly. "You are very good and have the potential to become a master of alchemy." Li Wanru spoke with a hint of surprise in her tone. She thought this was how her life would be. Unexpectedly, Shen Mo broke into her heart. At first, she didn't notice. It wasn't until Shen Mo came to the Foreign Affairs Hall again and again that she gradually became interested in him. As time went on, she watched from the shadows. The more she observed, the more curious she became about Shen Mo. A person with 5 spiritual roots, rising step by step with almost no resources. From the 3rd level of Qi refining to the perfection of Qi refining. Hibufon was defeated in the competition and the true dragon nest returned intact. She would be the first one to disbelieve that Shen Mo did not show any extraordinary abilities in the true dragon's nest. Under Jin Buhui's massacre, only a few people from other sects were able to survive. There are only 4 people in Qingshan sect: Shen Mo, Jang Lin, Hibufon, and Xiaojuyu. This is very telling. Others may not know, but she knows the relationship between Shen Mo and Jang Lin. Both of them are at the ordinary foundation building stage, but they can walk out of the true dragon's nest, which is already very problematic. Li Wanru saw through it but didn't say anything. The stronger Shen Mo is, the better it is for her. Maybe I can even help her break up her engagement. Elderly, this is the 9-curved jade branch you requested. Shen Mo did not hesitate and took out the jade branch directly. With the appearance of the 9-curved jade branch, the entire cave was instantly illuminated with bright white light. A rich spiritual energy emanated from it. Li Wanru's eyes widened in disbelief. She was just talking casually at the time and had no expectations at all. After all, obtaining the 9-curved jade branch is more difficult than imagined. If she really wanted to get it, she could go directly to Hibufon. Perhaps her success rate would be higher than Shen Mo's. You. Li Wanru calmed down and said solemnly, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Chapter 57. We can't do this. I want you to sleep with me. Shen Mo suddenly raised his head, his eyes burning. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire cave fell silent. Li Wanru looked at Shen Mo, her face full of shock. She racked her brains but couldn't imagine why Shen Mo would make such a request. For a moment, she suspected that she had heard it wrong. What did you say? I said, I want to practice dual cultivation with you. Shen Mo did not avoid the gaze, but spoke very seriously. He had not originally intended to make this request. After all, his relationship with Li Wanru had not yet reached the point where they could be frank and have in-depth communication. But he was forced to do so, as it was Zhong Linger's bad idea. Let us go back to half a month ago. After a deep conversation, Shen Mo and Zhong Linger lay on the bed, relying on each other. Senior sister has already made up her mind to die. You must find a way to rekindle her hope. Zhong Linger kept drawing circles on Shen Mo's chest with her fingers and said seriously. So what should I do? Shen Mo felt a little itchy and reached out to hold Zhong Linger's little hand. It's simple. Take away what she cherishes most. Zhong Linger raised her head and smiled slyly. Something you cherish? Yeah, just like you took it from me. Hearing this, Shen Mo was stunned for a long time before reacting. He widened his eyes and looked at Zhong Linger in disbelief. You mean? It's just what you thought, practicing dual cultivation with her. Zhong Linger nodded her little head twice quickly. Hiss. Shen Mo took a deep breath and didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing Shen Mo like this, Zhong Linger felt a little happy. Obviously, he had no such thoughts about his senior sister before. But for the sake of her sister's survival, Zhong Linger gritted her teeth and asked. Are you so hesitant because my senior sister isn't pretty? Pretty. You don't want to practice dual cultivation with my senior sister? Think. Then why are you hesitating? I'm afraid your senior sister won't agree. Bah! How dare you say that? I didn't agree at first, so how dare you? Zhong Linger said angrily that he didn't fight back. I think it was me who disagreed that time. Shen Mo said embarrassedly. Humph. Zhong Linger blushed, turned her head away, and said coldly. I don't care. You must take my senior sister down. If she doesn't agree, you'll have to use force. Hiss. Hearing this, Shen Mo was shocked beyond words. She even suspected that Zhong Linger was deliberately taking revenge. After all, how could a junior sister push her senior sister into the fire pit? Forehead. Although that fire pit is myself. If you can't take her, don't touch me anymore. Zhong Linger stood up from the bed and waved her hand. Her clothes instantly flew up from the ground, wrapping her delicate body tightly. She left the room without looking back, and when she reached the door, she stopped and said coldly. Don't let me look down on you. Li Wanru was still hesitating. Shen Mo couldn't wait any longer, so he reached out and held her soft hand tightly. Feel the heat in your hands. Li Wanru came to her senses instantly. No, change another one. Although she is a monk, she should have seen through the world long ago. But he really gave away his innocence without any hesitation. Obviously, she can't do it yet. Wanru, I have liked you for a long time. Shen Mo couldn't care less the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Anyway, I have Zhong Linger to back me up, so there's nothing to be afraid of. He let go of his hand and hugged Li Wanru tightly in his arms. Ah! Li Wanru was startled by this sudden action. No, we can't do this. She struggled hard, but to no avail. Instead, it made Shen Mo even more excited. Looking at the sick beauty in front of him who was drooling over him, Shen Mo couldn't help it and kissed her cherry lips. Li Wanru widened her eyes. She couldn't believe it. Shen Mo, who has always been honest and upright, would do such an overstepping behavior. She wanted to resist, but her body refused to obey. I felt Li Wanru's delicate body go from tense at the beginning to relaxed now. Shen Mo slowed down his mouth movements.
Li Wanru's brain froze, and she subconsciously followed Shen Mo's rhythm and responded awkwardly.
After a long time, their lips parted. The two looked at each other. Wanru, give it to me. Without getting a response from Li Wanru, Shen Mo kissed her again.
His hands kept moving as he untied her belt. The clothes slipped off, exposing the snow-white shoulders to the air.
Feeling the heat coming from her body, Li Wanru woke up instantly.
She grabbed Shen Mo's hand to stop him from moving any further.
Shen Mo. Don't be like this, okay?
Li Wanru had tears in her eyes. It's not that I hate Shen Mo, I can tell from her instinctive response just now.
She likes silence.
But when I think of my poor junior sister who has a soul mark in her body.
Her reason took over again.
You will die eventually. You can't be so selfish and drag Shen Mo into this vortex just for a moment of pleasure. Based on her understanding of Shen Mo, he is a very sentimental person.
If he died, he would definitely collapse. Shen Mo, listen to me first. Li Wanru struggled internally, and after a moment she said, give me some time.
I'll give it to you when my strength recovers. Hearing this, Shen Mo's mouth curled up.
How could he not understand Li Wanru's feelings? He probably wants to remove the soul seal on Zhong Linger after his strength is restored. What a silly woman. In that case, let me be the evil one. No, I want it now. Shen Mo remembered Zhong Linger's order and decided to use force if soft tactics didn't work. This time, he no longer gave Li Wanru any chance to resist.
Hiss. He roughly tore open the black undergarment on her chest. The cave was suddenly filled with spring light. Li Wanru came to her senses, but it was too late to save the situation.
Forget it, just think of it as a dream before dying. 2 hours later. Li Wanru lay on the stone bed and fell into a deep sleep. Look at her long eyelashes and even breathing.
Shen Mo's eyes were firm.
There must be a way to save both of you at the same time. Rested for a while again. Seeing that Li Wanru still showed no signs of waking up, Shen Mo shook his head and smiled helplessly. He really has a strong addiction to being a bad person. It's obviously not working, but you still want to. Thinking of this, Shen Mo decided to go to the inner gate first. Let his slave Hibufon take him for a walk. Just when Shen Mo left the cave, a terrifying pressure locked him down directly. Shen Mo frowned deeply.
In front of him, a handsome young man dressed in brocade clothes and wearing a golden crown on his head descended from the sky.
Name, Zhao Yunfei. Gender, male. Age, 51,000. Constitution, 5 spiritual roots. Realm, golden elixir perfection. Favorability, 0. Looking at the panel, Shen Mo was a little surprised.
In his impression, there was no such person in Qingshan sect. Zhao Yunfei's face was gloomy, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes.
Who are you and why did you come out of Wanru's cave? Chapter 58, Richer than Ling Shuzi's old man. He comes with bad intentions. Shen Mo frowned.
At this moment, runes were shining in his spiritual sea, accumulating strength, and he was ready to fight to the death.
I'm asking you a question, why don't you answer?
Zhao Yunfei narrowed his eyes slightly, and his killing intention was revealed. If Shen Mo doesn't speak again, he will take action directly.
Zhao Yunfei, what do you want to do? Just then, Li Wanru walked out of the cave.
Her face was still flushed. But in Zhao Yunfei's eyes, he thought Li Wanru was very angry.
This made him feel even worse. As Li Wanru's fiancé, he is also the young master of Shangyan sect. How can I accept being cuckolded? Wanru, who is he? Zhao Yunfei asked in a deep voice.
Li Wanru walked forward, protected Shen Mo behind her, and looked into his eyes.
He is.
Shen Mo's eyes rolled, and he immediately knew who the visitor was from the tone of their conversation.
It turned out to be Wu Dalong.
Now that I am weak and have a shallow foundation, it is not advisable to offend Shang Yanzong.
Thinking of this, Shen Mo immediately interrupted Li Wanru and interjected. Master, who is he?
Hearing this, Li Wanru reacted instantly and cooperated. It's none of your business to worry about my master's affairs.
Seeing this scene, Zhao Yunfei realized that there was a misunderstanding.
He quickly put away his murderous intent and smiled.
So you're my apprentice, Wanru, why didn't you tell me earlier? If not a disciple, then what is? You don't think that he and I
Li Wanru's face was cold and she shouted in a cold voice. When she said this, she appeared calm on the surface, but she was actually trembling inside.
This feeling is so exciting.
Shen Mo turned his head and looked at Li Wanru, with a hint of horror in his eyes.
I like this tune. But it fits her personality. No, no.
Zhao Yunfei hurriedly waved his hands to explain.
I'm not worried about you, so I came all the way from Shan Zone. Li Wanru still had an attitude of keep away from strangers. Zhao Yunfei's eyes turned and he set his sights on Shen Mo. Your name is Shen Mo, right?
Shen Mo was stunned for a moment, then quickly clasped his fists and said, Greetings, master.
Ha? Zhao Yunfei was a little dumbfounded. Wasn't this the first time they met?
Why do you call yourself master? Shen Mo turned his head to look at Li Wanru, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
Do you like playing like this? Then I'll accompany you.
I've heard master often mention you, the young master of Shenyan's sect. It's only a matter of time before you marry master.
Is it not presumptuous of me to call you master now?
Shen Mo's lips were as sweet as honey, and his words made Zhao Yunfei feel a little elated. It turns out that Wanru has me in her heart and often mentions me.
Ahem, you're pretty good.
Zhao Yunfei came back to his senses and coughed twice. Wanru and I are very pleased to have a disciple like you. This is our first meeting, so I don't have anything special to offer.
I'll give this to you as a greeting gift.
As he spoke, Zhao Yunfei covered his hand and a black sword flew out. A black sword appeared, and a huge pressure came.
Shen Mo widened his eyes. It was a top-grade treasure. Alpaca. Is this the young master of Shanyan sect? The meeting gift is a top-grade treasure? Richer than Ling Shuzi's old man.
Shen Mo quickly put the sword back into the storage bag and bowed to express his gratitude. Thank you, master. When Li Wanru saw this scene, she glared at Shen Mo fiercely.
Zhao Yunfei laughed and said, Wanru, stop blaming Shen Mo.
When I met Shen Mo, I felt a special sense of closeness.
Isn't it just a top-grade treasure? Take it.
It's true that he is the young master of Shanyan sect. But it was not as rich as Shen Mo imagined.
The reason why I took out the top-grade treasure is because this is the only one I brought with me this time.
Shen Mo has already said that it would be bad not to give him some gift. So he had to put on a brave face.
As long as I can win Li Wanru's favor, it's worth it.
Then you guys chat first, master.
I'm leaving now. Shen Mo looked at Li Wanru, smiled strangely, turned around and slipped away.
When Zhao Yunfei saw this scene, his heart was immediately filled with joy, and his liking for Shen Mo increased several levels. This boy is really considerate and doesn't waste such a top-grade sword.
Wanru, I. Seeing Shen Mo leave, Li Wanru was in no mood to be alone with Zhao Yunfei.
I'm tired, I'm going to rest first.
As you please. Shen Mo came to the inner door. Hibufon has been waiting for a long time. Shen Mo, you're here.
Brother sorry for the wait.
Shen Mo clasped his fists and the two smiled at each other. As a direct disciple of an elder, Hibufon's status is far higher than that of ordinary inner disciples. He also knew the situation of the inner sect very well. Under Hibufon's guidance, Shen Mo quickly became familiar with the entire inner gate.
The inner disciples are the backbone of Qingshan sect.
There are 300 people in the foundation building stage.
The strongest among them are only 5 people who have completed the foundation building and are only one step away from the golden elixir. The elders also live here.
It is divided into 5 peaks: weapon refining, alchemy, internal affairs, law enforcement, and spiritual herbs.
There are a total of 20 people in the Jindan realm. Hibufon's master is the elder of the law enforcement hall, who has achieved the golden elixir.
His status is second only to that of the clan leader Yu Chuan. Coincidentally, Zhong Linger also came from the law enforcement hall.
Yu Chuan is at the nascent soul stage, which is completely beyond his reach with his current strength. In order to control the entire Qingshan sect, he had to enslave the remaining 19 elders.
Just as Shen Mo was thinking about which elder to start with, there was a loud noise. Elder Wang is here. Shen Mo turned around and saw an old man walking towards him with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. Greetings, Elder Wang. Shen Mo and Hibufon immediately bowed. Are you Shen Mo? Shen Mo raised his head and raised his eyebrows slightly. This tone doesn't sound friendly. According to the information provided by Hibufon, this person's name is Wang Jia, and he is an elder of the Internal Affairs Hall. Logically speaking, there is no grudge between him and me, so why would I take the initiative to cause trouble? Ha! As a newly promoted inner sect disciple, you have no respect for your elders. Wang Jia immediately gave him a compliment. Shen Mo's face was full of confusion. The other disciples gathered around, wanting to see what was going on. Elder Wang, junior brother Shen doesn't seem to have violated any of the sect's rules, right? Hibufon stepped forward and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. When these words were spoken, all the disciples were dumbfounded. No. Hibufon has changed his gender? Hasn't he been defeated by Shen Mo using the rules? Why is he still speaking well of Shen Mo? Oh, who knows, maybe he was conquered by Shen Mo. Brother, be careful with your words, his master is that one. What are you afraid of? I haven't violated any of the sect's rules. Can't I even speak? Wang Jia raised his eyebrows and shouted coldly, Hibufon, don't rely on your status as a direct disciple to talk to me like this. I'm teaching Shen Mo a lesson, you have no right to interrupt. As an elder, how could he be so intimidated just because of Hibufon's special status? He can't afford to lose face. Besides, he also received a secret order and came here specifically to test Shen Mo. No matter how high Hibufon's status is, who can be higher than him? At this moment, a figure in brocade clothes fell from the sky. Oh? A mere early Jindan realm cultivator dares to bully my disciple? Chapter 59. My dear disciple, go and help me find your master. Seeing the person coming, Wang Jie frowned deeply. It was obvious that he knew Zhao Yunfei's background. What surprised him was, when did Shen Mo become Zhao Yunfei's disciple? No, that shouldn't be the case. I guess he suffered a loss at the hands of Li Wanru and came here to vent his anger. Think of this. Wang Jie smiled and said respectfully, Greetings, young Master Zhao. Hearing this, Zhao Yunfei was obviously a little angry. He hated being called young sect leader the most. Moreover, Li Wanru didn't give him a good look just now. He thought of looking for Shen Mo to help mediate. I didn't expect to see this scene. Zhao Yunfei said coldly. Apologize to my apprentice. Apologize? Wang Jia was slightly stunned, not understanding what Zhao Yunfei was doing. Young Master Zhao is kidding. I'm an elder, how could I possibly apologize to a junior? Very good. Zhao Yunfei narrowed his eyes slightly. In his heart, he had already sentenced Wang Jia to death. Calling him young sect leader over and over again was undoubtedly a mockery of him. He didn't even obey what he said. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yunfei raised his hand and slapped out. Wang Jia is only in the early stage of Jindan. In addition, Zhao Yunfei suddenly took action. He was knocked away without any power to resist. Thump. It was not until Wang Jia fell to the ground that everyone reacted. Who are you and why did you suddenly attack Elder Wang? How arrogant! How dare you run wild in Qingshan sect? Quickly notify the law enforcement hall to come over. We will hold them here for a while. As expected of an inner sect disciple. The quality is much higher than that of the outer sect. When they saw Wang Jia being attacked, they did not run away. They even formed a formation right under Zhao Yunfei's nose, trying to stop him. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yunfei was so angry that he laughed. These days, anyone can challenge him. He narrowed his eyes and subconsciously reached out his hand. Only then did he realize that he had given his sword to Shen Mo as a gift. But it doesn't matter, even if I lose the top-grade treasure. He can also unleash terrifying strength. The next moment, the spiritual power in his hands gathered. A strong wind blew between heaven and earth, and there was a feeling that a storm was about to come. Shen Mo stood aside, watching carefully, and had no intention of dissuading him. This was in the inner sect of Qingshan sect, and he didn't believe that there were no other elders watching in secret. Sure enough, just when Zhao Yunfei was about to make a move, a hearty laugh was heard. Friend Zhao, what are you doing? An old man in a gray robe descended from the sky, emitting an aura that was no weaker than Zhao Yunfei's. Name, Ji Lingchuan. Gender, male. Age, 800-1000. Constitution, gold and fire spiritual roots. Realm, golden elixir perfection. Favorability, 20. Shen Mo looked at the person who came, his eyes narrowed slightly. Is there finally a big fish?
Seeing Ji Lingchuan coming, Zhao Yunfei snorted lightly and showed no intention of stopping. Ji Lingchuan is also a smart man, how could he not know what Zhao Yunfei is thinking? He waved his sleeves, and powerful spiritual power burst out, directly breaking up the battle formation formed by his disciples. All the disciples were blown away in an instant, spitting blood. They were all horrified and didn't understand why Ji Lingchuan would attack them. Shouldn't it be the thief in front of us? They are really going backwards as they grow older. They even dared to attack the distinguished guests of Qingshan sect. This is outrageous. Hurry up and apologize to fellow Taoist Zhao. Ji Lingchuan shouted angrily. Since the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall had spoken, they dared not disobey and immediately got up from the ground and bowed repeatedly to Zhao Yunfei. Lord Zhao, please calm down. It is we who are ignorant. Since the other party has apologized, Zhao Yunfei no longer has the mood to pursue the matter. First of all, he disdains to take action against these ants. Secondly, Li Wanru is an elder of Qingshan sect, so she has to give her some respect. Get lost. Zhao Yunfei waved his hand and snorted coldly. After all the inner disciples had left, Ji Lingchuan stepped forward and pretended to be ignorant and asked, "Friend Zhao, what happened to make you so angry?" Hearing this, Zhao Yunfei glanced at Wang Jia, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Ask him. Ha? Ji Lingchuan looked surprised, turned to look at Wang Jia, and shouted angrily. Wang Jia, what did you do? Wang Jia shuddered all over and immediately got up from the ground. I follow your instructions. Bang. Before he could finish his words, Ji Lingchuan waved his hand and knocked him away again. Wang Jia bumped into the wall, fell to the ground, and instantly lost consciousness. Seeing this scene, Shen Mo's eyes lit up. It is not difficult to see from the conversation between the two just now. Wang Jia came to cause trouble this time, and Ji Lingchuan must have been instigating it. I just don't know why Ji Lingchuan would want to test me. Is it because of Hibufon? That should be the case, Hibufon is his direct disciple. When he defeated Hibufon in the outer sect competition, it was probably because he offended him. Thinking of this, Shen Mo's mouth corners slightly raised. It seems that Ji Lingchuan is still a good person. He was already thinking about which elder to start with. No need to think about it now. Ji Lingchuan had already made the choice for him. Given Wang Jia's current condition, it would be difficult for him to resist. Alas, I have been in seclusion these years, and the elders in the sect have neglected to discipline me. I am truly sorry to have disturbed fellow Taoist Zhao today. Ji Lingchuan bowed to Zhao Yunfei and said, I will come to your house to apologize some other day. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Jia directly through the air. After nodding, Ji Lingchuan disappeared in a flash. Zhao Yunfei did not stop this. With his wedding approaching, he didn't want to have any major conflicts with Li Wanru's family. Senior Zhao, junior brother Shen, I'll leave first. Hibufon glanced at Shen Mo, bowed to Zhao Yunfei, and left towards the back mountain. Until there were only 2 people left on the field. Zhao Yunfei changed his previous cold attitude, turned around, and said with a smile on his face. My dear disciple, are you not hurt? Seeing Zhao Yunfei's expression, Shen Mo felt his anus tighten. Damn. I'm fine, thank you master for your timely action. Shen Mo immediately saluted. Ah, I'm glad you're okay. If you encounter difficulties in Qingshan sect in the future, just shout my name. Zhao Yunfei laughed out loud. During this period, I will stay in Qingshan sect until the wedding. Hearing this, Shen Mo's face instantly turned gloomy. Only then did he remember that he was so busy winning Li Wanru's heart that he forgot about the elixir she needed. According to Zhonglinger, they will get married at the beginning of next month. There is still half a month left, time is running out. Thank you, master. Since everything is fine, I will take my leave first. Shen Mo made up his mind that he had to enslave Wang Jia first, and then go to Li Wanru to find the prescription. No hurry, no rush. Zhao Yunfei chuckled, spread out his hands, and a colorful lotus appeared in his hands. Master, what do you mean? Shen Mo was slightly stunned. Are you going to give yourself another treasure? Mad. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to me? Zhao Yunfei coughed twice and slowly said. That's right. I specially selected this multicolored lotus from the Xinyan sect's spiritual pond. I want to give it to Wanru. But Wanru's attitude towards me isn't very good, so I want you to do it for me. I see.
Shen Mo reacted and immediately took the lotus. It just so happened that I was going to visit Li Wanru. My dear disciple, when you see Wanru, you know what to say, right? Zhao Yunfei stared at Shen Mo with a burning gaze. Shen Mo was speechless, but said with a smile on his face. This lotus was given to me by my master. Master fought the beast in the spirit pond for 7 days and 7 nights for this lotus, and was ultimately severely injured. Only then was he able to snatch it from its grasp. In order to ensure the quality of this lotus, Master, despite his severe injuries, traveled to Qingshan sect overnight. Chapter 60. It's okay, this is what I should do. Hearing this, Zhao Yunfei's face was almost broken from laughing. What a good disciple. He grabbed Shen Mo's shoulders and flew straight towards the back mountain. WTF? No. Shen Mo was speechless for a moment. Is it necessary to be so anxious? Came to Li Wanru's cave again. Zhao Yunfei's face was full of anticipation. My dear disciple, come in. Your master is waiting outside. But Shen Mo was a little confused. He had just cleared Li Wanru's name. I originally wanted to give her 2 or 3 days to recover emotionally. That's good. It's only been a few hours and it's here again. It's okay, I believe you. Zhao Yunfei encouraged. All right. Shen Mo nodded. If I refuse again, it would be more trouble than good if someone finds out. He walked forward slowly and knocked on the white light curtain in front of him. Master, I have some questions about my cultivation, so I'm here to ask for your guidance. Soon, a white light curtain flashed, and a passage was opened for people to pass through. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yunfei's face was full of excitement. It turns out that this is possible. I learned something. Inside the cave, Li Wanru sat cross-legged on the stone bed, her face full of anger. What are you doing here? Seeing Li Wanru's appearance, Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat. It's over, still angry. Are you here to humiliate me? As Li Wanru spoke, a tear rolled down the corner of her eye. No. Let me explain. Ha! Do you think I will believe your lies? Li Wanru said sarcastically with contempt in her eyes. Shen Mo, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Shen Mo was confused. How could he explain this? It seems that no matter how you explain it, there is no way to explain away someone's innocence. I can't tell her the truth. Suddenly, Shen Mo had an idea. Wanru, actually. As he spoke, he forcefully stirred the spiritual sea within his body, causing the spiritual energy to flow in reverse. Shen Mo quickly turned his head and covered his mouth with his hands. What's wrong with you? Li Wanru rushed to Shen Mo in an instant, looked at his haggard appearance, and said with a look of heartache. No, it's okay. Shen Mo waved his hand. Seeing his hands covered in blood, Li Wanru's heart tightened. You said you were fine. Let me see. After she finished speaking, she reached out her hand to check Shen Mo's physical condition. Shen Mo quickly stepped back to avoid it. Are you kidding? He wasn't hurt at all. If we investigate, we will definitely be exposed. It's just some minor injuries. Shen Mo's face was filled with loneliness and he sighed softly. This time in the True Dragon's Nest, when I was fighting with Jin Buhui for the 9-curved jade branch, I was accidentally ambushed by him. Because I consumed a lot of my body's essence before, even if I successfully established my foundation, it didn't increase my lifespan at all. What's there to be afraid of with a minor injury? It'll just shorten your life by a few years. Hearing this, she looked at Shen Mo's white hair. Li Wanru felt like her heart was being stabbed by needles. Why are you doing this? Given your personality, why would you go even though you know you can't win? Shen Mo raised his head, his eyes full of tenderness. Because I like you. From the first moment I saw you in Lingfang Pavilion, I fell deeply in love with you. I know, I thought my status and position were not worthy of you. But as long as I can do something for you, even if it means death, I am willing to do it. Faced with Shen Mo's affectionate confession, Li Wanru burst into tears. She didn't hate Shen Mo, on the contrary, she also had this kind of feeling towards Shen Mo. But what she couldn't accept was that Shen Mo forcibly took away her innocence. All she wanted was a word and a status. She had been suppressing her emotions. For Zhonglinger, she couldn't let her emotions get to her head. But now I feel relieved.
Since Shen Mo's time is running out, he will die too. It would be better to be a pair of desperate mandarin ducks. Thinking of this, she hugged Shen Mo in her arms. Shen Mo gently stroked and comforted Li Wanru, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. As a cultivator, Li Wanru ignores worldly affairs and devotes herself to hard practice every day.
In terms of mind, he is as simple as a little lamb. How could he defeat an old bird like Shen Mo?
He was easily taken down with just a few lies. If she took the opportunity to check Shen Mo's condition now, she would be able to see through it at a glance.
Unfortunately, a woman in love would not have so many fickle thoughts. Li Wanru regained consciousness instantly when she noticed that Shen Mo was burning hot.
She broke away from Shen Mo's arms, spat softly, and her pretty face flushed.
Roar, look, what is this?
Shen Mo flipped his hand, and a colorful lotus appeared in his palm.
What is this? Li Wanru looked confused. Your husband gave it to you. Shen Mo teased. Bah! Li Wanru glared at Shen Mo fiercely. I haven't even agreed to be your Taoist partner yet, and you're trying to fool me with just a lotus flower? You're dreaming. Shen Mo knew she had misunderstood, and said with an awkward smile, it was a gift from your fiancé outside.
Hearing this, Li Wanru was stunned at first, then explained.
Take it back. I have nothing to do with him.
All this is just his wishful thinking.
Don't.
Shen Mo stopped him. It would be a waste if we don't pluck the wool from this kind of victim.
You keep it first, I will find a way to stop your engagement. But, okay.
Li Wanru still wanted to refuse, but faced with Shen Mo's insistence,
she had no choice but to put it away. Roar, I'll need your cooperation in acting next. Shen Mo said with a wicked smile. Acting? How do you act? Li Wanru asked curiously. That's it. Shen Mo pulled her into his arms and kissed her fiercely. Li Wanru widened her eyes and wanted to push him away.
But when I thought about how we had already confessed our feelings to each other, I just let go. She responded fiercely, albeit a little awkwardly.
Feel each other's hot breath. Shen Mo ripped off her belt.
Li Wanru was not willing to be outdone, so she stretched out her delicate hands and groped him.
Roar, can you hear me outside? I can't hear you. Adjust the formation so that people outside can hear it. No. Li Wanru wanted to refuse, but she couldn't resist Shen Mo's increasingly violent movements. She also felt a little excited.
As if possessed by some mysterious force, she stretched out her hand, and a light flashed in her hand.
The white light curtain in front of the cave became much more illusory. Master, I was wrong, please stop hitting me. What did you do wrong?
Li Wanru lay against the wall, her face flushed with shame, even her neck was stained pink.
Master Yunfei is sincere to you, well, don't be angry with him. That's between us, well, what does it have to do with you?
Zhao Yunfei looked at the white light screen flashing in front of him, his face full of self-blame.
Alas, my good disciple, please be quiet. Look how angry your master is. He's almost out of breath.
Master, every word I say comes from the bottom of my heart.
You are still talking. I can't take anymore. I'm going to kill you. Then go ahead and kill me, ha ha. I think Master Yunfei is a very good person anyway. My good disciple, you have suffered a lot. I will definitely repay you.
Zhao Yunfei said softly with a serious look on his face.
An hour later.
Shen Mo walked out holding the wall and saw Zhao Yunfei still waiting. He stood up straight, bowed, and said, Master, I have accomplished my mission.
You've worked hard.
Zhao Yunfei walked up and patted him on the shoulder gently.
It's okay, this is what I should do. Shen Mo smiled.
Master is resting, I'll go back first.
Go. Go.
Zhao Yunfei looked at the cave where Li Wanru was, his face full of worry, and waved his hand.
After Shen Mo bowed, he immediately ran towards the back mountain. It's time to talk to Wang Jia about life. Chapter 61, People's failures blame the uneven road. After leaving Li Wanru's cave, Shen Mo contacted Hibufon in his heart. Not long. Hibufon took him to Wang Jia's residence.
At this time, Wang Jia was sitting cross-legged on the bed. He was pale and badly injured.
Dong dong dong.
There was a knock on the door.
Wang Jia was a little dazed. It's late at night. Who would look for him at this point? It's definitely not Ji Lingchuan. He's not so polite. Who is it? Elder Wang, it's me. Hibufon. Hibufon's respectful voice came in. Wang Jie's mouth twitched. He thought of it naturally. It must be Hibufon who was sent by Ji Lingchuan. Since he was representing Ji Lingchuan, he didn't dare to put on airs anymore and immediately said, "Come in." But the door opened. Wang Jia was dumbfounded. Shen Mo was standing next to Hibufon, recalling the task that Ji Lingchuan had assigned to him before. His brows furrowed deeply. Is there a change of plan? Elder Wang, there may be some misunderstanding between us. I'm here to apologize. Shen Mo got straight to the point. As he spoke, a black sword appeared in his hand. It was the top-grade treasure that Zhao Yunfei had given him before. You mean, this treasure is for me? Wang Jia widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Could it be that Shen Mo has a more prominent identity? Every weapon he uses is a top-grade treasure. Even in their Qingshan sect, there are only 2 known top-grade treasures. Which sect can withstand such waste? I guess even Shang Yenzong can't do it? Yes, this is for you. Elder Wang was injured because of me. I feel guilty. Shen Mo bowed again, appearing very sincere. How could Wang Jia resist such temptation? The previous unhappiness disappeared from his face and a smile appeared. Hey, what can I say to you? Just come, and bring such valuable things. As he said that, he reached out to take it. At this moment, something strange happened. The black sword suddenly flew into the air and shot towards Wang Jia. Wang Jia was indeed at the golden core stage, and he reacted instantly. He raised his hand and slapped the black sword. At the same time, Hibufon and Shen Mo also took action. The 2 men attacked Wang Jia from both sides, one on the left and one on the right. What do you want to do? He had to not only resist the attack of the black sword, but also guard against the sneak attacks of the 2 people. Wang Jia's face changed drastically. But then, he suddenly realized. It's Ji Lingchuan, right? How did I offend him that he set such a big trap just to kill me? However, the 2 turned a deaf ear. A stream of magic spells bombarded Wang Jia. Shen Mo has completed his foundation and has established the supreme foundation. When dealing with an ordinary Jindan like Wang Jia, he can almost crush him unilaterally. But in order not to cause drastic fluctuations and attract attention, that's why he chose to launch a surprise attack. Wang Jia only managed to hold on for 1 move before being knocked away. He stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was no trace of the aura of the golden core stage on his body. He was actually knocked down to a lower realm. Without waiting for him to speak, Shen Mo pointed his finger, and the bone spirit flame immediately rushed into Wang Jia's sea of consciousness. A moment later, Wang Jia returned to Shen Mo, knelt on one knee, and looked pious. Owner. Very well, tell me everything you know. Shen Mo's eyes lit up. It was easier than he had imagined. It's really thanks to Zhao Yunfei and Ji Lingchuan. Master, this is it. After listening to Wang Jia's story, Shen Mo frowned. Things were not what he imagined. Ji Lingchuan instructed Wang Jia to always pay attention to his movements. I can't let myself be alone with Zhong Linger and Li Wanru. But the specific reason was not told. Could it be that Ji Lingchuan is interested in these 2 girls? As soon as this thought arose, it was dismissed by Shen Mo. As the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Ji Lingchuan has reached the Golden Core stage and is only 1 step away from the nascent soul stage. There is no woman he cannot get. Besides, the 2 girls are Yu Chuan's apprentices. Yes, Yu Chuan. Could it be that Yu Chuan instructed this? The more Shen Mo thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case, but as to why this order was given, he racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Perhaps we will only know after enslaving Ji Lingchuan. Master, what should I do now? Seeing that Shen Mo didn't say anything, Wang Jia hurriedly asked respectfully. Stay the same. Call me Shen Mo outside. If there is any new news, notify me as soon as possible. Yes. After leaving Wang Jia's cave, Shen Mo walked in the bamboo forest on the back mountain, with thoughts surging in his mind. There are so many things going on right now that he is almost suffocating. On the one hand, he had to prevent Li Wanru from marrying into Shang Yenzong, and on the other hand, he had to ensure that Zhong Linger did not die.
On the other hand, Ling Shuzi will definitely not give up. Once he recovers his strength, he will definitely attack Qingshan's sect. With his current strength, he is simply unable to compete. Now, Yuchuan also sent people to monitor himself. It's a bit difficult. Before he knew it, he had arrived deep in the bamboo forest on the back mountain. A medicinal fragrance wafts into my nose. Shen Mo came to his senses. Follow the scent of medicine all the way forward. Not long. A beautiful figure appeared before my eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, the woman turned her head suddenly, her eyes full of murderous intent. Name, Xia Xining. Gender, female. Age, 3001000. Constitution, water spiritual root. Realm, late Jindan period. Favorability, 30. Seeing this favorability, Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat. He remembered very clearly that he didn't know Xia Xining at all. Is it true that being too handsome will also make people jealous? Who are you? How dare you disturb me while I'm refining the elixir? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have blown up the furnace. Hearing this, Shen Mo suddenly understood. But the furnace explosion had nothing to do with him. It's really the case that people blame the uneven roads for their shortcomings. But he didn't dare say so. After all, the other party is in the late Jindan stage. Although he was capable of fighting, he did not want to be exposed. Sorry, I'm leaving now. Shen Mo immediately bowed and was about to turn and leave. Stop. Xia Xining suddenly spoke. Senior, do you have anything else to say? Shen Mo turned around and asked respectfully. You want to just walk away after destroying my alchemy furnace? Xia Xining shouted. She is a third-level alchemist and is naturally obsessed with elixirs. Just yesterday, my niece came back from the True Dragon's Nest and accidentally found an ancient pill recipe in the wilderness. When Xia Xining saw the recipe, she instantly became interested. So, she concentrated on studying the ancient elixir recipe these 2 days. However, this recipe was more difficult than she had imagined. The furnace exploded several times during this period. She was already feeling upset, and Shen Mo happened to see her fuming. As a top-tier third-level alchemist, she would lose face if the news got out. This must not happen. She wants to prove herself. It's not my problem, but the problem with the recipe. You caused my furnace to explode, so you must come and help me to atone for your sins. Xia Xining snorted coldly, and with a flip of her hand, another golden alchemy furnace appeared. Seeing this scene, Shen Mo's mouth twitched. Where the hell did this rich woman come from? Just by looking at the appearance of the alchemy furnace, you can tell that it is of extraordinary quality. Then think about my bus furnace. Shen Mo wanted to die by hitting himself on a piece of tofu. What are you standing there for? Come here. Chapter 62, The Longevity Elixir appears unexpectedly. Oh, here it comes. Shen Mo responded and trotted forward. In order not to reveal my true combat power, I had to endure it. Let me take a look at the recipe first, you clean up the area. After saying that, Xia Xining no longer paid attention to Shen Mo, picked up the pill recipe and looked at it carefully. After a while. After reading the recipe, Xia Xining's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. But when she turned around, she was startled. Shen Mo gathered the scattered herbs together again. Classify each medicinal material according to its characteristics. Cold, hot, neutral, gathering qi, clearing the mind. There wasn't anyone misplaced. Are you also an alchemist? Xia Xining asked subconsciously. Shen Mo nodded. I practiced alchemy in the outer sect before, and luckily became an alchemist. I see. Xia Xining favorability plus 10. Hearing that Shen Mo was also an alchemist, Xia Xining's attitude improved a lot. In that case, it wouldn't be unfair to let you help out. Watch me make the elixir, how much you can gain depends on you. As he spoke, Xia Xining threw the alchemy furnace in front of him, and a ball of green flame suddenly shot out from his hand. The spiritual fire of heaven and earth. And it ranks high. Shen Mo was a little surprised. As for why we knew each other, the reason is very simple. The bone spirit flame in his body wanted to eat it. You know, when Li Wanru gave him the blue flame ranked 500th, bone spirit flame didn't even bother to pay attention. Do you recognize the flame in my hand? Noticing Shen Mo's expression, Xia Xining asked. I don't know him,
it just makes me feel a little bit nervous. Shen Mo lowered his head and replied. Of course, this is the 30th ranked Blue Luan Flame, which can both burn everything and heal everything.
Xia Xining raised her chin and said proudly.
It is indeed the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Shen Mo was secretly shocked. It seems that Xia Xining is not an ordinary person.
You know, only the top 100 can be called the spiritual fire of heaven and earth.
And the spiritual fire of heaven and earth is unique.
19 states of Xiantian continent. Dianzhou, where he was just a remote place. And in this corner, 2 balls of spiritual fire appeared, including him.
This probability is too small. After showing off, Xia Xining controlled the Qinghuan flame and plunged it into the alchemy furnace. The heat is on. She whispered, Wutong wood. Shen Mo quickly handed it over. Jade dragon ginseng. Ling Fenghua. Purple monkey grass. The 2 of them worked together seamlessly.
As the medicinal herbs were thrown into the furnace one by one,
Xia Xining increased the heat.
Suddenly, a fresh fragrance wafted over.
It's almost done,
she exclaimed, becoming more focused. Shen Mo glanced sideways, then looked at Xia Xining carefully.
Apart from anything else, serious women are really beautiful.
Xia Xining's eyes were focused, and beads of sweat appeared on her cheeks. A green wooden hairpin held up her black hair, and the rest of her hair was casually draped behind her. There were a few specks of dust on her white dress from the previous explosion, but she obviously didn't care much. Although she is not wearing any makeup, she is still extremely beautiful. She is a beauty of the same level as Li Wanru and Zhong Linger.
Buzz buzz buzz. The alchemy furnace was shaking wildly. Not good.
Shen Mo subconsciously threw her to the ground.
Bang.
The moment the 2 men fell to the ground, the alchemy furnace exploded.
The terrifying energy blew the 2 of them far away. Impossible. Impossible. I clearly.
Xia Xining muttered to herself, still recalling the refining process just now, and did not notice Shen Mo pressing on her at all.
Maybe I felt something strange.
She suddenly came to her senses, and her spiritual energy burst out, instantly sending Shen Mo flying.
What are you doing?
Xia Xining's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she questioned in a cold voice.
She has always been high and mighty.
All the men who saw her either flattered her or lowered their heads and dared not look at her directly.
And today, Shen Mo actually dared to press her under him. She suddenly became angry. I think the alchemy furnace is about to explode, and I'm worried you might get hurt. Shen Mo stood up and rubbed his chest. Damn, this woman is sick. But it feels really good. You still dare to quibble.
After hearing Shen Mo's explanation, Xia Xining not only did not calm down, but became even more angry.
As a 3rd-level alchemist, I didn't even know the furnace was going to explode until the very last moment. How do you know?
The success rate just displayed on the furnace was 0.
It would be strange if it didn't explode. But Shen Mo didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't just say he had a system. After much thought, I could only prevaricate.
Your flame control just now had problems.
Nonsense. Xia Xining immediately retorted.
As a 3rd-rank alchemist, she has her own pride.
How could they allow a junior to criticize them? I'm serious.
Shen Mo didn't understand why, but he still persisted.
Okay. Xia Xining was so angry that she laughed. She threw out the recipe and said coldly. Since you think there's something wrong with me, then you come and practice. If you can't refine it, I will destroy you today. New pill formula detected, have you understood it?
Shen Mo glanced at the bond value on the system panel, which was a full 1,000.
Most of them were contributed by Zhong Linger.
Li Wanru also contributed a little. I originally wanted to save more and directly take complete control of the bone spirit flame. But now it seems that it is no longer possible.
Understanding.
The recipe for the longevity pill was detected to be incorrect. 400 bond points were spent.
The understanding has been corrected. Longevity pill, a 2nd-level pill that increases lifespan after taking it. The amount depends on the quality of the pill.
Hiss. It turned out to be a pill that increases lifespan.
Shen Mo was shocked. This kind of elixir is extremely rare. Don't underestimate it, it's only level 2.
In terms of actual function, it is more valuable than the third and fourth levels.
This kind of medicine is priceless. After all, in this world of cultivating immortals, who doesn't want to increase their lifespan? Throughout history, countless powerful people have been stuck in their lifespans. Perhaps that extra year or two will allow you to break through to a new level.
It's normal not to understand.
I also.
Seeing Shen Mo's expression, Xia Xining felt much better.
How dare you criticize me so recklessly? This recipe is not written in modern characters. But it is ancient writing.
She had to guess most of the medicinal ingredients. However, she hadn't finished speaking yet.
Shen Mo walked back and reclassified the herbs. Pretending to be calm?
A hint of disdain appeared in Xia Xining's eyes.
The good impression I had just felt towards Shen Mo disappeared. She prefers honest people to deceitful ones.
If Shen Mo had looked at the pills and admitted his mistake directly, she might have forgiven him. But Shen Mo's behavior undoubtedly sentenced him to death in her heart.
Alchemy furnace. Shen Mo ignored Xia Xining completely, stretched out his hand and didn't even turn his head. Humph. Pretending.
Xia Xining frowned slightly, and a golden cauldron flew out again with a flick of her sleeve.
This is the last one, take it easy. Shen Mo turned a deaf ear to him and directly picked up a jade dragon ginseng on the ground, and his spiritual power burst out. Shatter it directly. The fragments fell and stuck to the furnace.
Seeing this scene, Xia Xining's pupils were filled with murderous intent again and were full of anger.
What are you doing?
This jade dragon ginseng is worth 100,000 spirit stones.
Shut up.
Chapter 63. Xia Xining, you really deserve to die, he just wants to protect you.
Shen Mo ignored Xia Xining.
He raised his hand and crushed another purple monkey grass, which turned into juice and flowed down.
This is 200,000. Xia Xining spoke softly. She was just frightened by Shen Mo's aura. No, these are all mine. Why are you so humble? Thinking of this, Xia Xining walked forward angrily.
The next moment, a blue flame shot out from Shen Mo's hand and enveloped the entire furnace.
Can you make an elixir?
Seeing this scene, Xia Xining was so angry that her head almost exploded.
She now deeply regretted asking Shen Mo to make the elixir. How can you refine it like this?
The flames were so strong right from the start that the herbs inside couldn't withstand it at all.
In 10 minutes at most, the alchemy furnace will explode. Shen Mo still turned a deaf ear and stared at the alchemy furnace. Xia Xining sighed softly. Forget it. After all, it was she who forced Shen Mo to practice. It's better to protect him when the furnace explodes. 10 minutes are almost up. Xia Xining gathered spiritual power in her hands, ready to take action at any time to protect Shen Mo.
However, 10 minutes later, the furnace explosion she imagined did not happen.
Xia Xining couldn't help but look at Shen Mo, her eyes full of curiosity. How is this done? Time continues to pass. 20 minutes. 1 hour. 3 hours. A whole day passed.
Xia Xining went from being angry at first to being curious.
Now, it's complete shock. She no longer doubted Shen Mo.
After all, if she were to do it, the furnace would explode in 10 minutes at most.
And Shen Mo actually persisted for a whole day.
I noticed that the time displayed on the alchemy furnace had arrived.
Shen Mo withdrew the spiritual fire. A strong medicinal fragrance spread out.
Xia Xining took a breath subconsciously and felt her spiritual sea surging, as if she had inhaled immortal energy.
Done.
She reached out her hand and tried to lift the lid of the tripod. But Shen Mo suddenly reached out and grabbed it.
Xia
Xining turned her head, her pretty face cold.
This is the second time.
First he pressed on himself and rubbed his butt.
Now grab your own hand again. Not yet. Do you want to blow up the furnace?
Hearing Shen Mo's scolding, Xia Xining came back to her senses. Only then did he notice that there was an extremely tiny flame attached to the bottom of the furnace. It turned out that she had misunderstood. Thinking of this, Xia Xining's pretty face turned red. It was a pity that she, a third-rank alchemist, didn't even notice this. Shen Mo held Xia Xining's hand like this for several hours. Xia Xining's face was very unnatural, and she said softly,
"Let me go, I won't open the furnace again."
Shen Mo stared at the alchemy furnace intently, as if he hadn't heard anything at all, and instead he squeezed it tighter and tighter.
Soft, so soft. Slender and fleshy, if this kind of hand is used. It's exciting just thinking about it.
There was a system prompt, and Shen Mo's attention was not on the alchemy furnace at all. Xia Xining looked at Shen Mo's serious expression and stopped resisting.
I was afraid that any action would interrupt Shen Mo's thoughts, which would be counterproductive.
She also wanted to see what kind of pill could be made from this recipe.
Another 2 hours passed. Xia Xining's hands were touched red. Shen Mo then retracted the flame and pointed towards the alchemy furnace. 2 white pills flew out instantly. The medicinal fragrance could no longer be concealed and instantly enveloped the entire bamboo forest. 2.
The moment she saw the pill, Xia Xining was stunned. She racked her brains but couldn't figure out why 2 pills could be made from the weight of one. Picking up a pill, Xia Xining looked at it carefully.
Round and translucent. Not a trace of impurities. Perfect elixir. Xia Xining was confused. How is that possible? Is it so easy to create a perfect elixir?
Even she had refined the lowest level qi gathering pill.
Only after refining thousands of furnaces can 8 out of 10 furnaces be perfect.
I can't guarantee that I can make perfect pills every time.
And what about Shen Mo?
After just one refinement, a perfect pill appeared.
And there are 2 of them.
This undoubtedly shattered her 3 views.
Can I try one?
Xia Xining turned her head and said urgently.
Of course, this is your material.
With Shen Mo's permission, Xia Xining carefully picked up the pill and put it into her mouth. As the pill enters the body, the spiritual sea in her body was churning, and wisps of white smoke emanated from her body, like fairy air. After a while, Xia Xining came back to her senses, her eyes full of horror.
In her perception, her lifespan actually increased by 10 years. This is a pill that can increase your lifespan. This pill.
Xia Xining opened her mouth and wanted to tell Shen Mo the effect of the pill. However, there was no trace of Shen Mo in front of him. After she swallowed the pill, Shen Mo left quietly, looking at the longevity pill still floating in front of him. Xia Xining recalled everything that happened during her previous meeting with Shen Mo and felt extremely ashamed.
If he doesn't even want to take the elixir, how can he take advantage of her? Xia Xining, you really deserve to die.
He is just worried about your safety, but you think he is taking advantage of you.
Would such an alchemy genius covet your beauty? He must be angry, so he didn't even want to leave his name. No, I have to go and explain to him.
Thinking of this, Xia Xining put away the longevity pill and was about to chase out of the bamboo forest.
Just then, an exclamation was heard. Auntie, it smells so good, did you succeed?
Zhuoyu, why are you here?
Is there something wrong?
Seeing the person coming, Xia Xining asked in confusion.
Nothing, I just happened to pass by here and smelled a fragrance outside. I guess my aunt must have succeeded in refining it. I knew that with Auntie's extraordinary talent and prowess, she would definitely succeed.
Xia Zhuoyu praised the wrong person. Hearing this, Xia Xining's pretty face turned red. The pill was not made by her at all.
What kind of elixir is this? It smells so good. Auntie, please give it to me to see.
Xia Zhuoyu said excitedly.
No. It's gone. I ate it. Xia Xining evaded. Even though she is his own niece, he cannot tell her the truth.
Once the longevity elixir is made public, who knows what kind of old monster it will attract.
It will be a bloody storm. Stingy.
Seeing that his aunt was deliberately concealing the truth, Xia Zhuoyu snorted and did not pursue the matter any further. Changing the subject, she asked.
Auntie, were you leaving just now? Well, I have something to do outside. You just entered the inner door.
Xia Xining said this, and suddenly realized.
Shen Mo seemed to have said before that he was in the outer sect. She had some impression of all the inner disciples, but not Shen Mo. Does that mean you just entered the inner gate not long ago? How many of you entered the inner gate this time? Aunt, why are you asking this?
Although Xia Zhuoyu didn't understand what Xia Xining meant, she still patiently explained. Except for the few disciples who returned from the true dragon's nest, they were automatically promoted to the inner gate. In the outer sect, there are still more than a dozen who have reached the foundation building stage and successfully advanced.
There are probably about 20 people.
After hearing this, Xia Xining felt relieved.
20 people?
Excluding the identity of an alchemist, it is not difficult to find him. And Shen Mo has a signature head of white hair, making him easier to find.
Then who among these 20 people has white hair? Xia Xining continued to ask. You mean silence? Chapter 64. How much you can learn from it depends on your luck. Silence? Xia Xining's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smug look. Do you think I can't find you if you don't leave your name? Aunt, why are you asking Shen Mo?
Xia Zhuoyu said with a look of suspicion on his face.
Nothing, just asking.
Xia Xining waved her hand and said perfunctorily.
It was obvious that Xia Zhuoyu didn't believe it. She knows her aunt's personality best.
He has a lot of talent, but he is obsessed with alchemy and doesn't care about anything else. Because of this, he even broke up with his father, Emperor Xiaoyuan.
Aunt, don't think about it, Shen Mo already has a Taoist partner.
Xia Zhuoyu sighed softly, with a hint of loneliness in his eyes. She also admired Shen Mo very much.
I first met Shen Mo during the outer sect competition and saw him risking his life to fight Hibufon for Jang Lin.
She was touched. Thinking that she is a princess of a country, her destiny is out of her control. The Xia country where she is from is a first-level cultivation country. Unlike the sects that stick to their own traditions, the Shozhen kingdom is more inclined towards the masses. Regardless of whether one has the qualifications to practice cultivation or not, one can obtain the opportunity to practice cultivation. If you are qualified, you can serve as an official in the court and gain support from the court. Even without qualifications, you can still enter the military camp, gain military merits, exchange them for resources, and change your destiny. If you don't want to practice, you can get protection as long as you live in Xia country.
It all looks so beautiful. Just a few years ago,
Xiaoyuan's personality suddenly changed.
Many puzzling imperial decrees were issued. For example, every family must contribute a baby.
These families thought they had received a royal gift and should do their best to cultivate their children.
However, after a few years, there was no news of the baby who was sent away. Xiaoyuan issued another imperial decree, demanding another baby. This time, even his loyal generals and court officials were somewhat dissatisfied and jointly submitted a memorial. However, they were suppressed by Xiaoyuan with force. For a time, the entire imperial city was filled with blood and many people died. Xia Zhuoyu wanted to persuade Xiaoyuan to stop, but she didn't expect that Xiaoyuan not only didn't listen, but also had evil intentions towards her. They are father and daughter.
She immediately realized that Xiaoyuan had been possessed by another spirit.
Fortunately, Yu Chuan appeared at the critical moment. After a fierce battle with Xiaoyuan, he took her and Xia Xining back to Qingshan sect. From then on, she vowed to restore her country and drive out the old thing that occupied Xiaoyuan's body. But her foundation was too shallow, so she can only endure silently and win over the genius. Shen Mo is one of the geniuses he values.
You little girl, how dare you slander your aunt like this? Xia Xining grabbed Xia Zhuoyu's ear and brought her back to reality.
It hurts, it hurts. Good aunt, let me go.
Xia Zhuoyu grimaced in pain.
Snort.
Xia Xining snorted coldly. Stop pretending, I didn't even use any strength.
Tell me about Shen Mo. You said you had no feelings for Shen Mo.
As soon as Xia Zhuoyu spoke, he felt a chill all around him.
She quickly stopped talking and talked about her understanding of Shen Mo. A moment later,
Xia Xining's curiosity about Shen Mo not only did not decrease, but instead became like a flood bursting through a dam, becoming uncontrollable.
She dared to conclude. Shen Mo had always been hiding his incompetence before. After Shen Mo left the bamboo forest, he returned to his residence. According to Li Wanru's description,
the elixir refined is a top-level third-grade elixir. It would be impossible to accomplish it by relying on him alone.
A third-level alchemist is also needed to work together to refine the medicine.
Alchemist Li Wanru had already contacted them in advance and the meeting was scheduled for 5 days later.
After 2 days of delay in the bamboo forest, there are still 3 days left. Shen Mo decided not to go anywhere for the next few days and to adjust his condition.
After all, the 9-curved jade branch is just this short piece. Only success is allowed, failure is not allowed.
3 days passed in a flash. Shen Mo arrived at Li Wanru's cave early in the morning.
The moment she saw Shen Mo, Li Wanru was in a good mood and didn't care at all that Zhao Yunfei was still there. Zhao Yunfei watched the scene and nodded repeatedly. This master and apprentice have such a good relationship.
What about the other person? Shen Mo asked curiously. Doesn't it require two people to work together to refine it? Could she be talking about Zhao Yunfei? Hearing this, Li Wanro looked a little embarrassed. She stepped forward and spoke softly. Alas, things have changed. I know your personality, so please don't get angry later. Angry? What could I be angry about? Shen Mo's face was full of confusion. Li Wanru didn't intend to continue talking. Let's go quickly, it won't be good if you keep me waiting. As she spoke, she took Shen Mo's arm and walked towards the sect square. Zhao Yunfei watched the two of them leave with indescribable envy in his eyes. I wish Wanru would hold me like this. Soon, Shen Mo arrived at the sect square. I was stunned by the scene before me. The square was packed with people. He also saw some outer disciples. Isn't this alchemy? What's going on? Soon, he discovered it. A huge black alchemy furnace was placed in the center of the square. Damn, are these people here to watch? Li Wanru saw Shen Mo's expression constantly changing, and said apologetically. I'm sorry. I know you don't like to be high profile. But the other party is a top-level third-level alchemist. I can't do anything if he asks me to do this. Shen Mo was speechless. He gently patted Li Wanru's hand and smiled softly. No problem, for you. I'll go through fire and water, let alone a small scene like this. Hearing this, Li Wanru's heart sweetened and her eyes were full of tenderness. Everyone was waiting in the square. No noon. The alchemist has not appeared yet. Shen Mo was a little annoyed. Who is it that makes such a big fuss and has so many people waiting? Li Wanru apologized again. Don't be angry. As a top-tier third-level alchemist, it's normal for him to have some quirks. I'm not angry with you. Shen Mo comforted him, I'm just worried that the people coming here will delay your time. As soon as the words fell, an old man with white hair and beard fell from the sky. Everyone, I'm sorry for the wait. I'm late. It will be an honor for Qingshan sect if you visit us soon. Yu Chuan flew over to greet him and gave him enough face. Sect Master Yu, I haven't seen you for 10 years. Your cultivation has become even more profound. Seeing that the person who came to greet him was Yu Chuan, the smile on Dan Yangzi's face became even more intense. No way, I'm just wasting my time. Yu Chuan waved his hand and pointed downwards. According to your request, the scene has been arranged. What do you think? If you are not satisfied, I will adjust it immediately. Very good, very good. Dan Yangzi stroked his beard and couldn't suppress his smile. After decades of painstaking study of alchemy, once he gained power, all he wanted was a grand ceremony. He wished that all the people in Dianzhou could come and watch. Let the world praise him. He slowly descended from the sky and came to the alchemy furnace. I am in a good mood today, so I will refine a top-level third-grade pill. How much you can learn from it depends on your own luck. Chapter 65. Are you young Master Zhao? Who is this person? He's so arrogant and made us wait for so long. Junior brother, you may not know this yet, but this person's name is Dan Yangzi. He became famous 10 years ago. He is a top third-level alchemist and a casual cultivator. So he's a top-tier third-level alchemist, no wonder. Junior brother, it seems you still don't know the power of a top-tier third-level alchemist. For example, as long as Senior Dan Yangzi is willing, he can easily destroy an entire sect. His brother, are you serious? An old man like this is so powerful? Of course, everyone knows that alchemists are scarce, not to mention that Senior Dan Yangzi is very likely to break through to the 4th-level alchemist. Once he breaks through, even a behemoth like Shangyan sect will have to treat him with courtesy. Listening to the disciples around him talking, Dan Yangzi was not angry at all. Instead, his face was full of joy. You know, there are levels at each stage of alchemy. They are respectively initial glimpse, entry level, mastery, and top level. And he is a top third-level alchemist. He stroked his beard and enjoyed it for a long time before looking at Yu Chuan beside him. Sect Master Yu, please take out the recipe. I heard that the medicinal materials will use rare items from heaven and earth, please don't let me down. Hearing this, Yu Chuan turned and nodded to Li Wanru. The latter understood and walked into the field with Shen Mo. My name is Li Wanru, nice to meet you, Senior Dan Yangzi. Shen Mo, meet Senior Dan Yangzi. After she finished speaking, Li Wanru raised her hand and a piece of ancient paper flew out. Dan Yangzi narrowed his eyes slightly and reached out to hold it.
Having been immersed in the art of alchemy for many years, he recognized at a glance that this was Zhang Gu's alchemy recipe, and his expression became much more serious.
He removed the restrictions on the pill formula and looked through it, his expression becoming heavy. I watched it for a full quarter of an hour. Li Wanru asked softly, "Senior? Can you refine it?" "Ha ha ha, no problem. As long as it's a third-grade elixir, there's nothing I can't refine." Dan Yangzi looked away from the elixir recipe and said confidently, "This pill recipe is truly miraculous. It's called Chaoyuan pill, and it's one of the top-tier third-tier pills. If the refining is successful, I will most likely break through to become a fourth-level alchemist. This time, it was I who took advantage of you." Upon hearing this, Yu Chuan was the first to react, then congratulations in advance to fellow Taoist Dan Yangzi. A fourth-level alchemist. He broke through in Qingshan's sect. Once successful, Qingshan's sect's reputation will reach its peak.
He seemed to have seen countless alchemists coming here to make a pilgrimage.
Shen Mo was also shocked. Is this Lao Dang so powerful?
You have to know that the path of alchemy is different from the practice of Taoism.
This thing is completely a gift from God. If it's okay, it's okay. If it's not okay, it's not okay. But hard work cannot make up for one's shortcomings. As far as he knows, the first level is the simplest. As long as one can refine pills, regardless of the quality, he can be called a first-level alchemist. To break through from the first level to the second level, one needs to absorb spiritual fire into the body. To break through from the second level to the third level, the spiritual fire in the body needs to reach the third level and be able to control the spiritual fire skillfully. The conditions for breaking through from the third level to the fourth level are even more exaggerated. First, the spiritual fire must reach the fourth level. Second, the quality of each furnace of elixirs must be above the top grade. It is also necessary to complete the identification assessment of nearly 1,000 kinds of spiritual herbs. Spiritual fire also has levels, just like alchemy, it is divided into levels 1 to 9. The bone spirit flame was originally in the hands of Gu Lianyo himself, and had been nurtured into a 6th-level spiritual fire. Unfortunately, Gu Lianyo was seriously injured in the life and death battle, which led to the downgrade of bone spirit flame. In addition, it has not been replenished for nearly 1,000 years. When Shen Mo obtained the bone spirit flame, it was only at the first level of perfection. Fortunately, by chance, he swallowed the giant 9-curved jade tree, which allowed him to recover to the second level of perfection. Of course, in addition to the spiritual fire requirements, there are also stringent conditions such as the quality of the pills. These are no problem for Shen Mo. He has a system, so the elixir he makes will definitely be perfect.
In other words, as long as he raises the level of the bone spirit flame, his alchemist level will also be raised. Dan Yangzi doesn't have a system if he can really break through to the 4th-level alchemist. Even if you go to Shangyan sect, the sect leader will go out to greet you.
It's just a probability. Dan Yangzi waved his hand modestly. You all go back and watch me refine this Chaoyuan Dan. After saying that, Dan Yangzi was about to walk towards the alchemy furnace.
Seeing this, Li Wanru immediately said,
"Senior Dan Yangzi, wait a moment." Dan Yangzi stopped, turned around, and asked in surprise, "What else?"
Li Wanru said, "When I first obtained this recipe in the secret realm, that fallen senior told me. This elixir is quite special and requires the cooperation of 2 alchemists to complete it."
"Oh? That's what you said?"
Dan Yangzi said with a relaxed expression, "I just looked at the recipe.
It's indeed a bit difficult, but I can do it alone." How could he possibly share this opportunity to show his prowess in public with others? All the applause must be for him. But the 9-curved jade tree only has this much, I'm worried. What is there to worry about? Don't you trust me? Dan Yangzi instantly became angry. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and was about to leave. Fellow Taoist Dan Yangzi, wait a minute. Seeing this, Yu Chuan immediately spoke out to stop him. Dan Yangzi stopped, he didn't really want to leave. He wanted to refine this rare elixir himself more than anyone else. If he succeeds, it will be a great achievement on his resume. What's more, refining the Chaoyuan pill is very likely to allow his spiritual fire to evolve and break through to the 4th-level alchemist. Humph. Dan Yangzi snorted, for fellow Taoist Yu's sake, I won't bother with a young man like you. Wanru, why don't you apologize to Senior Dan Yangzi? Yu Chuan knew what he was thinking and immediately shouted at Li Wanru.
Li Wanru's face was full of grievance, but when she thought about the matter of Zhong Linger's life and death, she suppressed her emotions, bowed, and was about to speak.
Shen Mo couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He walked forward and was about to defend it.
At this moment, a brocade robe appeared beside him. The person who came was Zhao Yunfei. He had already witnessed the situation here. After Shen Mo's words and deeds, he knew that it was time for him to take action.
Dan Yangzi, if you don't want to refine it, you can just leave. How dare you bully Wan Rou? Do you really think I'm a vegetarian?
Yu Chuan wanted to scold, but when he saw the person coming, he shut up tactfully.
Shanyan sect is a giant in Yanzhou. Just sending out a supreme elder can turn the entire Yanzhou upside down. He can't afford to offend. Dan Yangzi also became angry, as he was very concerned about his reputation.
Now being scolded in front of so many people, he immediately got angry.
Just as he was about to speak, Li Wanru spoke first. Zhao Yunfei, what are you doing? Don't be rude to Senior Dan Yangzi. He's just a third-rank alchemist.
Wanru, if you had told me earlier, I would have immediately contacted Yenzong and asked them to send an alchemist over. Hearing this, Li Wanru felt bitter. She had also thought about asking Zhao Yunfei for help. But when I think about refining this pill, it will make my death better.
She didn't want to owe Zhao Yunfei too much.
Dan Yangzi, who was standing by, heard the conversation between the two and his eyes were filled with horror.
You are young Master Zhao? Chapter 66 Xia Xining, who can answer quickly, confuses Dan Yangzi. Why? Do you know me?
Zhao Yunfei turned his head with a bad look on his face. So it really is young Master Zhao.
My apologies. Dan Yangzi turned his anger into joy and bowed slightly.
In front of Zhao Yunfei, he no longer dared to be arrogant. After all, he has not yet been promoted to a 4th-level alchemist.
But Shang Yenzong really has a 4th-level alchemist, and he is the top-level one.
Zhao Yunfei, don't worry about my business.
Li Wanru scolded coldly. She is more anxious than anyone else now.
The medicinal materials used to refine Chaoyuan Dan are extremely demanding. The main medicine requires a rare treasure from heaven and earth, the 9-curved jade tree. The auxiliary medicine is not inferior either, and it requires a plant of ice rose. Once the ice rose is picked, it will dissipate into the air within 5 days at most. Even if he swallowed his pride and asked Zhao Yunfei to send a top-tier 3rd-rank alchemist, there wouldn't be enough time. So now all hopes are placed on Dan Yangzi.
Wanru, Zhao Yunfei was embarrassed when he heard Li Wanru's scolding.
Dan Yangzi was also a shrewd man. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately said, Young Master Zhao, let's just follow what this girl says.
Choose an alchemist to cooperate with me.
Seeing Dan Yangzi give in, Li Wanru's expression eased a little.
Thank you, Senior Dan Yangzi. Just let.
As she spoke, she looked at Shen Mo.
However, the next second, he was interrupted by Yu Chuan.
Don't worry, fellow Daoist Dan Yangzi. Although our Qingshan sect is weak, we also have a 3rd-level alchemist.
We will definitely not interfere with your alchemy.
After he finished speaking, he turned around and glanced at the elders.
Sure enough, Xia Xining came. If it were an ordinary event, she would definitely not participate. But it's about alchemy.
It was a top-level 3rd-level alchemist who took action. She naturally would not miss such a feast. Seeing Yu Chuan's gaze, Xia Xining understood and flew forward.
Wow, it's Elder Xia.
I haven't seen her in ages.
Today is a feast for my eyes.
With a top alchemist refining pills and a beautiful elder accompanying me, I really made the right choice this time. Elder Xia was a 3rd-rank alchemist more than a decade ago.
He should have reached the top level by now, right? How can it be that easy? Look at Senior Dan Yangzi.
It is said that he was stuck in the great perfection stage for hundreds of years before breaking through to the top level.
Only a genius can do that.
Elder Xia is indeed very strong in the Tao of alchemy, but compared to others, he is still too young.
Listening to the compliments coming from all around, a smile reappeared on Dan Yangzi's face.
So fellow Daoist Xia is also a 3rd-rank alchemist.
This makes refining the Chao Yuan pill even easier. You and I will work closely together. Once the elixir is completed, it will surely become a great story.
Xia Xining bowed slightly and smiled modestly. Senior Dan Yangzi is a top-level 3rd-order cultivator, while I'm only a great cultivator. I can't guarantee your cooperation, but as long as I don't cause you any trouble, that's all. Hearing Xia Xining's compliment, Dan Yangzi's smile was brighter than the chrysanthemum.
However, Li Wanru's face was extremely gloomy. The main medicine was brought back by Shen Mo.
Besides, she had promised Shen Mo that she would let him participate in alchemy. For an alchemist, nothing is more exciting than participating in the refining of a high-grade elixir. She was not very familiar with Xia Xining, at most they were just nodding acquaintances.
Why should we give such a good thing to others?
Thinking of this, Li Wanru gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice.
Senior Dan Yangzi, fellow Taoist Xia, I'm sorry. I have another choice for the second alchemist.
As she spoke, she turned to look at Shen Mo. Although she didn't continue speaking, her meaning was already very clear. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was quiet at first, then became noisy.
Isn't that Shen Mo? He also wants to participate in alchemy? I don't know what benefits I gave to elderly. He wants to participate in this grade of elixir. He really doesn't know his own limitations. It's okay that he used tricks to defeat Hibufon back then, but that was because of the restrictions of the rules. There are no shortcuts in alchemy. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, even if you try to slap yourself in the face, it won't work. Do you really think you can be called an alchemist just because you made a few melons and dates in the outer sect?
When Xia Xining heard this, she was not angry, but instead felt a little expectant. Unlike others, she had seen how powerful Shen Mo was. Just from the superb technique, it seems that what he is refining is not an elixir, but a work of art. Especially after seeing Shen Mo's alchemy a few days ago. She tried it too. However, as expected, the furnace still exploded frequently. If it weren't for her status, she would have wanted to capture Shen Mo and watch him make pills every day. Now that there is an opportunity for Shen Mo to take action again, she is naturally happy to see it. Dan Yangzi's face was becoming gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye. What do you take him for? It would be fine if you just asked me to make the elixir myself, but I also had to bring a burden along. If the elixir fails, people will not blame a young boy. But he is the Lord's messenger. I absolutely cannot let this kid ruin my reputation. But he didn't want to offend Zhao Yunfei. Dan Yangzi rolled his eyes and decided to put the blame on Xia Xining. As a third-rank alchemist, she probably couldn't tolerate anyone prying away from her position. Thinking of this, Dan Yangzi's smile returned to his face. Of course you can, but it depends on what fellow Taoist Xia decides. I have no objection. Xia Xining replied immediately. Did you hear that? This is not my fault. Didn't fellow Taoist Xia tell you? Dan Yangzi stroked his beard and spoke slowly. But the next second, he froze in place. He looked at Xia Xining with disbelief. What did you say? I have no objection. Xia Xining shrugged. She now wished Shen Mo could go up and refine the elixir as soon as possible, and she almost blurted it out. How could you not have an objection? Dan Yangzi was confused and asked subconsciously. In his opinion, shouldn't alchemists be very rebellious? Why did you give in so quickly? Then what should I say? Xia Xining urged. She was very anxious now, and answered all the questions Dan Yangzi asked without reservation. The purpose is to make Shen Mo refine the elixir faster. He stole your position, aren't you angry? Don't be angry. We are refining the most advanced third-grade elixir this time, which may even be higher than the fourth grade. Don't you want to try it yourself? In no mood. Do you want to? Don't want. Faced with Xia Xining's quick response, Dan Yangzi remained silent. His worldview is about to collapse. His lifelong reputation must not be ruined. Since Xia Xining is stubborn, he will start with Shen Mo and make him give up. Dan Yangzi regained his composure and turned to look at Shen Mo. You can also participate in alchemy if you want. As long as you pass my assessment, I might even let you help out. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out an extremely rare medicinal herb from his storage bag. Even he had to search through ancient books to find out its origin. Tell me, what is its name? Chapter 67, Dan Yangzi is hit hard. This old man will not refine the elixir anymore. Dan Yangzi looked at Li Wanru and then glanced at Zhao Yunfei. The meaning is obvious. Just watch carefully. It's not that I don't agree. But Shen Mo doesn't even know this, so isn't participating in alchemy just causing trouble? He has already thought about how he will speak later. Neither Yu Chuan nor Zhao Yunfei should be offended.
Given your current level as an alchemist, it's normal that you don't know. I think you have good talent. With time. Bai Chenji. Shen Mo said it without even thinking. The moment Dan Yangzi took out the medicinal herbs, the system gave the answer. Dan Yangzi's brain froze a little. What a coincidence, right?
It is cold in nature and is mostly used as an auxiliary medicine. The stems and leaves must be removed when used.
It can be taken orally alone to promote blood circulation.
Seeing that he didn't speak, Shen Mo continued.
Yes, all correct. Dan Yangzi's face was filled with shock. It was almost exactly the same as what he had seen in the ancient books. Could it be that Shen Mo has also read that ancient book? It must be like this, otherwise how could it be repeated word for word? Dan Yangzi put away the white fat and his complexion returned to normal. You're taking advantage of me. Then what is this?
After he finished speaking, he spread out his hands, and a small fiery red grass appeared in his palm.
Coxcomb is also cold in nature.
As a main herb, it can achieve the effect of promoting vitality, while as an auxiliary herb, it is mostly used to nourish the vital energy.
It contains some toxins and cannot be taken orally. Shen Mo blurted out without thinking. What is this? Dan Yangzi was a little unconvinced. Black Gastrodia elata. What about this? Soul-killing grass. This? Heavenly sword bamboo. Dan Yangzi took out thousands of medicinal herbs. Shen Mo answered them one by one fluently. Dan Yangzi fell completely silent.
Being able to skillfully identify thousands of medicinal herbs is considered to have reached the initial level of the fourth stage. Even he took hundreds of years to understand the effects of these herbs one by one.
How old is Shen Mo?
Compared to him, I have lived like a dog for the past 100 years.
Shen Mo was not interested and had a very bad impression of Dan Yangzi. This old man is really bored.
Let him identify the medicinal herbs while hanging on the wall. Not to mention thousands, even if there were tens of thousands or even 100,000 kinds, he could recognize them all.
Li Wanru opened her mouth wide, a look of disbelief on her face.
But when she thought of his background, Li Wanru's eyes were filled with tenderness and heartache.
She watched Shen Mo transform step by step. Shen Mo does not have a natural spiritual root, but the most useless 5-element mixed spiritual root. It's heartbreaking to think about how much suffering they endured.
Yu Chuan's eyes lit up, but he didn't say anything.
Zhao Yunfei's face was filled with pride. Look, this is my apprentice. No, he is Wanro and I's apprentice.
Xia Xining's lips curled up slightly, as if she had guessed the result long ago. That's right, if you are not familiar with the properties of various medicinal materials, how can you refine 2 perfect longevity pills in one furnace? The area around the square was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
Although they couldn't hear what Shen Mo said just now. But it is obvious that Shen Mo has passed Dan Yangzi's test. A disciple who had just entered the inner sect could actually pass the assessment of a top 3rd-level alchemist.
Their eyes were full of envy. I wish I were Shen Mo.
Dan Yangzi looked embarrassed. Only then did I react.
I clearly said I would answer a few questions before. In this time, thousands of questions have been asked. But as a well-known 3rd-level alchemist, especially in such an occasion, he would definitely not let Shen Mo steal the limelight.
Cough, cough. Dan Yangzi coughed twice, bringing everyone back to reality. You are quite good, but alchemy is not something you can learn just by reading books. Knowing just a few thousand kinds of medicinal herbs is not a big deal. I learned them all in just 1 year. Since you are so devout, I will give you a chance today to help me.
As he spoke, Dan Yangzi threw out the recipe in his hand and said, You should familiarize yourself with it first.
You will give me whatever I read to you later.
After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the alchemy furnace beside him.
Shen Mo also followed him up. Dan Yangzi frowned and scolded coldly, Didn't I tell you to familiarize yourself with the recipe? What are you doing here?
I'll call you later, come over here.
I'm familiar with it. Shen Mo replied immediately. The moment he got the recipe.
After spending 500 bond points, he had completely mastered the recipe of Chaoyuan pill.
He is in a hurry now.
The Dan prescription stated that the ice rose needed to be processed within 5 days. The method the system told him was to take the pistil of the ice rose when it withered on the 5th day, put it into the alchemy furnace, and then warm it with spiritual fire. If he didn't inform him in time, Dan Yangzi would most likely make a mistake.
Upon hearing this, Dan Yangzi became furious. How long has it been? Even he took half an hour to fully grasp it. In his mind, Shen Mo would have to watch for at least several hours. By the time Shen Mo finished reading, he had already started refining the elixir. There is no need to worry that Shen Mo will interfere and affect the quality of the pills. Now that you've finished reading it, let me ask you how to deal with Bingmei? Dan Yangzi said angrily. This was exactly what Shen Mo wanted, and he was still thinking about how to put it in a tactful way. Since Dan Yangzi had asked, Shen Mo answered. At the moment of withering, take the pistol and warm it with spiritual fire until. Bullshit. That's complete nonsense. Dan Yangzi was so angry that his beard flew up. He kept thanking his lucky stars that he had been careful enough to let Shen Mo look at the recipe first. If you really believe in Shen Mo, let him do so. This furnace of elixirs will definitely be damaged, and his lifelong reputation will be ruined. Senior Dan Yangzi, listen to me, there's something wrong with this recipe. Shen Mo hurriedly explained. Is there a mistake? Hearing this, Dan Yangzi laughed angrily. This is a recipe passed down by ancient sages. How could it be wrong? Do you mean that you are more powerful than the previous ones? You are so young and yet you don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. After saying this, Dan Yangzi no longer paid attention to Shen Mo and walked towards the alchemy furnace alone. Since his own honor was at stake, he decided not to give face to others. If this furnace of medicine is really refined, he was confident that he could uncover the secrets and verify his guesses. Once you become a 4th-level alchemist, the Qingshan sect will not take you seriously at all. Even Shan Yenzong would not dare to touch him at all. Stop. Shen Mo suddenly got angry. Why doesn't old Deng listen to any good or bad advice? I clearly told him that the recipe was wrong. He didn't want Dan Yangzi's arrogance to lead to the failure of alchemy. What? Dan Yangzi turned around, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Being obstructed by Shen Mo time and time again was something he could not stand even with his good temper. After all, this is already questioning his professionalism. For a moment, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly became solemn. As the sect leader, Yu Chuan looked like an outsider at this moment, looking at the two of them coldly. As for whether Chaoyuan Dan can be successful, he doesn't care. It's nothing more than making your plan more solid. If that doesn't work, he still has a backup plan. The rest of the people also remained silent. They neither supported Dan Yangzi nor agreed with Shen Mo. Seeing this, Dan Yangzi became furious. Okay, I won't refine this furnace of pills anymore. Chapter 68, Alchemy begins, the blue Luan flame emerges. Dan Yangzi is full of confidence. He believed that as long as he said these words, Li Wanru will definitely compromise. After all, he was the only top-level 3rd-level alchemist in the entire venue. If he quits, no one will dare to take the job. Okay, it's a deal. Shen Mo spoke loudly. Isn't it just Chaoyuan Dan? He has the system in his hands, all he lacks is the 3rd-level flame. Top-tier 3rd-level alchemists are hard to find, but 3rd-level flames are still available. Isn't that Xia Xining? Now I know I was wrong, humph, I. Dan Yangzi stroked his beard with his hand, feeling very proud and satisfied. But the next second, when he reacted, his tone rose several degrees and his face was full of disbelief. What did you say? Since Senior Dan Yangzi doesn't want to practice, we will definitely not make things difficult for you. Shen Mo bowed slightly. What can a junior like you do? It's nonsense. Dan Yangzi said angrily. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Li Wanru, the person involved. I found that the other party looked serious. He was a little bit incredulous. Little girl, maybe you also believe him? Of course, Shen Mo's decision is my decision. Li Wanru said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Although this concerns Zhong Linger's life and death, we can't joke about it. But she believed in Shen Mo. As long as it is a decision made by Shen Mo, she will support it unconditionally. Nonsense, it's just nonsense. Dan Yangzi became a little anxious, as things seemed to be beyond his expectations. He wanted to refine this Chaoyuan pill more than anyone else. After all, it concerns whether he can be promoted to a 4th-level alchemist. He quickly turned around and looked at the sect leader Yu Chuan. Only then did I realize that Yu Chuan was no longer there. He had already gotten away with it.
Forced into a corner, Dan Yangzi had to lower his posture, appeal to the other party's emotions, and explain the reason to the other party.
Little girl, I know your love is deep and profound.
But you can't act rashly when refining an elixir, especially a top-tier elixir like Chaoyuan Dan.
Without a third-level alchemist, he, a second-level alchemist, would never be able to refine it.
However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was refuted by Shen Mo.
Who said there are no third-level alchemists?
As he spoke, Shen Mo looked at Xia Xining.
Elder Xia, would you be willing to refine this Chaoyuan Dan with me? Hearing this, Dan Yangzi's brows relaxed.
In his heart, Xia Xining would definitely refuse. After all, even he, a top third-level alchemist, couldn't guarantee the success rate of the elixir.
Just relying on Xia Xining, a great third-level alchemist? I do. Xia Xining smiled. She just wanted to watch Shen Mo make the elixir.
I didn't expect that I could get hands-on experience and receive Shen Mo's guidance.
How could she give up such an opportunity? After hearing this, Dan Yangzi was stunned. Everyone in Qingshan sect must be sick. This is true for younger generations and older generations alike. They are all ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth.
Under normal circumstances, he would have walked away long ago. But today was different.
Chaoyuan pill was the most complicated pill he had ever seen.
There was no way he would give up so easily. Since they want to practice, let them practice.
Wouldn't it be better if he took action at the critical moment and won applause from the audience?
Thinking of this, Dan Yangzi simply walked aside and waited quietly for the two to make a fool of themselves. When everyone saw that it was Xia Xining and Shen Mo who walked to the alchemy furnace instead of Dan Yangzi, they were excited.
Wasn't it Senior Dan Yangzi who was refining the elixir? Why did it become Shen Mo and Elder Xia?
Senior Dan Yangzi must have thought it was too simple and wanted to guide the two of you.
You can tell by the confident look on Senior Dan Yangzi's face. Simple? That's not right?
Senior Dan Yangzi spent a full half an hour looking at the recipe before.
Faced with everyone's suspicion, Dan Yangzi was in a good mood. Yes, that's it.
It would be better if you could show some attitude and mock him a few times. By then, when he can turn the tide and save a batch of failed pills, the slapping effect will be more obvious.
It can also better reflect his value as a top third-level alchemist. Not just anyone can commit fraud. Shen Mo ignored this.
He simulated the entire process in his mind. Then he turned to look at Xia Xining and said seriously,
Elder Xia, you'll follow my instructions later. Is that okay with you? Just ask.
Seeing Shen Mo's treatment, Xia Xining also became serious.
Good. After receiving a positive answer, Shen Mo no longer hesitated.
He raised his hand and the lid of the furnace was opened. Seeing this, Li Wanru immediately took out the medicinal herbs one by one.
However, after Shen Mo opened the top cover, he did not take any other action. Time continues to pass. An hour passed. Shen Mo still didn't move. What are you doing? Are you refining the elixir? Could it be that we're stuck at the first step? With this level of skill, you're still an alchemist? Hurry down and let Senior Dan Yangzi come up. Go down, go down. When everyone saw this scene, they started to make a noise. Their time is valuable. They came to watch because they heard that a top third-level alchemist was coming to make pills. If I had told you earlier that Shen Mo was making the elixir, probably no one would have come. Hearing the crowd's excitement, Dan Yangzi was extremely happy. But his face still showed a calm expression.
Xia Xining didn't say anything and closed her eyes to rest.
When two people work together to refine the elixir, what is tested is their tacit understanding.
Since Shen Mo did this, he must have his reasons. She just had to follow instructions. Shen Mo's eyes were always on Bing Mei. He didn't care what happened in the outside world.
Another 2 hours passed. It was approaching dusk. The crowd grew impatient and gradually left. Just then,
the ice rose blooms to its fullest.
In an instant, it was in ruins again.
The petals appear to be withering.
Waited another minute. The first petal leaves the pistil.
Shen Mo's eyes lit up and he took decisive action.
He controlled the spiritual energy in his body, skillfully took out the pistil and put it into the alchemy furnace. Fire! Hear the silent command.
Xia Xining suddenly opened her eyes and stretched out her jade fingers.
The blue flame instantly leaped into the furnace. Blue Yuan flame. Seeing this scene, Dan Yangzi was shocked. But what followed was endless envy and jealousy. After all, even he only possessed a few hundred spiritual fires. You once said that the blue Yuan flame has healing effects? Shen Mo turned his head to look at Xia Xining and asked. Yeah. Xia Xining nodded slightly. Very good, control the flames to wrap the pistol. Shen Mo immediately gave the order. Good. Xia Xining also looked at the pill recipe while waiting. The description on the recipe was completely different from what Shen Mo had done. Although she didn't understand why Shen Mo did what she did, she still did it unconditionally. As the blue phoenix flame wrapped around the pistol. For a moment, the entire furnace was covered with a thick layer of frost. It was clearly being burned by flames, but frost appeared. Everyone was amazed when they saw this scene. Dan Yangzi snorted when he heard these words. You are really ignorant. As a rare medicinal material, it is normal for ice rose to experience the opposite effect. The highlight comes next. In his expectation, as long as Shen Mo threw in the 9-curved jade branch, a rare object from heaven and earth, the furnace would definitely explode. That was when he turned the tide. Chapter 69, Damn it, old man, how dare you bark like a dog? However, Dan Yangzi waited and waited, but did not see Shen Mo take the next step. It lasted for several hours. The sky is dark and the moon is high in the sky. The time seems ripe. Shen Mo raised his hand and waved. He threw the remaining auxiliary herbs into the furnace, but the main herb, 9-curved jade branch, was not put into the furnace. Seeing this scene, Dan Yangzi shook his head. Still too young. This is how you avoid a furnace explosion. The method is a good method. But he had never seen a method of refining medicine without adding the main ingredients. When refining an elixir, one usually refines the main ingredient first. The auxiliary medicine is added only after the main medicine is almost formed to neutralize it. This is completely putting the cart before the horse and missing the point. According to this refining method, even if the 9-curved jade branch is added at the end, it will be too late. He had all the other auxiliary medicines, but not the 9-ben jade branch. Once it is wasted, even if he takes action, it will be of no use. We must stop it, we can't let Shen Mo mess around anymore. Thinking of this, Dan Yangzi walked forward angrily and was about to speak. Get out of here. When Shen Mo saw Dan Yangzi coming, he didn't give him a good look at all. Now that we are about to enter a critical moment, how can we allow outsiders to disturb us? Asshole. You're going to ruin this furnace of medicine. Hurry up and give me the 9-curved jade branch. I'll refine it. Dan Yangzi appeared fierce but was actually weak, and spoke righteously. I said get out, if you don't get out I won't be polite. Shen Mo's face was gloomy, but he didn't care. Now Xia Xining has devoted herself to it and would be disturbed. At the very least, it will affect the quality of the pills. In serious cases, the spiritual energy will flow backwards, and the Qingyuan flame may even backfire. After all, the spiritual fire that can make it to the list and rank high is not a good thing. At that time, the bone spirit flame almost took over his body. You have no respect for your elders. Today, I will teach you a lesson on how to respect your teachers on behalf of your master. Dan Yangzi said angrily. As he said this, he strode forward, determined to stop Shen Mo. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately started talking about it. Isn't this a guide? This posture doesn't seem right. Humph, it's obvious that Shen Mo made a mistake. Senior Dan Yangzi wanted to correct him, but Shen Mo was too arrogant and ignored him. That's why Senior Dan Yangzi was so angry. I think so too. He has just entered the inner sect and he has acted so rebellious. On the other hand, Hibufon is much more low-key. It's hard for Shen Mo to achieve great things, that's all. Shen Mo frowned deeply. Dan Yangzi is a cultivator in the early stage of golden elixir. It wouldn't take much effort to kill him. But now that so many people are watching, it is not easy for him to act openly. Suddenly, he saw Zhao Yunfei standing aside. Ha ha! Don't you want to educate me on behalf of my master? Shen Mo turned around and cried to Zhao Yunfei, Master. Hearing Shen Mo's request for help, he saw Li Wanru's expectant eyes. How could Zhao Yunfei resist taking action? Fuck you, old man, you're really giving me face. He flew up and kicked Dan Yangzi far away. After doing all this, Zhao Yunfei raised his chin and said with great satisfaction. Good disciple, just refined the elixir obediently. With me here, this old man can't move an inch. Thank you, master. The corner of Shen Mo's mouth twitched. He really deserves to be the young master of Shangyan's sect, so awesome. He thought Zhao Yunfei would try to persuade him kindly, but he didn't expect him to just attack him directly. This is going to be fun. In this world of immortal cultivation, alchemists are an extremely special group. If you hit one, it is likely to attract a group of people. Therefore, when facing an alchemist, you can either kill him directly or do nothing. But Zhao Yunfei not only did not silence the witness, he also beat him. Dan Yangzi got up from the ground and felt a sweetness in his throat, and his internal organs all shifted. He quickly took out a few pills from his storage bag and stuffed them into his mouth, only then did he come to his senses. Zhao Yunfei. You're great. Dan Yangzi raised his head with a fierce look in his eyes. This time, not only did he not receive applause, but he was also embarrassed. This is worse than killing him. What the hell is Shang Yenzong? He can't care about that at this moment. You still dare to bark like a dog? Zhao Yunfei had just enjoyed everyone's exclamations. As a great cultivator who had reached the perfection of the Golden Core realm, he immediately sensed Dan Yangzi's murderous intent. After saying that, he flew forward again. He grabbed Dan Yangzi's neck and lifted him up. Can you try barking again? Looking at Zhao Yunfei with a murderous look on his face, Dan Yangzi felt cold all over. His eyes suddenly became clear. Friend Zhao, stop. At this moment, Ji Lingchuan suddenly appeared beside. Fellow Taoist Dan Yangzi was invited by my Qingshan sect after all. Could you please give me some face? Seeing the person coming, Zhao Yunfei stopped being aggressive. He had no intention of killing Dan Yangzi. Now that he was given the opportunity, he naturally let go. You're lucky. After he finished speaking, he turned around and stood beside Li Wanru again. Fellow Taoist Dan Yangzi, are you okay? Ji Lingchuan quickly helped Dan Yangzi up and said with concern. No problem, thank you. Dan Yangzi stood up, straightened his sleeves and bowed. He just wanted to leave at this moment. So embarrassing. All the reputation accumulated in the first half of his life was lost in one go. It's no different than killing him. Since Qingshan sect has produced an alchemy genius, there is no need for me to humiliate myself here. Dan Yangzi said something in a sarcastic tone and turned to leave. Just then, a heavy voice sounded. He turned around and saw Shen Mo throwing the 9-curved jade branch into the alchemy furnace. As you can imagine, the furnace did not explode. Dan Yangzi stopped for a moment, curious. Increased the firepower and smelt the 9-ben jade branch. Shen Mo shouted loudly. Xia Xining understood what he meant and decisively activated his spiritual C. An even more powerful blue phoenix flame leaped into the alchemy furnace. Shen Mo has completed the previous steps. Now it depends on whether Xia Xining can hold on. 2 hours passed in a flash. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Xia Xining's forehead. At this time, the gap between the great third-level alchemist and the top third-level alchemist was immediately apparent. Her fire control skills are far inferior to Dan Yangzi's. But Shen Mo didn't stop. She could only grit her teeth and continue to output. After a while, Xia Xining's whole body was soaked with sweat and her face was extremely pale. This is a sign of impending exhaustion. Almost there, hold on a little longer. Shen Mo stood aside and encouraged softly. Yeah, I know. Xia Xining nodded. She only felt a black screen in front of her eyes and a feeling of dizziness came over her. It's all about controlling the fire through willpower. Another 2 hours passed. Xia Xining still persisted. Dan Yangzi was stunned. Even if he came, he would not be able to sustain this continuous supply of flames for so long. Although everyone didn't know what was happening, they all held their breath, as if it was the most critical moment. Xia Xining's eyes were blurred and she could not hear any sound. I was about to faint. Suddenly, she felt warmth in her hands. It seemed as if a big hand was holding her tightly. This feeling seems familiar. Chapter 70, Dan Yangzi became a disciple? Was he kicked silly? Keep calm, I'm here. The silent words came. Xia Xining trembled all over, and her vision became clear. The blue flame on his fingertips was instantly stained white. 2 kinds of spiritual fire poured in together. The alchemy furnace became stable again.
However, Xia Xining felt it. The Qingyuan flame in her body seemed to want to escape.
And this idea is becoming more and more intense.
This was the first time she had seen such a big reaction from it since she obtained the blue Luan flame.
It was as if the silent white flame wanted to eat it. So weird. But soon, Shen Mo withdrew the spiritual fire. The Qingyuan flame finally subsided. Time passes quickly.
The sky was turning pale in the east.
The first rays of morning sun shine on the alchemy furnace.
Seeing that the time had come, Shen Mo shouted,
"Cease fire now."
Hearing this, Xia Xining instantly withdrew the spiritual fire. Having lost her goal, her will began to falter again.
My legs went weak and I was about to fall down. It's finally over.
Xia Xining groaned softly and let herself fall backwards. However, the imagined contact with the ground did not occur. Instead, he fell into a warm embrace.
"Thanks for your hard work."
Shen Mo hugged the weak Xia Xining tightly and said seriously, "I owe you a favor." Hearing this, Xia Xining raised her head and smiled, "No need, I should be the one thanking you.
After this alchemy, I feel that my control over the blue Luan flame has become even more handy. After I adjust, I will also be a top-tier third-level alchemist." Shen Mo chuckled softly, "That's your own good fortune.
After all, if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't be able to refine this furnace of Chao Yuan Dan with my current ability. Besides, I don't like to take advantage of others.
If you have any difficulties in the future, you can always come to me."
Yeah. Seeing Shen Mo so serious, Xia Xining no longer refused.
But the next second, she realized something was wrong.
The posture of the two of them seemed a little too intimate.
Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the alchemy furnace at the moment and they didn't notice the two of them.
Xia Xining's pretty face turned red and she tried to stand up.
"Don't move, you're just exhausted and need to recover."
Shen Mo scolded softly and hugged her tighter.
"Good."
Xia Xining spoke in a voice as quiet as a mosquito and nodded lightly. Her face was flushed with shame at this moment, like a red apple. In all these years, no man had ever touched her like this. It was silence last time, and it is silence again this time. A strange feeling arose in her heart.
Just then,
Dan Yangzi, who was about to leave, slowly walked up. He stared at the alchemy furnace with his eyes fixed, appearing very pious.
It really happened.
After saying that, he turned to look at Shen Mo and asked curiously,
"It's clearly the exact opposite of what's written in the recipe. Can you tell me how you made it?"
He no longer had the arrogance he had before, and his eyes were now full of curiosity.
The corner of Shen Mo's mouth twitched. "How can I explain this? You can't say that you are just hanging on the wall."
Seeing someone looking at her, Xia Xining immediately broke free from Shen Mo's arms.
Shen Mo stood up reluctantly, ignored Dan Yangzi, and walked straight towards the alchemy furnace.
He came to the alchemy furnace and clapped his hand.
The top cover flew up, and 2 golden pills flew out of the furnace, floating in the air. See this scene. Dan Yangzi's eyes widened and his whole body trembled.
It seemed that the worldview of many years collapsed at this moment.
2. Still perfect. As a top third-level alchemist, he recognized at a glance that the Chaoyuan pill was of perfect quality. After he said this, everyone reacted. Li Wanru threw herself into Shen Mo's arms and cried with joy. Great, we did it. See this scene.
The corners of Zhao Yunfei's mouth also rose slightly, and he didn't notice anything wrong at all. I just simply think that the two of them have a deep relationship as master and disciple. It turns out that Wanru looks so beautiful when she smiles.
Well, I'm going to learn alchemy when I go back.
Okay, master, be careful of the impact.
Shen Mo patted Li Wanru's back gently and reminded her.
Hearing this, Li Wanru came to her senses and quickly broke away from his arms.
Shen Mo waved his hand, and 2 golden pills flew back into his palm.
Master, I have fulfilled my mission.
You've worked hard.
Li Wanru wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, reached out to pick up one, and suddenly became sad again.
She doesn't want to die anymore.
No, not for personal gain.
But in just a moment, she became extremely determined again. Shen Mo took it all in. I swore secretly in my heart.
Wanru, I will definitely find a way to have the best of both worlds. Thinking of this, he put another Chaoyuan Dan into Li Wanru's palm.
Li Wanru was stunned and said, I only need one.
One pill can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. taking 2 pills together will have a better effect.
Shen Mo said seriously. Is that so?
Although Li Wanru had her doubts, she accepted it since Shen Mo had spoken so.
She could only do as she was told and put the pill away. Seeing that the alchemy was about to be completed, Shen Mo and his companions were about to leave.
Dan Yangzi came back to his senses and shouted.
Stop!
Hearing this, Shen Mo turned around with a look of doubt in his eyes.
What? You still want to be kicked by Zhao Yunfei? Can you tell me how this is done? Dan Yangzi asked seriously. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Shen Mo smiled and teased.
However, the next second, Dan Yangzi's actions were beyond Shen Mo's expectations. He was seen kneeling on the ground with a sincere look on his face. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. After he finished speaking, he kowtowed 3 times, and the sound was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire square. Everyone was deeply shocked by this scene.
What happened? Am I still asleep? Am I hallucinating? Senior Dan Yangzi actually became Shen Mo's disciple? And in public? Crazy. Crazy.
This world is too insane. A 3rd-level master becomes a disciple of a 2nd-level master.
Did Senior Dan Yangzi get kicked silly by Zhao Yunfei? I think this is very likely the case. Otherwise, with Senior Dan Yangzi's experience, how could he do such a shameful thing? Faced with everyone's doubts, Dan Yangzi ignored them.
Anyway, I have already lost face, so this little shudder doesn't matter. He saw hoping Shen Mo to break through to the 4th level, or even the 5th or 6th level. Once he learns this alchemy technique, combined with his hundreds of years of experience, he will be able to apply it to other situations and reach a new level. When the time comes, there will be great scholars who will debate for him.
Holy shit, are you serious? This time Shen Mo couldn't do anything about it.
He was just saying it casually.
The corner of Zhao Yunfei's mouth twitched, and he wondered if he had used too much force just now and was really confused by the kick from this old guy?
Li Wanru also had a strange look on her face. On the contrary, Xia Xining looked the most normal. She understood Dan Yangzi's behavior very well. If she wasn't a girl and couldn't afford to lose face, she would have had the urge to take Shen Mo as her teacher.
Ahem. We'll talk about it later.
Shen Mo felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by everyone, so he pulled Li Wanru and ran towards the back mountain.
However, Dan Yangzi also followed, shouting loudly. Master, wait for me, what day in the future are you talking about? Chapter 71. My dear disciple, why don't you go and comfort your master? Return to Li Wanru's cave. Dan Yangzi is still stuck like a dogskin plaster. Shen Mo was also helpless about this. He was just joking. I didn't expect that Lao Deng actually took it seriously. This will definitely not work for him. Li Wanru looked at Zhao Yunfei beside her, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Master Zhao, you also know my physical condition. I won't hide it from you. This Chao Yuan Dan is the elixir that will help me regain my strength. Once I take this pill, I will remain in seclusion for the next 5 years.
Before she could finish her words, Zhao Yunfei raised his hand to stop her.
Wanru, your recovery is of course a great joy. Isn't it just 5 years? For us monks, it's just a blink of an eye. I will go back and tell my father to postpone the wedding until 5 years later. The day you come out of confinement will be the day for our wedding.
Hearing this, Li Wanru's face was full of guilt. Seeing this, Zhao Yunfei's mouth almost stretched to his ears. It was the first time he saw Li Wanru show him such an expression.
If love is long-lasting, why should we be together day and night? Wanru, I'll wait for you. However, Li Wanru did not respond. She lowered her head deeply and walked back to the cave dejectedly. I noticed that Li Wanru was in a low mood. Zhao Yunfei's eyes lit up. It turns out Wanru cares about me so much. Why are you in such a bad mood when you think about not seeing me for 5 years? Thinking of this, he turned and looked at Shen Mo. My dear disciple, why don't you go and comfort your master? Shen Mo was slightly stunned, then immediately nodded in agreement. As he walked into the cave, Li Wanru had been waiting for a long time. Without waiting for Shen Mo to speak, she hugged him directly in her arms and offered him a kiss. Shen Mo responded passionately, and Li Wanru showed her youthfulness. Kiss until you feel passionate. Details omitted, not pretty. Outside the cave, Zhao Yunfei looked at the restrictions in front of the cave, full of envy. 5 hours have passed, why hasn't Master come out yet? Dan Yangzi seemed a little impatient and muttered. Why are you panicking? Zhao Yunfei shouted angrily. The bond between master and disciple is deep, and since this is the first time we've been apart for so long, of course we need to explain more. Hearing this, Dan Yangzi smiled awkwardly and did not dare to refute. After all, he didn't want to be kicked by Zhao Yunfei again. It really feels bad. At this moment, the cave's restriction flashed. Shen Mo looked a little weak and walked out of the cave holding on to the entrance. Zhao Yunfei hurried forward to support him, his face full of heartache. Good disciple, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, it's all my job. Shen Mo's mouth twitched and he hurriedly explained. I'm going back to Shangyanzong next. Do you want to go back with me? Zhao Yunfei said. Wanru guided Shen Mo for nearly 5 hours before going into seclusion. It seems that he really cares about this disciple. He planned to bring Shen Mo back to Shangyan's sect and give Li Wanru a surprise 5 years later. However, Shen Mo waved his hand. Thank you for your kindness, master. Xinshan's sect is my route, I want to stay here. Hearing this, Zhao Yunfei was not angry, but admired Shen Mo even more. Okay, if you get bullied in the future, you can always come to me. Zhao Yunfei didn't waste any time and turned around to fly away on his sword. Watching Zhao Yun fly away, Shen Mo's face suddenly turned gloomy. 5 years? We must reach the strength to compete with Shangyanzong within 5 years. If other people knew about this idea, they would definitely laugh at me. But he has confidence. As a time traveler, he also has plug-ins. If you can't even do this, you might as well find a piece of tofu and kill yourself. Master, where are we going now? Just then, Dan Yangzi spoke at an inappropriate time, interrupting his thoughts. A black line appeared on Shen Mo's forehead, and he had actually forgotten about this old guy. It seems like it would be nice to keep a top-tier third-level alchemist by my side. Let's go back to our residence first. After saying that, Shen Mo walked down the mountain alone. As an inner disciple, he does not have a cave dwelling. In the inner gate, only simple accommodation was provided for him. But he wasn't used to living there. The dilapidated house outside the gate is more suitable for him. Upon hearing this, Dan Yangzi's face lit up with joy. Does the master acknowledge him as his disciple? Okay. He quickly agreed and followed with small steps. Not long. The two returned to the outer gate. Shen Mo decided to send Dan Yangzi away first, and then go into Joyo Tower to find Gao Fei to learn how to form a pill. It's not that easy to become my disciple. As he spoke, he took out the lowest level chi gathering pill. Do you recognize this pill? Master, you must be kidding. I can even make this elixir with my eyes closed. Dan Yangzi was originally worried that Shen Mo would make things difficult for him. Seeing him take out the chi gathering pill, I felt relieved instantly. Then show me how you practice it. Shen Mo said with a smile. Why is that so difficult? Dan Yangzi sneered and waved his hand, and the alchemy furnace appeared. I was looked down upon. He is a top-tier third-level alchemist, so shouldn't he be able to make low-level pills like chi-gathering pills with ease? Thinking of this, he decided to perform well in front of Shen Mo. Over time. Half an incense stick passed. Dan Yangzi stood up slowly, his face showing a defiant look again. Master, please look. After he finished speaking, he slapped the alchemy furnace. 5 round pills flew out. Shen Mo looked at the pill, laughed and shook his head. 5 top-grade chi-gathering pills, what are you so proud of? I thought I would be praised, but I was ridiculed instead. Dan Yangzi's stubborn temper suddenly flared up, and he was about to retort. But when I thought that I was here to become a disciple, I had no choice but to hold my nose and ask humbly. May I ask, master? Before he could finish his words, Shen Mo took the alchemy furnace from his hand and started refining it on the spot. Skilled techniques, completely different proportions and processes. Dan Yangzi looked shocked. 10 minutes later. Shen Mo slapped the alchemy furnace. 10 crystal-clear chi-gathering pills flew out. Dan Yangzi was shocked. Perfect. His worldview completely collapsed. He turned to look at Shen Mo, wanting to ask the questions in his mind. But there was no trace of Shen Mo. Only one voice was heard.
If one furnace doesn't reach the standard according to my method, don't call me your master.
Chapter 72, The Secret of Breaking Through the Golden Core Realm, Scheming Against Ling Shuzi. After many days, Shen Mo entered Jiuyo Tower again. Looking at the empty floor, he couldn't help but sigh.
Back then, Gu Lianyo captured nearly 1,000 cultivators who had reached the perfect foundation establishment stage and imprisoned them here.
Now Gao Fei is the only one left on the entire first floor. Sensing Shen Mo's arrival, Gao Fei immediately stood up and saluted respectfully. Meet the master. No need to be so polite, just call me brother. Shen Mo waved his hand. It always sounds weird to be called master by a man. Besides, wait until you are stronger.
He also wants to use Gao Fei to exchange for the Immortal Clan's secret method. At that time, the control of the bone spirit flame must be released.
In order to avoid embarrassment, you have to be nice to Gao Fei. Yes, brother Shen. Do you know how to break through the foundation building stage and reach the golden core level? Shen Mo went straight to the point. Hearing this, Gao Fei nodded heavily. Golden elixir is divided into 9 grades, each grade represents a different level, 1 is the beginning and 9 is the ultimate.
Ranks 1 to 3 are called the lower 3 ranks, ranks 4 to 6 are called the middle 3 ranks, and ranks 7 to 9 are called the upper 3 ranks. I have been in the stage of perfect foundation building for many years. If I want to break through, I can do so at any time. However, the immortal race has a rule that if you don't reach the upper 3rd level of breakthrough, you will not be qualified to stay in the immortal race. Brother Shen, you have reached the supreme foundation establishment, and you have an innate advantage in reaching the upper 3rd level. Hearing this, Shen Mo's eyes lit up. According to the power displayed by the previous supreme foundation building, doesn't it mean that as long as he has the 9th grade golden elixir, he can compete with the late nascent soul stage, or even the perfect stage? It seemed as if he had sensed Shen Mo's inner thoughts. Gao Fei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Shen, don't speculate on higher realms based on lower realms. The foundation establishment stage means one has just stepped onto the path to immortality. At best, one is still immortal. What I said before, that I can kill an early stage Jindan and escape unscathed in the middle stage, is based on the situation that the opponent is a lower 3rd grade Jindan. If I meet a fellow genius of the upper 3rd rank, even if he's at the early stage of the golden core, he can easily defeat me. Hearing Gao Fei's reminder, Shen Mo nodded seriously. When he was building his foundation at the Hunyuan stage, he should have been able to fight against someone in the middle stage of the Jindan stage. But I didn't even see what the Jindan realm person on the 2nd floor looked like. I guess he is also a 3rd grade golden elixir. So how do you break through to the 9th level? Shen Mo asked seriously. Hearing this, Gao Fei thought for a moment and replied. Brother Shen, you are an alchemist, so it should be easy to understand. It means using the spiritual sea as a furnace to refine the elixir. Every time a pattern forms on the golden elixir, it increases by 1 grade. Until 9 lines are attached to the golden elixir, it is also called the 9-line golden elixir. Looking at Shen Mo, he was still confused. Gao Fei continued. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth correspond to the 5 patterns. Spiritual power, soul, and physical strength correspond to 3 patterns. As long as the above standards are met, you will reach the 8th level of the golden core realm. As for the 9th rank. At this point, Gao Fei sighed heavily. 9th rank requires the baptism of thunder tribulation. Countless geniuses have been stopped by these harsh conditions. Oh my god. Hearing this outrageous condition, Shen Mo widened his eyes. Damn it. Do you have to be struck by lightning after breaking through to the golden core stage? How to trigger a thunder tribulation? Swear. Shen Mo shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that I still underestimated the Jindan realm. Judging from his current situation, he has 5 spiritual roots, so it is not too difficult for him to gather all 5 elements. He has established the supreme foundation, and the spiritual sea in his body is as high as 90,000 feet. Spiritual power is not a problem either. The only things missing are soul and body. Now that we have a direction, things will be much easier. It turns out that you need to have a think tank around you. The key is how to improve these 2 things. Shen Mo was at a loss for a moment. Let bone spirit flame help? As soon as this idea came into his mind, he rejected it. At least before I completely control this traitor, I must not let him touch my soul. Seeing Shen Mo sighing, Gao Fei, as the young patriarch of the immortal clan, naturally understood his distress.
Brother Shen, don't worry. I remember that Bone Spirit Flame controlled a guy from the Ghost Sect back then, didn't he?
I think the technique he's practicing has the rudiments of the soul path.
Yes. Shen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Gao Fei's reminder. How could I forget these slaves?
Gao Fei continued, as for physical strength, that's even simpler.
Brother Shen, all you need to do is find some natural treasures, turn them into medicinal liquid, and soak your body in it. So that's how it is. Shen Mo nodded repeatedly. He was a little reluctant to let Gao Fei return to the immortal clan. This is too much to know. He truly deserves to be the young patriarch of the immortal clan. Now, the 8th grade golden elixir is within reach. Only the last kind of thunder tribulation remains. Where to find it?
Thinking of this, Shen Mo sighed to the sky.
Is it really necessary to form an 8th grade elixir? It was obvious that he was a little unwilling. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Since he wanted the 9th grade golden elixir, would Ling Shuzi and Lao Dang also think so? Yes, considering how idiotic Lao Dang is.
After all, the Supreme Foundation establishment only has an extra 10,000 feet of spiritual sea compared to the Hunyuan Foundation establishment.
Then Lao Dang must want every realm to be perfect.
If he had not been fully prepared, he would certainly not have given up his original realm and taken the risk of seizing Jin Buhui's body.
Thinking of this, Shen Mo became slightly excited. Now I just need to meet the conditions for the 8th grade golden elixir.
When the time comes, follow Ling Shuzi and seize his opportunity. The more Shen Mo thought about it, the more excited he became, but he also considered that Ling Shuzi, that old bastard, would definitely have a backup plan.
Maybe they will even invite guardians from the nascent soul realm.
He suddenly became listless again.
Go and invite Yu Chuan? Never mind. Although he is the master of Zhonglinger and Li Wanru. But after all, how could a person who could marry his beloved disciple to Shang Yenzong be a good person? It's difficult. Shen Mo shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Now his only support is Jiuyo Tower. Thinking of this, his face became strange.
Yes.
You have such a big trump card, why not use it? He turned to look at Gao Fei and asked seriously.
How long will it take you to break through to the golden core stage?
Hearing this, Gao Fei said seriously.
I have gathered all the 5 elements.
As for spiritual power, I have the support of the 70,000 Zhang spiritual sea, so I don't have to worry about it. The cultivation method of the Taichu immortal clan is the cultivation of the physical body, so there is no need to worry about my physical body. The only thing missing is the soul.
Good job.
It seems that Gao Fei's original goal was to achieve the 8th grade Jindan.
Why not just let him break through to the 7th rank directly?
With the strength of a 7th grade golden elixir and the added bonus of the Bone Spirit Flame, I should be able to take down that guy on the 2nd floor.
Thinking of this, Shen Mo asked tentatively. If you break through now, can you defeat the guy on the 2nd level?
Gao Fei shook his head and said bluntly, I can't beat him. I just broke through, and it's only the early stage of Jindan.
Anyone who can enter the Jiuyo Tower is not a good person. Back then, I was the only one on this level.
Those who had reached the perfect foundation were subdued by the remnant soul of Gu Lianyo.
And those people above, it was Gu Lianyo himself who did it. Oh. Shen Mo sighed heavily and gave up the idea of letting Gao Fei break through immediately. Let's take it one step at a time. Let us gather the materials needed for the 8th grade golden elixir first. Chapter 73 Wearing Clothes, Not Helping. Dioxuan Zone. The forbidden area in the back mountain.
Along with the auspicious signs from heaven, the sound of the Great Way was heard.
Jang Lin couldn't help but kneel down and worship.
Ling Shuzi bathed in the fairy light and slowly walked out of the forbidden area.
Congratulations, Ancestor. Congratulations, Ancestor. Jang Lin shouted immediately.
Ling Shuzi nodded with a smile, his whole body filled with the aura of a king.
After hundreds of years of planning, the Supreme Foundation has finally been established.
His eyes were full of brilliance.
It seems like there is no rival in the world. Ancestor, you finally came out.
During this period, the Hawan sect and the Ligue sect seized many resources from my Daoxian sect.
Master, he has followed your instructions and has never resisted. I'm worried. Jang Lin lowered his head and spoke in a low voice.
Ling Shuzi nodded, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. This is also my fault.
3 treasures were lost in the true dragon's nest.
Tell the sect master to be patient for a while longer.
I will strive for the 9th grade golden elixir right now.
Yes, sir. Jang Lin bowed, his eyes full of anticipation. 9th grade golden elixir, this legendary realm, he was actually able to see it in his own ancestor in his lifetime. He has gold and fire spiritual roots, and it took him a lot of effort to bring his physical body up to standard.
It's just a 3rd grade golden elixir. What's the current situation with Shen Mo?
Ling Shuzi turned his head and asked. Before he went into seclusion, he gave instructions to Jang Lin.
Use the spies left in Qingshan sect to monitor Shen Mo at all times.
He was defeated by Shen Mo in the true dragon's nest before, and this has become his inner demon. He had experienced the pain of inner demons before, and knew that if the inner demons were not eliminated, it would be impossible to achieve the state of spiritual transformation. During this period, Shen Mo used the 9 jade branch to refine pills for his master. Then he stayed indoors, spending the entire day having fun in his room with a woman named Jang Lin.
After listening to Jang Lin's story,
Ling Shuzi frowned deeply.
Is that really true? It shouldn't be. With Shen Mo's talent, how could he possibly be greedy for worldly affairs? He racked his brains but couldn't understand Shen Mo. I just stopped thinking about it. What's the situation with Emperor Xia now?
My ancestor, now Emperor Xia, only has a trace of heaven's luck left. Jang Lin answered seriously.
Very good.
Ling Shuzi narrowed his eyes slightly.
The plan that has been planned for many years is finally coming to fruition.
Xia country is his opportunity to break through to the 9th level.
He learned about Tao from ancient books. There are only 2 ways to trigger a thunder tribulation.
A kind of powerful person who only exists in legends can use his own strength to forcibly connect heaven and earth and bring down thunder tribulations to prove his truth. The second way is to disrupt the destiny of the world, do things that anger heaven and man, and let heaven punish you. Notify Yuchuan that Xia Zhuoyu should return to see his father in 6 months.
Ling Shuzi said in a deep voice.
Hearing this, Jang Lin looked conflicted.
Ancestor, will Yuchuan really do as he is told?
He was also present at the scene, so he naturally knew Ling Shuzi's plan. Emperor Xia was not possessed by another body, but Ling Shuzi used an ancient forbidden technique to forcibly change his mind. This made him do foolish and unjust things, causing the fortune of the entire dynasty to take a sharp turn for the worse. Later, Ling Shuzi discovered that although the dynasty's fortune had been maintained at a freezing point, it could not decline any further. Until he saw Xia Zhuoyu. She actually has the destiny of heaven in her body, and the destiny of the dynasty is slowly leaning towards her. So Ling Shuzi made Emperor Xia do something that violated ethical principles. As expected, the luck began to collapse.
Ling Shuzi verified the conjecture, but the time was not right. He hasn't been reborn yet.
This is why Yuchuan took Xia Zhuoyu and Xia Xining away.
He will.
Ling Shuzi narrowed his eyes, as if everything was under control.
By the way, let Shen Mo go too. I want to kill him myself.
Yes, sir. Jang Lin bowed and turned to leave.
Wait. Ling Shuzi thought for a long time, then said in a deep voice, don't let Shen Mo go. He was really a little afraid of silence.
God knows what kind of trouble he can cause.
This time it's not like building a foundation. If something goes wrong, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Good. Although Jang Lin didn't understand Ling Shuzi's thoughts. But since the ancestor has spoken, he should just obey.
For several days,
Shen Mo was immersed in Jang Lin's gentle embrace.
I have neglected her during this period of time and decided to make it up to her.
Outside the house, there is also a top 3rd level alchemist guarding it. Dan Yangzi no longer had any arrogance at this time.
He had long been completely subdued by Shen Mo.
The outer disciples are happy.
There is an endless supply of qi gathering pills every day. The worst quality is top grade, and perfect pills appear from time to time.
Send Jang Lin away.
Sit cross-legged in silence. These days, with her efforts, the bond value has reached 500 again, which shows how hard it is. According to the original 2000 bond value, 10% of the origin of the bone spirit flame was taken away. Another 18,000 bond points are required to fully control the bone spirit flame.
There is still a long way to go.
He wanted to gather them all at once, and then take away its origin completely by surprise. Otherwise, it would be easy to be retaliated by this traitor. But based on the results obtained by Shen Mo's research system during this period, it's a bit difficult. But there is a solution. The level of the bond value depends on the other party's realm. At that time, Jang Lin was in the Qi refining realm and only contributed 100 bond points for the first time. Each subsequent time will only increase by 10 points. However, after Jang Lin reached the foundation building stage, the points increased by 20 points each time. Zhong Linger was in the Golden Core realm, and for the first time, she was given 200 points of bond value. 60 points each subsequent time. Looks like I need to talk to Zhong Linger more often. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Shen Mo, are you there? Hearing the voice, Shen Mo's face was full of confusion. He didn't seem to know the person who came. What is Dan Yangzi used for? They let anyone in. It's necessary to knock it down a bit. Out of politeness, Shen Mo walked forward and opened the door. Seeing who was coming, he became even more confused. Xia Zhuoyu. A black tight-fitting outfit tightly wraps up the perfect curves. She tied her hair into a high ponytail with a golden hairpin, looking very capable. There was a hint of dominance in his clear eyes. Handsome. Shen Mo could only think of this word. If it weren't for the towering chest, Shen Mo would definitely think it was a man. She is so beautiful and one of the 3 beauties in the outer sect. But she always dresses like this. What is it? Shen Mo frowned slightly. He didn't think that Xia Zhuoyu was here to throw herself into his arms. And this outfit. He's a bit upset. If something really happens? At least he didn't want to wear clothes. Shen Mo, I came to you because I want you to do me a favor? No help. Shen Mo refused without thinking and closed the door. For a moment, Xia Zhuoyu stood there in a daze. The words were on the tip of my tongue, but were stuck. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed and angry. Even if she is not a princess now, has she ever been treated like this? When other people saw her, they were all respectful and submissive. I didn't expect Shen Mo to have this attitude. But after finally convincing her aunt, she had no choice but to shamelessly knock on the door again. My aunt asked me to come find you. Chapter 74, Demons suddenly appeared in Luohan Valley and a war broke out. Your aunt? The door reopened and Shen Mo poked his head out, looking a little confused. Xia Xining? Yes. Xia Zhuoyu, Xia Xining. Let us look at the face again. They actually look somewhat similar. Yeah. Xia Zhuoyu nodded. Don't you owe my aunt a favor? Okay. Shen Mo walked out of the room. Now that things have come to this, you have to go there. Pay back this debt of favor. See, Shen Mo agree. Xia Zhuoyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Why don't you ask what to do? No need. Since I promised, I will go through it even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire. Shen Mo waved his hand and said very seriously. After these words were spoken, Xia Zhuoyu's liking for him rose to a new level. She actually didn't want to ask her aunt to use this favor. But for my father and for the Xia kingdom, there is no other way. The two of them walked together. We soon left the mountain gate. Xia Xining had been waiting here for a long time, wearing a light blue dress and long hair draped over her shoulders. See Shen Mo coming. She avoided his gaze at first, then looked straight at Shen Mo and smiled. You're here? Since you asked me to come, I will definitely come. Shen Mo grinned. Hearing this, Xia Xining's pretty face turned slightly red and she quickly turned her head away. Then she summoned a spirit boat and jumped on it. Shen Mo and Xia Zhuoyu followed closely behind. Although the spirit boat is not as good as Zhong Linger's treasure boat, it is also extremely fast. In an instant, he left the Qingshan sect's gate. Xia Zhuoyu then told the purpose of this trip. We are going to the soul-losing valley in southern Yunnan to pick a soul-dispersing grass there. Soul-scattering grass? As an alchemist, Shen Mo certainly knew this herb. It can be used as the main medicine to refine some pills that act on the soul. But this herb is extremely rare. It is often accompanied by powerful monsters for protection. Yeah. Xia Zhuoyu nodded gently, hesitated for a moment, and spoke again.
This soul-scattering grass is related to our great Xia. Shut up. But before she could finish her words, Xia Xining scolded her harshly. Xia Zhuoyu was not convinced and looked at Xia Xining with stubbornness in his eyes. After a long time, she sighed softly and turned to look at Shen Mo. That's the thing. If there are any monsters, Auntie will stop them. You just need to help me pick the soul-dispersing grass. She originally wanted to inform Shen Mo about the situation in Xia country and take the opportunity to pull him into her camp. But it was obvious that Xia Xining didn't want Shen Mo to get involved. She had been raised by Xia Xining almost since she was a child, and the fear in her bones forced her to give up this idea. Seeing this, Shen Mo just nodded and didn't ask any further questions. After all, it's someone else's family affair. He has no right to ask. Just repay the favor. I happen to come to southern Yunnan, and the Li Gui sect is also here. He could also take the opportunity to call out Li Wujiu, the cold slave, to ask him about the soul-building techniques. After 2 months of flying, the three finally arrived at the Valley of Fallen Souls. Hasn't landed yet. A cold wind accompanied by the howling of ghosts and wolves came from the valley. Xia Xining's face was solemn. If you encounter an irresistible monster, retreat immediately. She was also unsure. Although she is at the Jindan realm, she is very self-aware and knows that her Jindan realm is quite watered down. If you focus on refining the elixir, you won't have time to hone your realm. Shen Mo nodded to show his understanding. The spirit boat was put away. The three of them slowly walked into the valley. It was pitch black inside. If I weren't a cultivator, I would have been completely lost the moment I entered. The further you go in, the spookier it gets and the darker it becomes. Soon, a ray of light appeared before my eyes. Shen Mo hurried forward. A flash of white light appeared, and he appeared in a world full of birdsong and flowers. This is... The scene before him shocked him a little. However, when he turned around, the two girls were nowhere to be seen. No, it's an illusion. In the sea of consciousness, the Joyo Tower vibrated and invisible sound waves spread. In just a moment, Shen Mo regained his consciousness. Looking around, we were still in the Valley of Fallen Souls. The two women beside him are still in a state of dementia. There were giant purple flowers all over the front, blocking the way. The love flower. Shen Mo recognized it at a glance. He had seen it before among the medicinal herbs that Dan Yangzi took out. Just not this big. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached out his hand. Flames from the bone spirit leaped out from his fingertips and instantly burned all the enchanting flowers around him. Xia Xining was the first to regain consciousness. Don't want. As soon as she opened her mouth, she realized something was wrong. It turned out to be an illusion. It's okay. It's because of the ecstasy flower. Shen Mo's voice came, and she looked over subconsciously. Just met Shen Mo's gaze. She quickly moved away again. Recalling the scenes in the illusion, Xia Xining felt extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, it was dark here and no one noticed that her face was red. Father, I did it. Xia Zhuoyu murmured softly and slowly opened his eyes. I was stunned at first, then I realized it was an illusion. Let's go, we can't stay here for long. Shen Mo spoke in a deep voice. Just now, when he used the bone spirit flame, it was obvious that the bone spirit flame was excited. It seems that there are some tonic items ahead. It was just like the scene when I first saw the 9-bend fairy tree. He became more curious about what lay ahead. The three of them, each with their own thoughts, walked forward cautiously. Not long. The scene in front of me became spacious and bright. Soul-scattering grass. Xia Zhuoyu exclaimed. Shen Mo followed her gaze. The leaves are as silky as silk, silver white all over, and exude a strange scent. It is indeed the soul-scattering grass. Before Shen Mo could come to his senses, Xia Zhuoyu rushed forward. Etc. Shen Mo was shocked. Soul-dispersing grass is a great tonic for the soul. Heaven is fair. The demon race was given a strong physique, but correspondingly, their soul was their biggest weakness. Compared with humans, the soul-scattering grass is undoubtedly more attractive to demons. The soul-dispersing grass in front of us cannot be without a monster guarding it. As expected. She just took a step. A huge snake head emerged from the darkness. Evil beast. Xia Zhuoyu was not panicked. He raised his hand and stabbed the giant snake with a sword. When
the spirit sword collided with the snake head, sparks flying. Xia Zhuoyu also used this power to quickly rush towards the soul-dispersing grass. She was secretly proud of herself and reached out to pick them.
Careful! At this moment, a loud eagle cry was heard.
Xia Zhuoyu turned around subconsciously. I saw a huge claw coming. At the critical moment, she felt a heat in her abdomen and a pair of big hands hugged her tightly. Then he rolled to the side.
Thank you. Xia Zhuoyu blushed and quickly got up. However, Shen Mo did not give her a good look. You are so reckless. If I hadn't intervened in time, you would have died. If you want to die, no one can stop you, but don't drag down your teammates. When has Xia Zhuoyu ever been educated like this? Hearing this, she instantly got angry. Just wanted to reply.
Only then did he discover that several big monsters had already gathered next to the soul-scattering grass. Xia Xining was standing in front of them, confronting them.
Chapter 75. Xia Zhuoyu is so strong? A snake, an eagle, and a tiger. The three monsters were much larger than usual. Standing there like a mountain. They should have been enemies. But at this moment, they only had eyes for Shen Mo and the other two. Shen Mo looked at it secretly and couldn't help feeling a little frightened. They were actually 3 Jindan level monsters. The strongest one should be the demon eagle, which probably has the strength of a middle stage golden elixir. He is naturally fearless when he gives it a try. But Xia Xining and Xia Zhuoyu are by his side. They are not one of us. Once too many cards are exposed, it's also a risk for him. You two, hurry up and leave.
Xia Xining snorted coldly, and the blue phoenix flame spread out from her body.
Because of the existence of the soul-dispersing grass, the three monsters are not allies.
But when they saw Xia Xining's actions, they looked at each other and reached an agreement.
Catch the leader first.
The three monsters attacked Xia Xining almost at the same time.
Xia Xining shouted. The blue phoenix flame burned fiercely, transforming into a flaming blue phoenix that pounced towards the three monsters. The mountain eagle raised its head and cried, then dropped one claw. Directly tear the oncoming Qingluan into pieces. Xia Xining's face changed drastically.
As an alchemist, there is no problem in letting him control the flame to make medicine. But asking her to control the Qingluan flame to fight is indeed a bit difficult for her.
The lack of combat experience was immediately apparent.
Seeing Qingluan being broken, she stood there in a daze for a moment, not knowing what to do.
See this scene. Shen Mo sighed softly. It seems that I have no choice but to take action.
He suddenly rushed out and took Xia Xining into his arms. He slapped out with his backhand.
Ninefold blazing flame.
The flames of the bone spirit turned into huge white waves.
Layer after layer of pressure fell on the three monsters. The three demons' expressions changed drastically. If it were ordinary flames, they would naturally not be afraid.
But they felt a shudder coming from their souls.
Once you are contaminated by this white flame, you will probably be skinned alive even if you don't die.
At the same time, the three monsters all dodged.
Either fly into the sky or burrow into the ground.
Xia Xining was in Shen Mo's arms and saw it very clearly. His eyes were filled with shock.
In her impression, Shen Mo is only in the foundation building stage. It's just a short time since I entered the inner gate.
No matter how talented one is, he can only be at the middle stage of foundation building at most.
The middle stage of foundation building forced back 3 great monsters in the golden elixir stage. How terrifying this is. Before she could react,
Shen Mo held her and retreated rapidly behind him.
How? Xia Xining didn't understand. Something is wrong. Shen Mo didn't say it clearly.
He sensed that there was a Han slave nearby.
If my guess is correct, the ghost sect should have sent someone. The purpose is most likely this soul-scattering grass. Instead of fighting to the death with 3 monsters, it is better to hide first. Wait for the fish and clams to fight so that you can reap the benefits. The idea is good.
But the next second, something unexpected happened. When Xia Zhuoyu saw the monster retreat, he felt that his opportunity had come.
Without any hesitation, she immediately went against the flow. In an instant, he took the soul-dispersing grass into his pocket. Auntie, I did it. Idiot. Today, Shen Mo finally saw what it meant to be big-breasted and brainless. As expected, The three monsters did not retreat far. When they saw this scene, their eyes turned red. Human, you're looking for death. The mountain eagle reacted the fastest. Dive directly from the sky. The speed is astonishing. Accompanied by a sonic boom. Shen Mo shook his head and sighed. Too fast for him to save her. Xia Xining's eyes were red, and she was helpless. At this moment, a loud dragon roar sounded. A giant golden dragon suddenly emerged from Xia Zhuoyu's body. The dragon stretched out its claws and collided with the eagle's claws. A powerful burst of power. The spiritual power surged, spreading out from the two monsters as the center. The dead trees around were uprooted. Shen Mo hugged Xia Xining tightly and quickly retreated. Xia Xining looked worried and said anxiously, Shen Mo, Zhuoyu is still there. But silence fell on deaf ears. The spiritual power storm generated by the collision between the two monsters has reached the late Jindan stage. He is only in the foundation building stage and is still a mortal after all. Although he has the strength to fight against those in the late Jindan stage. But he was not arrogant enough to withstand a full strength attack from a late Jindan cultivator. Put me down, I want to save Zhuoyu. A crisp slap sounded. Shen Mo slapped her hard on the butt. Xia Xining raised her head, stunned. Hands, let go. She groaned softly. Shen Mo didn't listen to her. Instead, he set his sights on the battlefield in the distance. Xia Xining noticed something strange and looked in the direction he was looking. She was immediately stunned. Completely forgetting the rubbing feeling on my buttocks. Xia Zhuoyu seemed like a completely different person. Her eyes were shining with golden light at this moment. He waved the magic sword in his hand, opening and closing it vigorously. Cooperating skillfully with the golden dragon beside him. In an instant, the three monsters were completely suppressed. It's like a female war god reborn. The dragon vein returns. Xia Xining exclaimed in surprise. She had only seen this happen with her eldest brother before. Unexpectedly, I saw you again today. Is this God's will? Is it destined that Xia Zhuoyu will revive Daxia? Over the years. In front of Xia Zhuoyu, she always deliberately avoided Xiaguo. Avoid Xia Yuan. The purpose is to make Xia Zhuoyu forget the past. Concentrate on practicing. But unexpectedly, the opposite happened. Instead, it aroused her desire to save the world. Just then, Xia Zhuoyu has the upper hand. He would behead the three monsters with one sword. A creepy voice sounded. He. The little girl has some skills. At the foundation establishment stage, you actually beat our three pets like this. Three black-robed figures emerged. Hundreds of disciples followed behind him. Evil ghost sect. Xia Xining recognized the person at a glance. Shen Mo also reacted. No wonder these three monsters cooperate so well. It turns out that these three monsters were raised by these three people. But the next moment, the magic sword in Xia Zhuoyu's hand hummed and the golden dragon roared. The man and the dragon rushed towards the three people. Hiss. When Shen Mo saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Is Xia Zhuoyu so strong? Facing 6 Jindan realm masters. If it were him, he would have no choice but to run for his life without summoning Gao Fei. But the next second, Shen Mo realized that he was overthinking. The golden dragon was crushed to pieces by the three men in an instant. Xia Zhuoyu was also badly beaten by the three monsters and was slapped away. Laugh. I was really scared. It turns out that my ancestral bloodline is controlling my consciousness. Chapter 76, Master, this was killed yesterday. Damn it, damn. Xia Zhuoyu fainted. Shen Mo knew that he had to take action now. At this point, I don't care whether my cards will be exposed or not. These three people will not leave this place alive. Unless you become a slave. You go hold those disciples back, I'll go save Xia Zhuoyu. But, are you okay? Xia Xining asked with concern. Snap. I'll let you know if I can do it. Shen Mo patted Xia Xining's butt and flew forward. Ha! I thought you weren't going to show up, little mouse. Li Xia smiled sinisterly. It was obvious that he had discovered Shen Mo and others a long time ago. He, big brother, you're truly a master of foresight.
You leaked the news about the soul-dispersing grass, and someone really fell for it.
What are you going to do with these 3 people? Wang Hai on the side complimented.
Li Xie's eyes rolled. These 2 women look quite pretty. If we sell them to the Hahuan sect, we'll surely be able to get a lot of resources in return. As for this kid, bring him back to the sect and extract his soul to make a puppet.
Brother, you are wise.
The 2 people beside him immediately echoed.
The corner of Shen Mo's mouth twitched. Damn it. Just make a decision without even asking for your own opinion? Boy, what are you laughing at? I laugh at your mother.
Shen Mo shouted angrily and raised his hand. The Tower of Babel grows taller as the wind blows.
Countless golden lights emerged from the tower and transformed into giant golden swords that slashed towards the 3 people. Tower of Babel.
Li Xie's eyes widened.
Isn't this the treasure of Daoxian sect? How could it be in this kid's hands? Could he be a member of the Daoxian sect? Just when he was distracted,
the golden sword attacks. There was also a ghostly figure appearing behind him.
The arrogant dragon will regret. Gao Fei held the spear in his hand and stabbed Li Xie's vital point.
Li Xie's face changed drastically, and a sense of death crisis arose spontaneously.
But that's not all.
Suddenly, white flames spread all around, like a huge wave hitting. If Shen Mo doesn't make a move, it's fine, but once he does, he will reveal all his cards.
He noticed it too.
The 3 of them all respect Li Xie. The so-called capture the leader first.
As long as Li Xie is captured as soon as possible, the chances of winning will be greatly increased. Li Xie is an evil cultivator and is in the late Jindan stage.
Extremely rich combat experience. He flipped his palm and a soul flag emitting black smoke appeared. First, he waved the soul flag to resist the most dangerous Gao Fei, and then he pinched the magic formula with his hands to form a spiritual shield behind him to resist the attack of the Tower of Babel. As for the bone spirit flame, he didn't take it seriously at all. He could tell at a glance that Gao Fei was at the foundation establishment stage. If Gao Fei didn't dodge, the worst that could happen would be that both of them would be hit by the bone spirit flame at the same time.
He believed that at his level, Gao Fei would be the only one to die.
However, things turned out to be beyond his expectations. Not only did Gao Fei not dodge, he also gave up on defense. He wielded the magic spear in his hand with great power.
Li Xie was shocked. Are you going to die?
Gao Fei didn't answer, but fired one shot after another.
It means to die together. Humph. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?
Li Xie is indeed a Jindan realm cultivator who walked out of a pile of dead bodies.
He immediately controlled the soul flag, and resentful souls flew out of it. Meet Gao Fei's attack.
There are so many resentful souls, like a swarm of locusts passing through the sky, a dark mass.
Gao Fei fell into a disadvantage for a while.
Boy, you're still far from being able to die with me. At this moment, a black light pierced through the white flames and rushed over at a high speed. Li Xie frowned slightly, quickly turned around and stretched out his hand to meet the attack.
Seeing this scene, Shen Mo couldn't help but feel a little funny.
The last person who caught Joyo Tower with his bare hands has grass 3 meters high on his grave.
As expected. The moment Li Xie came into contact with Joyo Tower, he discovered something was wrong. When he wanted to withdraw, it was too late.
Juyulu crushed one of his hands into powder simply by relying on its own hardness. The evil spirits are all gone, and they just want to escape from this place as quickly as possible.
Bone Spirit Flame seized the opportunity and rushed into his sea of consciousness.
All this happened extremely quickly, and only 2 or 3 breaths passed before the battle broke out. Wang Hai and the others saw Li Xie rushing out from the flames, and he was missing an arm.
I was suddenly shocked. Brother, are you okay?
Li Xie shook his head, beads of sweat covering his forehead. There's something strange about this kid.
Let's attack him together. Good.
The 2 men agreed, each took out their soul flag, and prepared for battle. At this moment, something unexpected happened.
Li Xie suddenly attacked. With one punch, he pierced the dantian of one of the Jindan realm masters.
The golden elixir shattered with a sound. Seeing the scene, Wang Hai immediately distanced himself.
Brother, what are you doing?
They are evil cultivators who scheme against each other on a daily basis, and stabbing each other in the back is normal. But now, facing a strong enemy,
we should unite and not take action at this time.
But things had come to this point, and Wang Hai didn't dare to stay.
He turned and tried to run away. But Shen Mo would never do as he wished. Gao Fei blocked his way. Shen Mo waved his hand. The sea of fire reappeared, isolating the place. The evil spirit also slowly approached. Wang Hai reacted instantly. It's you! Who are you? Submit or die.
Shen Mo's mouth curled up slightly.
Hearing this, Wang Hai's expression kept changing. After a long moment, he sighed softly. Greetings, Master. Li Xia, who was in the late Jindan stage, surrendered. What kind of waves could he, who was in the middle Jindan stage, make? Rather than having his arm broken like Li Xia, it is better to surrender early and avoid physical pain. Very good, give up your mind. Ha? Wang Hai was confused. Just as he raised his head, he saw a cluster of white flames coming towards him. A moment later, several people landed slowly. In the distance, Xia Xining was unaware of what was happening here and was still fighting with a group of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Shen Mo shook his head and smiled bitterly. Her Jindan realm was too weak. It took me so long to get it. What grade of golden elixir are you? Shen Mo asked. Master, I am a third-grade golden elixir that combines the elements of earth and wood with the soul. Li Hun bowed and replied. Master, I am a third-grade golden elixir of gold, wood, and soul. Wang Hai also answered truthfully. Hearing this, Shen Mo's eyes lit up. The ghost sect is indeed a sect of cultivated souls. Then how can we strengthen our souls? Shen Mo continued to ask. Li Hun laughed and took out the soul flag with a flip of his hand. Master, this is the reason. Seeing Shen Mo's puzzled expression, Li Xia did not dare to hide it and continued. The practice of our ghost sect is to collect and devour souls. As he spoke, he made a hand gesture and resentful souls flew out from the soul flag and fell into his mouth. At this moment, his broken arm recovered in the blink of an eye. See this scene. Shen Mo reacted instantly. You mean, devouring souls to nourish them? Master is so smart. Li Xia quickly complimented him. Woji. Is it true that you are what you eat? Asking him to eat this stuff raw. I always feel uncomfortable. But for the sake of strength, fight. Do you have any techniques? Yes. Li Xia raised his hand and pointed, and a piece of information appeared in Shen Mo's mind. After experiencing the baptism of auspiciousness from heaven, Shen Mo's understanding has undergone a drastic change. In just a few breaths, he completely mastered this so-called soul refining technique. It is indeed as Li Xia said, this technique has little combat power and mainly relies on the soul. Nourish the soul with the soul. How many resentful souls are there in your soul banners? We used some in the battle just now, and there are more than 4,000 left. I still have more than 7,000. Hearing this, Shen Mo was a little shocked. There are so many. How long have you been collecting? Li Xia was slightly stunned and immediately replied. Master, this was killed yesterday. Chapter 77. I like you, but not your mother. Good job. Worthy of being an evil cultivator. It fits the silent stereotype very well. When others kill someone, they kill him individually. The ghost sect is fine. On city killing. So many are killed every day. How many towns must have been massacred? But it has nothing to do with him. After all, he didn't kill her. At most, he would just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, and shouldn't attract any karmic retribution. Think of this. Shen Mo no longer hesitated and started practicing the soul refining technique. In an instant, the resentful souls in the two soul flags were like a dam bursting. Countless resentful souls rushed out, making the already dim soul falling valley even more eerie and terrifying. The vengeful spirit screamed miserably and flew into Shen Mo's mouth. The scene was truly horrifying. Xia Xining also noticed this scene. But she didn't understand why. I thought Shen Mo was no match for Li Xia and Wang Hai and was tortured by them. Her heart suddenly felt like it was being cut by a knife, and her hands moved more fiercely. Silence. Xia Xining was extremely anxious and wanted to go forward to help. Helplessly, the disciples of the Li Gui sect were like crazy and kept trying to stop them. She doesn't like killing. Just now, we only repelled or knocked these people unconscious, but did not kill them. But times have changed.
As he raised his hand, the blue phoenix flame bloomed. Several Foundation Establishment disciples who were nearby turned into ashes in an instant. The other Foundation Establishment disciples were all frightened when they saw this scene. They previously thought that Xia Xining was a woman and would go easy on her, so they dared to show her shamelessness. But when they saw Xia Xining suddenly take ruthless action, they all immediately became intimidated.
No one stopped her.
Xia Xining broke free from the crowd and flew towards Shen Mo quickly. Seeing this, Li Xia and Wang Hai immediately stood up to intercept them. Both of them knew that Xia Xining and Shen Mo were in the same group. So I didn't use any harsh force, I just didn't let her get close. On the other hand, silence.
The resentful spirits continued to rush into his mouth.
He opened his mouth wide and made a ha-ha sound from time to time. Xia Xining was unaware of this and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She regretted it immensely at this moment.
Shen Mo is only at the Foundation Establishment stage, why should he be allowed to come along and take risks? It's all her fault. The first time we met, I developed a strong interest in Shen Mo.
When they met for the second time, under Shen Mo's control, she reached the top third-level alchemist. She had already fallen in love with Shen Mo, but she was unwilling to admit it. Xia Zhuoyu found her and told her his purpose. She agreed without much thought.
Because she also wanted to see Shen Mo again. But I didn't expect this to be the outcome.
Xia Xining's eyes were red and her consciousness gradually became blurred. Instead, there was a pair of golden eyes.
In an instant, the dragon roared and shook the sky. Bloodline returns to the ancestors.
Li Xia and Wang Hai were shocked.
Here comes another one.
But it is obvious that Xia Xining is stronger than Xia Zhuoyu.
And it's much stronger. It's not even on the same level. As slaves, protecting their master's safety is their first priority. The two of them were complaining in their hearts. But they could only call back 2 Jindan realm demon pets to intercept. For a time, war broke out. Xia Xining fought against 4 Jindan alone. As the resentful soul enters the body,
the bone spirit flames involuntarily rushed out.
The resentful souls were ignited and kept wailing above the spirit sea. Shen Mo felt it intuitively. After being cleansed by the bone spirit's flames, these resentful souls transformed into pure soul power.
A small part of it flies into the sea of consciousness to nourish one's own soul.
A larger part was hovering over the spirit sea. Shen Mo was also a little confused about what was going on. Soon,
the resentful souls of the 2 soul flags were absorbed by him.
Shen Mo suddenly opened his eyes and felt that his soul was much stronger than before.
But the scene before him stunned him.
Aren't we all family? Why are they fighting again? Has Xia Xining also changed?
But in just a moment, he learned the situation from Han Nu.
After learning everything, Shen Mo shook his head and smiled bitterly. Stop. Hearing the silent order,
Li Xia and Wang Hai stopped immediately.
But Xia Xining did not obey and took advantage of this opportunity.
She slapped out with her palm, knocking the 2 of them to the ground. After doing all this, she stood in the air, looking down at Shen Mo and the others below. There was no emotion in Xia Xining's golden eyes, and a kingly aura of a superior person emanated from them.
The next moment, the blue phoenix flame wrapped in golden dragon energy attacked Shen Mo directly. Shen Mo was shocked and quickly summoned the Tower of Babel to resist.
After missing the first attack, Xia Xining stepped forward and slapped the Tower of Babel with a fierce palm.
Bang! A powerful force exploded, smashing the Tower of Babel directly into the ground.
Hiss!
Damn it! Shen Mo was extremely shocked.
But before he could come to his senses, Xia Xining had already come close.
Xining, wake up!
Facing Shen Mo's angry roar, she turned a deaf ear and slapped him.
At the critical moment, Shen Mo did not have time to enter Jiuyo Tower. He could only protect Jiuyo Tower in front of him and resist. A powerful force came. Shen Mo and the building were directly knocked into the mountain wall nearby. Xia Xining refused to give in and went forward again. Shen Mo felt very uncomfortable and spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong.
Facing Xia Xining, he had no strength to fight at all.
Just then,
the entire Luohan Valley suddenly shook violently. The ground suddenly cracked open to reveal a bottomless abyss.
A huge suction force came from below.
The crowd was sucked in before they could even resist. Xia Xining woke up first, her eyes full of confusion.
As one picture after another came, she shuddered. Silence.
But there was no trace of Shen Mo around.
No.
She held her head and cried bitterly. In her memory, she seemed to have killed Shen Mo with her own hands.
Regret, self-blame, and helplessness. 3 emotions kept filling her heart. Joyeux.
Xia Xining called out again, but received no response. At this moment, she was completely panicked.
It's all my fault. It's all my fault.
Xia Xining summoned the magic sword and slashed it across her neck, deciding to die with the 2 of them.
The pain I imagined did not come.
The magic sword in her hand was out of control and could not move forward at all.
What's wrong? You can't do this even if you're afraid of the dark. Hear a familiar voice.
Xia Xining suddenly opened her eyes.
Silence.
When she saw the person standing next to her, she lost control of her emotions and threw herself into Shen Mo's arms.
Woo-woo.
Looking at Xia Xining crying loudly in his arms, Shen Mo's eyes were full of helplessness.
You're such a grown-up, you could be my ancestor in terms of age, yet you're still afraid of the dark. Faced with Shen Mo's teasing, Xia Xining turned a deaf ear.
At this moment, she just wanted to snuggle in Shen Mo's arms. This feeling of losing and regaining made her see her inner self clearly. It also became extremely cherished.
Alright, let go. I don't.
If someone sees us, there'll be no way to explain it.
I'm not afraid. Shen Mo. No. Sister. I still don't know what's going on around here.
There's no need to rush into flirting. Xia Xining slowly broke free from Shen Mo's arms. She raised her head, struggling internally. In order to prevent this from happening again, she gritted her teeth and made a certain determination.
Shen Mo, am I really old? Not old, just kidding. So do you like me? I like you, not your mother. Hearing this, Xia Xining chuckled and gave Shen Mo a blank look. You're lucky. The words fell. Without waiting for Shen Mo to respond. A red lip print was printed on it. Chapter 78, Becoming an Emperor? Only a fool would want to. Shen Mo's eyes widened and he was forced to kiss her. Here we go again. First it was Zhong Linger, then it was Xia Xining.
I want to talk about Zhong Linger.
That was because you took the elixir of immortality by mistake. But what's going on with Xia Xining in front of me? Did you eat it too? It shouldn't be. It's over. Encountered bandits. Robbery of women but not of money. Xia Xining didn't know where she got the courage from.
Although he was very young, he took the initiative to move forward. Shen Mo had no choice but to guide him slowly. She also became skilled.
When love is deep.
Xia Xining actually took the initiative to pull off Shen Mo's clothes.
Shen Mo quickly reached out to stop him. No. This kind of thing also depends on the occasion. The environment is unknown now, and the dangers are unknown. Just want it? Xining, listen to me. Shen Mo quickly pushed Xia Xining away and his expression became serious.
Xia Xining was slightly stunned, and her eyes suddenly turned red.
You don't like me, do you?
As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. She clearly let go of her reserve and became so proactive. Unexpectedly, I was met with Shen Mo's attitude. Thinking of this, the feeling of grievance instantly filled her heart like a flood.
No. Listen to me. Shen Mo frowned and opened his mouth, not knowing where to start.
I won't listen, I won't listen. Xia Xining covered her ears and shook her head continuously, her voice sounding like crying. Seeing this, Shen Mo had no choice but to let go and let her calm down first. After a long while, Xia Xining raised her head and said unwillingly,
You really don't like me? You're too lazy to even explain? Shen Mo. Damn. Like to do it?
I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you. Without saying a word, Shen Mo pulled Xia Xining over and kissed her fiercely.
You scoundrel, let me go.
Xia Xining refused with her mouth, but her hands were honest.
He directly stripped off Shen Mo's Taoist robe. Shen Mo looked up and glanced around.
He picked up Xia Xining by the waist and walked behind a huge rock. Xia Xining knew what was about to happen, her face flushed with embarrassment, but she did not resist.
Instead, I feel a little bit of anticipation. No extra words. The two of them quickly got into the mood.
Behind the boulder, robes fluttered.
Just then,
Xia Zhuoyu limped in, dragging his seriously injured body.
Shen Mo noticed it immediately and stopped. I sensed something was wrong.
Xia Xining turned around, her face full of confusion.
Is this the end?
Following Shen Mo's gaze, her face lit up with joy.
Zhuoyu!
Hearing the shout, Xia Zhuoyu's eyes lit up.
Aunt! Shen Mo was startled. What are you doing? In this situation, is it possible to speak out?
Seeing Shen Mo's expression, Xia Xining smiled evilly.
I told you not to bully me just now. Snort!
Thinking of this, she moved a few times.
This really made Shen Mo lose confidence.
Xia Xining usually looks like a fairy who has descended to earth and is not affected by worldly affairs.
How dare you play like this now? Can the contrast be so great?
Xia Zhuoyu followed the source of the sound and was about to walk forward. Shen Mo subconsciously retracted his hand and tried to dodge. But Xia Xining didn't give him any chance at all.
He retreated, and she retreated too. He advances, she retreats.
Seeing Xia Zhuoyu getting closer and closer,
Xia Xining didn't dare to play with fire anymore and quickly spoke out to stop it. Zhuoyu, I see you seem to be seriously injured. Take a rest first. After she finished speaking, she threw out a pill.
Xia Zhuoyu took the pill without thinking much about it. After swallowing it in one gulp, he immediately sat cross-legged beside the huge rock.
Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this.
Xia Xining turned her head, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a smug smile.
You are so good, Xia Xining. Shen Mo blared at her fiercely. Today I will show you why the flowers are so red. Bond value plus 200. Xia Xining favorability plus 30.
Accompanied by the system prompt sound.
A powerful spiritual power surged into Shen Mo's spiritual sea. This power transformed into a golden dragon, surging in his spiritual sea. Shen Mo only felt a surge of strength throughout his body.
The eyes were also replaced by golden light. After a long time, the golden light slowly dissipated.
Shen Mo regained his clarity of mind. This is... Felt it? Xia Xining smiled and rolled her eyes at him. You're really lucky. This is the dragon vein condensed by the national destiny. Dragon vein?
Shen Mo's face was full of confusion. Xia Xining glanced at Xia Zhuoyu and saw that he was still regulating his breathing.
He didn't hide anything and told the whole story directly. A long time.
Shen Mo digested all the information and pointed at Xia Zhuoyu in shock.
She is the future empress? Yes and no. Xia Xining said in a deep voice with a sad look on her face, you now also have a dragon vein in your body. Theoretically, if you want, you can become an emperor. She is gambling. Bet on yourself. The bet is that Shen Mo will not become emperor. Sure enough, she made the right bet. Shen Mo waved his hand dismissively. Emperor Chang is restraining himself? I'm not that stupid. Hearing this, Xia Xining was very excited. She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Shen Mo on the cheek. In that case, you have to help Zhuoyu. Of course. Shen Mo smiled and kissed back.
I'm not the kind of person who would refuse to admit his mistake after pulling up his pants.
Hateful.
Xia Xining's pretty face turned red and she rolled her eyes at him. Seeing that Shen Mo wanted to touch her again, Xia Xining quickly begged for mercy.
Let's do it again back in the sect. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Shen Mo teased. Humph. Xia Xining snorted softly and said stubbornly, who's afraid of who? Come on. Faced with such provocation, Shen Mo could no longer bear it.
He immediately mounted his horse and fought again.
Xia Xining suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute. What? Shen Mo kept moving his hands and asked with a smile, you want to be on top? Damn it. Who told you this?
Xia Xining rolled her eyes and said seriously. I am a third-grade golden elixir that combines the elements of water, fire, and physical strength.
Shen Mo also became serious. She has water spirit roots and possesses the blue phoenix flame. There are two elements that are not surprising. But the physique. Could it be? Yes, it's just as you imagined. Xia Xining gave the answer, dragon vein. The dragon vein will continue to nourish your body. When you reach the stage of forming the elixir, you will be able to feel its power. Hiss. Hearing this, Shen Mo suddenly lost his composure. I originally wanted to find natural treasures to nourish my body. I didn't expect that I would get such a great benefit by accident. This trip to the Valley of Fallen Souls was really a lucrative one. He obtained the most difficult soul skill. After absorbing tens of thousands of resentful souls, although it is still a little short of perfection, it is not far from perfection. Now, along with his physical body, he has also obtained the dragon vein. The golden dragon in the spiritual sea is enough to make up for the shortcomings of his own physical strength. There is no need to worry about spiritual power. The 90,000 feet spiritual sea is no joke. Now, all you need to do is replenish the 5 elements in the spiritual sea, and then you can try to form a pill. Once the pill is formed, it will be at least at the 8th level. Thinking of this, Shen Mo became extremely excited. Just then, Xia Zhuoyu moaned and slowly opened her eyes. You? Chapter 79. Eating everything will only harm you. Xia Xining subconsciously looked down. Found out he was wearing clothes. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Zhuoyu, are you feeling better? Much better. Xia Zhuoyu nodded, his eyes full of self-blame. Auntie, I'm sorry I hurt you. Injured? Xia Xining was stunned at first, then immediately smiled and said, and is fine, thanks to. Stop pretending. Auntie, your neck is covered with scars and it's all red. Xia Zhuoyu sighed softly, tears filling her eyes. Hearing this, Xia Xining reacted and her face flushed with embarrassment. She glared at Shen Mo fiercely and whispered, I told you not to chew it, but you didn't believe me. Shen Mo scratched his head awkwardly and retorted, you're the one who insisted. Stop talking. Xia Xining almost wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. How crazy it was just now, how miserable it is now. Fortunately, Xia Zhuoyu was simple and did not think about other things. Just as the two were flirting, Xia Zhuoyu stood up, walked in front of Shen Mo and bowed respectfully. I'm sorry, Shen Mo. I'm in this situation now, and it's all my fault for being so willful. It's okay, we are all family. Shen Mo waved his hand. He had previously had a lot of opinions about Xia Zhuoyu. But after listening to Xia Xining's explanation, he felt relieved. After all, Xia Zhuoyu's starting point was not for herself, but it was for Daxia and for her father. He wanted to use the soul dispersing grass to refine a soul exorcising pill. Drive out the man who took over her father's body. Besides, he possessed Xia Xining. In terms of seniority, he is her uncle. There is no reason for an uncle to be angry with his niece. A family? Xia Zhuoyu raised his head, his face full of confusion. Ahem, we are all disciples of the Qingshan sect. Aren't we one family? Feeling the pain in his waist, Shen Mo quickly changed his words. Heh, it's me who's so foolish. Thank you, brother Shen. Having said that, Xia Zhuoyu bowed again. I've heard what Elder Xia said. I will do my best to help you restore the Xia kingdom. Things have come to this point, Shen Mo had no choice but to express his opinion. Hearing this, Xia Zhuoyu suddenly raised his head. He first glanced at Xia Xining and saw her nod with a smile. He looked at Shen Mo again and said solemnly, Thank you, brother Shen. In her heart, as long as Shen Mo joins. Comparable to more than a dozen Jindan realm masters, no, even more. Although Shen Mo is only at the foundation establishment stage now. But the alchemist's power is too great. What's more, he has an apprentice who is a top 3rd level alchemist. Plus my aunt Xia Xining. The 3 alchemists raised their arms and shouted. I'm afraid all the masters in Dianzhou will flock here. The greater the hope of restoring the country. Her eyes were full of determination, and she had made up her mind. As long as the country is restored, she will agree to any conditions Shen Mo puts forward. Including devotion. If Shen Mo knew what she was thinking, he would definitely be shocked. This Xia family really has something to say. To avoid embarrassment, Shen Mo quickly changed the subject and said, Let's go out. Do you know the way? The 2 girls looked over at the same time. Shen Mo immediately shook his head, Go find it. Although he didn't know, he already had a plan in mind. In my mind, the 2 Han slaves, Li Xie and Wang Hai, have not moved for a long time. In this case, either the exit has been found and is waiting for him, or trapped. But based on the current situation, we should have found a way out. After all, he and Xia Xining had been fighting for 2 hours and there was no sign of danger. Let's go. Without waiting for the two to speak, Shen Mo took the lead and walked forward. In the cave, there are many twists and turns. In order to arouse unnecessary suspicion during this period, Shen Mo took the wrong path several times. A long time passed. Shen Mo and the other two finally walked out of the cave. The moment it came out, Bone Spirit Flame became even more excited. It seemed as if there was some great tonic waiting for it ahead. It was the same as when I first saw the 9-band immortal tree. Shen Mo couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. Could there be some rare treasure here? At the urging of the two girls, Shen Mo continued to move forward. Not long. We came to a circular building that looked like a coliseum. Li Xia. Wang Hai. Xia Xining exclaimed in surprise and immediately stood in front of Shen Mo. The blue phoenix flame rose from her body. However, the two men ignored it and attacked each other with ruthless moves. Seeing this scene, Shen Mo suddenly became curious. Logically speaking, they are both Han slaves, so why would they fight each other? Xia Xining was also very confused. Stop! Shen Mo urged the bone spirit to create flames and shouted loudly. He still had to rely on these two people to infiltrate the Li Gui sect, so he absolutely could not let them continue fighting. Hearing the sound, both of them stopped at the same time. Their pupils were completely covered in black, and they were completely reduced to slaves of the cold. Seeing this scene, Xia Xining was suddenly shocked. I couldn't help but glance at Shen Mo. These two are the famous Jindan realm masters of the Li Gui sect. He actually obeyed Shen Mo's orders. This curiosity was fleeting. She doesn't care what Shen Mo's trump card is. After all, he is our own man, the stronger the better. Just then, a muffled voice was heard. It's not fun, it's not fun. Crack, crack. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. However, upon hearing this voice, Li Xia and Wang Hai did not move. It's you. If you don't let them fight, then fight me. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding rocks quickly gathered between the two of them. In just a moment, a stone man tens of meters tall appeared on the scene. He looked down at Shen Mo from above. Crack, crack. When Shen Mo saw Li Shi, his scalp suddenly felt numb. It's actually eating the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel had long since dimmed, leaving only half of its light. Before Shen Mo could react, a huge stone fist smashed down. Shen Mo immediately pushed away the two women beside him and hid to the side. You dare to eat my magic weapon? You're seeking death. Ninefold blazing flame. He made a hand gesture and pointed at the stone man from a distance. Suddenly, 9 white waves appeared out of thin air. The moment the bone spirit flame appeared, it became extremely active. Shen Mo was slightly stunned. Could it be that this stone man was a rare wonder of heaven and earth? When the stone man saw the huge wave of fire, he was not afraid at all, but became very excited instead. Human, delicious. As it spoke, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the huge wave of fire in one gulp. Seeing the scene, Shen Mo's mouth curled up slightly. Eating everything will only harm you. At the same time, 9 huge waves of fire also hit the stone man. The stone man also put the flame into his mouth. In an instant, a raging white flame burned in the cracks on the stone man's surface. But it's so disgusting. As imagined, the scene of the stone man being controlled by the bone spirit's flame did not appear. It punched Shen Mo, very angry. You deserve to die for feeding me something so disgusting. Shen Mo's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. This was the first time he saw bone spirit flame overturn. Let's go together. Received the silent order. Li Xia and Wang Hai attacked the stone man at the same time. Xia Xining also controlled the Qinghuan flame to attack the stone man. A round of attack came down. The stone man was fine, but the others were extremely tired. Shen Mo's heart was beating wildly. This situation. Could it be magic immunity? Chapter 80, My father is dead, let us see what you can do. The more Shen Mo thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was extremely correct. If you want to deal with this kind of magic immune monster, ordinary magic will definitely not work. The appearance of this thing in the world of immortal cultivation is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Unless he is a pure swordsman with extremely strong attack power.
Or his realm is far higher than that of the stone man, otherwise he would have no way to deal with it.
Think of this. Shen Mo released Gao Fei.
The moment Gao Fei came out, his eyes widened.
Chaos Stone.
Seeing Shen Mo's puzzled face, he quickly explained.
I've seen it among the immortals.
Legend has it that this stone was born from chaos. Without a soul, yet invulnerable to all attacks, it is practically without any natural enemies.
If ordinary monks saw this, they would just run away. Because of its simple, stubborn character, it's single-minded.
If it holds a grudge against you, it will haunt you for the rest of your life. Even some super powerful beings have to avoid its edge when they see it.
Brother Shen, how did you come across this kind of thing?
Hearing this, Shen Mo was speechless for a while.
He doesn't want to meet her either.
But if I want to get out, it seems that the only way is to go through this chaos stone.
What are you two mumbling about? Are you going to fight or not?
The stone man said impatiently.
Oh. Damn, it's quite martial. Shen Mo frowned deeply. According to Gao Fei,
all of them combined now couldn't do anything to the stone man. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind.
Don't you just want to fight? He does. Isn't there a sword cultivator on the second floor of Joyo Tower? We can't beat you. Shen Mo spoke directly. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. You woke me up.
If you don't fight me to my heart's content, no one will leave alive. The stone man immediately became angry. Don't worry, I can help you find a powerful monk so you can have a good fight.
Shen Mo patiently and persuadingly said. Really?
The stone man said in a muffled voice, his voice full of anticipation.
But then it shook its head. Human race, liar, I don't believe it. Shen Mo. Who says it is simple-minded? Isn't this a brain? Then what do you think we should do?
Shen Mo said with a smile. Bring him here, the stone man replied immediately.
No. Shen Mo shook his head and refused.
If he could have let the guy on the second floor out, he wouldn't have to reason with it here. Hearing this, the stone man became furious.
This won't work, and that won't work either. I think you're just trying to trick me. As the words fell, the entire underground space began to tremble. Countless gravel and powder fell down uncontrollably, and it looked like the building was about to collapse. Shen Mo immediately took out the top-grade sword that Zhao Yunfei had given him and prepared for battle.
He had prepared for the worst. If this stone man persists, then take everyone and hide in the Joyo Tower. He had also witnessed the stone man's attack just now. It can only be said that he has barely reached the level of the late Jindan stage. If it hadn't hidden its strength, it would have been unable to break through the defenses of Joyo Tower with just this little power.
Is this for me to eat?
The stone man stopped moving and stared at the top-grade sword in Shen Mo's hand without blinking. Shen Mo was slightly stunned, recalling the scene where the stone man ate the Tower of Babel. He then took the sword and waved it in front of him.
Do you like eating this?
Yeah.
It's delicious.
The stone man nodded, looking very well behaved.
See this scene. Shen Mo's eyes lit up. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I have plenty of this stuff. Since they were all stolen, Shen Mo didn't feel sorry at all.
If only these magic weapons could be used to kidnap the stone man.
This time, I really made a profit. You can let the stone man deal with the sword cultivator on the second floor. Maybe he can be enslaved without even reaching the Golden Core realm. You can also let it deal with Ling Shuzi. He originally intended to snatch Ling Shuzi's chance to transcend the tribulation. If it is a critical moment, release the stone man. What expression would Ling Shuzi have? It's exciting just thinking about it. Shen Mo was like a big bad wolf, seducing Little Red Riding Hood, and continued. Come with me, how about that?
I'll have plenty of this kind of stuff from now on.
It is definitely impossible to have enough.
The only treasures he can show off now are this top-grade sword and the Joyo Tower.
Joyo Tower is his biggest trump card, so he definitely can't let it eat it. The key is that it can't bite it. Let's trick it into the Joyo Tower first.
At worst, we can steal some more magic weapons to compensate it later.
Sure enough, after hearing Shen Mo's words, the stone man's brain is obviously not enough.
It stood there, motionless. He seemed to be thinking and making a difficult decision.
I want to go with you. But my father won't let me leave.
Hearing this, Shen Mo's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief.
You still have a father? Damn. Wasn't it born from chaos? Could there be another big guy in the dark? He might be beaten to death for kidnapping his son like this. Yes. We are in our father's belly now.
As he spoke, the stone man raised his hand and pointed upwards.
Shen Mo was dumbfounded. So, there was a lot of fuss. Playing in someone's belly? This is just a mess.
But now that things have come to this, he can only hope that the stone man's father is also stubborn.
Then call your father out and let me talk to him.
After hearing these words, Xia Xining and Xia Zhuoyu widened their eyes.
He looked at Shen Mo with disbelief. The meaning is self-evident.
This small one hasn't been solved yet, and now here comes the old one.
Wouldn't that mean dying faster?
Shen Mo did not explain, but just gave the two girls a reassuring look.
My father is dead.
The stone man said honestly.
Dead? That's right.
The stone man put his hands on his hips and said proudly, if my father hadn't died, how could I exist?
Damn. Damn it, look at what you can do. The corner of Shen Mo's mouth twitched.
Gao Fei seemed to have thought of something and quickly explained in a low voice.
Brother Shen, the father it mentioned might not be dead.
Hearing this, Shen Mo turned his head, his eyes full of confusion. Seeing this, Gao Fei continued.
The Chaos Stone is very strange, it almost achieves a different kind of immortality.
Perhaps it's due to the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. Every time a certain period of time comes, their memories will be erased and they will have to start practicing again.
Shen Mo was speechless. You mean, from the beginning to the end, it was just this one stone? As for the father it mentioned, is he actually its previous life? Yeah. Gao Fei nodded heavily. I see. Shen Mo felt relieved instantly.
A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the sea.
But I was still fooled by him. He is confident that he can win even though he is a kid with a low IQ.
We're not strangers, and I've already given you a piece of Babel to eat.
Why don't you sit down and talk?
I picked up the Tower of Babel myself, said the stone man in a muffled voice.
Shen Mo. Okay, you picked it up. Since he knew it was stubborn, Shen Mo was too lazy to argue with it. I just talked to your father, and he allows you to come with me. Chapter 81. Are you the only one bullying my dead ghost? Real?
The stone man immediately became excited. Of course, you're so smart, how could I possibly trick you?
That's right.
The stone man scratched his head. Hearing the conversation between the man and the stone, Xia Xining and Xia Zhuoyu looked at Shen Mo strangely. Shen Mo's face remained calm and his heart remained steady. He simply landed from the air and came to the side of the stone man.
He said earnestly, your father asked me to take you away to see the outside world. Okay.
The stone man nodded immediately.
Shen Mo. Is that all?
He also prepared a lot of lines. In the end, none of them were used.
This is not a single-minded. Obviously stupid.
After he finished speaking, the stone man trembled all over.
Stones were flying everywhere. After a while,
a mini stone man only half a meter tall appeared before his eyes.
Shen Mo was slightly stunned. Is this your true form? How is it? In your human words, heroic, right?
The stone man said arrogantly with his hands on his hips.
Heroic? What a heroic bullshit. It's really silly and cute.
Xia Xining and Xia Zhuoyu saw Shen Mo subdue the stone man.
There is no longer the fear I had before. They also landed. So cute.
The two girls couldn't help but walk forward and touch him. The stone man seems to like being praised.
There was no resistance. Little stone, what's your name? My father's name is Sherpatian, and mine is Sherpatian. Sounds nice, right? Hearing this, Shen Mo frowned. That sounds good. My name is Shen Mo. You lied to me.
Unexpectedly, he was scolded by Shi Tian as soon as he opened his mouth.
Ah. Now not only Shen Mo was stunned, but even the two girls were confused. Head, you think I don't know? Shi Tian was very proud and pointed at Xia Xining and said,
this woman clearly called you a dead ghost before.
Shen Mo widened his eyes. Xia Xining was completely dumbfounded. I've exposed you. You guys were on that rock before. Mum. Mum. Delicious. Shen Mo didn't dare to let it continue.
He quickly stuffed the top-grade treasure Zhao Yunfei had given him into its mouth.
Xia Xining's face flushed red and she glared at Shen Mo fiercely. What do you mean?
Xia Zhuoyu was full of questions.
It's okay. I was besieged by Li Xia and Wang Hai before. Your aunt was so desperate that she yelled, "Damn old ghost, I'll fight you to death." Shen Mo quickly explained. Oh, then you are not hurt, right?
Xia Zhuoyu asked with concern.
Ahem, no. Shen Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead guiltily. Chu Xiaoran ate the top-grade sword in big mouthfuls and had no intention of exposing Shen Mo at all.
I'm just curious about what they were doing naked behind the rock.
Since I have decided to go out with Shen Mo. Shi Taotian no longer hid his secrets. He took Shen Mo and a few others to the depths of the cave.
When Shen Mo saw the scene in front of him, he felt sick.
There are soul-scattering grass everywhere. There are at least several hundred plants.
Shi Chutian's eyes were full of disdain. He sat aside alone, concentrating on gnawing on the top-grade sword.
These things are too disgusting. If you want them, just take them away. The second floor of Jiuyo Tower.
Yang Chen held the sword in both hands and sat cross-legged in the empty space. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly, and a gleam of light shot out of his eyes.
Heh, it's only been a few months, and you can't help it? Looks like I can really get out of this damn place. But the next second,
his expression turned strange. Because in front of him, a stone man less than half a meter tall appeared. Shi Butian put his hands on his hips and looked straight at Yang Chen.
You are the one who bullied my dead ghost? Yang Chen was filled with question marks. Before he could react,
Shi Xiaoran roared and his body suddenly grew larger. A fist as big as a sandbag came crashing down. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth rose slightly.
I immediately understood what was going on. If you can't win by yourself, do you want to ask for external help? Just in time.
He didn't hesitate and immediately drew his sword and slashed at Shi Butian.
A flash of golden light.
Shi Xiaoran smashed it to pieces with one punch.
Interesting.
Yang Chen didn't realize the seriousness of the situation at all, and instead felt the desire to fight.
Thousands of years. Finally, he found someone who could give him a fight. Half an hour later. Why are you running? Stop if you dare. Shi Chutian was chasing after him relentlessly, extremely angry.
Shen Mo's order to it was to cripple the person in front of it. After beating it up, you'll reward it with a top-grade treasure to eat.
Yang Chen's face turned green.
The flying sword under his feet had several neat rows of tooth marks on it.
Just a few minutes ago, he discovered. Magic is actually useless against the stone man. But this didn't bother him.
He is a sword cultivator, known for his ability to break all obstacles with one sword. His natal flying sword has been nurtured for thousands of years. In terms of quality, it is not inferior to the best treasures.
However, in Shi Butian's mouth, it was as if it were made of paper. How can we fight this? Yang Chen immediately decided to run away.
I thought to myself, if I can't catch up, I'll probably give up.
However, he underestimated Shi Chutian's stubbornness. If you say you want to cripple Yang Chen, then you must cripple him.
I will never give up until I achieve my goal.
Then,
one man and one stone played a game of chase in the second floor space. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the Qingshan sect mountaintop which is so close at hand,
Shen Mo looked expectant. This trip was a real steal.
The soul and body were greatly strengthened, coupled with his own 9,000 feet of spiritual sea.
3 of the 9 grades of Jindan have been achieved.
He made up his mind and returned to Qingshan sect, where he found the method to condense the 5 elements and practiced in seclusion.
5 years is neither long nor short.
If you can't form a pill in a short period of time, everything is in vain.
You're so excited, are you going to meet Jang Lin?
At this moment, Xia Xinning walked out of the cabin, slowly came to Shen Mo's side, and teased.
How could that be? Shen Mo shrank his neck and said awkwardly. Hearing her teasing, Shen Mo finally remembered. I left in a hurry and forgot to tell Zhong Linger.
He was not afraid of Zhong Lin, but he was afraid of Zhong Linger.
If I knew that he went out this time and took in Xia Xinning, the consequences are unimaginable. Aren't you afraid? Then what am I? A mistress? Xia Xining blinked and said seriously. Mistress? No, no, no. First come first served basis. If we don't count the relationship, she ranks behind Li Wanru. She is Xiaowu. Of course, Shen Mo didn't dare to tell the truth. You and she are both the most important women in my life, regardless of who is higher or lower. Smooth talk. Xia Xining rolled her eyes. Seeing this, Shen Mo immediately reached out and put his arm around her slender waist. Ah! Xia Xining was startled and quickly broke free. What are you doing? Joyu is still here. Now you know someone is here? Shen Mo didn't care about that. He reached out and embraced her again, and kissed her hard on the face. Didn't you want to invite our little niece to come and watch? Hearing this, Xia Xining's pretty face turned red. Before, when she was in Shi Totian's belly and the light was dim, she was so brave. It's broad daylight now, she doesn't dare. Just then, Xia Zhuoyu walked out of the cabin. You. Chapter 82. Xia Zhuoyu actually has abdominal muscles. Your aunt is injured, I'm helping to check her body. Shen Mo reacted very quickly and explained seriously. Is it serious? Hearing this, Xia Zhuoyu looked worried. He rushed forward and looked at Xia Xining carefully. I'm sorry, Auntie. Xia Xining's pretty face flushed red, she glared at Shen Mo, then reached out and gently stroked her little head. Auntie is fine. The spirit boat stopped steadily in front of the Qingshan sect. Shen Mo and the other two had just gotten off the spirit boat. An urgent voice came over. Joyu, why didn't you call me when you went out? A handsome man wearing a golden crown and a white Taoist robe came forward. He stretched out his hand to grab Xia Zhuoyu. Seeing this, Xia Zhuoyu hurriedly dodged. He didn't care about this, and withdrew his hand angrily, saying with a worried look on his face. I was so worried during the 4 months you weren't here. Next time you go out, you must call me, okay? Noticing Shen Mo's unhappy expression, Xia Zhuoyu hurriedly explained. Ivy, the chief disciple of the inner sect. Shen Mo nodded. The inner sect and outer sect of Qingshan sect are different. There are no so-called 10 great disciples. There is only one chief disciple. He represents the strongest person of the younger generation of Qingshan sect. The chief disciple of each generation is the registered disciple of the sect leader Yu Chuan. Once the elixir is formed, you can officially become Yu Chuan's disciple. Become a candidate for the next generation of suzerain. His status is so high that even elders like Xia Xining cannot compare to him. After saying that, she pointed at Shen Mo and introduced him to Chang Qingting. Silence. I know. Before he could finish his words, Ivy interrupted him immediately. Junior brother Shen's name has long been known throughout the Qingshan sect. Everyone knows him. His alchemy skills are so superb that even senior Dan Yangzi became his disciple. Thank you. Shen Mo responded politely with a fist salute. Chang Qingying did not return the greeting, but changed the subject and said sarcastically. Compared to alchemy, I am more curious about junior brother Shen's emotions. I've heard for a long time that junior brother Shen tricked Jang Lin, who was as famous as Joyu, into his arms while he was still in the outer sect. But I also heard that junior brother Shen and his sister-in-law Lu Ruyan in the mortal world seem to have an improper relationship. Now that you've entered the inner sect, there are rumors in the mountains that you and senior sister Li Wanru are very close. Having said that, Chang Qingying turned his head to look at Xia Zhuoyu, then looked at Shen Mo, and said modestly. Junior brother Shen, could you teach me a few tricks so I can successfully pursue Zhuoyu? Brother Chang, you're going too far. Before Shen Mo could speak, Xia Zhuoyu became unhappy and immediately scolded him. Not to mention that Shen Mo saved her and her aunt's lives this time. Just because Shen Mo wanted to help her restore her country, she would not allow Ivy to be so presumptuous. Seeing Xia Zhuoyu's attitude, Ivy was immediately filled with jealousy. A long time ago, he regarded Xia Zhuoyu as his private property. Now, Xia Zhuoyu actually dared to be mean to Shen Mo, the loser, just for him. He had already found out. Shen Mo has 5 spiritual roots, so he is destined to stay in the foundation establishment stage in this life. It is completely incomparable to his natural spiritual roots. So what if he's an alchemist? After all, unconventional methods are not acceptable in the mainstream society. Without the support of Realm, after decades, you will still be a handful of yellow earth.
Thinking of this, Ivy looked at Shen Mo, still looking like a handsome young man.
Junior brother Shen, I don't think you'd hide anything, would you?
Soon, the commotion here attracted a large group of disciples.
These people are the result of Ivy League's arrangements for promotional activities.
He wanted to ruin Shen Mo's reputation in Qingshan sect today. The possibility of Shen Mo and Xia Zhuoyu being together was completely cut off. Seeing the scene in front of him, no matter how stupid Shen Mo was, he reacted at this time. It is true that kind people are often bullied and good horses are often ridden. It seems that being too low-key is not necessarily a good thing.
Brother Chang, what kind of technology do you want to learn? Shen Mo laughed out loud.
As he spoke, amidst the shocked gazes of his disciples,
he walked right past Ivy.
Came to Xia Zhuoyu's side.
Feel sorry.
Shen Mo whispered softly, then stretched out his hand and held Xia Zhuoyu's slender waist.
Xia Zhuoyu had never been treated so frivolously by a man before.
She trembled all over and subconsciously tried to break free.
But I heard the voice coming from Shen Mo. She reacted immediately. This is good too. Through silence, I can stop thinking about Ivy.
Thinking of this, Xia Zhuoyu's pretty face flushed, but her delicate body pressed tightly against Shen Mo.
Holy crap! Shen Mo is so awesome. First it was Jang Lin, then Xia Zhuoyu, and rumor has it Yesua also had a relationship with him. He ate all three outer sect beauties? Why? He's not as handsome as me.
I don't accept it. Shen Mo, come out and challenge me.
Facing the discussions of the crowd, Shen Mo turned a deaf ear. WTF. I actually have abdominal muscles. Shen Mo was shocked. This is a different feel. I really want to take off my clothes and take a good look.
At this time, Xia Zhuoyu's face turned red with shame. She just wanted to cooperate with the acting, but her waist felt like it was crawling with ants.
Indescribable strangeness.
To everyone, their behavior looked like that of a young couple in love. For a moment, the field was filled with wailing.
Ivy's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. Shen Mo. You're looking for death. Powerful spiritual power burst out from his body.
Brother Chang, killing each other is prohibited within the sect. Seeing this, the follower beside him hurried forward to remind him.
Hearing this, Ivy suddenly woke up. Good job, Shen Mo. I almost fell for your trick. If he had just taken action. The consequences are unimaginable.
Xia Xining was at the Jindan realm, and no one dared to say anything even if he was killed on the spot.
After all, he was the one who started it. The plan failed. Shen Mo shook his head. Brother Chang, let's talk next time.
I'm going to go back with Zhuoyu to discuss life first. After he finished speaking, he gently patted Xia Zhuoyu's buttocks.
Let's go back.
This sudden action caused the latter to let out a coquettish cry. Ivy was immediately furious, his eyes bloodshot.
Stop.
Shen Mo turned around, his face full of confusion.
Do you dare to challenge me to the life and death arena?
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience couldn't help but gasp. Although the sect restricts disciples from killing each other. But we are all cultivators, and if the hatred is too deep, it is inevitable that demons will arise in our hearts. The life and death arena came into being. Once on the stage, unless both parties reconcile.
Otherwise only one person can come down.
The Qingshan sect has not been used for decades.
I dare not. Shen Mo would not be fooled.
There is no benefit in winning, and losing means death.
Of course, he couldn't lose. Gao Fei alone is enough to completely defeat Ivy League.
Not to mention the trump cards like Shi Taodian and Joyo Tower.
I know you have 5 spiritual roots.
It must be very difficult for you to form a pill. I have spiritual energy composed of the elements of gold, wood, and earth.
If you can defeat me, it will all be yours.
Seeing that Shen Mo didn't dare to fight, Zhang Qingyian gritted his teeth and 3 kinds of elemental spiritual energy appeared in his palm.
Do you dare? Chapter 83. Xia Xining is very busy. Silence is the 5 spiritual roots.
He was also blessed and baptized by the heavenly Tao when he was in the 90,000-foot spiritual sea. It was almost no difficulty for him to comprehend the spiritual energy of the 5 elements.
It just takes a little time.
But in front of me, Ivy immediately took out the spiritual energy of 3 elements. It saved him a lot of trouble.
He knew that what he lacked now was time. What a nice person. Shen Mo naturally had no reason to refuse, so he agreed immediately. Okay.
Xia Xining and Xia Zhuoyu saw the scene but did not step forward to stop it. I just kept mourning for Ivy in my heart. But they knew that the stone that pierced the sky was on Shen Mo. If that thing is released, no one in Qingshan sect can check and balance it. I don't think it would work even if Yuchuan came.
Alright then, let's meet in 3 days in the life and death arena. A sinister smile appeared on Ivy's lips. Ever since he became the chief disciple. It's been a long time since I last took action. Inside the sect, there are many people who covet his position. Just take advantage of this opportunity. Make a big fuss about it.
On the one hand, it can consolidate his position as the chief.
Secondly, it can prove that he is better than Shen Mo. So that Xia Zhuoyu can see it clearly. No need, immediately, right now. Shen Mo shook his head and smiled. What a joke. 3 days later.
He has no time to play with Ivy.
There are so many things to do.
Since I promised Xia Xining to help Xia Zhuoyu restore his country.
First, you have to make the soul driving pill.
Then you have to condense the remaining 2 kinds of spiritual energy.
Be ready to form the elixir at any time. 5 years is still too fast. It's been almost half a year.
His own strength has hardly increased.
Ha ha.
Since you're looking for death, then go.
Ivy's face suddenly darkened.
The news that Ivy was going to have a life and death duel with Shen Mo spread like wildfire. Of course, the Ivy League also played a role in this. In just half a minute, the news spread throughout the inner and outer sects of Qingshan sect.
Shen Mo and Ivy have not yet appeared on the ring.
The surrounding area was already filled with disciples. There are more than the outer sect competition back then. Everyone also wanted to see how strong Ivy, the chief, was.
Shen Mo could hold on for a few minutes. They didn't think Shen Mo would win.
After all, this is a life and death competition, not an outer sect competition where one can cheat by taking advantage of the rules.
Once you enter the arena of life and death, there are no rules. Only one party died. Or admit defeat, only if the other party agrees. Here it comes, here it comes.
Amid the cheers of the crowd,
Shen Mo and Ivy appear. Xia Xining is an elder of Qingshan sect. He is also the one with the highest cultivation level here.
She had already drafted the contract according to the 2 people's requirements.
If you don't have any objections, just sign it. However, I still have to remind you that it's not too late to give up now.
Once you sign, even the sect master won't be able to intervene.
As she spoke, she glanced at Ivy twice, intentionally or unintentionally. The meaning is very clear, they want Ivy League to give up. After all, she was saved by Yuchuan. Deeply grateful to Yuchuan. Chang Qingying is Yuchuan's registered disciple. Deep down, she didn't want to see Ivy die in the ring. However, Ivy League didn't understand at all. Xia Xining's eyes made him even more jealous. No words.
Swish, swish, swish with a stroke of the brush. Long Fei Fingwu left his name and handed the 3 spiritual energies to Xia Xining.
He tapped his toes and jumped onto the ring. Shen Mo, come up and die. Shen Mo shrugged.
He immediately signed his name on the life and death contract.
Silence. Hearing Xia Xining's call, Shen Mo stopped. Look back and smile. He knew what Xia Xining meant. At the critical moment, don't take Ivy's life. He thought so too. They are all brothers from the same sect. Fighting and killing is too outrageous.
Just plant the bone spirit flame in him. As Shen Mo walked onto the stage,
the audience was instantly boiling. It's about to start, it's about to start. So exciting.
Yes, the last time senior brother Chang took action was 10 years ago. I guess this is his last move in the foundation establishment stage.
Rumor has it that he's already preparing for the core formation stage. Really? Then I have to take a closer look. Did you hear that? It seems like no one is optimistic about you.
Ivy straightened his robe, looking confident of victory.
Now that we're on this life or death arena, I won't hide anything from you. Actually, I'm already preparing to form a pill. Are you sorting out the remains?
Shen Mo said with a smile.
As soon as the words fell,
Shen Mo's feet moved like the wind, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Ivy. A slap was exhaled.
Ivy League wasn't even prepared. The whole person fell into the audience seats like a cannonball. Preparing to form the elixir? Oh. Even if he really formed a pill, it would only take a slap. Let's go. Shen Mo walked down from the stage and nodded towards Xia Xining.
Until the three of them left the ring.
No one reacted yet. Quick. Too fast. Some people just arrived from the outside gate and haven't found a seat yet. That's it.
It was indeed as they guessed, a one-sided crushing victory.
Only.
The person who was crushed was replaced by Ivy. Everyone was horrified, and an even more terrifying thing happened. According to the rules of Qingshan sect, once the chief disciple is defeated, his position as the chief will be replaced.
Look at it this way. Is Shen Mo the current leader of Qingshan sect? This is too exaggerated. How long has he been in the inner sect? Less than half a year. So he became the chief disciple? Only then did Ivy's followers react.
They immediately rushed to the audience and helped Ivy up. There was no expression on Ivy's face at this moment. It seemed that being defeated by Shen Mo did not affect his mood.
Brother Chang, we just saw clearly that it was Shen Mo who attacked without honor. Let's gather our forces and go find him to argue. After hearing what the follower said, Ivy's face finally showed a reaction. He sighed dejectedly. Defeat is defeat.
From now on, no one is allowed to cause trouble for junior brother Shen. After saying this, he flew away from here alone on his sword. When the followers heard this, they were stunned.
Is this still their senior brother Chang? Why do I feel like a different person? Did a slap in the face enlighten you?
Return to the bamboo forest where Xia Xining lives.
Shen Mo immediately called Dan Yangzi. The soul exorcising pill is a third-level pill. With his current level as a second-level alchemist, it is still too difficult to refine it.
Everyone has their own expertise, so let us leave it to Dan Yangzi. With Dan Yangzi's level, it might be difficult to refine a perfect pill.
But so what?
It's not for myself to eat. As long as it can become a pill and bring out the properties of the pill, that's enough.
Why not let Xia Xi condense? She is very busy now. Lying on the table.
As the saying goes, a long absence is better than a new marriage. Especially for someone like her, who has just been developed and is in great demand. Because Xia Zhuoyu was with us. I was stuck on the spirit boat for 2 months. At this time, he was finally released.
The other side.
In the palace where Yuchuan lived.
Consider it and then form the elixir. Chapter 84 Identity Exposed, Facing Yuchuan.
A tree that stands out in the forest will be easily broken by the wind. You've grown too smoothly these years.
It's a good thing to experience this failure.
Neither of your 2 senior sisters is suitable to inherit the position of leader of Qingshan sect. You should encourage them.
Yes, master. Ivy was below, bowing respectfully.
Yuchuan nodded, and when he raised his hand, 5 streams of elemental spiritual energy floated out. Take these 5 elements of spiritual energy and go back to seclusion to form the elixir.
After you come out of seclusion, I have an important matter for you to do.
Yes, sir. Ivy's face lit up with joy, and he quickly reached out to catch it.
5 days passed in a flash. Dan Yangzi is indeed a top third-level alchemist. He actually refined a perfect soul-driving pill. This actually surprised Shen Mo. But what surprised her even more was Yuchuan actually gave Ivy 5 more elemental spiritual energies. Isn't this a good deal for him?
Now, all 5 elements are complete, and the soul, aura, and body are all complete.
As long as Shen Mo is willing, he can immediately produce an 8th-grade golden elixir.
But he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. I want to achieve the 9th level of Dan.
He made up his mind.
Go and help Xia Zhuoyu restore his country first.
After the restoration of the country, if Ling Shuzi still does not make any movement, he immediately formed the elixir. What are you thinking about?
Xia Xining slowly opened her eyes and said with a seductive look.
I was thinking, stop it. Seeing Xia Xining crawling into the bed again, Shen Mo was startled.
It is true that there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death.
If Shen Mo didn't have the 90,000 feet of spiritual sea as a foundation.
If anyone else were to come, they would probably be dead by now.
No. I want it.
Xia Xining twisted her body and said coquettishly.
Shen Mo's face was filled with black lines. How could he not understand Xia Xining's little thoughts? In the first 2 days, I might have really wanted it. The next few days were completely different. Xia Xining just wanted to keep him here.
Don't let him go out and have affairs with other girls. The speaker may not intend it, but the listener may take it seriously. Xia Xining remembered clearly the words that Chang Qingqing used to mock Shen Mo.
I'm going out to do something. I'll come back in the evening.
Shen Mo lowered his head, kissed her red lips lightly, then stood up and put on his clothes. Seeing this, Xia Xining stopped trying to stop him.
As long as you are willing to go home. Leave the bamboo forest. Shen Mo decided to look for Zhong Linger. It's been almost half a year. I haven't seen it since I came back from the True Dragon's Nest.
He always felt something was wrong.
Based on his understanding of Zhong Linger,
he is the type of person who has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Even if I'm angry with him, I will definitely come to see him within 2 days.
Follow your memory. Shen Mo soon arrived at Zhong Linger's cave. Just as he was about to go in, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Shen Mo shuddered and turned his head away.
Only then did he realize that Yu Chuan had appeared behind him without him noticing.
Disciple Shen Mo, greetings to the sect master. However, Yu Chuan did not answer.
A pair of deep eyes locked onto him. Shen Mo's head suddenly became as big as an ox.
Could it be that the relationship between him, Zhong Linger and Li Wanru has been discovered? Once a teacher, always a father. The second daughter was originally an orphan.
Yu Chuan naturally plays the role of a father. Once she found out that she had taken both of his daughters.
That outcome, I can't even imagine it. Thinking of this, Shen Mo bowed again and said, Disciple Shen Mo, greets the sect master. Yu Chuan still didn't answer, as if he was thinking about something.
I had never faced Yu Chuan alone before, and I thought that the nascent soul stage was just like that.
Only then did Shen Mo feel the gap in realm.
Even if he is a super genius who has built his foundation on a 90,000-foot spiritual sea. Facing Yu Chuan who is in the nascent soul stage.
I just feel like a lone boat in the ocean.
If Yu Chuan got angry, he would probably kill him with just one slap.
Seeing that Yu Chuan didn't say anything, Shen Mo didn't dare to be careless and was ready to escape into Joyo Tower at any time. A long time passed.
Yu Chuan may have figured something out. He smiled with a smile on his face.
You are very good. It will be a great honor for Qingshan sect to have you in charge in the future. Master, you are too kind. Shen Mo didn't know what Yu Chuan was doing, so he could only respond awkwardly.
Unexpectedly, Yu Chuan's next words almost scared him to death.
You and Linger are a Taoist couple, right? Master, I. Shen Mo widened his eyes and was about to explain.
Yu Chuan waved his hand, still with a smile on his face.
I watched Linger grow up, she can't hide anything in her heart. Shen Mo was slightly stunned. I thought Yu Chuan would be angry. But now it seems that it is different from what I imagined? Seeing that Shen Mo didn't say anything, Yu Chuan didn't care.
He walked to the stone table outside the cave and sat down, pointing to the seat opposite.
Sit. Shen Mo didn't dare to resist and could only follow Yu Chuan's advice. The two of them sat down.
Yu Chuan waved his hand, and a pot of wine and 2 wine glasses appeared.
A thought came to his mind.
The wine jug flew up automatically and filled the 2 glasses. Yu Chuan picked up the wine glass and drank it all, then he spoke.
Since you two are Dao couples, I believe you also know about Linger's situation?
As he spoke, he stared at Shen Mo. The other party has made it clear.
Shen Mo knew that it was useless to hide it any further. If you admit it generously, you may even gain a good reputation.
Thinking of this, he looked at Yu Chuan and nodded seriously.
Then you also know that Li Wanru is her inner demon?
Yeah.
Shen Mo replied in a deep voice. It seems that this little girl is really in love with you and tells everything. Yu Chuan took another sip of wine.
Some suddenly realized.
I'm just saying, why would you help Wanru refine the Chaoyuan pill for no reason? At first, I thought you took them both in. Now it seems that you want to remove the soul seal from Linger. Hearing this, beads of sweat covered Shen Mo's forehead. I didn't expect that Yu Chuan was secretly observing me.
Seeing Shen Mo's expression, Yu Chuan further confirmed his guess. Actually, Linger doesn't need to kill Wanru to remove the soul seal on her body.
Shen Mo widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Real? Ha! I knew it, this little girl definitely didn't tell you the truth.
After he finished speaking, Yuchuan slowly poured the wine, looking very relaxed.
Shen Mo was extremely anxious at this time and wanted to know the answer urgently.
He really hasn't figured out a way to have the best of both worlds.
It is necessary to remove the soul seal on Zhonglinger and save Li Wanru's life.
Please tell me, Master.
He stood up and bowed. Yuchuan did not give a direct answer, but instead asked a very interesting question. Do you really like Linger?
Or are you just attracted by her beauty? Shen Mo was slightly stunned, and immediately bowed again.
Master, you're joking. For Linger, I'm willing to go through mountains of swords and seas of fire.
Okay. Yuchuan laughed out loud, as if he was waiting for Shen Mo to say this.
He waved his hand, and a book with a black aura fell in front of Shen Mo. Shen Mo raised his head, his face full of confusion. Yuchuan said solemnly. That's the answer. Chapter 85 A New Way to Save Zhonglinger, Recognize Her Father? This is? Shen Mo was confused. Didn't you say that you wanted to get rid of the soul mark on Zhonglinger? How can I give him this technique? This technique is called the wedding dress technique.
As the name suggests, it means transferring the soul mark of Linger to you. Seeing that Shen Mo didn't speak, Yuchuan continued.
Of course, if I were you, I wouldn't choose to practice this technique. After all, once the soul seal is transferred, I will have to take Zhonglinger's place and endure the pain of having my skin rubbed and my bones cut every day. I do. Hearing this, Shen Mo no longer hesitated. As Zhonglinger's man, how can she be allowed to endure such pain every day? Okay, I was right about you. Seeing Shen Mo agree, Yuchuan's eyes lit up. After you practice this technique, a soul seal will be formed in your spiritual sea.
It's also called the mother seal, and the soul seal on Linger is the sun seal. This mother seal won't cause you any harm. You just need to warm it with spiritual energy every day. I will do my best to suppress the sub-seal in Linger's body and prevent her from suffering any pain. After you form the elixir, you can try to transfer the sub-seal from Linger.
I see. Shen Mo bowed again. Thank you, Sect Master.
Yuchuan waved his hand, his face full of kindness.
Calling you Sect Master is too polite. You must marry Linger in the future. And Linger is my most beloved disciple. You should also follow my lead and call me Master. Hearing this, Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I wanted him to call me Dad. It will be easy as long as you don't call me Dad.
Disciple Shen Mo, I pay my respects to Master. He immediately changed his tone.
Okay.
Yuchuan was very happy and quickly raised his hand.
A spiritual power lifted Shen Mo up. You are very talented. First you defeated Hibufon, and then you defeated Chang Qingting.
You are truly the best among the younger generation of our Qingshan sect.
I will be relieved to hand over Qingshan sect to you in the future. Ha! Shen Mo raised his head, his face full of confusion. I don't understand what this means.
Yuchuan drank another glass of wine and said with a smile.
I only have 2 disciples. Wanru is going to marry into the Shangyan sect, and Linger is going to marry you. And the younger generation, no one has anything to show for it. Only you can take over the position of sect master. Besides, only after you took over the position of sect master will I have time to fully strive for the divine transformation realm. Once you reach the spiritual transformation realm, the soul seal in your body will be removed. Listen to Yuchuan's explanation. Shen Mo felt a little ashamed of himself.
It turned out that Yuchuan was secretly observing himself for the sake of his 2 apprentices.
I wrongly blamed him. Thinking of this, Shen Mo bowed sincerely. Thank you, Master. Okay, we are a family from now on, don't be so polite, go back.
Yuchuan said with a smile.
Yes. Shen Mo didn't think any more and turned to leave. At this moment, Yuchuan suddenly thought of something. Etc. Master, is there anything else? Shen Mo turned around and asked.
Yuchuan lowered his eyes and kept fiddling with the wineglass with his fingers, as if he had not made up his mind yet. Seeing this, Shen Mo was not in a hurry and just stood aside respectfully. After a long time, Yuchuan raised his head. A month later, you will accompany Xiaojuayu to Daxia.
Help her restore her country? Shen Mo immediately said. It seems you already know.
Yu Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Shen Mo with a scrutinizing look.
Shen Mo was startled and quickly explained. Didn't I invite her aunt to help refine the Chao Yuan Dan? I owe her a favor.
She came to me with this favor and wanted my help. I didn't have any relationship with her.
Is that so? Yu Chuan nodded. You did a good job. It's good to repay the favor sooner. In the world of immortal cultivation, the hardest thing to repay is favors.
Next time, if you can exchange resources, use them.
Stop making random promises of favors. Disciple will remember this. Shen Mo lowered his head and responded. Okay, go down and practice.
Yu Chuan waved his hand. After Shen Mo saluted, he hurried down the mountain.
It's too depressing to communicate with Yu Chuan. Although he did not release any breath. But the suppression of realms seems to be innate. It made Shen Mo feel a little uncomfortable.
He had just reached halfway up the mountain when Yu Chuan's voice came into his ears again. Remember, if you encounter danger, run away immediately, don't try to resist forcefully.
Xia Zhuoyu is dead, that's her fate. You can't die. Linger is waiting for you.
The future of Qingshan's sect still depends on you. Hearing this, Shen Mo felt warm in his heart.
Bowing towards the mountain from afar. Disciple understands.
At the same time, an alarm bell rang in his heart. The higher the realm, the stronger the perception of danger.
Even a supermaster like Yu Chuan gave a reminder. It seems that this trip to Daxia will not be easy. Sensing Shen Mo leaving the back mountain,
Yu Chuan drank his wine and murmured softly.
Ling Shuzi, what are you planning? Dare to use the cultivation nation as an experiment? Aren't you afraid of the backlash from heaven? What secrets does this kid Shen Mo have that could make you, a half-step divine transformation master, so fearful?
He frowned and raised the corners of his mouth slightly.
Since you don't want Shen Mo to appear in Daxia, I will let him appear anyway.
After all, this was his own choice. I didn't force him, so it's not a breach of contract. Thinking of this, Yu Chuan felt extremely happy.
Another sip of wine. He set his eyes on Zhong Linger's cave. Come out. Hearing Yu Chuan's call, a figure in green quietly emerged and stood respectfully aside. You will follow secretly on this trip to Daxia. Are we going to stop Ling Shuzi? Ji Lingchuan asked in a low voice. No. Yu Chuan shook his head.
Ling Shuzi is playing with fire, let's not join in the fun.
Your purpose in going there is to protect Shen Mo and not let him die. What about Xia Zhuoyu? Ji Lingchuan asked again. Her? Yu Chuan frowned slightly, one of her and Xia Xining must die.
Just save them, but don't let both of them die.
Yes, sir.
Ji Lingchuan stopped talking and turned around and disappeared on the spot.
After Ji Lingchuan left, Yu Chuan was in a good mood. Ling Shuzi, you would never have thought that I would split the destiny of Daxia into two. Ha ha ha.
Shen Mo was not the kind of person who would ignore others once he puts on his pants.
He did not go back to the bamboo forest immediately.
Instead, he returned to his room outside the gate.
As expected. Jang Lin has been here all the time.
After a long time of not seeing each other, we are like dry wood and burning with passion.
No extra words. The two began a thrilling battle. Several days passed. Jiang Linkai left reluctantly.
She wanted to continue to accompany Shen Mo, but she also noticed that the woman next to Shen Mo was getting stronger and stronger.
The gap between her and Shen Mo was getting bigger and bigger, and she was unwilling to accept it.
She wants to go back and concentrate on practicing so that she can form the elixir as soon as possible. No one disturbed him, and Shen Mo began to practice the wedding dress secret.
This set of skills is not obscure.
It took him only 2 days to master it. Looking at the soul seal wrapped in the bone spirit flame in the depths of the spiritual sea,
Shen Mo was silent. Chapter 86, I can't chop it, and the magic is useless. It is exactly as Yu Chuan said. The soul seal condensed by practicing this technique did not cause any harm to Shen Mo.
On the contrary, he even felt that with this soul seal, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy became a little faster.
The only thing that made him curious was this soul seal actually wanted to enter his sea of consciousness. This one do.
His sea of consciousness will be the place where his nascent soul will reside in the future. Now, without the protection of the nascent soul, the sea of consciousness is extremely fragile. Any attack could cause him to lose his soul.
To be on the safe side, Shen Mo decided to trap it with the bone spirit flame first.
If you really want to enter the sea of consciousness at that time,
that will have to wait until the elixir is formed and the sea of consciousness becomes strong.
Shen Mo studied the soul seal for another 2 days, but still gained nothing.
I just stopped thinking about it. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed.
Since I have decided to go to Daxia, I want to be prepared for any eventuality.
Shen Mo still decided to let Gao Fei break through. Gao Fei did not disappoint.
After consuming hundreds of soul-dispersing grasses, his soul was approaching perfection.
Finally, he broke through to the 8th grade golden elixir. Feel the majestic aura emanating from Gao Fei. Shen Mo couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Is this the 8th grade golden elixir? Too fierce. Now it's his turn to fight Gao Fei one-on-one. He had no idea that he could defeat Gao Fei.
It is true that each level has its own mountain. It is too difficult to fight back against a genius of the same level.
Thank you, Brother Shen. Gao Fei saluted respectfully towards Shen Mo.
His eyes were full of gratitude. He had longed to achieve the 8th grade Jindan, and now he had finally got his wish.
Shen Mo nodded slightly, feeling very relieved. He didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy towards Gao Fei. If he wanted to, he could enter the golden elixir stage immediately. The 8th grade golden elixir formed is only stronger than Gao Fei's. Now Gao Fei's strength has made a qualitative leap.
It will also be another trump card for him.
Plus the stone that pierces the sky. If an ordinary Yuaniang realm cultivator were to face him, he might really be defeated.
But this is just Shen Mo's guess. After all, he has never fought with someone in the nascent soul stage, so it is still uncertain who will live and who will die.
It's been almost half a month.
I don't know whether Shi Taotian has reached the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm.
Think of this.
Shen Mo's mind moved.
Appeared on the 2nd floor with Gao Fei. Damn it, you're finally here?
Shi Taotian was undoubtedly the happiest when he saw Shen Mo appear. The words that followed almost made Yang Chen fall off the flying sword.
Come and help, this guy is too difficult.
Yang Chen glared at Shi Taotian, but still didn't dare to stop.
Are you talking human language? I'm not a human. Yang Chen.
At this moment, he felt so depressed. As a sword cultivator, he possesses the strongest attack power in the world. However, facing the stone man in front of him, he was helpless. I couldn't chop it, and the magic was useless. The teeth are in great shape. His natal flying sword was covered with tooth marks. Helpless, he could only choose to escape. I thought that if this stone man couldn't catch up, he would probably give up. But who would have thought that this stone man was so stubborn? It was as if the graves of its entire family had been dug up. Even though you know you can't catch up, you still have to chase. This pursuit lasted for half a month. Not even a breath. At this time, Shen Mo also noticed Yang Chen flying on the sword. Name, Yang Chen. Gender, male. Age, 1500. Constitution, 5 spiritual roots. Realm, late Jindan period. Favorability, 10. Yang Chen also looked towards Shen Mo. Suddenly my eyes lit up. The next second, he turned the sword and flew towards Shen Mo. Sensed something was wrong. Gao Fei immediately stepped forward. A golden spirit spear appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Yang Chen fiercely. Ha! Good job. Yang Chen had been fuming at Shi Taotian for a long time, so he pointed his finger at him. The spiritual sword under his feet flew out instantly. The arrogant dragon will regret. Sword breaking style. The two powerful forces collided with each other, and terrifying aftermath erupted in an instant. Gao Fei had just entered the golden core stage and was no match for Yang Chen. With just one hit, he was blown away like a cannonball. Shen Mo looked at this scene and was secretly shocked. Fortunately, Gao Fei broke through first. If he had been arrogant and brought Gao Fei, who was at the foundation establishment stage, with him, it is estimated that Gao Fei is dead with just this attack. Hey, did I catch you? At this moment, Shi Taotian's obscene voice rang out. Yang Chen's smile suddenly stopped. He turned his head and found that Shi Taotian was very close. Stop. I give up. Yang Chen shouted, but Chu Xiaoran turned a deaf ear to him.
The order it received was to cripple Yang Chen. Give up? There is no such word in its dictionary. Chu Xiaoran had already grabbed my ankle. Yang Chen's eyebrows raised, and he instantly understood the reason. Since you want me to die, then let's not live anymore.
As soon as he finished speaking, he controlled his own flying sword to chop towards his thigh.
As a sword cultivator, he is extremely arrogant. You can lose, you can die. But you must not be humiliated. Seeing this, Shen Mo hurriedly shouted, Tang Tian, come back. The purpose of his coming here was to subdue Yang Chen. This is his trump card for the future. If he were really disabled, his combat effectiveness would definitely be greatly reduced.
In the end, you are the one who loses. Hearing this, although Chu Xiaoran was unwilling, he still shook his heavy head and let go of Yang Chen.
You're lucky, kid.
If that damn guy hadn't begged for you, I would have beaten the shit out of you.
Yang Chen was speechless. Yes. He really couldn't do anything to Chu Xiaoran. But if it's outside, he wants to escape. Chu Xiaoran couldn't even see his taillights.
That is to say, it is restricted by Joyo Tower. At this time, Gao Fei also flew back and looked at Yang Chen with a serious expression. Yang Chen shrugged, retracted his natal sword into his body, and fell from the sky.
You are the new owner of Joyo Tower, right? Shen Mo nodded, unable to deny it. Where's Gu Lianyo? She's dead. Shen Mo answered truthfully.
Hearing this, Yang Chen was obviously stunned, somewhat incredulous.
Really dead?
Without waiting for Shen Mo to answer, he muttered to himself.
That's right.
If I hadn't died, I wouldn't have been able to remove my status as a cold slave. After saying this, he laughed at himself.
When I was captured by Gu Lianyo, he was just a teenager. Times have changed, and he now looks like an uncle. As a sword cultivator, being enslaved was the greatest shame in his life. From the day of enslavement, he swore to kill Gu Lianyo with his own hands to prove his swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, someone as powerful as Gu Lianyo would die before him. He couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, a sharp sword energy burst out from his body. Seeing this, Gao Fei immediately stood in front of Shen Mo, just in case. After a while, the entire second layer of sword energy was filled with chaos, but it did not hurt Shen Mo and the others. After a long time, all the sword energy fell back on Yang Chen. He suddenly opened his eyes flashing. Ha 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 ha. Yang Chen laughed so hard that tears almost came out. After wasting thousands of years, a sudden enlightenment allowed me to comprehend the supreme sword heart. Chapter 87, Hit High and Hit Low, Hit the Idiot. Tell me, what are the conditions for letting me out? Yang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, standing there like a sharp immortal sword. Shen Mo was slightly stunned. This really didn't work for him. His original plan was to cripple Yang Chen and then use the bone spirit flame to enslave him. But now it seems that it is no longer possible. Yang Chen's temperament was too strong, and he had made another breakthrough. Even if they all attacked him together now, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Not to mention crippling him. Since the hard way doesn't work, try the soft way. You have to give it a try. What if he has masochistic tendencies? Thinking of this, Shen Mo smiled and said, I want you to recognize me as your master, okay? Oh. Yang Chen sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Are you worthy? Oh, bye. Why are you pretending? Shen Mo was unhappy. It seems like he is the owner of Joyo Tower. At worst, I can wait until I have formed the elixir and then come and beat him up. Now with Gao Fei and Chu Xiaoran, we have enough trump cards. The reason why he came to Yang Chen was simply to increase his insurance. Since he doesn't know how to appreciate it, Shen Mo won't indulge him. Seeing that Shen Mo and his companions were about to leave, Yang Chen suddenly panicked. Who knows when this kid will come in next time? Half a year? Or 1 year? If I am locked up for another 1,000 years, it will be useless even if I have great talent. In the end, who will remember him? Etc. Oh? Have you changed your mind? Shen Mo turned around and said with a smile. I can be your protector and guard you for 100 years. How about it? Yang Chen gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Cut. Hearing this, Shen Mo's face was full of disdain. Do you really think you're a big shot?
As he spoke, he pointed to Gao Fei standing beside him and said with a smile, Gao Fei, the young patriarch of the Taichu immortal clan, has reached the Tiangang Foundation establishment stage and has reached the 8th grade core formation stage.
Will you not still acknowledge me as Lord?
He pointed at the stone poke sky again. The stone poke sky, the chaos stone, a wonder of heaven and earth, has also voluntarily followed me.
And I, the Supreme Foundation establishment, about to achieve the 9th grade core formation.
After he finished speaking, Shen Mo no longer hid himself, and the 9,000 feet spiritual sea was released in an instant. The majestic spiritual energy overwhelmed the entire second floor of Joyo Tower.
Yang Chen's eyes almost popped out. He had heard of the Taichu immortal clan, but he was not afraid. He also understands the wonders of heaven and earth.
The only thing that shocked him was the silent 9,000 feet deep spiritual sea. It was unique in his time. Even he himself had only reached 80,000 feet.
This kind of person is also called the Son of Luck, protected by heaven.
In this light, it is not surprising that the young patriarch of the Taichu immortal clan and rare creatures of heaven and earth are following him. Seeing that the deterrence was effective, Shen Mo withdrew his spiritual power. Yang Chen frowned deeply, as if he was weighing the pros and cons.
Shen Mo was not in a hurry. He just looked at Yang Chen quietly, waiting for his reply. It's been a long time.
Yang Chen raised his head, his eyes firm as he said,
I have 3 conditions. There's hope.
Shen Mo hid the joy on his face and said in a deep voice, Speak.
First, I just follow you, not your slave. No problem. When you can beat him, it be up to you to decide whether you are a slave or not. Shen Mo agreed without any hesitation.
Second, within 100 years, you have 3 chances to attack me.
If you defeat me, I will submit forever. If you fail, you will return me to freedom after 100 years. Hearing this condition, Shen Mo fell into deep thought.
100 years is neither long nor short. From the current perspective, the gap between him and Yang Chen is only in realm.
Have your own system.
After breaking through the golden elixir, he swallowed a large amount of pills.
One can break through to the golden elixir perfection in a very short period of time.
In 2 or 3 years at most, the gap in realm can be made up.
Even if I can't win, the worst that can happen is a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Hit high and hit low, hit the bad guy. That should be fine. Shen Mo no longer hesitated and nodded, Okay, tell me your 3rd condition. The 3rd one. Having said this, a trace of dejection appeared on Yang Chen's face, and he said, If you really defeat me, can you take me back to the Tsong Tian sword tomb in your lifetime? Without waiting for Shen Mo to speak, Yang Chen continued.
Back then, when I was in 8th grade Jindan, I was so proud of myself that I left the sword tomb alone, ignoring my parents' advice.
Then what?
Shen Mo, who liked to listen to gossip, asked.
And then we got here. Yang Chen said awkwardly. Shen Mo.
So you met Gu Lianyo as soon as you came out of the sword tomb.
I thought you were so awesome. Noticing Shen Mo's expression, Yang Chen said angrily.
That was her sneak attack.
So what you mean is, if Gu Lianyo doesn't launch a sneak attack, you can defeat him? Shen Mo teased. No. Yang Chen smiled awkwardly. Alright, I agree to all 3 of your conditions. But to prevent you from regretting it, do you mind adding some insurance?
As he spoke, Shen Mo stretched out his hand, and flames of bone spirit leaped out from his fingertips. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen was almost scared to death.
Bone spirit flame? He was very familiar with it.
He had been controlled by this thing for thousands of years. At this moment, when he looked at Shen Mo, there was no longer any contempt in his eyes, but full of fear.
It seems that you are very familiar with it. This will save us a lot of trouble, don't you think?
Shen Mo said with a smile.
No.
Yang Chen involuntarily took a few steps back. If you use the bone spirit flame, I would rather self-destruct.
Then the previous 3 conditions are invalid. See you next time. Shen Mo retracted the bone spirit flame and turned to leave. Etc. Yang Chen said anxiously. He had finally come to an agreement, so how could he give up so easily?
He didn't have any other confidence, but he did have the confidence that he would not be defeated by Shen Mo within 100 years. In other words, you only need to follow Shen Mo for 100 years to regain your freedom. Compared to being trapped in this dark and gloomy Joyo Tower.
Even if it takes another 100 years, he would agree.
I am willing to swear by my sword heart. If I break my promise, my sword heart will be shattered and I will abandon the way of the sword.
After hearing this, Shen Mo finally took it seriously.
Sword cultivator.
He understood.
They are a group of stubborn guys, commonly known as single-minded people. It's on par with Shi Taodian.
With Yang Chen's persistence in swordsmanship, if his sword heart were to collapse, it's no different from being dead.
Besides, breaking a promise will bring about inner demons. If you don't get rid of your inner demons, you will only reach the nascent soul stage in your lifetime.
Thinking of this, Shen Mo began to waver for the first time. The reason why I came to see Yang Chen in advance. It was also because of Yu Chuan's reminder a few days ago. This trip to Daxiao will be dangerous. If he could subdue Yang Chen, he could dominate Daxiao.
Even if someone in the nascent soul stage appears, as long as he is not an old man like Yu Chuan,
Yang Chen can handle it. Seeing Shen Mo still hesitating, Yang Chen made up his mind and slapped his dantian fiercely.
A golden elixir shining with 8-colored light flew out. Seeing the golden elixir appear, stone chips flowed from the corners of Shi Potion's mouth.
I can leave the golden elixir with you.
As long as I break my promise, you can crush him at any time. Yang Chen's face was pale, and he spoke weakly.
Seeing this, Shen Mo no longer hesitated. Okay, I promise. Chapter 88, suddenly transformed into the young master?
As for this golden elixir,
ha, you should keep it for yourself. Shen Mo took it in his hand, played with it for a while, and threw it back.
What he wanted was Yang Chen's combat power.
It's not like I want his golden elixir. Without the golden elixir, the combat power will definitely drop significantly. This is not what Shen Mo wants to see. Thank you, Lord. Just call me Shen Mo, or Brother Shen. Seeing Yang Chen hesitating, Shen Mo waved his hand and spoke casually. Hearing this, Yang Chen's face lit up with joy. Okay, Brother Shen. Remember what you said. If you can't do it, it won't be me who comes in next time. Shen Mo smiled. Yang Chen naturally understood what he meant.
He immediately said, "Don't worry, Brother Shen.
A gentleman's promise is as good as gold." Shen Mo left Joyo Tower and left Gao Fei to Yang Chen for training.
I believe that when I release him next time, he will have already reached a stable state. By then, our strength will be raised to a higher level. Since we have decided to go to Xia country, he also needs to improve his strength. He had no shortage of skills, as he had the 5 elements heaven mending record given to him by Gu Lianyo, which was enough for him to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. The only magic skill he could show off was the 9 folds of blazing flame that he obtained during the outer sect competition. Now that he has reached the foundation establishment stage, it is obviously not good enough.
Thinking of this, Shen Mo decided to go to the sutra library to take a look. As for Yang Chen's swordsmanship, Shen Mo showed no interest at all. He doesn't want to become a swordsman. Master, Shen Mo went to the sutra library. Ji Lingchuan bowed and saluted. Oh.
Yu Chuan shook his head and revealed an intriguing smile.
What kind of good skills can be found in the Qingshan sect's sutra library? Give this to him.
As he spoke, he flipped his hand and an ancient book appeared. Seeing this scene, Ji Lingchuan widened his eyes.
Young master, this is. Bang.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Chuan waved his sleeves and a powerful force burst out, directly knocking Ji Lingchuan into the stone wall. Ji Lingchuan broke free from the stone wall, his face changing drastically.
Master, I spoke out of turn. He immediately knelt on the ground, trembling all over. If I hear you talking nonsense again, you'll commit suicide.
Yu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a terrifying murderous intent instantly swept over Ji Lingchuan's body.
Yes, yes.
Ji Lingchuan lowered his head deeply, with uncontrollable fear in his eyes.
Get down. Hearing Yu Chuan scolding, he quickly got up and took the books on the table away. Until Ji Lingchuan disappeared.
Yu Chuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and muttered to himself.
Shen Mo, please don't let me down.
I've been coveting this technique for a long time.
Young sect master, please come in. Shen Mo recognized the elder in front of him.
His name is Zhuang Chang, and he is in the early stage of golden elixir.
But Shen Mo didn't understand what he said. Young sect master? Shen Mo looked around and found that there was no one else. He pointed at himself with an unconfident look on his face and asked doubtfully, "Are you talking about me?" "Of course it's you,"
Zhuang Chang said with a smile.
The sect master announced this appointment 2 days ago. Are you still unaware of it? Now the news has spread throughout the Qingshan sect. Hearing this, Shen Mo was speechless for a while. Damn. Yu Chuan's movements were too fast. Isn't this like roasting him on the fire? Did the sect master say anything else?
Zhuangcheng thought for a moment, shook his head, and said seriously, the sect master only said this, and didn't say anything else.
That's good. Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief.
If Yu Chuan told the news that he and Zhong Linger were about to get married,
his future happy sex life will be over.
Let us not talk about Li Wanru for now, she is still in seclusion. Jang Lin was easy to fool, after all, she had never asked for a legitimate status. The most difficult person to deal with is Xia Xining, the jealous person. She only knows Jang Lin now.
If I knew there were Zhong Linger and Li Wanru, that life would be unbearable.
He didn't plan to tell Xia Xining until they got to know each other. Wait until there is an opportunity, let the girls get to know each other and develop a deep friendship, then the showdown can be made, the effect will be better. As he was thinking, he walked into the sutra library. At this moment, Zhuangcheng stopped him.
What? You won't let me in? Shen Mo raised his head, his face full of confusion. Young master, look at what you said.
Zhuangcheng flattered, the first floor of the sutra library contains only the most basic techniques.
How could they possibly catch your eye? The best techniques are on the top floor.
You are the young master, so naturally you should go to the top floor to choose a technique.
Oh. Hearing this, Shen Mo laughed. It seems that the identity of the young sect leader is not useless. Well, lead the way. Okay, young master, please follow me. Under Zhuangcheng's leadership, Shen Mo quickly reached the top floor. The lower floors are filled with rows of bookshelves. At the top level it's the complete opposite.
In the empty room, there was only a piece of paper placed in the middle. There was only a yellowed book on the desk.
Shen Mo was curious and walked in immediately.
After bowing respectfully, Zhuangcheng quietly retreated to the door and waited.
Secret of Immortality. Seeing this domineering name, Shen Mo was shocked. What kind of martial art is this? How dare they claim to be able to achieve immortality? With curiosity, Shen Mo opened the book. The first page clearly states, you must have the 5 spiritual roots to practice. You can't practice it without the Hun Yuan Foundation. It can only be practiced with the 8th grade golden elixir. Hiss.
Shen Mo's curiosity grew even stronger. As expected of a name that calls itself Changsheng, the conditions are so harsh. It is simply a martial art tailor-made for peerless geniuses. Fortunately, he is that peerless genius. As Shen Mo continued to read, he was also becoming more and more shocked.
Strictly speaking, this is not a book of magic. But it is a magical power. The person who wrote this book of magic is truly a genius. You should know that the golden elixir nourishes the soul, and the nascent soul cultivates the spirit. This means that the main means of attack in the Jindan realm is to rely on the nurturing of the natal magic weapon. Just like Yang Chen's natal sword. The stronger his natal sword is, the stronger he will be. Only when one reaches the nascent soul stage can one learn and display supernatural powers. And this technique can actually be used after building a foundation. Shen Mo became more and more obsessed as he watched, and suddenly stopped watching at the end. He picked up the book and flipped through it again, his face full of confusion. Only half? But after just a moment, he felt relieved. If it were complete, it wouldn't be here. Although it's only half, it's enough. Shen Mo immediately sat cross-legged and immersed himself in it. 1 day. 2 days. A full half-month has passed. Just barely getting started. He began to understand why that text was written on the first page. This technique uses spiritual power to connect the 108 acupoints in the body, causing them to instantly burst out with power beyond their own capabilities. To put it simply, it doubles the combat power. According to the description, if you practice to perfection, you can increase your power tenfold. The spiritual C in the body is not enough and cannot support it at all. The secret of immortality, does it mean to kill all enemies and live forever alone? It's really interesting, Shen Mo smiled. Putting the book in his arms, he stood up and smiled at Zhuangcheng, who was still at the door. Elder Zhuang, how long has it been? 15 days. Hearing this, Shen Mo was stunned. Oh shit, it's over. Chapter 89, It turns out to be alchemy. I was wondering why the room was always making noises. Shen Mo hurried back to the bamboo forest. Really?
When Xia Xining saw Shen Mo, her little mouth pouted instantly, and she turned her head to the side and hummed softly.
Hey, isn't this the young master of the Qingshan sect? What brings you here?
Hearing this, Shen Mo scratched his head awkwardly. How could he not understand that Xia Xining was angry? After all, I promised her that I would go back in the evening a month ago.
The result?
First, he watched Gao Fei break through the golden elixir, and then he learned the skills in the sutra library. He felt deeply guilty and had to walk forward slowly. He placed his hands on Xia Xining's beautiful shoulders.
Listen to me. Snort.
Xia Xining twisted her body and grumbled again. Seeing this, Shen Mo hugged her from behind and kissed her hard on the face.
Damn it, where did you go this month? I went to the outer gate to look for you, but you weren't there. Did you go to Jang Lin's place again? As expected, the original wife is the warmth brewed by time, and the lover is a fleeting firework.
Xia Xining had no expression on her face and spoke in a flat tone.
Before Shen Mo could speak, she added, but that's right.
Master Shen must maintain his image of being devoted and loyal, so that he can inherit the throne in the future.
I'm just a. Hearing this, Shen Mo knew that she was jealous again.
He picked her up by the waist and walked towards the bamboo house nearby.
Ah. What are you doing? Young Master Shen.
Xia Xining's pretty face flushed, and she raised her hand to knock on Shen Mo's chest, but it seemed a little soft.
It seems to be adding to the fun. As soon as he entered the room, before Shen Mo could make any move, Xia Xining took the initiative to kiss him. Shen Mo pressed it against the door and responded enthusiastically.
Soon, Xia Xining fell into depravity. When their lips parted, she raised her head, her eyes full of charm and seduction.
Shen Mo knew the time had come.
Without hesitation, he reached out to untie her belt.
Dong dong dong.
Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door.
Auntie, are you in there? I am here. Xia Xining answered softly. There was silence for a while. Does Xia Zhuoyu have a locator installed? Every time they do this, she always shows up on time? Aren't we heading to Daxia today? Senior brother Shen is missing, why don't we go there first?
Xia Zhuoyu said with a worried look on his face. Although she no longer has Shen Mo's great help, it still cannot change her determination to return to Daxia.
I'm here.
The door opened and Shen Mo smiled. Seeing him appear, Xia Zhuoyu was immediately delighted. He didn't notice Xia Xining, who was hurriedly tidying up her clothes behind him. Xia Xining was also confused.
The belt was untied and Shen Mo suddenly opened the door.
People say she is brave, but only she knows that she is just pretending. If I really did that in front of outsiders, she is still very ashamed. Although Xia Zhuoyu is not an outsider either. After it was almost sorted, I checked it carefully again. Xia Xining then slowly followed him out of the room. She first glared at Shen Mo fiercely, then looked at Xia Zhuoyu.
In that case, let's go. A month passed.
A spirit boat is traveling at high speed above the clouds.
Xia Zhuoyu stood on the deck.
He opened the protective shield of the spirit boat and let the biting cold wind blow on his body. The closer to the territory of Daxia,
the more panicked she became. What if the soul exorcising pill doesn't work? Do you really want to kill my father?
Although my father once wanted to do something inappropriate to her. But she knew that was definitely not her father's intention. Thinking of this, scenes from the past came to my mind. When she was young, her mother died early, and her father kept her by his side. Even when attending court, she was allowed to sit on the dragon throne, as if he wanted to train her to become an empress.
What are you thinking about? Just then, Shen Mo came over. Without.
Xia Zhuoyu came back to his senses, quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, turned around and smiled, nothing.
Where's my aunt? She's asleep.
Noticing that Xia Zhuoyu's expression was not right, Shen Mo quickly explained. Elder Xia and I were discussing the Tao of alchemy.
When we were satisfied, we worked together to refine the elixir.
Elder Xia consumed too much spiritual energy and fell asleep.
So that's it.
Xia Zhuoyu suddenly realized, I was wondering why there was a constant noise in my aunt's room these past 2 days. It turns out she's refining the elixir.
Shen Mo. He quickly changed the subject and asked, "Are we going directly to the palace?" "No." Xia Zhuoyu shook his head, "We are not here to assassinate our father. Instead, we'll use the soul exorcising pill to restore him and kill the person who took over his body. Besides, the imperial city is set up with a formation. It would be difficult for us to force our way in with just a few people." Shen Mo nodded and understood the reason. There were only 3 of them on this trip, plus Ivy, who was forced to come along. On the surface, the highest realm is only the late Jindan stage. It is indeed a bit unrealistic to want to forcibly break the defensive formation of a first-level cultivation country. Thinking of this, Shen Mo smiled and said, "Since you dare to come back, you must have a plan, right?" "Yes." Xia Zhuoyu nodded and told the plan without any hesitation. "I have been in contact with General Li Guang of the Imperial Court. He will be responsible for guiding us into the palace. After entering the palace, find a way to get father to take the soul exorcising pill. When the time comes, with the strength of my father and General Li, we will definitely be able to kill the person who took over my body." Seeing Shen Mo's doubt, Xia Zhuoyu hurriedly explained, "Brother Shen, don't worry too much. General Li is trustworthy. Back then, I was captured by my father, or General Li secretly rescued me, and then brought my aunt and me to find Sect Master Yu." "I see." After hearing Xia Zhuoyu's explanation, the doubts on Shen Mo's face faded a lot. But something still felt wrong. At this moment, Xia Zhuoyu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Arrive." Following her line of sight, Shen Mo looked down. A small town suddenly appeared before my eyes. Xia Zhuoyu smiled and said, "This is the place where General Li and I agreed to meet. Let's go down first. General Li will send someone to pick us up. Take back the spirit boat." 4 people appeared on the streets of the town. When they saw the few people, the townspeople immediately came to greet them. "You adults look a little unfamiliar. Are you not from here?" Shen Mo nodded in response. "That's great, everyone should have a good time. We have many attractions in Chaoyang town. Would you like to come to my house and sit down first?" The residents were talking at once and seemed very enthusiastic. Shen Mo looked at everyone warily, then waved his hand coldly in refusal. Xia Zhuoyu chuckled when he saw this. "Brother Shen, don't mind. This is how Chaoyang town is. Under General Li's jurisdiction, this is a paradise. The people here are all kind-hearted. No malice." Just then, a loud shout rang out. "Scatter away, how disgraceful." When everyone saw the person coming, they unconsciously shrank their necks and dispersed. Shen Mo turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a big belly walking towards him. "I am Zhou Sihai, the mayor of Chaoyang town. Would you, the immortals, do me the honor of visiting my residence?" Chapter 90. How dare these daring commoners disturb Her Royal Highness the Princess? Watching the spirit boat where Xia Zhuoyu was falling into Chaoyang town, 2 figures appeared in the sky. One of them was Ling Shuzi. At this time, he had already recovered from the setback in the True Dragon's nest. The whole person is imposing and outstanding. "Daolin, let's begin," he muttered softly, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. "For this day. He has waited too long." "Yes, ancestor." Daolin's eyes were also full of excitement. As long as the ancestor has established the situation, Diaxuanzong will surely rule over the entire Dianzhou. Create a prosperous era like the Shangyanzong next door. And he, as a close and loyal minister, it will surely go down in history and be remembered forever. Before leaving, Daolin suddenly remembered something and turned around and said seriously, "Ancestor, Shen Mo is here too. I'm worried about whether Yu Chuan will." "No problem." Ling Shuzi waved his hand and said domineeringly, "He's here, so I can kill him myself. Take back the Tower of Babel. As for Yu Chuan, just leave it to Wu Jiang. Both of them are in the late nascent soul stage, so he won't be Wu Jiang's opponent." Hearing this, Daolin immediately felt relieved. Wu Jiang, the current leader of Daoxian sect, is a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Since the sect leader is here too, this thing will definitely succeed. Xia Zhuoyu has lived in the mountains for a long time, and with the enthusiasm of the town mayor Zhou Sihai, I had no choice but to agree. Led by Zhou Sihai, the group soon arrived at a mansion. Shen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that things were not that simple. According to what Xia Xining said before, Xia Yuan should have become very cruel. But along the way, the people live and work in peace and contentment and are warm and hospitable. This doesn't look like a cultivation country ruled by evil cultivators. At least, it can't be seen here. Everyone just walked into the reception room. After Zhou Sihai dismissed the servants, he immediately turned around and knelt down on the ground with a plop, crying, "God has mercy on you, princess, you are finally back." Xia Zhuoyu was stunned and didn't react for a moment. You know me?" Zhou Sihai raised his head and tears flowed down his chubby cheeks. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "I once went to the imperial court and met the princess by chance. Although more than 10 years have passed, your voice and appearance have not changed." Seeing him crying so sadly, Xia Zhuoyu quickly reached out and helped him up. Zhou Sihai stood up, wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve, and said with a forced smile, "Excuse me, everyone. I'm a little excited that Princess Daxia is visiting my humble abode." Having said that, he turned around and led the way himself. "You must be hungry after all this journey. Let's eat first and talk while we eat." When he heard that there was food to eat, Shen Mo showed a satisfied smile on his face. Not long. Plate after plate of delicious food was served. Shen Mo's eyes turned green. This is life. He hadn't eaten since he regained consciousness, and had long wanted to sneak down the mountain to have a good meal. The Qingshan sect doesn't even have a cafeteria. As a time traveler, I know that food is the most important thing for people. Before Zhou Sihai could speak, Shen Mo immediately became dazzling like a whirlwind. As for Xia Xining and the other two, they had been practicing fasting for many years and just watched quietly. Seeing this, Zhou Sihai hurriedly picked up the bottle of wine. "First, fill a glass for yourself and drink it." Only then did he fill the wine glasses in front of Xia Zhuoyu and the others one by one. "Sihai is truly fortunate to meet the princess today." After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass. Just like the action of drinking a glass of wine before pouring it for him. Xia Zhuoyu couldn't keep up appearances anymore, it would be bad if a misunderstanding arose. So she raised her glass and drank it in one gulp. Shen Mo, on the other hand, was not that reserved at all. It's so comfortable to chew on a chicken leg in one hand and hold a wine jug in the other. After 3 rounds of drinking, Zhou Sihai changed his previous humble attitude and stared at Xia Zhuoyu closely. "I wonder if the princess is back this time to visit relatives." Xia Zhuoyu's expression froze, and he covered it up by saying, "Yes, I haven't been home for too long." Few people knew that her father had been possessed by another body. It is even more impossible to let others know. Once it is exposed, the world will be in chaos. So she could only lie. As long as this plan succeeds. I believe that it won't be long before Daxia will still be the same Daxia. Hearing this, Zhou Sihai's face darkened and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "Princess, didn't you notice that there was something wrong with Emperor Xia?" "Problem? What problem?" Xia Zhuoyu said vaguely. After receiving such an answer, Zhou Sihai's face turned pale. He stood up and overturned the entire table with his hand. Before everyone could react, a group of people holding swords suddenly appeared in the hall. Shen Mo looked up and saw that these people were actually the previous residents. "Mayor Zhou, what do you mean?" Xia Zhuoyu had seen some storms before, so he said calmly. "What do you mean?" Zhou Sihai's face was fierce, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You Xia people are really no good. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now it has fallen into my hands, it is really God's mercy. I will send your head to that bastard Xia Yuan as a warning to the fallen heroes of Xia." Shen Mo narrowed his eyes, releasing a murderous intent. "Mayor Zhou, you've probably forgotten that we are immortal cultivators. Ordinary swords and knives are useless to us. Brother Shen, don't be impulsive. There must be a misunderstanding." Seeing this, Xia Zhuoyu immediately stepped forward and stood between the two of them. She just wanted to hide the truth. "Wait until the overall situation is determined. My father will restore the government and then appease these people. I didn't expect this situation to happen. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. Princess Daxia is now an immortal cultivator. Why would she care about the lives of ordinary people like us?" Zhou Sihai sneered, pointing at the wine bottle on the ground and said, "Do you think I haven't considered this before doing anything?" Upon hearing this, Xia Zhuoyu's face suddenly turned ugly. She said in disbelief, "Why did you do that? Why?"
Zhou Sihai gritted his teeth and pointed at the residents behind him. Look, this is all the work of you Xia people.
Shen Mo looked up and suddenly understood.
Logically speaking, if you want to hold a Hongmen banquet, you should at least ambush elite soldiers and generals.
And these people are all old, weak, and sick.
For the past 10 years, you, Xia, have been making unwarranted demands. First the babies, then the teenagers, then the middle-aged men, and finally even the women and children were not spared. My family used to have 10 people, but now, I'm the only one left.
At this point, Zhou Sihai roared, "Why do you say that?
I thought you came here after completing your studies to put an end to this chaotic world, but I didn't expect you to be in cahoots with Xiaoran.
Master Zhou, why bother explaining to her? Kill her. I want to avenge my son and daughter-in-law. Kill her. Kill her."
For a moment, the shouts of killing shook the sky. Xia Zhuoyu stood there in a daze, and Zhou Sihai's words were like needles piercing his heart.
She was speechless. I didn't expect that Daxia has become so corrupt. Everyone was about to take action. Suddenly, a spiritual arrow flew out and instantly nailed a resident into the wall.
How dare you, a rude and unruly person, disturb Her Royal Highness the Princess?
Chapter 91. Who is your wife? It's obviously Jang Lin.
The words fell.
A large group of soldiers in armor filed in. Surround everyone inside. Shen Mo looked up. Good job.
These soldiers are all in the qi refining stage.
There are also several great perfections among them.
No wonder Xiaoran, as the emperor of a first-level cultivation country, only had the golden core perfection.
But no sect dared to come and make plans. Li Guang walked through the crowd, walked quickly to Xia Zhuoyu, and knelt on one knee.
I am late in coming to your rescue, Your Highness, please punish me.
Uncle Li, get up quickly, I'm fine.
Xia Zhuoyu quickly reached out and helped him up. Then she looked at Zhou Sihai and said in a deep voice, "Let him go.
Mayor Zhou has his reasons for doing this, he doesn't really want to hurt me."
Pooh. Unexpectedly, Zhou Sihai not only did not appreciate it, but instead showed an expression of disgust.
Stop being so hypocritical.
Hearing this, Li Guang drew the sword from his waist, turned around and slashed at Zhou Sihai. When Zhou Sihai saw the scene, he didn't even frown.
Instead, a hint of relief appeared on his face.
Seeing this, Xia Zhuoyu immediately took action to stop Li Guang.
Uncle Li, they are all victims. Stop killing them.
After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Zhou Sihai and said seriously, Mayor Zhou, I know you have lost confidence in Daxia.
To be honest, I came back this time just to give you an explanation. But the matter is very complicated, so I cannot tell you the plan.
When Zhou Sihai heard this, a look of disdain appeared on his face.
He scoffed, "Confession? You want to save my entire family's lives with just one sentence? Or can you save the lives of everyone in the world who died because of that bastard Xiaoran? Still planning? Have you gone crazy from practicing Taoism? Now there is only one way, kill Xiaoran and take his place. Do you dare?"
Faced with Zhou Sihai's questioning, Xia Zhuoyu hesitated.
Kill the father? She never thought about it.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to refine the soul-driving pill. She believed that as long as she could drive away the person who had taken over her body. With my father's great strategy and wisdom, he will definitely be able to revive Daxia.
He. Seeing Xia Zhuoyu's expression, Zhou Sihai understood.
He shook his head and smiled bitterly, tears streaming down his face. Xia country is beyond saving, and you are so naive. Even if he really replaces me, he will just be another incompetent person. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Sihai suddenly broke free from the soldier's restraints.
Bold.
Li Guang was furious when he saw this and raised his sword to chop him down.
However, before he could make a move, Zhou Sihai raised the long sword of the soldier next to him and slashed his neck.
Blood spurted out like a pillar in an instant, splashing all over Xia Zhuoyu's face.
Just as she was stunned.
When the residents around saw the mayor die, there was no ripple on their faces, but rather envy. They rushed towards the nearest soldier.
For a while,
the sword lights crossed.
Blood was spilled all over the hall. Watching the rows of bodies fall,
Xia Zhuoyu involuntarily took a few steps back and fell onto the stool. At this moment, her face was pale and she didn't understand what they were doing at all.
Shen Mo clasped his hands across his chest, watching everything coldly but not stopping it. What's the use of stopping someone who wants to die? Can you stop it for a while, but can you stop it for a lifetime? Zhou Sihai is right.
Having committed such a heinous crime, only death can perhaps calm the anger.
If you want to save Daxia, Xiaoyuan must die. Obviously Xia Zhuoyu did not realize this.
Xia Xining walked forward, gently placed her hand on her beautiful shoulder, and comforted her softly. Zhuoyu is fine. However, Xia Zhuoyu's eyes were empty, as if he didn't hear anything. Even after getting on the carriage, she was still in a daze. I don't know how long it took.
The carriage drove into the imperial city.
Led by Li Guang, everyone moved into the general's mansion. It was agreed that everyone would disguise themselves and enter the palace early tomorrow morning to start the plan.
That night,
Xia Zhuoyu stood on the roof, looking at the brightly lit palace in the distance with a complicated look in his eyes.
Have you thought about it? A silent voice came.
She turned her head and forced a smile.
What have you thought of?
Of course, I'll kill your father.
Shen Mo smiled and said with a relaxed look, if it's inconvenient for you, I can do it for you.
Upon hearing this, Xia Zhuoyu's face froze. Clearly, she had no such intention.
Brother Shen, stop joking. I'm serious. Shen Mo said seriously. If Xiaoyuan doesn't die, you won't be able to save Xia.
Brother Shen, stop talking. Xia Zhuoyu's face suddenly turned cold.
This is my own choice. Shen Mo shrugged and said nothing more.
He came here just to protect Xia Xining. As for Xia Zhuoyu, let him do whatever he wants. Suddenly, Xia Zhuoyu changed her usual strong character and threw herself into Shen Mo's arms.
He hadn't reacted yet and was about to ask.
I found my chest was wet. Seeing this, Shen Mo could only reach out his hand helplessly and gently stroke her back.
I know everything. But I can't do it, that's my father.
Xia Zhuoyu sobbed. He remained silent and just held her in his arms. As a member of the Great Xia royal family, I have an obligation to save the people of Great Xia.
Is it true that only death can cleanse their anger? Father is also a victim. What did he do wrong?
Xia Zhuoyu burst into tears and completely lost her mind.
Don't think too much, all the answers will be revealed tomorrow. Shen Mo patted her back gently, looked towards the imperial city not far away, and narrowed his eyes slightly.
If he really has taken over someone else's body, he will naturally make the right choice after he regains his clarity of mind.
The two of them just hugged each other. After a long time,
Xia Zhuoyu finally broke free from Shen Mo's arms.
Brother Shen, thank you for listening to me.
After she finished speaking, without waiting for Shen Mo to respond, she lightly jumped off the roof. He looked at Xia Zhuoyu's departing back quietly, as if thinking about something.
Is it soft? Good.
Shen Mo was slightly stunned, and turned around to find that Xia Xining had appeared beside him at some point.
No. Xining, please listen to my explanation.
Okay, I saw it all.
Xia Xining rolled her eyes at Shen Mo.
Zhuoyu is such a miserable child, shouldering such a heavy responsibility at such a young age.
If Xiaoyuan doesn't repent after regaining his sanity, I will kill him.
Hearing this, Shen Mo's eyes widened. He simply couldn't believe that the usually gentle and weak Xia Xining would say such words. And the person he killed wasn't someone else, but her own brother.
Why are you looking at me?
Xia Xining curled her lips.
Someone has to be the bad guy, right?
Shen Mo held her face in his hands and gave her a sip. My wife is so awesome.
Bah! Who is your wife? Xia Xining's pretty face flushed, obviously Jang Lin is her.
Both of them.
Shen Mo laughed and took the opportunity to cover her mouth, not giving her a chance to refute. Early morning. The first rays of sunshine fall.
The main hall of the imperial palace was already filled with officials wearing court robes of various colors. A middle-aged man in a black dragon robe slowly walked up to the dragon throne.
Long live our emperor! Chapter 92, The soul exorcising pill is useless?
War breaks out. If you have something to report, please report it.
If not, please dismiss the court.
Xiaoyuan leaned lazily on the dragon throne, glanced at everyone present with his captivating eyes, and said calmly. Everyone looked at each other and no one spoke. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyuan waved his hand.
The eunuch next to him immediately stood up. Retreat! Wait a minute!
At this moment, a strong voice came from outside the hall.
Li Guang walked in with the gait of a dragon and a tiger.
He was accompanied by 4 men wearing masks and black robes. There were nearly 100 people in the hall.
Among them, the Jindan realm alone accounts for half. Shen Mo saw this scene. I can't help but feel frightened.
The number of people in the Jindan realm is more than that of Qingshan sect.
No wonder Yuchuan told him to run away if he saw something was wrong. Xiaoyuan sat up straight and asked doubtfully. What does this mean, General Li?
Li Guang knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together and said, Your Majesty, these people are from the immortal sect. They heard that Your Majesty has been stuck in the golden core perfection for many years, so they specially sent a soul-gathering pill. Taking this pill can help your soul grow rapidly. Hearing this, Xiaoyuan frowned slightly, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the few people. Seeing this, Shen Mo immediately stepped forward. A beautiful box appeared in his hand. In full view of everyone, a pitch-black pill flew out of the box.
The pill is round, transparent, and exudes a fascinating aroma.
It is obvious that it is not an ordinary thing. I have long admired the name of Emperor Xia.
This is a small token of my appreciation from the Baiming sect.
I hope to establish good relations with Daxia and reach cooperation in the future. Shen Mo bowed slightly, appearing very respectful. At this time, he was the only one who could stand up.
Xia Zhuoyu and Xia Xining's voices were too obvious. Maybe Xia Yuan will be able to hear it right away. Baiming sect? Xia Yuan frowned.
He had never heard of this sect. But those who come are guests.
What's more, the other party gave such a big gift. He could only reach out and take the pill. It's really a good pill. There's not even a trace of impurities on it.
With Xiaoyuan's vision, he could tell the quality of the pill at a glance and praised it repeatedly. At this moment, Xia Zhuoyu's heart was in his throat.
All that is left for the plan to be completed is for father to take the medicine. Shen Mo knew her feelings, and then he bowed to Xiaoyuan again. Emperor Xia, you don't know, this elixir is best taken in the morning.
It can use the morning sun to quickly make the soul stronger.
Oh? There's such a saying? Xiaoyuan laughed and swallowed the pill in one gulp without thinking too much. See this scene. Xia Zhuoyu was trembling with excitement. Is it finally over?
She had waited too long for this day.
The father emperor who was wise and compassionate to the people is finally coming back. Xia Xining was also very excited.
After all, he is her elder brother. Although she has always been indifferent to worldly affairs, blood is thicker than water, and she does not want to go to the last step.
On the other hand, Shen Mo was not so excited. He felt vaguely uneasy.
Just now, when Xiaoyuan swallowed the pill, there was a hint of sarcasm and mockery in his eyes.
Although it was short. But Shen Mo firmly believed that he was not mistaken. Could it be that Emperor Xia was not possessed by another body?
If that were the case, things would be difficult.
The elixir enters the body. Wisps of black air emerged from Xiaoyuan's facial features. Ha ha!
He opened his mouth and another thick black air gushed out. When all the officials saw the scene, they were extremely nervous.
For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Shen Mo. You bold evil cultivator, what kind of elixir did you give to our emperor?
Come here, arrest these people.
No matter what sect you belong to, you will pay the price for hurting our emperor. The words fell. Teams of well-dressed soldiers filed in.
Shen Mo raised his eyelids slightly, and found that they had all reached the perfection of qi refining.
There were also groups of 3 or 5 forming battle formations. Presumptuous.
At this moment, the black energy on Xiaoyuan's body dissipated and he shouted angrily. These are the distinguished guests of Daxia.
What do you want to do? Father.
When Xia Zhuoyu heard Xiaoyuan speak, he thought he had succeeded and could no longer hold back. As she pulled off the mask, all the officials were stunned at first, and then they knelt on the ground one by one.
Meet the princess. Zhuoyu, you're finally back. The imperial master is truly as good as a god. Xiaoyuan's eyes flashed with brilliance and he said excitedly. Father, I.
Xia Zhuoyu's tears streamed down, and she felt so aggrieved that she couldn't express it in words.
I want to talk to Xiaoyuan. She stepped forward.
At this moment, Shen Mo grabbed her arm.
Xia
Zhuoyu turned around, his face full of confusion.
Shen Mo had a gloomy face and didn't say a word, but just stared at Xiaoyuan. When Daxia encountered heavenly punishment, it needed the luck within you. And you, as a princess of a dynasty, have abandoned the entire great Xia.
Fortunately, the Imperial Master intervened in time, otherwise there would be no great Xia today.
Xia Yuan stood up and confessed all of Xia Zhuoyu's crimes. Now that you've returned, do you regret it? Are you ready to sacrifice your luck? Father, you.
Hearing this, Xia Zhuoyu was stunned for a moment.
Haven't you already taken the soul-chasing pill? How so?
Then, her face changed drastically.
A creepy thought came to my mind. My father is not possessed by another body. This is his true face. No, impossible.
Xia Zhuoyu's eyes lost focus, she covered her head with her hands and screamed. Ha! Congratulations to our emperor.
The eternal hegemony is achieved today.
A man in a white Taoist robe slowly walked out from the side hall and laughed loudly.
Seeing the person coming, Shen Mo's heart sank to the bottom instantly. This person is Qi Daolin,
an elder of the Daoxian sect.
Since he appeared here, Ling Shuzi must have come as well.
It turned out that all this was a trap set by Daoxian's own. But Shen Mo couldn't understand why they went to so much trouble to set up this trap.
If you really want to kill Xia Zhuoyu, back then in the True Dragon's Nest, he could have taken action directly, why wait until now? Shen Mo, long time no see.
Qi Daolin fixed his gaze on Shen Mo and smiled.
Oh, Elder Qi, stop talking so much and get started. Shen Mo sneered. Conspiracy and intrigue are in the face of absolute strength. It's just a trail after all. As long as Qi Daolin is enslaved, all the answers will be revealed. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, Yang Chen was subdued.
Otherwise, facing such a situation,
he could only take the two women back to Jiuyo Tower and escape.
No, you will naturally be taken care of.
I won't do anything to you.
Qi Daolin shrugged, looking confident of victory. Then he looked at the officials coldly.
Why don't you do it?
Swish, swish, swish.
Upon hearing the order, everyone took out their magic weapons.
Li Guang also drew the sword from his waist and prepared for battle.
For a moment, a terrifying pressure filled the entire place. Just then, Xia Xining suddenly jumped out.
Her whole body was burning with green flames, and with a magic sword in her hand, she stabbed directly at Xia Yuan.
My dear sister, after not seeing each other for 10 years, is this how you face your elder brother? Chapter 93 Hiding Strength? No, that's not my style. The words fell.
9 golden dragons emerged from Xia Yuan's body and instantly tore Xia Xining's attack apart.
Shen Mo no longer hesitated and rushed straight towards Qi Daolin. Catch the leader first.
In his opinion, Xia Yuan was just a pawn of Qi Daolin. As long as Qi Daolin is dealt with, everything will be settled. Qi Daolin frowned slightly, not daring to be careless. He heard from the ancestor that Shen Mo also had the Supreme Foundation and had Han Nu as his trump card.
Just in time.
Qi Daolin shouted loudly and directly summoned the Daoxian Palace, smashing it towards Shen Mo.
Old fox. Shen Mo understood instantly that it must be Ling Shuzi, the old man, who revealed his trump card. Don't want to get close to me?
But he forgot that he still had the bone spirit flame.
Shen Mo spread out his palms, and white flames leaped out of his nails, enveloping Daoxian Palace in an instant. Qi Daolin's face changed drastically.
He sensed that he was losing control of Daoxian Palace.
How dare you, you brat!
Before he could rush forward, a spear beam pierced through the sky and earth. The terrifying spear intent frightened Qi Daolin so much that he dared not face the enemy head-on and flew away. At the same time, after Xia Yuan repelled Xia Xining, he formed his 5 fingers into claws and grabbed towards Xia Zhuoyu. Xia Zhuoyu was still immersed in sadness and had not come to his senses.
He was about to be captured by Xia Yuan. Shen Mo cursed loudly.
He had no choice but to give up Daoxian Palace and control the bone spirit flame to pounce on Xia Yuan. Since you can't control the chess player, if you control the chess piece, you can break the game in the same way. Xia Yuan felt the chill coming and immediately gave up on Xia Zhuoyu, turning around and slapping him with his palm. 9 golden dragons burst out instantly and fought with the bone spirit flame. Shen Mo's expression changed slightly. The bone spirit flame was unable to corrode the golden dragon.
Yes. This golden dragon is the condensation of the entire Great Xia national destiny. If it could be destroyed so easily, it would be too much of a joke. Shen Mo thought about it and understood the reason. Compared to Shen Mo, Xia Yuan's face was filled with deep fear. His invincible attack method suddenly became ineffective.
You know, even the national teacher couldn't withstand his attack.
How old is the man in front of me? What are you still standing there for? Kill the traitors!
Xiaoran snorted coldly. Only then did the officials come to their senses.
Attack Shen Mo.
In an instant, colorful lights came.
Shen Mo was startled.
He is still in the foundation establishment stage. But it can't withstand the attacks of so many Jindan realm masters.
Poke the sky, leave it to you. Without any hesitation, he released Chu Xiaoran.
Colorful rays of light fell on the surface of the stone celestial body.
Like small stones thrown into the sea. There was no light at all.
Chu Xiaoran yawned and scratched his head. Why did you disturb my sleep, you bastard?
Get up and have breakfast. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoran's eyes suddenly became bright. Breakfast?
Where's breakfast? Deal with these people first, and I'll do it for you.
Shen Mo pointed at the officials in the hall and said.
After he finished speaking, he pounced on Xiaoran again.
Just as Shen Mo approached, Yang Chen suddenly appeared beside him.
The terrifying sword energy instantly enveloped the entire hall. Xiaoran, who was originally very confident, was suddenly dumbfounded.
Why another?
Moreover, in his perception, Yang Chen was like an immortal sword descending to the earth, and just one look at him made him feel terrified.
Not to mention facing it alone. Hidden strength?
This is not Shen Mo's style. What he wants is a dimensionality reduction attack.
It would be best to kill instantly.
Why should we be beaten half to death, and both sides have played all their cards before revealing the trump card at the end?
He just went all in. Capture him alive.
Yang Chen glanced at Xiaoran, somewhat lacking interest.
I thought I encountered some powerful enemy? Result? That's it?
If Shen Mo had not spoken in time, Xiaoran's head would have been separated from his body.
Yang Chen's figure flashed and he appeared next to Xiaoran.
His 9 golden dragons automatically protected their master and emerged from his body. As a result, he was instantly knocked back by Yang Chen's sword energy.
Puff.
His origin was damaged and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
The whole person became listless.
Shen Mo fell from the air, and when he raised his hand, flames began to surge from his bones.
Xiaoran's face was pale and he was extremely desperate.
The 1,000-year hegemony is about to end before it even begins. He still couldn't figure out how such a powerful person could appear here.
Shen Mo was too lazy to waste time talking to him.
As long as he could enslave him, even if he couldn't know all the answers, he could at least figure out most of them.
Just then, a sigh echoed throughout the audience.
When the officials heard this voice, they fainted.
Even Shen Mo was excited.
In the sea of consciousness, Jodo Tower trembled wildly, resisting this terrifying attack.
Yang Chen's face was solemn, a rare moment of seriousness.
In contrast, Xia Xining and Xia Zhuoyu suffered no losses in this attack.
It seemed as if this attack was deliberately avoiding the two women. 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. Shen Mo recognized one of them. It was Ling Shuzi.
Ancestor, you still missed something. Wan Wujiang said softly. Ling Shuzi smiled bitterly. As both of us are Supreme Foundation Establishment cultivators, it makes sense for us to have such a trump card. After he finished speaking, a trace of relief appeared on his face again. Fortunately, I missed it. If I were to face him alone, I would surely die. Wan Wujiang nodded and raised his hand. Before Shen Mo could see what was happening, Xia Zhuoyu was caught.
The one in the dark, come out. Is hiding fun?
Wan Wujiang grabbed Xia Zhuoyu's neck with one hand, looked towards the hall and snorted coldly.
As expected of Sect Master Wan, I can't hide anything from you.
Ji Lingchuan slowly descended from the sky and said with a smile. He was also holding a person in his hand, who was Qi Daolin who had escaped. Shen Mo's eyes suddenly widened.
Ji Lingchuan actually came too.
It seems that things are not as simple as he thought. On the other hand, Yang Chen's face looked a little solemn.
But he was not surprised by Ji Lingchuan's appearance.
He was at the perfect stage of the Golden Core, while Ji Lingchuan was only at the late stage of the Golden Core. As early as when he appeared, he discovered the other party's existence.
Sect Master, Ancestor. I'm sorry.
Qi Daolin lowered his head, feeling a little ashamed, and didn't dare to look directly at Wan Wujiang and Ling Shuzi.
Oh, it seems to be getting interesting. Shen Mo smiled.
While the others were distracted by his words.
He directly took Xia Xining into Jiuyou Tower. Faced with Wan Wuzhang's unpredictable methods, he didn't dare to gamble with his woman's life. He's just a little brat after all. Seeing the scene, Wan Wuzhang couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. You are the little brat. Your whole family. Shen Mo cursed in his heart. But it makes sense when you think about it. He was only 32 years old, while Wan Wuzhang and Ling Shuzi opposite him were both 1,000-year-old bastards. Compared to them, I really seem like a little brat. Give Xia Zhuoyu back and I'll release Qi Daolin. How about that? Shen Mo suggested. Wan Wuzhang shook his head, not very good. Give me Xia Yuan. For Yu Chuan's sake, I'll let you go. Aren't you afraid that I will kill Qi Daolin? Shen Mo frowned and sneered. Faced with the threat, Ling Shuzi smiled. Go ahead and kill me. Chapter 94. I don't want this kind of 9th grade golden elixir. Shen Mo raised his hand and slapped Qi Daolin on the forehead. Bang! A muffled sound. Qi Dao couldn't believe it until his death. Shen Mo actually dared to take action. The reason why he was held hostage by Ji Lingchuan. A big part of the reason is because of the presence of Wan Wuzhang and Ling Shuzi. Facing Ji Lingchuan's powerful offensive, he just put up a symbolic resistance. If I knew this would be the ending. He will definitely fight hard. Shen Mo withdrew his hand, his face calm, as if he had done something very ordinary. Do you really think he doesn't dare? When Wan Wuzhang's spiritual sense attacked earlier, he deliberately avoided Xia Xining and Xia Zhuoyu. He was keenly aware of it. The second daughter is definitely still of great use. That's why he dares to be fearless. Wan Wuzhang raised his eyebrows slightly and pinched Xia Zhuoyu's neck. Xia Zhuoyu's face turned red and he almost couldn't breathe. And Shen Mo just watched quietly. There was no intention of rescuing him at all. He is gambling. I bet Wan Wuzhang wouldn't dare to kill him for real. A long time. Wan Wuzhang let go of Xia Zhuoyu, clapped his hands, and said with a smile. Good boy, you are so cruel. No wonder you can achieve the Supreme Foundation, I underestimated you. Shen Mo shrugged and put his hand on Xia Yuan's head. If my guess is correct, Xia Yuan should be an important part of your plan, right? Want to exchange Xia Yuan for Xia Zhuoyu? Wan Wuzhang chuckled. He made a gesture of invitation, go ahead. Hearing this, Shen Mo frowned. Did I guess wrong? Don't listen to him. At this moment, Ji Lingchuan came back to his senses from his previous shock and shouted. Xia Yuan carries the fate of the great Xia nation. You don't have any power of national destiny in you. If you kill someone without authorization, you may bring about a heavenly calamity. His order was to protect Shen Mo and ensure his safe departure. If it really triggers a heavenly calamity. He wasn't at all sure. If he returns to Qingshan sect, he will only face death. Oh. After Ji Lingchuan's reminder. He seemed to understand a little. Why did Emperor Daoxian go to so much trouble? Even the sect leader Wan Wuzhang showed up. It turned out that he was paving the way for Ling Shuzi. No wonder Ling Shuzi didn't take any action during the previous investigations. The result is that the goal is here. Triggering the heavenly tribulation, allowing Ling Shuzi to form the 9th grade elixir. Then why don't they kill Xia Yuan directly? Shen Mo asked in confusion. Ji Lingchuan thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. This kind of heavenly tribulation is not a traditional heavenly tribulation. Any country that can establish a cultivation nation has been recognized by the heavenly Tao. Heaven will not interfere in internal struggles. But if an outsider kills the king, it will be regarded as a provocation to the laws of nature. The calamity that descends will also bring disaster to all 9 clans. It's like if Wan Wuzhang kills Xia Yuan, then the entire Daoxian sect will be doomed, and no one will be able to escape. Then if they control Xia Yuan, they won't be implicated? Shen Mo was confused again. We don't control him. Seeing Ji Lingchuan tell the whole story roughly, Ling Shuzi chuckled. We just used some special means to infinitely magnify his desire. After these words were spoken, the person who felt the saddest was Xia Zhuoyu. Her expectations were shattered in an instant. It turns out that my father's body was never possessed from the beginning to the end. Thinking of the countless resentful souls who died in the past 10 years. And yesterday, all the residents of Chaoyang town died in front of her.
At this moment, her eyes were dim and her heart was dead.
That's not right. No one killed Xia Yuan, so how could the heavenly calamity be triggered? And what about Xia Zhuoyu? Shen Mo became even more curious. That woman must also be carrying the nation's destiny.
Yang Chen on the side suddenly spoke up, revealing the essence of the matter in one sentence.
Everything that rises must fall, and then rise again. Everything in the world is under the control of heaven. Xia Yuan has done so many evil things that the fortune of great Xia has plummeted to freezing point. Destroy de Xia, and a new de Xia will be established. This is the rule of heaven. And that woman possesses the new great Xia fire, bestowed by heaven. I think as long as Xia Yuan kills it and breaks the rules, a heavenly calamity will befall. Pa pa pa. Ling Shuzi applauded, but his face was extremely gloomy. This fellow Taoist knows so much, he must be someone famous. Why don't I know him?
After all, he had lived in Dianzhou for thousands of years and had also traveled to several other nearby states.
But there was still no information about Yang Chen in his mind. He knows so many secrets and is very powerful. It is impossible that he is someone who has only recently risen to prominence. Faced with Ling Shuzi's flattery, Yang Chen didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. His eyes were always on Wan Wujiang. If we talk about who can fight him, only Wan Wujiang is qualified. He could clearly feel the nascent soul aura emanating from Wan Wujiang.
Although he has only achieved the golden elixir perfection.
But so what? Even if the one who comes is at the spirit transformation realm, he will still draw his sword. This is the sword cultivator. So that's it. Shen Mo muttered to himself. He finally figured it out. He felt something was wrong when he was in the true dragon's nest. Xia Zhuoyu had only reached the perfect qi refining stage at that time, yet he was able to escape from right under his nose and was not enslaved by the bone spirit flame. It turns out that there is something in heaven interfering in all of this. Now that we've made things clear, why not have a good chat?
Things have come to this point, Ling Shuzi could only smile and said helplessly.
Oh? Shen Mo raised his lips slightly and said with a smile, "My dear son, how do you plan to talk?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Shuzi's face turned red. Before, in the true dragon's nest, Shen Mo tricked him into calling him dad so many times. After coming out, he learned of Shen Mo's true identity, and only then did he realize it belatedly.
Now, Shen Mo was making fun of this matter again. If I didn't want to use my last trump card. He really wanted to kill Shen Mo right now regardless of the consequences. Thinking of this, Ling Shuzi regained his composure and said in a cold voice. You and I are both at the Supreme Foundation establishment stage. I believe we are both stuck at the 9th grade golden elixir tribulation now. How about we make a deal and let Xia Yuan kill Xia Zhuoyu, and you and I can survive the tribulation together. Hearing this, Ji Lingchuan widened his eyes. Supreme Foundation, 9th grade golden elixir? He once suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. He knew Shen Mo was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. No wonder the Lord attaches so much importance to Shen Mo. So you already knew it? If this is true, then Shen Mo must not be allowed to die. Thinking of this, Ji Lingchuan became excited. They were too close, and Shen Mo keenly noticed something strange about Ji Lingchuan. But at this time he didn't think much about it, but just smiled. Seeing this smile, Ling Shuzi felt relieved. After all, no one can resist the temptation of the 9th grade golden elixir. As long as the heavenly calamity comes, he is very confident that he can survive it. As for Shen Mo, with Wan Wujiang around, he couldn't survive the disaster at all. Xia Zhuoyu's face was pale, he was already deeply shocked. Now he saw Shen Mo betraying him again. At this moment, she actually wanted her father to kill her as soon as possible. I don't want to linger on anymore. 9th grade golden elixir, so mouth-watering. After thinking for a long time, Shen Mo finally spoke. But I don't want this 9th grade golden elixir. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped Xia Yuan on the head. Chapter 95, Total Suppression. I didn't expect you to be a traitor too. A muffled sound echoed in the hall. Xia Yuan fell to the ground like a deflated ball, lifeless. Shen Mo's movements were so fast that almost no one reacted. Xia Zhuoyu was even more dumbfounded as he stood there. Her father is actually dead. An inexplicable emotion surged in my heart. Wan Wujiang and Ling Shuzi were stunned at first. Then came ecstasy. Still too young. Kill the king. This is something that goes against the will of heaven. Even they didn't dare to try it easily. Shen Mo is only at the foundation establishment stage. Even if it is the supreme foundation, what does it matter if it is blessed by heaven? It will only bring disaster to the entire Qingshan sect.
Shen Mo, I owe you a favor this time.
Ha ha ha.
Ling Shuzi laughed wildly. He had already made plans to take advantage of the silent heavenly tribulation. Hearing this, Shen Mo's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. Ling Shuzi's expression changed.
Wrong. The sky outside showed no reaction at all. How is that possible?
He was stunned for a moment.
Get started.
Shen Mo shouted loudly and rushed directly towards Ling Shuzi. It was just as he expected. He has the national destiny transferred by Xia Xining in his body. Theoretically speaking, killing Xiaoran was considered an internal conflict by the heavenly Tao and was not against the rules.
Upon hearing Shen Mo's order, Shi Chutian on the side could no longer hold back.
He raised his fist as big as a sandbag and punched Wan Wujiang. Wan Wujiang narrowed his eyes slightly, with a look of disdain in his eyes. In his perception, Shi Chutian was nothing more than a perfect golden elixir.
Jin Dan wants to defeat Yuanying? It's just a pipe dream.
He glanced at Shi Chutian and his soul power exploded. A powerful spiritual consciousness burst out and rushed straight into its sea of consciousness.
But the next second, Wan Wujiang was dumbfounded. Shi Taotian has no soul. How is this possible?
Just as he was stunned, Shi Chuoshan's fist was already close at hand. Wan Wujiang had no choice but to avoid the attack and retreat. But a heart-pounding sword energy came from behind him. Needless to say, Yang Chen also took action. He had no choice but to flee towards the sky.
Get out of here! Facing Ji Lingchuan, who attacked from the sky, Wan Wujiang was completely furious.
Shi Budian and Yang Chen were difficult to deal with, and he couldn't do anything about them for the time being.
But who the hell is Ji Lingchuan? How dare he stop him?
Wan Wujiang slapped Ji Lingchuan away with a slap.
A duel between masters. Victory or defeat is often decided in a split second. Yang Chen keenly seized this opportunity.
The natal sword in the body shot out. Containing the sword heart he had comprehended, he stabbed Wan Wujiang with his sword.
Wan Wujiang's face changed as he felt the amazing energy hidden in this sword. If you are stabbed in the front, even if you don't die, you will be skinned alive. He didn't dare to hold back any longer and directly used a yin-yang formation to resist. At this moment, Shi Chutian's attack followed. Choose the lesser of two evils. As a last resort, Wan Wujiang decided to take the attack head-on. Bang! A muffled sound. Wan Wujiang was directly knocked out.
One man and one stone are in a dominant position and will not show mercy to others. They chased after him together. The two of them worked together perfectly, as if they had been doing so for a long time. He actually suppressed Wan Wujiang to the point where he could only passively defend.
See this scene.
Ling Shuzi was a little dumbfounded.
He knows Wan Wujiang's strength best. Looking at the entire Dianzhou, except for one or two hidden old guys who can match him, others can only look up to him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the leader of Daoxian sect. He ruled the Daoxian sect and suppressed the other four sects for nearly 100 years. But now, can only passively defend. Who would believe it if I told others? My dear son, what are you thinking about?
Hearing Shen Mo's voice so close to him, Ling Shuzi's face changed.
I actually forgot about this master. He turned around suddenly to fight back. Shen Mo, since we left the true dragon nest, I want to see how much progress you have made. Ling Shuzi was full of confidence.
A big part of the reason for the initial failure was that Shen Mo had already reached the Supreme Foundation establishment stage. But he was only at the Hanyuan Foundation building stage.
Things are different now.
He also has the Supreme Foundation. At the same level, he is confident that he is not inferior to anyone else. What's more, he has nearly 1,000 years of practice experience.
Two palms collide.
A storm of spiritual power was set off, sweeping across the entire venue.
The officials lying on the ground were instantly thrown away. The entire hall collapsed. Shen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked down on old Deng. Has he really reached the Supreme Foundation?
Ling Shuzi's face was also filled with horror.
The power displayed by Shen Mo was much stronger than when he was in the true dragon's nest. How long has it been?
Ling Shuzi, you are indeed strong enough.
Come, try to take my palm again.
Shen Mo was filled with passion and shouted loudly.
Ha ha ha, come on.
Ling Shuzi was filled with a strong desire to fight.
It's been a long time since I've been able to do this much. Okay. Shen Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and slapped out with his palm. Suddenly, he violently activated the art of longevity. Spiritual power exploded instantly and acted on the Joyo Tower. The Joyo Tower shot out like a bright meteor. Ling Shuzi didn't even have time to react. The entire right arm was crushed by the Joyo Tower. Ah. Mean. Ling Shuzi's expression changed drastically and he quickly fled towards the sky.
They were originally evenly matched, but now that one of them has lost an arm, their fighting power has been greatly reduced.
Wan Wujiang was restrained again. If he continued to fight with Shen Mo, he might really die. Shen Mo finally caught the opportunity of him being alone, so how could he let it go easily? Without any hesitation, he followed closely behind. Ancestor!
Wan Wujiang discovered this scene, and his spiritual power burst out, instantly knocking the man and the stone away.
Want to support Ling Shuzi?
But this man and this stone were like dog skin plasters, and they stuck back in an instant.
Wan Wujiang felt so miserable. In a one-on-one fight, he is not afraid of any of them. But the combination of this person and this stone is so strange. While attacking Shi Chuoshan, Yang Chen made a sneak attack from behind.
When attacking Yang Chen, he used the stone to poke the sky as a shield. The most infuriating thing is that no matter what magic is used, it can't cause any waves when it falls on Shi Taodian.
How can we fight this? Can't fight.
On another battlefield, Ling Shuzi was also fighting very uncomfortably.
In a frontal attack, Shen Mo threw out the 9 nether tower to attack. He didn't dare to resist. Fight back with magic weapons? He didn't dare either. The scene of the Tower of Babel being stolen is still vivid in my mind. I dare not do this, I dare not do that.
After a few rounds of fighting, Ling Shuzi was already covered with bruises all over his body.
Shen Mo, don't force me.
He gasped and threatened harshly.
Oh. Shen Mo raised the corner of his mouth, but did not answer, and his hands did not stop moving at all.
He knew very well that villains die because they talk too much.
This is the time to give the fallen dog a beating. If you have anything to say, wait until you become a slave.
Ling Shuzi tried his best to resist Shen Mo's attack, and a look of struggle appeared on his face. After seeing Shen Mo's eyes again,
he knew that only the 9th grade Jin Dan could reverse the decline. Shen Mo, since you want to die, let's die together. Ling Shuzi looked at Wan Wujiang. The latter also turned around and looked at him. I instantly understood the other person's thoughts. Wan Wujiang shouted loudly and once again burst out with powerful spiritual power to repel the two.
Taking advantage of this gap, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes.
At the same time, in the ruins of the palace, Li Guang walked out carrying Xiaojuoyu. Chapter 96. The heavenly calamity is coming, let us overcome it together. See this scene.
Shen Mo's expression suddenly changed.
He probably guessed what Ling Shuzi wanted to do.
He immediately abandoned Ling Shuzi and rushed downwards.
How could Ling Shuzi let him get his wish? He flashed in front of Shen Mo to stop him. Shen Mo's face was gloomy and he shouted, "Get out of here!" In the Joyo Tower, flames of bone spirits emerged.
Ling Shuzi couldn't care less at this moment. After slapping it with one palm, he retreated at a rapid speed.
Seeing Shen Mo rushing down again, he went to meet him again. Shen Mo suddenly became upset. This Ling Shuzi is so hateful. I didn't fight him head-on, and my goal every time was to stop him. If this goes on, Xiaojuoyu will definitely die. Uncle Li, you. Xiaojuoyu widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. But then she let it go. My father is dead, and the fall of Daxia is only a matter of time. Moreover, the Xia family, as a royal family, has done so many evil things.
As a princess of a country, sleeping with the country is her destiny to atone for her sins.
Thinking of this, she stopped resisting and let Li Guang strangle her neck. Princess, please get on your way.
Li Guang shouted softly and pointed his finger at Xiaojuoyu's eyebrows.
A golden dragon slowly emerged from her body. At the same time, A huge purple formation suddenly formed under the entire imperial city. As the golden dragon in Xia Zhuoyu's body was pulled out bit by bit, the purple formation diagram was running wildly. Streams of black air rose from all directions. Circling in the air, it seemed to be searching for its target. You dare to act like this? Aren't you afraid that the heavenly tribulation will also implicate Daoxian sect? Shen Mo's face became extremely gloomy. He was too familiar with this black energy. Those are the resentful souls of the people in the city. There are at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people here. Ling Shuzi is really crazy. He actually dared to sacrifice the entire imperial city. Daoxian sect? Ling Shuzi looked completely crazy. Taking advantage of Shen Mo's pause, he stuffed pills into his mouth frantically, preparing to face the heavenly calamity. As long as I can reach the 9th level of the core formation, I can create another one in the future. Seeing that nothing could be done, Shen Mo stopped the rescue. Instead, he accumulated strength and prepared to give Ling Shuzi a thundering blow. Xia Zhuoyu looked dazed at this moment. The past was like smoke, floating through her mind. Daxia, Qingshan sect. And silence. Goodbye. As the golden dragon was completely pulled out, the resentful spirit in the sky immediately found its target. They poured into Xia Zhuoyu's body frantically. At the same time, the originally clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck. The heavenly Tao seems to be angry. In the dark clouds, lightning intertwines and lightning snakes roam. Wan Wujiang's face was gloomy. I didn't expect things to develop to this point. Still resorting to the last resort. The most urgent task is to face the heavenly calamity. There was no way he was the instigator and controlled Li Guang. The subsequent heavenly tribulation will be even more severe. But he doesn't regret it. Ling Shuzi was both a teacher and a father to him. As long as Ling Shuzi can successfully overcome the tribulation, he will have no regrets. Moreover, there are rules in the way of heaven, which leave a glimmer of hope. As long as he gets through it, everything will be fine and the past will be over. You dare to be distracted when fighting me? You're courting death. Yang Chen shouted loudly, and sword energy poured down from the sky. Wan Wujiang suddenly came to his senses and dodged in panic. He stepped back quickly, his face full of disbelief. What's wrong with this person? The heavenly calamity is coming. Don't run? Where are you going? Yang Chen and Shi Taotian chased after him relentlessly. Wan Wujiang is going crazy. What is this going to do? Perish together? They want to die, but he doesn't. Facing the heavenly calamity alone is a life-threatening situation. If we get entangled by these two guys again, that means there is no chance of survival. Stop! Wan Wujiang shouted. Don't you know that the calamity is coming? Hearing this, Yang Chen raised his head and glanced at the sky. He was not panicked, but more excited. So what? Wan Wujiang. Madman, what a madman. You are not participants. As long as you leave the range of the heavenly tribulation, you will not be baptized by it. Wan Wujiang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Oh, no need. I want to see whether the heavenly tribulation is stronger or my swordsmanship is stronger. Yang Chen stood horizontally with the sword in his hand, saying domineeringly. Hearing this, Wan Wujiang felt very upset. Where did Shen Mo find this madman? How dare you challenge the way of heaven? He looked at Shi Taotian again. I thought that if I could persuade as many people to leave as possible, it would reduce the pressure and increase the hope of survival. Just watch me fuck you with your asshole? The damned one asked me to kill you, but I haven't done it yet. After receiving Shi Taotian's reply, Wan Wujiang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He feels a little regretful now. If I had known this would happen, I would have advised Ling Shuzi to lie low for a few more years. Now that things have come to this, we can only face it. But then I thought about it. 2 juniors in the Jindan realm were like this, but he, as a senior in the Yuanying realm, was less arrogant than before. Thinking of this, Wan Wujiang's eyes became firm again. He exudes an indomitable aura. Very good, this is worthy of my sword. Yang Chen nodded, with an air of an elder instructing a younger one. Boom! 5 heavenly tribulations descended without warning. It struck several people in the air. Shen Mo shuddered all over.
The spiritual sea in the body surged, and 9 Taoist foundations emerged. Under the power of the heavenly tribulation, spiritual energy began to gather in one place. The outline of a golden elixir slowly emerged. A red line jumped out of the surface of the golden elixir. First grade golden elixir.
Shen Mo was slightly stunned. He started to form the pill now? And the first pattern is the fire element. Come to think of it, it makes sense. He rose to prominence as an alchemist. Most sensitive to fire elements.
Ling Shuzi on the opposite side raised the corner of his mouth.
He raised his head and looked at Shen Mo with a mocking expression on his face. Obviously, he succeeded. Shen Mo's face was gloomy. After all, I underestimated old Deng. He really came well prepared. The other side. Wan Wujiang didn't feel so good. He is the instigator and is at the nascent soul stage. The heavenly calamity it brought down was extremely terrifying. Just one blow and he was covered in wounds. He looked lonely and somewhat unwilling. When he saw the man and the stone opposite him, his heart almost collapsed on the spot. Sure, Chu Tian yawned, but there was no change in his body. It seemed as if the heavenly tribulation was massaging it. Yang Chen was even more outrageous. After being hit, he actually started dancing with the sword in his hand. Spots of lightning appeared on his sword. He was using the heavenly tribulation to comprehend the power of the thunder sword. Wan Wujiang didn't dare to look anymore. Looking again, it seems that the subsequent disasters cannot be overcome at all. He held his breath and prepared to face the next calamity. Boom! The calamity comes again. Shen Mo felt a tingling sensation, but was not injured. Heavenly calamity? That's all. The second line also appeared on the golden elixir. Ling Shuzi did the same, with a smile on his face. He was half a step away from becoming a god before. As long as one enters the golden elixir stage, one can use all the powerful techniques and even the forbidden secret techniques that one has mastered. What can Shen Mo use to fight him? In the end, the foundation is too weak. He had already imagined the scene of Shen Mo kneeling at his feet. What the hell are you laughing at? Shen Mo got angry when he saw the smile and rushed forward without saying a word. Ling Shuzi's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? What? Beat you up. Chapter 97. Is this the breakfast the dead guy was talking about? You. Ling Shuzi was terrified. I didn't expect Shen Mo to be so brave. This is a tribulation. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Just don't focus on overcoming the tribulation. Still want to launch an attack. Stuttering? Can't even speak? Shen Mo casually threw out the Joyo Tower, and the Changxingju unleashed. At this moment, the third heavenly tribulation also arrived. Ling Shuzi was instantly submerged in the sea of thunder. Shen Mo frowned slightly. He felt that the bone spirit flame was excited. Could it be? Can this heavenly calamity also be swallowed? The other side. Wan Wujiang was covered in blood and his eyes were a little dazed. It only took 3 heavenly tribulations to destroy his lofty ambitions. At this moment, he didn't dare to hope that he could successfully overcome the tribulation. I just hope that my ancestor can succeed. But when he turned around, he was stunned. I saw that Ling Shuzi was even worse off than him. Not only was her hair disheveled, but there was also a dark round hole on her chest. Bright red blood was trickling out of the cave. Ah! I hate it. Ling Shuzi collapsed. In his current state, even if Shen Mo doesn't continue to attack, he was also unable to cope with the subsequent disasters. Once you make a plan, you will end up making a wedding dress for others. He turned to look at Shen Mo, a madness flashing in his eyes. Since you are not allowed to overcome the tribulation, then don't try it. The fourth heavenly tribulation is coming. Ling Shuzi simply gave up on defense and rushed towards Shen Mo. He wanted 2 heavenly tribulations to descend upon Shen Mo at the same time. Even if he could survive, he would definitely be seriously injured. His idea was good. But it also fulfilled Shen Mo's wish. When Shen Mo saw Ling Shuzi attacking, he was not angry but happy. I was worried about having no place to experiment. He was reluctant to use his own thunder tribulation to devour the bone spirit flame. What if it really gets swallowed? He has no way to overcome the disaster, so isn't that the end of him? At the moment when the calamity strikes.
Shen Mo waved his hand, and flames of bone spirit burst out instantly contaminated by the heavenly tribulation belonging to Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi was stunned for a moment.
His thunder tribulation did not come. Instead, it was devoured by the white flames.
On the other hand, Shen Mo still managed to get through the fourth heavenly tribulation with ease.
Is this the gap?
Ling Shuzi's eyes widened, and for the first time he felt fear towards someone.
In silent perception,
the body of the bone spirit flame grew much stronger after devouring the heavenly calamity,
moving towards the third level of spiritual fire. He thought about it and understood the reason.
In theory, a heavenly tribulation can be considered a wonder of heaven and earth. At this moment, the bone spirit flame seemed not to be full yet. Suddenly it flew into the clouds.
Even Shen Mo was stunned for a moment.
In the dark clouds, lightning snakes are roaming and lightning is crisscrossing. The rumbling sound resounded through the heaven and earth, like a roar.
1 minute. 2 minutes.
A full 5 minutes passed.
The calamity will no longer come. Shen Mo's face looked strange, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Damn it, grab the food.
He realized instantly that it must be the work of the bone spirit flame.
He is indeed a traitor. See the wonders of heaven and earth that can make you powerful. Even he, the master, ignored it. Shen Mo didn't dare let it continue to devour him.
He is only at the 4th level of the golden elixir now, and is still far from the 9th level. Thinking of this, he leaped up and flew towards the calamity clouds in the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. Ling Shuzi's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. His faith in Taoism collapsed.
Shen Mo, how dare he? Is this a complete challenge to the dignity of heaven?
On the other hand, Wan Wujiang's face was full of relief at surviving the disaster.
As long as he doesn't have to endure the tribulation, it will be easy. Although seriously injured.
But just hide and survive for a few years. It is another powerful Yuanying master. Yang Chen's mind was shaken, and a gleam of light shot out of his eyes.
Shen Mo's actions couldn't help but make him feel a little admiration.
I had agreed to Shen Mo and become his follower. It was also out of helplessness.
In his mind, Shen Mo was just lucky and got the Joyo Tower by chance.
But now it seems that it was totally wrong.
Luck is certainly one aspect. But it's more about the mind.
Shen Mo's act of daring to face the heavenly Tao and draw his sword undoubtedly made Yang Chen take it seriously.
Defeated within a century. This condition seems to be possible.
Thinking of this, Yang Chen was filled with a strong desire to fight.
Wan Wujiang was shocked by this momentum.
Without any hesitation, he turned around and flew towards Ling Shuzi. He wanted to take his ancestor away from here.
Snort! Seeing this scene, Yang Chen's expression suddenly turned cold.
The first time they appeared, if they were allowed to escape. He couldn't bring himself to do that.
10,000 swords technique.
In the sky, spiritual swords suddenly appeared. There were so many of them that they soon rivaled the dark clouds in the sky.
One is black, the other is white.
Together, the two enveloped the entire imperial city.
Following Yang Chen's pointing in the air. The spiritual sword in the sky was like a rushing wave, attacking the two people below.
Wan Wujiang was shocked and realized that he had underestimated Yang Chen. This method of attack is much stronger than that of some ordinary nascent souls. If he hadn't been injured, we would have had to treat it with caution.
Not to mention now. He waved his hand and Daoxian Palace appeared.
He took Ling Shuzi and hid inside. The terrifying sword wave slammed into the Daoxian Palace crazily, making a dang-dang-dang sound. Wan Wujiang immediately felt relieved. Although the Daoxian Palace is not a top-grade treasure, it is almost there. The sword cultivator's attack is powerful, but not strong enough to directly shatter the treasure. Just then, a click sound was heard.
Wan Wujiang's expression changed.
Only a familiar voice was heard.
Is this the breakfast the dead guy was talking about? In the calamity clouds. Shen Mo was no longer as comfortable as before. He is simply asking for trouble.
The heavenly tribulation will not tolerate him. The remaining heavenly calamity struck him madly.
Shen Mo couldn't help but scream.
He is now in pain and happy. The golden elixir in the body is condensing into patterns at an extremely fast speed.
5th and 6th rank. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 8th level. Stop eating. Shen Mo noticed that the heavenly tribulation was gradually weakening.
If things continue like this, it will definitely not support him to the 9th level of Jin Dan.
However, Bone Spirit Flame acted as if he didn't hear anything. Madly entwined around the lightning bolts. Fuck, can someone who poops be bullied by someone who eats poop? System, take its origin for me. Consume 4,000 bond points and seize 20% of the origin.
As the system voice fell,
Bone Spirit Shang Yan suddenly woke up.
The white flames in the sky all converged,
slowly falling back into the silent spiritual sea. Bone Spirit Shang Yan knew that he had made a mistake.
Although his origin was taken away, he didn't dare to say a word, afraid that Shen Mo would do something dirty again. Without the Bone Spirit Flame, the heavenly tribulation completely set its sights on Shen Mo.
Diaxuan Zone. Countless lightning bolts struck down.
There were bursts of wailing from below. The disciples had no idea what was happening.
He kept calling out the names of the ancestors and the clan leader. Yu Chuan quietly appeared aside, a gleam in his eyes.
Ling Shuzi, Ling Shuzi, I didn't expect you to be so crazy.
Then I won't be polite to Dao Xuanzong. Chapter 98, 9th grade Jindan, Ling Shuzi reveals the truth.
Looking at the cluster of burning purple flames in the spiritual sea, Shen Mo's brain was a little slow.
Is this the reward for reaching the 9th level of Dan?
He felt that even the traitor Guling Shunyan was a little afraid of the flames.
I think so.
Build the supreme foundation and obtain the blessing of heaven.
It made his understanding extremely strong. The 9th grade Jindan should also be blessed. In the sky, the calamity clouds dissipated. The rays of light slowly disappeared from Shen Mo.
He was dressed in a green robe, standing in the sky, looking down at the people below, like an immortal descending to earth.
Not long after, Shen Mo slowly descended from the sky.
Yang Chen and Shi Taodian came forward to meet them.
You have reached the 9th level of the Jindan?
Yang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and were filled with a strong fighting spirit.
As you can see. Shen Mo looked straight at Yang Chen, not giving in. Now that he has reached the 9th level of Jindan, he is full of ambition and wants to fight with Yang Chen. Yang Chen understood what he meant. You have just formed your elixir, and your foundation is still shallow. Besides, I don't like bullying you with my higher realm. When you complete your Dan formation, we will fight at the same level. Okay. Shen Mo nodded. After all, there are 3 chances. Although he agreed verbally, he had already made up his mind. After returning to Qingshan sect and consolidating his realm, he challenged Yang Chen. The 9th level of Danjie is already an invincible path, so why does it need the blessing of realm? Although it is only the early stage of Dan formation at this time. But he is confident that he is invincible in the same realm. As long as Yang Chen is still in the Golden Core realm. Then you are no match for him. So what if I'm a sword cultivator? The one being attacked is the sword cultivator. Damn it. Crunch. Crunch. What should we do with these 2? Shen Mo only then noticed it.
Shi Taodian was chewing Daoxian Temple in his mouth while holding 2 people in his hands.
It was Wan Wujiang and Ling Shuzi. Both of them are in extremely bad condition at the moment.
Wan Wujiang had already fallen into a coma, while Ling Shuzi was better, still conscious, but he had lost both arms.
See the moment of silence. Ling Shuzi's pupils trembled. The next second, he shook his head, with bitterness on his lips. Decades of planning. In the end, you are just making a wedding dress for others. Anything else you want to say?
Shen Mo stretched out his hand, and flames of bone spirit leaped out of his fingertips. Ling Shuzi's expression changed drastically. As the ancestor of Daoxian sect, he lived for thousands of years. He doesn't want to become a slave and a walking corpse. I can tell you anything you want to know. In exchange, I don't expect you to let me go, just give me a chance to commit suicide. So long-winded. Shen Mo sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames of the bone spirit directly penetrated into Ling Shuzi's mind. I'm afraid your brain has been smashed to pieces? After becoming a Han slave, 1T you still know everything? Besides, he didn't believe anything that a 1,000-year-old bastard like Ling Shuzi said. The safest thing is to become a cold slave. Ling Shuzi was already seriously injured. The bone spirit flame controlled him with almost no resistance. Owner. Ling Shuzi knelt on one knee, raised his head and looked at Shen Mo, his eyes full of admiration.
Tell me everything you know. That year, 18.
Stop. Shen Mo's face was filled with black lines. This old bastard has lived for thousands of years.
If you listen to everything, you will have to wait until you hear it.
Just pick out the key points, the last 10 years or so will do.
Ling Shuzi nodded and said seriously. 10 years ago. So, Yu Chuan's true identity is actually from the East Sea Demon clan? Hearing Ling Shuzi reveal Yu Chuan's identity as a demon, Shen Mo stood there in a daze for a moment. Yes, he came to Dianzhou that year, and I fought a big battle with him. Their skills and methods are undoubtedly from the demon clan. Seeing that Shen Mo didn't say anything, Ling Shuzi added. Besides, his bloodline is not low.
Hearing this, countless scattered fragments in Shen Mo's mind suddenly came together.
I immediately figured out the reason. Mad. This is the real old fox. The soul imprint on Zhonglinger must have been planted by him. What about killing loved ones and the mother-child soul seal? It's pure bullshit.
Zhao Yunfei is the young master of Shangyan sect.
He will definitely inherit the throne in the future. Then Li Wanru. Oh my god. Shen Mo was overwhelmed for a moment.
I originally thought that once Ling Shuzi was dealt with, the world would be at peace. I didn't expect Yu Chuan to be even more sinister than Ling Shuzi. If it weren't for the bone spirit flame,
he would definitely incorporate the soul seal into his sea of consciousness for Zhonglinger. It will be all over then. There are now two paths before him. The first one is to abandon everything in Qingshan sect and run away with Xia Xining. The second is to pretend nothing happened and return to Qingshan sect. No choice. You can only choose the second one. He couldn't abandon the one he loved and live a miserable life.
The laws of nature have their own rules. All techniques are not perfect.
There must be a solution.
At this moment, Yang Chen spoke in a deep voice.
His words woke Shen Mo up. Yes. He suddenly thought of Ji Lingchuan.
As the Grand Elder of Qingshan sect, he must know some secrets.
I noticed Shen Mo looking at me.
Ji Lingchuan jumped up, stepped forward, and bowed. Congratulations, young master, for achieving the 9th level of core formation.
Yu Chuan is a demon?
Shen Mo smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
Ah.
Ji Lingchuan raised his head and his pupils suddenly shrank. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen took decisive action.
Hundreds of sword energies burst out of his body.
It directly penetrated Ji Lingchuan's limbs and bones, blocking his cultivation and movements.
Young sect master, what do you mean? Ji Lingchuan's face changed drastically. It seems you already knew it. Shen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, not giving him any chance to speak. The bone spirit flame is activated. Ji Lingchuan's face was distorted and he struggled desperately. But the flames of the bone spirit are different from before.
After absorbing the heavenly tribulation, it has now become a 3rd-level spiritual fire.
It only took a moment. Ji Lingchuan regained his composure, his face full of respect. Seeing this, Yang Chen waved his hand and the sword energy dissipated. Meet the master. Tell me, what's going on with Yu Chuan? Shen Mo waved his hand and said in a deep voice.
After receiving the order, Ji Lingchuan sorted out his thoughts and slowly said.
Yu Chuan is the 13th son of the demon emperor of the East China Sea. Because I offended the eldest prince, I was forced to flee. Finally arrived at Qingshan sect. Stop. Shen Mo interrupted. Tell me what's going on between Zhonglinger and Li Wanru? He was too lazy to know Yu Chuan's identity. He only cares about Zhonglinger and Li Wanru.
Zhonglinger has a flying immortal body, naturally in tune with the way of heaven.
The speed of cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. As for Li Wanru, she doesn't have any special physique. She's just a tool used to suppress Zhonglinger's cultivation speed. And the wedding dress technique that you are practicing, master, is the highest skill of the demon race. But you and Zhonglinger are both practicing the sub-seal, while Yu Chuan is practicing the mother seal. This technique is extremely terrifying.
It can devour everything in the child seal, including physique, techniques, and supernatural powers.
Once the child seal is planted, the mother seal can sense it even if it is several states away. Looking at Ji Lingchuan, he told everything he knew.
Shen Mo's face darkened instantly.
So, he can only be Yu Chuan's nourishment? Chapter 99, huh? Transferring luck? Master, don't panic. Seeing Shen Mo's ugly expression, Ji Lingchuan quickly said. The wedding dress technique also has drawbacks.
That means the sub-seal and the mother seal must be at the same level. That is to say, you must reach the nascent soul stage to become Yuchuan's nourishment.
Hearing this, Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Now the situation is reversed. The enemy is in the light and we are in the dark. Yuchuan certainly doesn't know that he has already obtained all the information. That gives us a lot of room for maneuver.
Thinking of this, Shen Mo regained his confidence.
Isn't it just a demon in the nascent soul stage?
Perhaps if Yang Chen breaks through to the nascent soul stage, he will be able to kill him, and there is no need for him to take action at all.
Princess, I'm sorry for you.
At this moment, cries of pain were heard.
Shen Mo only then discovered.
Li Guan was kneeling in front of Xia Zhuoyu, tears streaming down his face.
After losing Wan Wuzhang's control, he regained his sanity. I also remembered what I had done before.
As he said that, he picked up the long sword beside him and slashed it across his neck. Seeing this, Shen Mo just raised his hand. Powerful spiritual power attacked. The sword was instantly shattered into powder.
After bringing Ling Shuzi and Wan Wuzhang back to Jiuyo Tower,
he slowly descended from the sky and came closer. Looking at the sleeping beauty in front of him, Shen Mo couldn't help but sigh.
There were both tears and laughter yesterday.
At this time, his face was pale and no breathing could be heard.
Shen Mo sighed lightly and released Xia Xining. Zhuoyu! Xia Xining's delicate body trembled, and if Shen Mo hadn't supported her, she would have almost fainted.
She broke free from Shen Mo's arms, threw herself on Xia Zhuoyu, and shook him continuously.
Zhuoyu, wake up, I'm your aunt. While crying, she used the Qinghuan flame to heal Xia Zhuoyu's wounds, trying to bring him back to life. Yang Chen and Ji Lingchuan kept shaking their heads. With their insights,
Xia Zhuoyu has no hope of survival. Even if the golden immortal of Daluo comes, it will be of no use.
Shen Mo, please save her.
Xia Xining turned around, tears streaming down her face.
Shen Mo felt very distressed.
He reached out and rubbed her hair, then opened his mouth but hesitated to speak.
What can I say?
If there is a glimmer of hope, he will definitely spend all his family wealth to help.
But Xia Zhuoyu had stopped breathing, how could he be saved?
Understanding Shen Mo's look, Xia Xining trembled all over. But then, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Shen Mo's sleeve. I can sense that Zhuoyu is not dead yet.
There is a way. Her luck has simply been drained away. As long as we inject some luck back into her, she will definitely be able to come back to life. Really?
Shen Mo looked puzzled and turned to look at Yang Chen.
The latter nodded. In theory.
But Xia Yuan is dead, and the luck of Xia should have completely dissipated. Hearing this, Shen Mo's expression became strange.
Who said that Daxia's luck is gone? Doesn't he have it?
But he was originally sent here by Xia Xining through that method.
Is it possible that he and Xia Zhuoyu? Shen Mo, don't you want to?
Xia Xining said with a sad smile, feeling somewhat lonely. If a cultivator has a certain amount of luck, his future path will be smooth sailing. What is more, it is the fortune condensed by the entire Daxia.
It's understandable that Shen Mo is unwilling to take it out.
After all, he doesn't owe Xia Zhuoyu anything.
No, I'm just afraid that you don't want to.
Seeing Xia Xining's expression, Shen Mo knew that she must have misunderstood, so he quickly explained.
Well, let's find a secluded place.
Xia Xining spoke immediately, fearing that Shen Mo would go back on his word.
Okay. Shen Mo really couldn't persuade Xia Xining, so he had to agree.
With a wave of their hands, the three of them suddenly appeared on the first floor of Jiuyo Tower.
Do you want to step aside? Shen Mo asked awkwardly.
Although he had had physical intimacy with Xia Xining a long time ago.
But this is being watched. It's the first time. He couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Why are you avoiding it? Can you handle it by yourself?
Xia Xining rolled her eyes, squatted down and gently helped Xia Zhuoyu up.
Besides, if I'm not here to explain to you how to transfer luck, can you understand? Ha? Why are you taking off your clothes?
When Xia Xining saw Shen Mo taking off his clothes, her pretty face couldn't help but blush.
Now is the critical moment to save Zhuoyu. No matter how anxious you are, can't you just be patient? I'll give it to you when we get back.
Hearing this, Shen Mo's brain froze.
Isn't it about passing on luck? How to spread it without taking off clothes? But the next second, he understood. He was overthinking.
Xia Xining raised Xia Zhuoyu's palms and made a gesture to pass on his skills.
What are you still standing there for? Put your hands here. Oh.
Shen Mo scratched his head awkwardly, then quickly reached out and touched it.
Fortunately, Xia Xining followed in. Otherwise, he really did it that way. Follow my instructions.
Under the guidance of Xia Xining,
Shen Mo held his breath and concentrated, and wisps of golden spiritual energy flowed into his body. Guide the dragon energy into the dantian. What are you doing? I've told you twice. Xia Xining said angrily.
Shen Mo came back to his senses, smiled awkwardly, and immediately began to control the dragon energy again.
2 hours passed.
Xia Zhuoyu's face was no longer pale, but had become slightly rosy.
She hasn't woken up yet. How about I send her some more spiritual energy?
As he said that, Shen Mo was about to take Xia Zhuoyu's hand again. Hearing this, Xia Zhuoyu's eyelashes trembled and he suddenly opened his eyes.
She had actually woken up a long time ago. But it was so embarrassing that I didn't know how to deal with it. She just lost her luck, not completely dead. She knew exactly what Shen Mo had done before.
In her opinion, silence was very strange.
Especially after Aunt Xia Xining reminded me. Not only did Shen Mo fail to sink the dragon energy into her dantian, it also keeps moving around the lower abdomen. Finally, he actually controlled the dragon energy downwards.
Thinking of this, Xia Zhuoyu's face turned even redder.
Your face is so red, it seems you have recovered.
Shen Mo narrowed his eyes and smiled like an elder. Xia Zhuoyu trembled all over and shrank back into Xia Xining's arms.
It's okay.
Xia Xining gently stroked her hair and comforted her.
Then go out, there's a mess outside waiting for you to clean up.
Seeing that Xia Zhuoyu was no longer seriously injured, Shen Mo stood up and patted the non-existent dust off his Taoist robe.
The three of them walked out of Jiuyo Tower. Princess, I'm so glad you're okay.
Facing Li Guang, Xia Zhuoyu just nodded slightly. She looked around at the devastated dynasty, her eyes lacking the playfulness of the past.
General Li, go check and see if anyone is still alive.
Yes, sir. Li Guang trembled all over and immediately knelt down to accept the order. He raised his head and looked at Xia Zhuoyu. In the afterglow, he seemed to have transformed into Xia Yuan's figure.
Chapter 100 Xia Zhuoyu, the Empress? Shen Mo was lying on the roof alone.
Looking at the bright moon in the sky, I fell into deep thought. His original goal was just to live forever. But as strength increases,
Yuechuan and Shangyenzong,
the two mountains forced him to keep moving forward. If you are not careful, you will be destroyed both physically and spiritually. Those he loves will also suffer. Originally, he planned to break through the golden elixir stage by swallowing a large number of pills and becoming a nascent soul as soon as possible. But now things seem to have changed.
I'm stuck in a vicious circle again.
Without the transformation into an infant, he would not have the strength to compete with Shang Yenzong. Once he becomes a baby, he will immediately be coveted by Yu Chuan. By then, neither Zhong Linger nor Li Wanru will be able to be saved. In 4 years, Li Wanru will be released from confinement.
Are we really going to watch her marry Zhao Yunfei? In exchange for staying in the Golden Core realm for hundreds of years? The more Shen Mo thought about it, the more confused he became. Just then, footsteps were heard among the rubble nearby.
He turned his head and saw that it was Xia Zhuoyu. Thank you so much this time.
Xia Zhuoyu came to Shen Mo and sat down. Shen Mo waved his hand, it's just a piece of cake. As long as you don't hold a grudge against me for killing your father, that's fine.
Hearing this, Xia Zhuoyu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she did not answer. The two fell silent for a moment. After a long while, she opened her red lips and said, even if you don't kill me, my father will die in the end.
Oh? Shen Mo turned around, looked at Xia Zhuoyu's back, and asked doubtfully, have you attained enlightenment? I thought you were going to have a scene with me.
Xia Zhuoyu sighed, feeling a little lonely.
I was so naive before. Even if the sky falls, my father and aunt will hold it up.
I thought that as long as father could wake up, any problem would be solved.
Oh. Shen Mo saw this and didn't know how to persuade him. I could only sigh. The two fell silent again.
In the end, it was Xia Zhuoyu who broke the awkwardness. I will become the new Xia Emperor and will not return to Qingshan sect.
Oh. Shen Mo nodded in understanding.
After all, Xia is such a big mess now, and someone needs to clean it up.
We can't let Xia Xining go. Don't you have anything to say to me?
Xia Zhuoyu mustered up the courage to turn around, staring at Shen Mo.
Shen Mo was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Say congratulations? My father just died, it's not good. Congratulations.
Xia Zhuoyu was obviously stunned and his expression became strange.
Are you and your aunt? Huh? Shen Mo was a little confused. No. This line of thinking is too jumpy. Why did it involve him and Xia Xining?
I heard your conversation in the tower before. Xia Zhuoyu lowered his head, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes.
Ah? Shen Mo widened his eyes. After hiding it for so long, is it finally exposed? That. I felt what you did to me. Shen Mo.
At this moment, he was so embarrassed that he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into.
When I controlled the dragon energy to enter Xia Zhuoyu's lower abdomen, it was just out of curiosity. Why is your hairline so high? Not really trying to pry. How do I explain this to others now? Should I just say it out loud? He still has shame.
Xia Zhuoyu raised his head, his eyes burning. Shen Mo dared not look directly at it, and dodged in panic. Before he could think of his words, a pair of red lips pressed against his.
Shit. Do all people with the surname Xia like to play like this? Shen Mo was about to respond.
Xia Zhuoyu just took a quick taste. She stood up, her face returning to its usual calm.
Just a little more domineering. I already know your intentions. When I rebuild Daxia, I will reward you generously. Only then did Shen Mo notice it.
Xia Zhuoyu was wearing a black dragon robe.
The Empress?
Without waiting for Shen Mo's answer, Xia Zhuoyu left quickly. After a long time, Shen Mo pursed his lips and smiled knowingly.
It looks kind of sweet.
Shen Mo was startled when he heard Xia Xining's words.
When did you come?
I came here with Zhuoyu. Xia Xining folded her arms across her chest and snorted.
Shen Mo scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed.
Knowing she was joking, he quickly explained.
She and I. Okay. I saw everything. Xia Xining walked forward and gave Shen Mo a blank look.
Zhuoyu is a poor child, and he will have to shoulder the burden of the entire country alone.
You're not staying? Shen Mo asked subconsciously. In his impression,
Xia Xining and Xia Zhuoyu always appear in pairs. But from what she said, it seemed that she didn't intend to stay and help Xia Zhuoyu. In Shen Mo's heart, he actually hoped that she would stay. After all, Qingshan sect was not as safe as he imagined. God knows whether Yu Chuan will take action against Xia Xining.
You want me to stay?
Xia Xining narrowed her eyes slightly, and a murderous intent poured out of her.
Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Let me stay so you can go back to Qingshan sect and live happily with Jang Lin? Shen Mo. No, I mean.
Before he could finish his words, Xia Xining pounced on him.
I'll bite you to death. Let's go to another place. Shen Mo interrupted. I don't. Soon, charming sounds were heard from the roof. In the corner,
Xia Zhuoyu did not leave. Listening to the voices coming from the two of them. It's not right for her to leave now, nor is it right for her not to leave. With the strength of both of them at the Jindan realm, any noise she made would be detected.
Pooh.
Xia Zhuoyu's face flushed red and her body trembled uncontrollably. She really wanted to seal her ears with her spiritual power.
But curious. Until 5 hours passed.
The two of them gasped for breath and stopped their hard training. Not long after, the sound of regular breathing could be heard.
Seems to be asleep.
Xia Zhuoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in the corner.
It always feels like she is experiencing it herself. The next day, Shen Mo took Xia Xining and others on their return journey.
Li Guang led his personal soldiers to see him off. The only one missing was Xia Zhuoyu.
Shen Mo expressed his understanding. After all, he had listened for so long last night and was very tired. Everyone boarded the spirit boat and quickly returned to Qingshan sect. On the way, Shen Mo released Ling Shuzi and Wan Wujiang. Let them go back to revitalize Daoxian's sect and be ready to launch a sect war at any time. He has made up his mind. As long as Yu Chuan is killed, war will be immediately started. Unify the entire Dianzhou and use it to counter Shang Yenzong. A month passed. The spirit boat quickly landed at the Qingshan sect. Ji Lingchuan's figure appeared, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Young sect master, the sect master is looking for you. Come with me. Chapter 101, Master, do you want me to kill people and plunder? Under the leadership of Ji Lingchuan, Shen Mo quickly arrived at the back mountain. Still in front of Zhong Linger's cave. Yu Chuan was wearing a white robe and sitting leisurely in front of the stone table. The moment he saw him, Shen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Nascent soul is complete. He was startled. It's only been over a month since I left. This old pervert actually made a breakthrough. Realizing that he was being watched, Yu Chuan turned around and looked over. A pair of eyes became deep. Then came a deep joy. I was right about you. You've broken through to the golden core stage so quickly. Lucky, thanks to Master's training. Shen Mo bowed and saluted, appearing very humble. Yu Chuan waved his hand, this is all your own hard work, it has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, he pointed to the stone bench in front of him and said, sit. Shen Mo didn't dare to resist and could only do as he was told. Before I could sit down properly, Yu Chuan's voice came again. What level of Jindan are you? 9th rank. Shen Mo answered truthfully. Ji Lingchuan said that Yu Chuan was at the 7th level of Jindan, barely reaching the upper 3rd level. He mentioned the 9th rank just to get Yu Chuan's attention. This will allow for more resource allocation. As long as he hasn't reached the nascent soul stage, he will be safe for the time being. Sure enough, after hearing Shen Mo say the 9th grade, Yu Chuan became very excited. He suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it on Shen Mo's shoulder, his eyes sharp and terrifying. Real? Lucky. Thanks to Jin Buhui, who triggered the heavenly tribulation and helped me reach the 9th level. Otherwise, I would only be able to reach the 8th level of Jindan. Jin Buhui? Yu Chuan was slightly stunned, and immediately understood the reason. He couldn't help but sneer, muttering to himself, Ling Shuzi, you really are a waste. You actually tried to take over my body, but you didn't expect that you would be making a wedding dress for me. Very good. Yu Chuan collected his thoughts, realized that he had lost his composure, and quickly sat back down. 9th grade golden elixir, our Qingshan sect has hope of rising. He looked at Shen Mo with a smile, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. When you break through to the nascent soul stage, I will pass the position of sect leader to you. Shen Mo shrank his neck. Damn. Can't bear to lick yourself anymore? If I hadn't learned the inside story from Ji Lingchuan, I really fell for this old bastard's trick. Noticing Shen Mo's actions, Yu Chuan frowned slightly. What's wrong? Shen Mo came to his senses and quickly lowered his head. I feel like ever since I formed the 9th grade golden elixir, breaking through has become incredibly difficult. If you want to reach the nascent soul stage, I'm afraid it won't be possible in a short period of time. Before that, I want to refine my life-saving magic weapon first. He now feels that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is very active. All these spiritual energies wanted to penetrate into his body. Even without the help of elixirs, he is confident that he can reach the nascent soul stage within 10 years. But Yu Chuan only had a 7th grade golden elixir and didn't know what a 9th grade golden elixir looked like. No matter what you want to say, it all depends on Shen Mo's words. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yu Chuan frowned deeply, as if thinking about the gains and losses. After a long moment, he sighed softly. You have a point. When do you plan to refine your life-defining magic weapon? Shen Mo was waiting for these words, and slowly said. My disciple is a 9th grade Jindan cultivator. Ordinary life-defining magic weapons are simply not worth my attention. Now that my lifespan has increased by nearly 1,000 years, I want to travel for a few hundred years, looking for rare objects in heaven and earth to use as a raw material to refine a top-grade life-defining magic weapon. He didn't really want to travel for hundreds of years. After all, there are only 4 years left before Li Wanru comes out of confinement. But to intimidate Yu Chuan, let it explode gold coins. No. Yu Chuan stopped him immediately. Realizing that he had been a bit too radical, he quickly put on a smile and said in a gentle tone. The cultivation of the golden core realm mainly takes place in the first few hundred years.
If you neglect this, it will be difficult to make further progress in the next few hundred years.
Shen Mo raised his head and said seriously.
Disciple knows, but becoming the strongest in the same realm has become my obsession. If I can't refine a top-grade life-defining magic weapon, my cultivation won't improve at all. He had good reasons and evidence, but he couldn't deal with Yuchuan.
Wait hundreds of years? That's definitely not possible.
He is not Ling Shuzi and does not have that much patience.
A few decades is the limit.
If it weren't for Shen Mo's sudden rise. He was planning to let Zhong Linger break through to the nascent soul stage so that he could absorb the energy.
In order not to alert Shen Mo, he stopped Zhong Linger from breaking through.
After pondering for a long time, Yuchuan flipped his hand and a black meteorite appeared on the table. This piece of meteorite iron was obtained by chance by my master. Even if the life-defining magic weapon he created is not as good as the wonders of heaven and earth, it is not far behind.
Thank you for your kindness, master, but I don't need it.
Shen Mo said righteously.
Oh. You want to get rid of him with just a piece of meteorite? Think too much.
Yuchuan's breath was choked and his face looked a little ugly. If he were in the demon clan, he would have not offended the eldest prince Yu Tianxian.
As the 13th son, he can definitely get rare treasures from heaven and earth for Shen Mo. But things are different now. He was forced to flee.
There is no time to carry treasures.
Seeing Yuchuan's expression, Shen Mo continued to add fuel to the fire. Master just happened to be looking for me.
I had originally planned to rest for 2 days before coming to say goodbye to Master.
First, visit Dianzhou, then go to the neighboring Yanzhou, and then go to Jianzhou and Shizhou.
If 100 years doesn't work, then 200 years.
If 200 years doesn't work, then 500 years. I believe I will find something rare in the world.
After hearing this, Yuchuan's face turned dark. But seeing Shen Mo's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was pretending. The treasure mountain is right in front of us, but we can't mine it. He felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit.
After hundreds of years, what about your marriage to Linger?
Helplessly, he could only move Zhong Linger out. A true man is born in this world.
Love is important, but career is more important.
Shen Mo stood up, his eyes firm. Linger will understand me. How about Master, please release Linger, and I'll marry her right away, and then I can go out and travel.
Yuchuan. If it weren't for the soul imprint planted on Shen Mo. This is both eating and taking.
For a moment, he felt that Shen Mo was trying to trick him. After thinking for a long time, Yuchuan sighed softly.
Never mind.
At the junction of Dianzhou, Yanzhou, and Jianzhou, there is a city called Qibao City. It's very prosperous there, so I think you'll find what you want there.
Thank you, Master.
Shen Mo's face lit up with joy and he immediately bowed.
Master, you want me to kill people and plunder, right?
I will definitely not reveal that I am a disciple of the Qingshan sect. As soon as these words were spoken, Yuchuan's face instantly turned dark.
How could he not understand the meaning of Shen Mo's words? No money.
But when I think about it, Shen Mo is working so hard to make wedding dresses for himself. He felt much better. Thinking of this, he took out a storage bag and put it on the table. Here are 300 million low-grade spirit stones, which is the entire Qingshan sect's income for the past 10 years.
If you can buy it, buy it. Don't kill or rob unless it's absolutely necessary. The monks there are all from prominent backgrounds. Chapter 102 is still a long way off.
After bidding farewell to Yuchuan, Shen Mo returned to the outer residence.
Master, you are finally back. Dan Yangzi rushed forward and knelt on the ground, grabbing his trouser legs tightly and crying bitterly. I thought Master didn't want me anymore. The corner of Shen Mo's mouth twitched. I've been so busy lately that I forgot about this thing.
I also thought about going to the inner affairs hall before going down the mountain to see if there are any elixirs that can quickly improve my realm.
Not needed now. Isn't there a top-notch third-level alchemist in front of you?
Thinking of this, Shen Mo said softly.
Do you know what kind of elixir is generally taken to improve the realm of the Jindan stage? Master, are you talking about the Juding pill?
Dan Yangzi raised his head and said with some surprise.
Shen Mo's eyes lit up. It was true that an old man in the family is like a treasure. Dan Yangzi actually knew, so he continued to ask. Do you have the recipe?
Of course there is, but this is a third-level elixir, Master.
Dan Yangzi stammered.
I'm already a third-level alchemist, so you don't need to worry about it.
Oh, okay, I'll give it to you. Dan Yangzi subconsciously rummaged through his storage bag, but the next second, he realized something was wrong. What? In his impression, Shen Mo was a second-level alchemist before. Only half a year had passed. Just level 3? It took him hundreds of years to advance and he was still regarded as a genius by the world. That's nothing. Compared with Shen Mo. Not even a fool. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and show me. Oh. Hearing Shen Mo's urging, he hurriedly started searching. After a while, he took out the recipe for Juding Dan. New pill formula detected, have you understood it? An error has been detected in the recipe for the Juding pill. 100 bond points have been spent to correct it. Currently remaining 50 bond points. Accompanied by the system sound falling. Shen Mo's face was filled with black lines. This bond value is really not enough. I finally saved up more than 4,000, and used it all on the bone spirit flame. Fortunately, the source of energy increased by another 20%, otherwise it would have been a huge loss. Let's go. Where are we going? Dan Yangzi asked in confusion. Of course, we're going to Lingqiao Peak to collect spiritual herbs. Shen Mo smiled. He didn't want to waste this free labor. After picking the spiritual herbs, I reluctantly let him watch. It was a little shocking, by the way. It is much easier to control this kind of crazy Dan than to control others. As long as your attainments in alchemy are higher than his. He couldn't betray. Here comes Master. Dan Yangzi's face lit up with joy and he hurriedly chased after him. Over the past 6 months, he almost vomited from refining the spirit gathering pill. Now, if I am lucky, 8 out of 10 pills will be perfect. He then understood even more clearly how powerful Shen Mo's alchemy skills were. This also supported him to refine the spirit gathering pill day after day. Soon, the two arrived at Lingqiao Peak. Greetings to the young sect master and senior Dan Yangzi. The elder in charge is named Qi Lu, who is in the early stage of Golden Core and is second-level alchemist. When he saw Shen Mo and Dan Yangzi coming together, he immediately stood up to greet them. Shen Mo nodded, and a piece of paper floated out from his sleeve. I need some spiritual herbs, should that be okay? Of course. Qi Lu was very tactful and quickly bowed to take the note. Even if Shen Mo was not the young sect leader, he would do it with Dan Yangzi around. There is no way, this is the reputation of a person and the shadow of a tree. 100 gene of rush, 200 gene of black silk wood, 200 gene of willow root, 400 gene of heavenly spirit fruit. After Qi Lu finished reading the words on the paper, he was completely dumbfounded. Who picks the magical herbs by weight? Others pick by plant or by gram. Shen Mo is so good, is he trying to empty out the entire Lingqiao Peak? Dan Yangzi also twitched his lips. He immediately understood what Shen Mo wanted to do. Practice makes perfect. Just cook more vegetables. It turned out that his master's request to refine the spirit gathering pill really didn't help him. What are you standing there for? Is there something wrong? Young master, this amount is a bit. What did you just call me? Young master, what's wrong? That's all, just do as I say. If anything goes wrong, come to me. Shen Mo waved his hand impatiently. Looking for him? Who would have nothing to do? The great elder is his man, and Yu Chuan doesn't dare to touch him for the time being. As long as he doesn't do anything to destroy the sect. The Qingshan sect can now almost do whatever it wants. Yes. Qi Lu lowered his head and stopped arguing, bowing, and replying. This master will be the leader of Qingshan sect in the future. He doesn't want to offend. With Dan Yangzi's help, the two of them picked herbs very quickly. Shen Mo lay in the rocking chair, drinking tea leisurely. An hour later, Qi Lu placed the storage bag respectfully on the table. Shen Mo took a glance at it and put it in his arms. After exchanging a few more polite words, he took Dan Yangzi back to the bamboo forest. As soon as I heard that Shen Mo wanted to make the elixir, Xia Xining suddenly became alert. It was more exciting than doing that kind of thing, yelling for him to hurry up. Looking at the two people's expectant eyes, Shen Mo shrugged helplessly. I originally planned to refine it on the way to Qibao City. But since Xia Xining has spoken, he had no choice but to be satisfied. Just took out the 4 spiritual herbs needed to refine the Juding pill. Dan Yangzi had already set up the alchemy furnace. Seeing his anxious look, Shen Mo couldn't help but smile. He walked forward and threw the 4 kinds of spiritual herbs into the alchemy furnace. The white flames instantly enveloped the entire furnace. Dan Yangzi was a little surprised. There is no way to refine the main medicine and auxiliary medicine together. It's not refined according to the routine again. But seeing that Master's wife Xia Xining didn't say anything, combined with her previous silence, her imagination ran wild. He also remains silent. As time goes by, the alchemy furnace exudes a refreshing fragrance. Shen Mo removed the flames and shouted loudly, "Open the pill!" Bang! A powerful spiritual force instantly broke through the top cover of the alchemy furnace. 5 pure white and transparent pills were suspended in the air. See this scene. Dan Yangzi knelt down immediately. Perfect again, every grain is perfect. He had previously thought that Shen Mo wanted to win by quantity. Be prepared to offer words of comfort after failure. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Xia Xining's eyes were full of little stars. This is my husband. Not only is he strong in that aspect, he is also extremely strong in this aspect. She threw herself into Shen Mo's arms and kissed him on the face. Shen Mo naturally couldn't let her take advantage. A counterattack was launched immediately. The two of us were talking back and forth. It was obvious that something was wrong. Dan Yangzi quickly coughed twice. If he doesn't stop them, these two might just fight here. When she heard the voice, Xia Xining realized that she had lost her composure. Her little face suddenly turned red, and she pushed Shen Mo away with a pout. Shen Mo scratched his head and reached out to take the pill back. Swallow one in one gulp. The elixir enters the body. In an instant, the spiritual energy exploded, transformed into spiritual liquid, and went straight to the golden elixir in his spiritual sea. The golden elixir was very hungry and swallowed up all the spiritual liquid in just a few seconds. At the same time, the 9 lines on its body surface also brightened slightly. We're still a long way from here. Shen Mo whispered softly. The way of heaven does have rules. Although the 9th grade golden elixir is powerful, it is not something that ordinary people can afford. The difficulty of this advancement alone is a bottomless pit. For ordinary Jindan realm cultivators, taking a few juting pills may help them break through. But he needs hundreds or even thousands of them to break through. Fortunately, he is an alchemist and can be self-sufficient. Otherwise, where would he get so many spirit stones to build it? Master, what's still far away? Chapter 103 set off to Qibao City. Dan Yangzi's eyes have changed from admiration to fanaticism. What is a genius? That's it. Every one of them is perfect, but it's still far from perfect. If only he could do that. I'm afraid we'll have to host a banquet for the entire Dianzhou. But Shen Mo was calm and composed. Thinking of this, Dan Yangzi became more determined to follow Shen Mo. Husband, what's still far away? Shen Mo came back to his senses when he heard Xia Xining speak. Oh, it's okay. Turning around, I found that the two were still unsatisfied. Shen Mo shrugged and opened another furnace helplessly. Half an hour passed. There was no critical hit this time, only 2 perfect juting pills. But this is enough to completely subvert Dan Yangzi's worldview. He suddenly remembered that when Shen Mo took action, even the worst quality was perfect. Hiss. He couldn't help but gasp. This is not a genius at all, he is clearly the reincarnation of an alchemy immortal. Xia Xining seemed not surprised. He didn't lose control of his face like Dan Yangzi did. In her heart, the stronger Shen Mo is, the better. My husband is awesome. Xia Xining came forward again and gave him a sip as a reward. Shen Mo couldn't bear it any longer and immediately hugged her. Ah. Xia Xining grumbled and rolled her eyes. There are outsiders. Outsider? Dan Yangzi stood up and looked around. Master's wife, is there no one else? Shen Mo. Xia Xining. Master's wife, don't worry. Without outsiders here, Master can make the elixir without any worries. Dan Yangzi is now completely absorbed in Shen Mo's alchemy techniques. He didn't even think about what Xia Xining said. I simply thought that he was afraid of exposing the secret of Shen Mo Danxian's reincarnation. Besides, he saw it with his own eyes and participated in it personally. Shen Mo took away several hundred kilograms of spiritual herbs from Lingqiao Peak.
There are only 2 furnaces, and the loss is just a drop in the bucket. He also wanted to see Shen Mo's almost miraculous alchemy skills.
Ahem, why don't you go back first? Shen Mo couldn't help but remind him. Your master's wife and I have important things to do. It's okay. With master's ability, he can definitely make pills while doing it. Dan Yangzi said seriously. Get away.
You old thing, you have no sense at all. Shen Mo's face was full of black lines, and he started talking about the quintessence of Chinese culture. After he finished speaking, he carried Xia Xining in his arms and walked into the room behind him without looking back.
Dan Yangzi opened his mouth and then reacted.
His old face suddenly turned red and he quickly covered his ears and ran out of the bamboo forest.
Girl, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you're missing me again? Shen Mo teased, leaning her against the table.
Pooh. Xia Xining rolled her eyes. I'm just worried that you'll go out and mess around with other girls, so I want to feed you a little more.
How shameless. You think you can feed me? Shen Mo stepped forward but was stopped by Xia Xining. I heard you are going to Qibao City?
Hearing this, Shen Mo immediately stopped rubbing his hands.
Who told you that? It was obvious that only he and Yu Chuan knew about this.
Logically speaking, no third person should know about this.
Humph, you really want to go alone without telling me? Xia Xining snorted softly. Who told you that? Shen Mo changed his usual playful smile and said seriously.
Seeing Shen Mo so serious, Xia Xining was stunned for a moment and replied.
Sect Master Yu, what's wrong?
They said you have a reckless personality, and Qibao City has many complicated forces, so you're afraid of provoking the wrong people.
He sent me a message, asking Elder Ji and I to go with you and protect you. Shen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. It was indeed the trick of that old bastard. Protect?
It's more about surveillance.
Are you afraid of arousing suspicion by sending Ji Lingchuan? So he called Xia Xining, who was very familiar with him, to dispel his doubts. What a good plan.
Unfortunately, he didn't expect that Ji Lingchuan and Xia Xining were both his people. Thinking of this, Shen Mo's expression slowed down.
What's wrong? Xia Xining asked. It's okay, let's continue. Shen Mo smiled and gently untied the straps on her clothes.
The matter was of great importance, so he decided to keep it secret for the time being.
After Yu Chuan is finally dealt with, I will tell him the truth. Continue what? Xia Xining slapped Shen Mo's hand away and pouted. You just got mean to me. Stop it. Shen Mo took her hand away and buried his head in it. Even though she had done it many times, Xia Xining couldn't help blushing. After a few symbolic resistances, there was no movement. Go change your clothes. Change what?
That silk dress you wore last time.
No change. I threw it away. Why? How dare you say that? You made that dress so dirty last time, how could I wear it? That's exciting. Not long. A charming sound rose in the room. Several days passed.
As the saying goes, if you want to conquer a man, you must first conquer his stomach. Xia Xining is also fulfilling her promise.
I won't stop until Shen Mo is satisfied. Seeing that she was a little weak, Shen Mo gently pushed her away.
She instantly regained her vitality and wrapped herself around him like an octopus.
Shen Mo also got angry and beat him up severely.
In the end, Xia Xining suffered a crushing defeat. He fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. It is hard to imagine that this is a great cultivator in the Jindan realm. Even the dull sound of Shen Mo refining the elixir beside him did not wake him up. Several more days passed.
Shen Mo successfully refined 50 perfect juting pills.
He didn't take it but put it in the storage bag. While on the way to Qibao City, I will try to break through to the middle stage of Jindan.
After all, Qingshan sect is Yuechuan's territory. Be low-key if you can. Xia Xining woke up. Without further ado, she pounced on him again. Shen Mo was numb. This is too ambitious.
Originally in his plan, he wanted to take care of the girl's feelings. It was decided to rank them in the order of acquaintance. The eldest sister is Jang Lin, the second sister is Li Wanru, the third sister is Zhong Linger, and it is the fourth sister Xia Xining's turn.
But now, things seem to have changed.
He was even considering whether he should give up his eldest sister's position to her.
After all, she is too career-oriented. If I knew I was the fourth child, wouldn't he pester me every day?
While he was thinking, Shen Mo's clothes were stripped off again.
The atmosphere is here. Of course, Shen Mo would not spoil the fun.
I immediately decided to teach her a lesson.
5 hours passed. Xia Xining fell into a deep sleep again. Shen Mo shrugged.
It turned out to be a flash of light.
He is really good at playing.
He decided that after dealing with Yu Chuan, he would let the women meet. Fulfill the dream of sleeping together in advance. 10 days later.
Shen Mo was immersed in refining the elixir.
Reward Xia Xining from time to time.
This kind of life is so comfortable that I don't want to leave.
This also strengthened his determination to get rid of Yu Chuan. When the time comes, I will occupy the mountain and become the king, then I will stay in Qingshan sect.
Isn't it a pleasure to have a beautiful woman as your companion? In a blink of an eye, a month passed.
The spiritual herbs in Shen Mo's hand were also used up.
It's time to set off for Qibao City. After receiving the notice, Ji Lingchuan was waiting in front of the sect's mountain early. This time I brought Dan Yangzi with me.
He also recommended himself, saying that he had lived in Qibao City for a period of time.
Only then did Shen Mo agree. Everyone boarded the boat one by one. They drove a long way until they left the Qingshan sect. Shen Mo released Gao Fei and Yang Chen from the Jiuyo Tower. Chapter 104, Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. The entire Dianzhou is very large. It takes 3 months to travel from Qingshan sect to Qibao City. If we use the Jiuyo Tower to travel, we may be able to arrive in just 1 month. But before he has enough strength, Shen Mo dare not be so arrogant. According to Yang Chen's description, the Jiuyo Tower is the most precious treasure of the Jiuyo demon sect. The 9 nether demon sect is an existence that everyone on this continent wants to kill. Logically speaking, he should be considered as a disciple of Gu Lianyo. So, strictly speaking, Shen Mo is also a member of the Jiuyo demon sect. He just chuckled at this. What is the right path and what is the evil path? It's not just the victor's one-sided statement. Isn't Dioxuan's the leader of the righteous path?
As a result, tens of thousands of people were sacrificed for their own selfish desires,
just to bring about a heavenly calamity and form a 9th grade elixir. Can such behavior be called the right way? What kind of weapon do you plan to refine as your life-saving magic weapon? Seeing Shen Mo standing on the deck for a long time without moving, Yang Chen couldn't help but walk forward and ask, "What do you suggest?" Shen Mo came back to his senses, tilted his head and smiled.
Only when one reaches the Golden Core realm can one be considered to have truly entered the ranks of immortal cultivators. It is no longer a mortal body like the one before when he was refining qi and building his foundation. The golden elixir is indestructible and severed limbs can be regenerated, it just takes some time.
The power of the Golden Core realm is mainly achieved by relying on the natal magic weapon. Especially a 9th grade golden elixir like his.
It has a profound foundation, but without the right magic weapon, it cannot exert its power.
If the 9th grade golden elixir is counted as 10 levels. Without magic weapons, you can only perform at the 3rd level at most.
If you have a magic weapon, you can unleash half of its power. But if one has a matching magical weapon, one can unleash the 9th level.
The remaining level is determined by the quality of the magic weapon. The quality of the magic weapon determines the upper limit, and the 9th grade golden elixir guarantees the lower limit. Shen Mo has the supreme foundation and the 9th grade golden elixir.
In terms of basic knowledge alone, he is considered a top genius in the entire continent. Such a genius can't use a rubbish magic weapon as his lifeblood.
It's like laying an extremely solid foundation. As a result, a thatched house was built on it. Who can stand this? Anyway, Shen Mo doesn't want to do that.
What he said to Yu Chuan before was not all lies.
At least he was telling the truth about his natal magic weapon. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. My suggestion is the sword.
Yang Chen said seriously, the sword is the king of weapons. If you want to refine your life-defining magic weapon into a sword, I can teach you the supreme skills of the Tsong Tian sword tomb.
As soon as he finished speaking, a loud shout came from the corner, "No!"
The two turned around at the same time and found that the person coming was Dan Yangzi. Dan Yangzi had been studying the elixir recipe in the corner, but the two of them didn't notice.
Seeing Yang Chen trying to persuade Shen Mo to refine his life magic weapon into a sword, As Shen Mo's loyal disciple, he couldn't bear it. If the master becomes a sword cultivator, then doesn't he have to become a sword cultivator as well? Oh? What do you think? Yang Chen's face was filled with displeasure. If Dan Yangzi wasn't Shen Mo's apprentice, given his personality, he would have drawn his sword and attacked long ago. Dan Yangzi stood up and bowed respectfully to Shen Mo. Master, I think it would be best if this life-saving magic weapon could be refined into an alchemy furnace.
Without waiting for Shen Mo to speak, he continued to explain the pros and cons. Firstly, Master is an alchemist with unparalleled talent.
With the blessing of his natal alchemy furnace, the elixirs he refines will definitely be of a higher quality.
Secondly, as everyone knows, the alchemy furnace is a consumable item, but refining it into a life-saving magic weapon is different. It will become stronger as your strength increases, so there is no need to worry about this at all. After saying this, Dan Yangzi raised his head and glanced at Yang Chen provocatively.
A sword cultivator? He's just a poor bastard trying to look cool. Apart from the advantage of stronger attack power, everything else is a disadvantage. They, the alchemists, are the strongest. If you need strength, you have strength. If you need resources, you have resources. Most importantly, it is respected. Humph. Yang Chen understood the meaning in his eyes and said disdainfully. Dan Xiao? Kill him with one sword. Reckless man.
Dan Yangzi turned his head and smiled contemptuously. Seeing that Dan Yangzi was about to be beaten, Shen Mo quickly spoke out to stop him.
Okay, you guys go down first, I'll think about it for a while.
Yang Chen was right. If the natal magic weapon was refined into a sword,
with his 9th grade golden elixir background, its power will be infinitely magnified. Really do it and kill it with one sword. But what Dan Yangzi said makes sense.
His biggest trump card is still alchemy.
Refining one's own magic weapon into an alchemy furnace may not be a bad thing. Shen Mo was confused again for a moment. Do what you want. Just then, a soft female voice sounded. Shen Mo knew who was coming without turning around. Xia Xining gently hugged Shen Mo from behind and said softly, "No matter what magic weapon you refine, I will always be with you. Although I don't know what kind of enemy Shen Mo will face."
But as someone close to him, she could feel the invisible pressure from Shen Mo.
Do you really think she is a playboy?
I just wanted to use that method to relieve Shen Mo's pressure.
So, no matter what posture, no matter where. As long as Shen Mo spoke, she would be satisfied.
Shen Mo stretched out his hand and held Xia Xining's slender jade hand in his palm.
Yes. It's me who is obsessed with appearance. He hasn't even gathered all the materials for his life-saving magic weapon, but he's already thinking about refining it.
Thinking of this, Shen Mo smiled helplessly.
My lady, let's go back to the cabin and fight for 300 rounds. Pooh. It took several days. Shen Mo took out the 1,000 juding pills he had refined.
After Xia Xining's guidance, his eyes became firm and he was determined to break through. Even if Yu Chuan has reached the perfect nascent soul stage, it cannot change his plan.
Within 5 years, we will be able to compete with Shang Yenzong. Pull Zhong Linger and Li Wanru out of the quagmire. Without any further hesitation, he stuffed the juding pill into his mouth.
The majestic spiritual energy is like the Milky Way pouring back from the sky.
Crazy washing of the golden elixir in the spiritual sea.
The 9 lines began to shine. As the elixir continued to enter the body, the golden elixir slowly grew larger. From the beginning it was a longan, and it grew to the size of a peach. After the golden elixir absorbed the spiritual power, it fed back into Shen Mo's body. Wherever the spiritual power passes, a faint golden light appears in the 8 extraordinary meridians. The meridians, which were already very spacious, were expanded a lot more. His bones also made a slight creaking sound. The spiritual power fed back by the golden elixir was too strong and gradually spread to the surface of the body. White mist rose from his body.
At first glance, I thought it was fairy air. Time flies.
March has passed in the blink of an eye.
Shen Mo was still immersed in this mysterious state. A few more days passed.
He suddenly opened his eyes, golden light shone in them, and flames burned in them.
The 5 elements of heaven and earth flowed through his eyes one by one. Middle stage of the golden core.
Shen Mo clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
Mad. The 9th grade golden elixir is really not something that ordinary people can afford.
He had just broken through a small realm and actually ate 900 perfect shooting pills.
Master, we've arrived at Qibao City. Chapter 105. Let Dan Yangzi sell his ass. Hearing Dan Yangzi's cry, Shen Mo immediately regained his composure. After tidying up his clothes a little, he slowly walked out of the cabin. What comes into view is a huge city. On the city wall, all kinds of dazzling mysterious runes flashed with white light. It faintly enveloped Qibao City, making it impossible to see the situation inside the city. There were monks passing by all around. Either step on a flying sword or ride on a spirit boat. There are rows of people, it's very lively. Is this the city in the world of immortal cultivation? Shen Mo was quite curious. Master, this is your first time in this kind of city.
Dan Yangzi straightened his chest and said proudly.
Unlike Dan Yangzi, Yang Chen's gaze was always on Shen Mo. Are you in the middle stage of the golden core?
Oh, you're worthy of being a swordsman.
I hid so well, but you still found me. Received silent affirmation.
Yang Chen's eyes widened instantly, filled with horror.
Damn, are you playing?
If he wasn't a sword cultivator with good self-control, he would have almost burst out swearing.
He knew exactly when Shen Mo broke through to the golden core realm. How long has it been? About 3 months. Another breakthrough? He was at the 8th level of the Jindan realm and was well aware of the difficulty of breaking through. What's more, Shen Mo is a 9th grade golden elixir.
Its difficulty is more than 10 times that of the 8th level.
It suddenly dawned on him. No wonder Shen Mo agreed to the 3 conditions mentioned before without even thinking about it. At first he didn't think Shen Mo could do it. But now it seems. 100 years. It seems too long. At this rate, I'm afraid that in a few years, Shen Mo will be able to defeat him. Thinking of this, Yang Chen felt a surge of regret. Why, are you scared? Shen Mo teased. Snort.
Hearing this, Yang Chen regained his confidence, and a strong fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. As a sword cultivator, the word admit defeat does not exist in his dictionary.
Gao Fei, who was standing aside, looked at the two of them with a calm expression.
Controlled by the bone spirit flame, he couldn't develop any other emotions towards Shen Mo like Yang Chen did.
Loyalty is the only thing in his mind. Dan Yangzi was even more dumbfounded. In his impression, isn't Shen Mo at the foundation establishment stage? When did he become a golden core? He's still in the middle stage of the golden core. He is only in the early stage of Jindan.
It would be fine if he was gifted in the art of alchemy.
Practicing the one path is still so strong. Do you want people to live anymore? But on second thought, choosing Shen Mo as my master was a wise decision. He secretly made up his mind that he would never leave Shen Mo no matter what. Isn't it just the middle stage of the golden core? Why are you so surprised? Shen Mo curled his lips and said speechlessly.
Yang Chen turned his head away, too lazy to speak again, fearing that he would be attacked. Xia Xining controlled the spirit boat to slowly descend.
Several people got off the boat and walked towards the city gate. Stop.
Just then, the guards at the door stopped several people from leaving.
Shen Mo looked up. Good job.
It turned out to be a perfect foundation. In the Qingshan sect, he is also a close disciple, competing for the position of chief disciple. In Qibao City, he was just guarding the gate.
One guards the door, the other closes it. It seems not much different. Shen Mo was relieved immediately. Seniors, please show your ID badges.
Seeing that Shen Mo and his group were all in the golden core realm, the gatekeeper disciple softened his tone a lot.
ID card? Shen Mo asked curiously. Master, this is what happened. Dan Yangzi stepped forward and quickly explained.
Qibao City is an important hub connecting the 3 states, and many people come and go every day.
There are many people in a small city, to prevent overcrowding.
All monks entering Qibao City need to purchase an identity token for the corresponding period. For example, if you only stay for 1 day, you only need 100 spirit stones. On the second day, you'll need 200 spiritual stones, on the third day, 400 spiritual stones.
And so on. After listening to Dan Yangzi's explanation, Shen Mo nodded to show his understanding. He had seen it before, the sky outside was full of monks.
When Shen Mo had almost digested it, Dan Yangzi continued.
Identity tokens are divided into outer city and inner city. Ha! Shen Mo turned his head, confused. A big part of the reason why Qibao City is so popular is because the speed of cultivation in the city is several times faster than in the outside world. When it was first built, several top-tier 5th-level formation masters worked together to create a large spirit-gathering formation as the city's foundation. The closer you are to the inner city, the richer the spiritual energy, and of course, the more expensive it is. What's the price for the inner city? Shen Mo asked in confusion. The first day in the inner city requires 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Dan Yangzi replied. Hearing this, Shen Mo couldn't help but curl his lips. This is not a city at all. It's clearly a treasure pot. It is hard to imagine how much wealth this city lord has amassed. What are you hesitating about, you guy in front? If you don't have money, get out of here. Don't block me from going in and spending money. That's right, you're just standing there doing nothing. If you want to see Qibao City, you can just stay away. I have something important to do in the city. Damn, are these soldiers guarding the city so kind today? Did the sun rise from the west? Seniors, what kind of tokens do you plan to buy? The gatekeeper glanced at the people queuing behind and couldn't help but urge them. Shen Mo came back to his senses, a trace of apology flashed across his face. Sorry, it's my first time here. Then buy a week's worth of inner city tokens first. After hearing these words, the gatekeeper was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such an arrogant monk. For one person in a week, that's 127,000 low-grade spirit stones. There were 5 people present, with a total of 635,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the captain of the city defense team, he can take 1% of it. That is 6,350 low-grade spirit stones. Make a fortune. The soldiers guarding the city immediately became respectful. These are all the spirit stones of that sinister old bastard Yu Chuan, and Shen Mo doesn't feel sorry at all for spending them. It's okay even if you spend it all. Isn't there Dan Yangzi, the top 3rd-level alchemist? With his connections, let him sell his ass. You can definitely make a lot of money. Wait. Seeing Shen Mo was about to take out money, Dan Yangzi immediately stopped him. I've lived in this city for a few years, and I'm considered a landowner after all. How can I let master pay for it? Hearing this, Shen Mo smiled knowingly. I actually forgot about Dan Yangzi. After all, he is a top-level 3rd-level alchemist and has been famous for a long time. Its background must be very rich. The soldiers guarding the city don't care who pays the spirit stones, as long as someone gives them. He turned to look at Dan Yangzi, stretched out his hand, and looked expectant. Dan Yangzi walked forward, coughed twice, felt around in his arms, and said with a smile. Scan your face. Ha! The soldiers guarding the city were slightly stunned. Even Shen Mo and the others turned their eyes over. Dan Yangzi felt a little embarrassed and quickly took his hand out of his arms. An ancient brown token fell into the hands of the soldiers guarding the city. On the token, there are big white characters written in a flamboyant style. The moment the soldiers guarding the city saw the token, their faces changed. My lords, please come in. Chapter 106. Do you still want to use the Overlord cannon? As several people walked into the city, Shen Mo and Xia Xining were both speechless. Can you really use face recognition? Dan Yangzi straightened his chest and walked ahead with big strides. After being suppressed in Qingshan sect for so long, it was finally his turn to show off. He would not miss such an opportunity. Especially in front of Master Shen Mo. What was that thing you just took? Shen Mo couldn't help but ask curiously. It's just a little trick, not worth mentioning. Dan Yangzi stroked his beard, looking like a hermit. A few black lines appeared on Shen Mo's forehead, and he said in a deep voice, "Speak human language." Hearing this, Dan Yangzi came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Master, this is Bai Yangxia's identity token. As he spoke, he suspended the token in the air and explained, under the white cloud is a special organization composed of alchemists. The headquarters is in Zhengzhou. Its influence spans the entire continent, and the identity tokens it issues record the rank of the alchemists. Just like me, a top-tier 3rd-grade alchemist. There are 3 Dan patterns on this token. With this token, you can enter or leave any city without spending spirit stones. After hearing Dan Yangzi's explanation, Shen Mo immediately became interested. He reached out and grasped the wooden sign in his hand, examining it carefully. Just as Dan Yangzi said, there were 3 glowing Dan patterns on the brown token. Where does the immortal refine the elixir? Under a wisp of white cloud. Interesting. Shen Mo narrowed his eyes and felt the horror of a powerful force for the first time. Even in remote places like Dianzhou, they can be found. Of course. Dan Yangzi said proudly. Master, don't be envious. You are an alchemist, so you can also join in. Yes, and Master's wife. Shen Mo smiled silently and shook his head. I don't like being bound by rules. Master, you're overthinking it. Dan Yangzi hurriedly explained, joining Baiyangxia not only has no rules, but also many benefits. For example, free entry to the city is just one of them. Because they are all alchemists with unruly personalities, the organization only provides a platform and does not impose any constraints. Of course, with your talent, Master, you can also apply to become a core member of Baiyangxia. Once you become a core member, your status far exceeds that of us peripheral members. Whether you buy spiritual herbs or elixirs under Baiyun, you will enjoy great discounts. Becoming a core member is almost the object of scramble for attention from all major forces. With just one word from you, destroying a force is as easy as pie. The 4th level alchemist from Shangyenzong is also a member of Baiyunxia. No matter how much Dan Yangzi talked, Shen Mo didn't care. But when he heard the 3 words Shangyenzong, he immediately became alert. Is he a peripheral member or a core member? Of course it's the periphery. Dan Yangzi didn't understand and answered honestly. The core member assessment is extremely difficult. The first requirement is to reach the 5th level alchemist. Shen Mo. Alright. This organization is really awesome. A 5th level alchemist can almost walk across the entire continent. It is just the entry brick for its core members. Suddenly, Shen Mo had an idea and thought of a good way to drive the tiger away and devour the wolf. Since the 4th level alchemist of Shangyenzong has a very high status. If we can convince him to help cancel Li Wanru's engagement, the success rate should be very high. Although he is only a 3rd level alchemist. But there is a golden finger. It's no less than a 5th level alchemist. It's just that the spiritual fire level has not been reached. It seems that I have to show off in front of others, attract the attention under the white clouds, and see if I can make an exception and become a core member. If I go to see Yenzong again as a core member, I'm sure he won't dare to refuse. Think of this. Shen Mo's eyes lit up. There is always light at the end of the tunnel. Once Li Wanru's troubles were resolved, things became simple. He is stuck in the Jindan realm. Even if he doesn't break through, he can still wear down that old bastard Yuchuan to death. Take me to look under the white clouds. Okay. Dan Yangzi was extremely excited. In his heart, with the power of silence. Wouldn't it be easy to join Baiyangxia? He can also show off in front of his old friends. This person is his master. Just after taking 2 steps, Yang Chen beside him stopped. Shen Mo turned around, somewhat puzzled. Yang Chen looked conflicted, wanting to speak but stopping himself. After thinking for a long time, he finally spoke. Shen Mo. I know this isn't one of the 3 conditions, but... Shen Mo was slightly stunned, then immediately understood what he wanted to do and waved his hand to interrupt him. You can go by yourself, and then come find us under the white clouds. He knew what Yang Chen had experienced. After practicing hard in the sword tomb and just forming a pill, he ran into Gulianya when he went out. One level lasts for thousands of years. I finally got out for some fresh air. I understand if you want to go around and see things on your own. Although Yang Chen didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with gratitude. He clasped his fists and bowed solemnly, thank you. That's not your style. Shen Mo teased. Yang Chen nodded, turned around and left. Etc. Shen Mo's voice came from behind him, and Yang Chen was slightly stunned. Is this regret? Don't you plan to act alone? 2. I just reached a verbal agreement with Shen Mo. Although he made a vow to shatter his sword heart, Shen Mo is not a sword cultivator, so it is understandable that he does not understand the weight of this oath. Just as he was about to give up and leave, a storage bag flew over. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Your pockets are cleaner than your face. Even if you've been holding it in for 1,000 years, there's no need to be so anxious, right? Could it be that you still want to use the Overlord Cannon? Overlord Cannon? Yang Chen was a little stunned, not understanding what it meant. But when he saw Shen Mo's strange face, he suddenly reacted. A blush suddenly appeared on his stern face. I. Without waiting for his explanation, Shen Mo took Xia Xining in his arms and quickly left the place.
Looking at the storage bag, there were 100 million low-grade spirit stones lying quietly. Yang Chen opened his mouth, but no words came out.
Do you want to go out for a walk too?
Shen Mo turned his head to look at Gao Fei and said seriously. Gao Fei shook his head and said, no need, I can just stay with Brother Shen.
Don't worry, there are rules in Qibao City. You can't hurt others. Besides, my current strength is stronger than yours. Shen Mo smiled.
Gao Fei still shook his head and refused.
It's just a small city, there's nothing much to see.
The Taichu Immortal Clan's main city is hundreds of times larger than this.
I'm tired of visiting it. Shen Mo. Just shut up. Shen Mo was speechless for a while.
It turned out that the other party had never taken a fancy to Qibao City at all. That's right, he is the young patriarch of the Taichu Immortal Clan. The strength and foundation of a family that can call itself a clan of immortals can be seen from this. If it weren't for a bunch of troubles, Shen Mo had originally thought of finding a way to take Gao Fei to the Taichu Immortal Clan after he reached Dan formation stage,
in exchange for the Immortal Clan's secret techniques.
As his strength continued to improve, he realized how naive his original thoughts were. Suddenly, a playful laugh came from the front.
Hey, isn't this Dan Yangzi? I heard that you became an apprentice to a younger generation? According to seniority, shouldn't you call me Grandpa? Chapter 107. I am only responsible for guarding the door. Once you enter, it is no longer my responsibility. Grandpa, this is not fun at all.
I told you long ago that it was you who insisted on following me.
In the hall under the white clouds,
an old man with white hair and beard was sipping tea. In front of her stood a young girl, pouting and acting coquettishly. I don't care, Grandpa, you said you would take me out to play. Zhang Zixia snorted softly, crossed her arms and turned her head to the side.
Okay.
Zhang Haichao rubbed his eyebrows and responded helplessly. As a fifth-grade alchemist, wherever you go, people are polite to you.
Only in front of his granddaughter. He couldn't even lift his head.
The most important thing is that Zhang Zixia has no interest in alchemy.
This rendered his alchemist rank meaningless. You always say that. Can you take some concrete action?
Zhang Zixia curled her lips and complained.
Okay.
Seeing that Zhang Zixia was really getting angry, Zhang Haichao could only slowly stand up and walk outside.
Let's go out for a walk today. Grandpa is the best.
Zhang Zixia immediately smiled happily.
Shen Mo frowned slightly.
The few people who were mocking him obviously had some grudge against Dan Yangzi.
But when I think about the purpose of this trip. He shook his head.
Walk straight towards the white clouds.
Seeing this, Dan Yangzi immediately followed. Shen Mo didn't say anything.
Even though he was holding back a rage, he didn't dare to show it.
Dan Yangzi, this is the master you worship?
One soldier is a coward, and the whole army is a coward.
Where's your pride as an alchemist? Dan Yangzi lowered his head and did not respond.
He was a person who cared a lot about face, but he thought that this trip was to let Shen Mo join Yangxia.
I had to bear it.
After all, causing trouble as soon as he arrived is not good for Shen Mo. As soon as Shen Mo stepped forward, he was stopped by two security guards at the door.
Yangxia important land, please show your identity token. Shen Mo raised his brows slightly.
They turned out to be two guards in the early Jindan stage. If it were placed in a sect, it would be the position of elder.
But here, I can only guard the door.
He became more and more interested in the white clouds.
Dan Yangzi hurried forward and took out his identity token.
I'm bringing my master to participate in the assessment under the white clouds.
Please be accommodating.
The two gatekeepers looked strange when they saw the token. Two pairs of eyes kept scanning back and forth between Shen Mo and Dan Yangzi.
Although Shen Mo has white hair, he looks full of vitality. This is in stark contrast to Dan Yangzi's old age.
But Dan Yangzi calls Shen Mo master.
Are you sure? Is there a problem? Shen Mo turned his head and chuckled. No.
The gatekeeper returned the token to Dan Yangzi and made a gesture of invitation. You know, in this world of cultivating immortals,
if one's cultivation reaches a certain level, one can achieve rejuvenation. They couldn't sense any aura from Shen Mo.
That only means that Shen Mo's realm is much higher than theirs. they dare not offend. When the few people who had mocked Shen Mo before heard that Shen Mo was going to participate in the assessment under the white clouds, they immediately became interested. Hey, guys, we're so lucky today. We can actually catch a glimpse of the alchemy master. Upon hearing this, Dan Yangzi's face instantly darkened. The title of alchemy master is not something that can be given casually. Even as a top third-level alchemist, he did not dare to call himself a master of alchemy. The alchemist lineage attaches great importance to status. If you call yourself a master without any reason, you will only be despised by others.
Shen Mo doesn't care about these rules at all.
He just wanted to take advantage of the momentum under the white clouds. He didn't take the few people who mocked him seriously at all.
After nodding to the two gatekeepers, he walked straight in. After being ignored repeatedly, Sun Qian instantly got angry.
As top-tier third-level alchemists, he and Dan Yangzi have been fighting openly and secretly for many years.
It was difficult to get hold of Dan Yangzi's handle. How could he give up?
Without a second thought, he followed with a group of followers.
Today, he not only wants to embarrass Shen Mo, but also completely ruin Dan Yangzi's reputation.
Before Shen Mo took a few steps, he was surrounded by Sun Qian's followers.
Why, you want to spar?
These people were really taking advantage of him, and he immediately got angry.
Oh. After hearing this, Sun Qian almost laughed out loud. A person who was not even at the alchemist level actually challenged him, a top third-level alchemist. Everything that happened in Qingshan's sect before had already spread. He had also heard about Shen Mo refining third-level elixirs.
But he didn't care. After all, it took two people to refine Shen Mo.
His true strength should be that of a second-level alchemist.
As a top-tier third-rank alchemist, there was no reason for him to be afraid.
Okay, I'll give you a chance to spar with me. Shen Mo turned and looked at Gao Fei. The latter nodded and strode forward. A person in the early stage of Jindan, just right for Gao Fei to practice.
When Sun Qian saw Gao Fei walking out, his face suddenly darkened.
Shen Mo was too crazy.
It was clearly he who proposed the sparring match, but he sent his men to fight.
Are you afraid of losing face if you lose?
Sun Qian raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sarcastic smile.
It doesn't matter who comes. Bang.
Just as he finished speaking, a muffled sound was heard. Everyone turned around and found Sun Qian embedded in the wall.
Gao Fei had already returned to Shen Mo's back. Rubbish. Dan Yangzi. Xia Si Ning. Everyone.
So the exchange Shen Mo was talking about was this exchange.
Let's go. Shen Mo glanced at Sun Qian and saw that he was still breathing, so he didn't pay any more attention to him.
The two gatekeepers at the door also noticed the situation.
But they chose to remain silent.
The attack from Gao Fei was so fast that neither of them saw it clearly. Rushing forward now would be tantamount to seeking death.
Besides,
they are the gatekeepers.
Once you enter the door, it's no longer their business. Brother Sun. Are you okay?
Brother Sun, come and take some qi and blood pills.
Murder has been committed. Is there any justice in the world? A group of followers surrounded Sun Qian, chattering and speaking up for justice.
Sun Qian came to his senses and broke free from the wall.
I was beaten. How many years? He has never suffered such humiliation since he became famous. Knowing that alchemy is no match for you, you resort to such despicable tactics? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became.
No, we must get back at him. If this matter gets out, how will he survive in Qibao City in the future?
Stop. What? You don't agree? Shen Mo paused and looked sideways at Gao Fei.
Seeing this action, Sun Qian felt a chill on his back. He swallowed and looked at Shen Mo. If you dare, come and spar with me.
Bang. Shen Mo withdrew his hand, shook it, and looked speechless. It's like a little bee touching the electric switch. Oh my god. Can being beaten be addictive? Do you really think you are weaker than Gao Fei?
Sun Qian embedded himself in the wall again, his eyes rolled up, and he lost consciousness.
Shen Mo was so unsportsmanlike. He was preparing to discuss alchemy with Shen Mo.
Before he could finish his words, Shen Mo took action.
Just then, an old voice sounded. Are you good at fighting? Chapter 108. I don't care who you are. I refuse. Shen Mo turned around.
I saw an old man with white hair and beard standing behind. His eyes were lowered, and his gaze was captivating.
Nascent Soul Realm. Shen Mo was a little shocked. Manager under the white clouds? Grandpa, let's go. Only after hearing the sound did Shen Mo notice it.
There was also a girl in a pink dress next to Zhang Haichao.
Name, Zhang Zixia. Gender, female. Age, 45 1000. Constitution, 5 spiritual roots. Realm, early golden core stage. Favorability, 0. Forehead.
Small butt, small breasts, probably can be fully grasped with one hand.
She can't be compared with Xia Xining, even Jang Lin is older than her. Not my cup of tea. Shen Mo just glanced at it and then looked away.
As for the 45-year-old early Jindan stage cultivator, after seeing Gao Fei and Yang Chen, he was not at all impressed. What's more, he had reached the middle stage of golden elixir at the age of 32.
It's still a 9th grade golden elixir.
If he hadn't been blinded for more than 10 years, it would have been even faster. Little did he know that this subtle movement of his was keenly captured by Zhang Zixia. She could sense a hint of disdain in Shen Mo's expression.
What does it mean? Do you know me? Are you so unwelcome? Meet Grandmaster Zhang. Dan Yangzi finally came to his senses from his confusion.
The person in front of me is a core member of Baiyunxia. More than 10 years ago, he had the honor of hearing Zhang Haichao preach.
Grandmaster? Shen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, probably guessing the other party's background.
I really miss my pillow when I feel sleepy. Thinking of this, he also bowed.
Meet Grandmaster Zhang. Snort.
Zhang Haichao didn't buy it at all and said coldly.
According to the rules under Baiyun, how should we handle internal strife? Dan Yangzi trembled all over and stammered. Take back the token and drive it out from under the white cloud. Very good, hand it over.
Zhang Haichao had an expressionless face and extended his hand towards Shen Mo.
Shen Mo was slightly stunned and said a little embarrassedly. I'm not a member of Baiyunxia. Zhang Haichao. This time he was at a loss as to what to do and stood there in a daze for a while. I'm not a member of Baiyunxia. Shen Mo repeated, fearing that his hearing was not working well. Beating others shouldn't be considered a violation, right? Zhang Haichao. Doesn't seem to be a violation. As a member of Baiyunxia, you can go anywhere as long as the token is out.
They will all be treated with the highest respect and courtesy.
Get beaten? Who is so bold as to attack an alchemist? Don't you want to eat pills made by alchemists anymore? As for the conflicts between alchemists, most of them are resolved by exchanging ideas on alchemy skills. Fight. That's something only vulgar people can do.
Zhang Haichao's face was darkening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Dan Yangzi hurried forward to explain.
Grandmaster Zhang, please don't blame me. This is my master's first time here at Baiyunxia and he doesn't know the rules. Master?
Zhang Haichao raised his eyes and observed the two of them carefully. A man with vigor and vitality like the vast ocean. A person who is weak in energy and weak in spirit, like a rotten wood.
Isn't that right? Hearing this, Zhang Zixia also became curious.
A pair of playful eyes looked at Shen Mo carefully. White hair, clear eyes, and a stern face.
Pretty handsome.
Humph, you colluded with outsiders and wantonly beat up members of Baiyunxia.
Do you think you're right?
Zhang Haichao came back to his senses and said coldly. Without waiting for Dan Yangzi to explain, he raised his hand.
The token on Dan Yangzi's waist flew out automatically. Shen Mo frowned slightly.
Zhang Haichao was about to grab the token, but Shen Mo got there first.
Although he knew that this action would undoubtedly anger Zhang Haichao. But Shen Mo had to do it.
He understood Dan Yangzi's character.
I'm not a bad person by nature, I just like to save face.
If the token is taken back, it will be more painful than killing him. Besides, the incident was caused by myself, so there is no need to implicate Dan Yangzi.
Senior, I did this, it has nothing to do with him. Shen Mo bowed respectfully and sincerely.
At this time, Sun Qian slowly woke up. The moment he saw Zhang Haichao, he dived down immediately. He knelt on the ground, hugged Haichao's thighs tightly, and tears came to his eyes before he could speak.
Master Zhang, please make the decision for me. Don't worry, I'm here and will definitely seek justice for you.
Zhang Haichao narrowed his eyes slightly, and powerful soul power poured out, instantly attacking Shen Mo.
Shen Mo raised his brows slightly. Do you really think he is a soft persimmon?
If it weren't for the fact that I was new here and had something to ask for. Zhang Haichao is so unreasonable. If it were before, he would have asked Shirtaodian to come out and teach him a lesson. He stepped forward and activated the 9th grade golden elixir to resist. Zhang Haichao's soul power just entered Shen Mo's body. The Jiuyo tower shook and crushed it. There is no need for the 9th grade golden elixir to take action. Zhang Haichao's breathing stagnated and his face looked a little ugly. Although he is not good at fighting, he is also a real nascent soul realm. The soul attack just now was actually ineffective against the Jindan realm.
Seeing this, Shen Mo didn't want to completely offend by Yunxia's organization. He hurriedly forced his spiritual power to move backwards. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person became weak in an instant. Senior is amazing, I am grateful for your guidance. Master. Silence.
Xia Xining and Dan Yangzi were startled and rushed forward to help him up.
Old man, how dare you hurt him?
Looking at the bright red blood on the ground, Xia Xi became angry. She doesn't care who Zhang Haichao is.
It's not okay to hurt her husband. Puff. The blue phoenix flame bloomed, an intense high temperature gushed out in an instant. Blue Yuan flame.
Zhang Haichao widened his eyes.
The higher the ranking of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, the rarer it is. King Luanian ranked 30th, so of course he recognized her.
There are many alchemists under the white clouds who possess the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. But most of them are ranked at the bottom, and the number of alchemists ranked in the top 50 can be counted on one hand.
He was immediately attracted by the talent. Girl, listen to me. Zhang Haichao waved his hands repeatedly.
But at this moment, Xia Xining could no longer hear anything else. There was murderous intent in her eyes, and she just wanted to kill the person in front of her.
Xining, stop.
Seeing this, Shen Mo immediately stopped him.
But he... Xia Xining's eyes regained clarity and she was about to explain.
Seeing Shen Mo blinking and making a sound, she tactfully shut up.
Yes. My husband is so strong, how could he be injured?
It turns out they were all pretending.
Grandmaster Zhang, I'm sorry. Shen Mo stepped forward and bowed sincerely.
Zhang Haichao was in no mood to pay attention to Shen Mo at this moment. A pair of eyes stared straight at Xia Xining.
If it weren't for what he said next, Shen Mo almost couldn't help but take action. Would you like to be my disciple? No.
Xia Xining returned to Shen Mo's back and said in a cold voice. She had no good feelings towards Zhang Haichao, so how could she possibly become his disciple?
After hearing the conversation between the two, all the members of Baiyangxia felt a little dizzy, and even Dan Yangzi widened his eyes. Grandmaster Zhang wanted to be a disciple, but was rejected? Still rejected immediately. Zhang Haichao was slightly stunned, but not angry. He stroked his graying beard and laughed out loud. Do you know who I am? Chapter 109, Senior, I grew up listening to your stories.
Seeing this, Dan Yangzi immediately understood the situation and said.
Grandmaster Zhang is a core member of Baiyangxia. Top 5th level alchemist.
His students and former officials are spread all over the continent, but he has only 2 direct disciples.
Master's wife, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Zhang Haichao straightened his chest, looking very proud.
I refuse.
Xia Xining still didn't change her mind.
If it were in the past. Facing the invitation from the 5th level alchemist. She must have agreed on the spot. But now, compared to alchemy, she wanted to be with Shen Mo even more.
What's more, Shen Mo's alchemy skills may not be worse than Zhang Haichao's. Hearing this, Zhang Haichao suddenly felt embarrassed. He used to be the one who rejected others. I was rejected by someone today.
Twice again. It is true that there is retribution in the world.
Seeing Zhang Haichao being humiliated, Zhang Zixia couldn't help but laugh out loud. She looked at Xia Xining and inexplicably felt a sense of favor towards her.
But no one dared to laugh, not even to breathe.
The field suddenly fell into dead silence. Zhang Haichao was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. At this moment, Shen Mo spoke to ease the situation.
Xining, you must not be rude to Grandmaster Zhang. Grandmaster Zhang is my idol. I've been listening to his stories since I was little. Don't you know?
Hearing this, Xia Xining rolled her eyes. Shen Mo really speaks freely, having lived in Qingshan sect since childhood.
Growing up listening to Zhang Haichao's stories? Isn't this pure nonsense? Have you heard my story? Zhang Haichao was slightly stunned and asked hesitantly. Of course. Shen Mo nodded sincerely, just like that time.
When you refined that elixir, the scene was packed with people. After the elixir was produced, the scene was truly earth-shattering and even made the gods and ghosts weep.
Zhang Haichao asked doubtfully, Tianxin pill? Yes, it was the time when you refined the Tianxin pill. Shen Mo quickly added. And that time. I've also heard about your famous work. That technique, that elixir, haunts me day and night.
Zhang Haichao affirmed, Xianyuan pill.
Yes, it's the Xianyuan pill.
Shen Mo said without blushing or beating his heart. Zhang Haichao's face was full of smiles, and his eyes looked at Shen Mo with a lot of gentleness. He was already very sure that Shen Mo was his loyal fan. But as a master of his generation, he still has to maintain the proper dignity.
Ahem. Those are just some petty tricks, not worth mentioning.
Zhang Zixia, who was behind him, saw the scene and saw through Shen Mo's trick at a glance.
But she didn't expose it.
Instead, he showed his two little fangs and watched the show with great interest.
Dan Yangzi was even more impressed by Shen Mo, his eyes full of stars. Is this the master? It's fine if he can just manipulate the beauty. Even the elderly can do it easily. Grandmaster Zhang, please make the decision for me.
Seeing that the situation was not right, Sun Qian immediately wailed. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohai came back to his senses instantly.
Good boy. I almost got cheated. Silence.
He was about to open his mouth to scold. But seeing Shen Mo's sincere face and clear eyes,
he hesitated again for a moment. What if the other person is really your loyal fan? Would such a scolding chill the heart? Besides, that woman seemed to be his Taoist partner. If he wants him to become his disciple, he might need to act as a matchmaker. Think of this.
The scolding words came to his lips, but he swallowed them back.
Calm and reserved, silently in the heart. It's a good name. Ah. Sun Qian was stunned. No. Why did it come down to the name? Before Sun Qian could react,
Zhang Haichao spoke again.
Sun Qian, you must be making trouble out of nothing. Don't act recklessly just because you're a member of Baiyangxia. I'll spare you this time, but if you do it again, I'll definitely drive you out of Baiyangxia.
After he finished speaking, he ignored Sun Qian and looked up at Xia Xining first. After thinking about it, he held back the words of accepting a disciple. As the saying goes, things never happen 3 times.
If I get rejected again, it would be really embarrassing. He set his eyes on Shen Mo. My friend, you came to my white cloud, do you want to join me? Senior, please be wise. Shen Mo bowed.
Zhang Haichao stroked his beard and looked at Shen Mo with more favor.
This child. How polite.
He decided that if Shen Mo failed the test, he would help him because he was his loyal fan.
Since this is your first time here at Baiyangxia, let me introduce it to you.
Zhang Haichao said this, but his gaze shifted to Xia Xining again.
His purpose was self-evident. The prerequisite for joining Baiyangxia is to become an alchemist.
Baiyangxia is divided into peripheral members and core members. External members only need to enjoy the benefits brought by the organization and do not need to make any contributions. As long as you don't do anything that damages the organization's reputation, you won't be punished.
Once you become a core member, you need to contribute to the organization. Correspondingly, you will gain more benefits and more power.
Shen Mo had heard Dan Yangzi say this a long time ago. But in order to save Zhang Haichao's face, he still listened patiently. After all, these alchemists just fall for this.
So much for face. Since Dan Yangzi can call you master, you must be an alchemist, right?
Zhang Haichao said with a smile.
Senior, you have a keen eye. It was because of your story that you guided me on the path of becoming an alchemist. Shen Mo bowed and said seriously.
Hearing this, Zhang Haichao's face almost broke with laughter. He glanced at Zhang Zixia beside him intentionally or unintentionally.
See it? Your grandfather is so famous. I asked you to learn alchemy, but you still don't want to learn. There are plenty of people learning.
Zhang Zixia naturally understood what Zhang Haichao meant. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she became more and more interested in Shen Mo.
Okay, okay. Zhang Haichao nodded repeatedly. If that's the case, shall we begin the assessment? I will follow your instructions, senior. One word, one bow. Shen Mo can be said to have taken politeness to the extreme. Zhang Haichao felt a little embarrassed. That's so polite. He coughed dryly twice and said, no need to be so polite. Senior, it's too formal. Can you just call me Grandpa? Shen Mo's eyes almost popped out. His grandmother. Are you taking advantage of me openly? I'll just bow. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zixia couldn't help herself any longer and chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. Zhang Haichao's face was filled with black lines, and he scolded, Zixia, don't be rude. Shen Mo seized the opportunity and quickly said, Senior, it's getting late, let's hurry up and do the assessment. Zhang Haichao nodded and ignored the idea of calling him Grandpa. What level of alchemist are you? Level 3, top-notch, right? Shen Mo said unconfidently. After the bone spirit flame devoured the heavenly tribulation, it naturally reached the third level of spiritual fire. There is a system. Logically speaking, he is a top-level third-level alchemist and there is nothing wrong with him. Yeah. Zhang Haichao looked at Shen Mo and rarely looked serious. He broke through to the top third-level alchemist when he was over 300 years old, but how old is Shen Mo? In his perception, Shen Mo is no more than 50 years old. He is so young, but he has already reached the top third-level alchemist. His future is immeasurable. Xia Xining was so focused on possessing the Qinghuan flame that she almost made a mistake. Very good, then I will arrange for you to take the third-level alchemist exam. Senior. I want to take the 5th level exam. Chapter 110, a disciple as Taoist partner is also half a disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was stunned for a moment. Dan Yangzi blinked and rubbed his ears, fearing that he had heard it wrong. Even Xia Xining, who was closest to him, couldn't help but cast a puzzled look. Are you serious? Zhang Haichao confirmed. Shen Mo nodded. Of course he was serious. I want to ask the 4th level alchemist from Shang Yenzong for help. With Bai Yunxiao's identity as a 3rd rank alchemist, it is definitely not possible. Then you must reach level 5 and become a core member. Although his spiritual fire was only at the 3rd level, it did not reach the 5th level standard. But after listening to Dan Yangzi's explanation of the assessment content, he keenly discovered the loopholes in it. Then do you know the assessment criteria? Zhang Haichao confirmed repeatedly. The look in his eyes when he looked at Shen Mo changed a little. Not as fond of it as before. Instead, I felt a little disgusted. If you aim too high, you will never achieve great things. Zhang Zixia on the side shook her head, unable to hide her disappointment. Although she is not an alchemist, she also knows the value of a 5th level alchemist. If only everyone could become a 5th level alchemist. Her grandfather would not be so respected by the world. Of course I know. Shen Mo replied respectfully. If you want to get the 5th level token under the white clouds, you must first complete the identification of 10,000 kinds of spiritual herbs. Secondly, refine a top-grade 5th level elixir. I heard Shen Mo repeat the test content in full. Zhang Haichao's face became extremely gloomy. Since Shen Mo knew it, he still wanted to take the 5th level exam. That only proves that he is making fun of himself. What loyal fans are all bullshit. Dan Yangzi, oh, no, I should call you Dan Fengzi, huh? I thought you had an amazing master, but it turns out you found a lunatic. How old is he? Is he 50? He wants to become a 5th level alchemist under the white clouds at such a young age. How arrogant. Dan Yangzi, I'm sorry for my previous behavior. I didn't expect you were so desperately ill that you were desperately trying all sorts of treatments. Ha ha ha. I heard the sarcastic voices coming from Sun Xian and others. Dan Yangzi was almost looking for a crack in the ground to crawl into. If Shen Mo takes part in the 3rd level assessment, he will definitely be able to pass it. But as for the 5th level, to be honest, he didn't believe it at all. Faced with ridicule, Shen Mo seemed very calm. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Haichao. It is a small matter to distinguish between thousands of kinds of herbs. With the system in place, even 1 million, let alone tens of thousands, would be no problem. As for the second one, it is to refine top-grade 5th level elixirs. But it doesn't say who made it. This was the loophole he exploited.
Otherwise, why had he been trying to please Zhang Haichao before? The purpose is to ask him to help make the elixir. He told the steps, and Zhang Haichao provided the 5th level spiritual fire. Logically speaking, the pills he refined should be considered his, right? Nonsense. Zhang Haichao flicked his sleeves, turned around and prepared to leave. His favorable impression of Shen Mo continued to decline. If Shen Mo hadn't been so humble before, he had already started to chase them away. Shen Mo's behavior was undoubtedly a challenge to the authority of the 5th level alchemist. If 5th grade elixirs were really that easy to refine, his status wouldn't be so high. I'm willing to be your apprentice. At this moment, Xia Xining suddenly spoke. Real? Zhang Haichao turned his head and a smile appeared on his face again. The 30th ranked Xingyuan Flame. Even his spiritual fire was only ranked 78th. If I really accept Xia Xining as my apprentice. He was confident that he could bring his alchemy skills to a new level in a short period of time. At that time, he will represent his lineage and go to Danzhou to participate in the once-in-a-century Danpin conference. Then he won the championship in one fell swoop and became famous throughout the continent. It's exciting to think about. But I have a condition. Xia Xining said seriously. Whatever conditions you ask, I'll agree to them. Zhang Haichao had already vaguely guessed what she wanted to say. But in order to get Xia Xining to become his disciple, he didn't care about that anymore. Sure enough, Xia Xining spoke without any hesitation. Let my husband take the 5th level alchemist exam. No problem. Zhang Haichao agreed immediately. There were 2 reasons why he didn't allow Shen Mo to take the test before. First, he had no say in the 5th level assessment, and it needed to be presided over by a 6th level alchemist. Second, he has no relationship with Shen Mo, so why should he help? But now it's different. Xia Xining is his apprentice, and Shen Mo is his apprentice's Taoist partner. Strictly speaking, Shen Mo can be considered as his half-disciple. Since he is half a disciple, it's okay to let him try the 5th level assessment, since he won't be able to pass it anyway. The answer was so quick that Shen Mo was stunned for 2 seconds. You old fox. It turns out he was waiting for me here. He looked at Xia Xining with gratitude, then bowed to Zhang Haichao. Thank you, Grandmaster Zhang. Let's go. Zhang Haichao became the most anxious person. He walked forward and grabbed Shen Mo's arm without saying a word, then walked towards the assessment site under the white clouds. Until several people left the courtyard. Sun Xiankai came to his senses. He began to understand Zhang Haichao's approach. What do alchemists care about most? Of course it's face. Can Shen Mo become a 5th level alchemist? Isn't that pure bullshit? But Zhang Haichao still insisted on doing so. It can only prove one thing. Zhang Haichao wants to make Shen Mo lose face. Yes. It must be like this. The more Sun Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. It turns out that Grandmaster Zhang has always been on his side. Thinking of this, Sun Qian raised his lips slightly and instructed several followers. Spread this news immediately. Just say there's a 5th rank alchemist under the white clouds who's about to start refining pills. But no one should tell. The followers are worthy of having been with Sun Qian for so long, they understand everything immediately. They soon dispersed. Bai Yongxia acts as a neutral force. Its assessment site is not like that of other sects, where only disciples within the sect are allowed to watch. Instead, the assessment site is set to be open to the public. On the one hand, it can reflect the attitude of being at peace with the world under the white clouds. Secondly, it also gives other cultivators an opportunity to watch the alchemist making pills up close. The most important thing is to save the alchemist's face. As an alchemist, who doesn't want to show off in front of others and be praised by others? After making your own reputation known, there will be a constant stream of people coming to ask for elixirs. By then, both spirit stones and reputation will increase. Therefore, all the alchemists who come to this assessment site have full confidence. Not long. Shen Mo was dragged by Zhang Haichao into the assessment area. It is a circular venue about the size of 2 football fields. There are various alchemy furnaces placed in the middle, and many alchemists in Taoist robes are concentrating on making elixirs. The surrounding area is the stands. There were only a dozen or so people scattered in the stands. See Zhang Haichao coming. The alchemists quickly stopped what they were doing, stood up and saluted respectfully.
Zhang Haichao waved his hand, signaling him to continue. I don't have time to guide these people now.
He just wanted to let Shen Mo take the test as soon as possible, and then accept Xia Xining as his disciple.
Let us get started.